Zhongshan Hospital S City. Xiaoyan, how is Xingchen now? What did the doctor say? A tall young man in decent clothes strode quickly toward the operating room, anxiously asking the blood-soaked man sitting on the bench. I don't know yet, they're still trying to save him. What on earth happened? He was perfectly fine this morning, how could he suddenly? At that moment, a police officer in uniform walked over and said to the young man, Hello, my surname is Lu. We're from the Municipal Public Security Brigade. May I ask, you are the injured Imo Xingchens? Hello, I'm his older brother Imo Bai. Officer, may I ask what exactly happened? Here is the situation according to surveillance footage at around 1:30 p.m. At the intersection on Shengli Avenue, comrade Imo Xingchen rescued a child from beneath a speeding car. The driver and the vehicle have already been brought in. Based on feedback from the traffic police, the accident was caused by a failure in the car's braking system. So our preliminary conclusion is that this was an accidental traffic incident. Personally, I greatly admire Comrade Xingchen's actions, but there are matters at the bureau we must return to. Please come by the station sometime on a working day this week to discuss the follow-up procedures. With that, he nodded to the young man and left with his fellow officer. Imobai said nothing. He quietly sat down on another bench, his eyes vacant as he stared up at the ceiling, lost in unfathomable thoughts. Only when the light above the operating room door finally went out did a doctor, his clothes stained with fresh blood, emerge from within. Family of the patient. Imobai and Xiaodian hurriedly jumped to their feet, almost rushing toward the doctor as they spoke anxiously. We're here, over here, doctor. How is my younger brother now? The doctor merely gave a slight shake of his head. Imobai's heart clenched violently at that small gesture. For the moment, the patient is out of immediate danger, but he has multiple fractures all over his body. Most critically, his head suffered a severe impact. As for when he might regain consciousness, that is hard to say. The heart Imobai had just barely managed to lower leapt back into his throat at the latter half of the sentence. His vision went black for a moment, his body swaying unsteadily. Xiaodian quickly reached out to support him. Doctor, are you saying my brother might become a vegetable? The doctor gave a faint nod without speaking, then turned and went back into the operating room. A sea breeze swept past, and the tide soaked a man in casual clothes lying by the shore. In the distance, seagulls crossed the setting sun, while from the azure sea flying fish leapt now and then toward the sky, forming a scene of striking beauty. With a shudder, the man opened his eyes and climbed up from the ground. He first checked over his own body, muttering, No missing arms or legs. He patted himself down and felt through his pockets. My phone is gone. Huh. My cigarettes are gone and my lighter too. Was I robbed? He lifted his eyes to see the sea before him, then turned to find dense forest behind. He could not help questioning inwardly, seriously, where the hell am I? He glanced at the half of his body that had been soaked by seawater, then at the distant sunset. Regardless of where he was, whether a coastal city or a deserted island, he decided he had better first scout the surroundings. Otherwise, when night fell and the temperature dropped sharply, he would probably catch a cold. And if this really was a deserted island, wouldn't that be a slow death sentence? After a glance around, he chose a direction that looked relatively flat and began walking slowly along the sandy beach. As he walked, he tried to recall. I remember I saved a kid, then got hit by a car. By all rights, at this time, I should be in a hospital receiving treatment. Yet here I am completely uninjured in some godforsaken place. Did I stay in a coma until they healed me, then get kidnapped by some mysterious organization to play a real-life Squid Game? Are you kidding me? This makes no sense. My brother can't possibly be so stupid as to lose his own younger brother. Once you rule out all the impossibles, what's left, no matter how absurd? Damn it. I was hit by a car and transmigrated. Thinking this, he covered his head and let out a bitter laugh. It's not like I was despairing of life. I have an older brother who dotes on me, a bunch of close buddies, and my family isn't short on money. How did this cliched plot end up landing on me of all people? Ding. Walking along the shore, Imo Xingchen suddenly heard this sound. He instinctively looked around, but found nothing unusual. As a student of the Celestial Empire tempered by 9 years of compulsory education, he might not have eaten pork, but he had certainly seen pigs run. Cautiously, he asked System. Mo Clan, no. 10086 Dreamchasing System is at your service. Mo Clan. Dreamchasing. Care to explain? This system was created by the Mo clan's ancestral founder as an auxiliary tool to aid direct descendants in cultivation until they comprehend the Tao. Due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy on the ancestral star, many systems were lost or buried. By a twist of fate, once the host activated this one to better facilitate your cultivation, it brought you to this small world so that you may comprehend the Tao step by step from low to high. I see. I still have a lot of questions, but putting that aside, since you say I can ultimately comprehend the Tao through cultivation, what should I do? The following elementary systems are available for the host to choose from. 1 Breath of the Sun, 2 Chakra System, 3 Spirit Particle System, 4 Haki System, 5 Cultivation System. Of course I'm choosing cultivation. Swallow a single golden core and my fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Loading the chosen system for the host, please wait. By the way, 10086, which small world is this exactly? How are the factions laid out? Who are the top experts? This world is the One Piece world you're familiar with, divided into Marines and pirates. Okay, I get it. No need to go on with the background intro. So is this world real or not, and what am I supposed to do here? There is nothing the host is required to do, and there are no compulsory missions. This system is merely an auxiliary tool, nothing more. Everything is for the host to decide. However, since the host has chosen the cultivation system, please abide by the true meaning of Taoism, follow nature, act through non-action, and move in accordance with your heart. System energy has been exhausted and will now enter a recharging mode. Host, please cultivate diligently. Lastly, may your immortal path be resplendent and your martial fortune soar like a rainbow. Cultivation system loading complete. Name Xingchen. Race human. Cultivation early chi refining stage. Techniques ethereal immortal art void mirage movement art. 10086. HM. System. Buddy. Hey. Fine, looks like it really has gone silent. Still, that might be for the best. If there's always a voice in my head talking to itself, people will think I'm crazy. I still have plenty of doubts, but since I'm here I might as well make myself at home. First I should see if there are any people around, then make plans. As his physique strengthened, Xingchen began moving at high speed. Within a few hours he discovered a port and immediately ran toward the lights. When he got closer and could see clearly, he thought, well, not bad. It's a little tavern. Too bad Zhao Lei isn't here to sing Chengdu. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The people in the tavern gave the newcomer a glance, saw it was just a harmless young man, then turned back to their drinking and loud conversation. The elderly man behind the bar asked, "Guess what would you like to drink?" Xingchen scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sir, the passenger ship I was on hit a reef. I drifted at sea for 2 days and washed ashore here. Would it be possible for me to impose on you for a few days? I can help with manual work, as long as you feed me, that's enough. Would that be all right?" Hearing this, the old man carefully looked Xingchen over. The young fellow was well-featured and did not look like a vicious sort. His clothes were dirty, but he was clearly carrying no weapons. He was about 1.80 meters tall, without much meat on his bones. Scratching his head with a simple smile, Xingchen looked quite amiable. The old man thought he probably wasn't a pirate or bandit and called toward the kitchen in the back. "Makino, come out for a moment." "Coming, Grandpa." "Honestly, you spend the whole day just ordering people around." A little girl who looked about 5 or 6 lifted the cloth curtain of the back kitchen and walked out pouting. Her large fluttering eyes fixed on the old man, as if silently asking what he wanted her to do this time. The old man smiled and pointed at Xingchen. "Here, take this down on his luck, young fellow, to the back kitchen, so he can wash up, then give him something to eat. Starting tomorrow, he can help you with the work." "Really? That's great. Then I'll have time to play." Makino cheered, dancing with joy. Only then did Xingchen snap out of it. "Makino? Wasn't that the name of the beautiful lady owner of the tavern in Windmill Town, the one rumored to be the little wife of the red-haired Shanks?" He stared again at the tiny 5 or 6-year-old pudding-like girl in front of him. "What time have I even arrived in?" Clinging to an optimistic spirit, he silently comforted himself. Maybe it was just someone with the same name. Still, old man, isn't this basically child labor? He grumbled inwardly, but at the same time, he crouched down with a smile and said, "Hello, Makino, my name is Xingchen. Please take care of me from now on. Big brother, come with me. I'll take you to the back to eat." Acting like a little adult, Makino waved at Xingchen, then turned and headed for the back kitchen. Xingchen stood up and gave the old man a slight bow. "Sir, thank you very much. I'll be imposing on you." The old man did not speak, only nodded with a gentle smile. He called out to Makino's retreating back, "Oh, Makino, grab a set of Grandpa's clothes for this young man to change into." "Got it." After that, Xingchen took a bath, ate dinner, and by the time he came out, most of the guests had already left. Of his own accord, he finished cleaning up, then pushed a few chairs together as a makeshift bed lay down on them, and began to think. "I've crossed over to another world out of nowhere. What about my brother? Is this my soul that has crossed, or my body as well? Can I ever go back? Before Liuzi wakes up, these questions are pointless. Better to sort out my current situation first." From his conversation with Makino in the back kitchen, he had learned that this was Windmill Town, and the current year was C calendar 1498. The Pirate King had been captured and thrown into prison just last month. Still, it didn't really matter. He had no intention of clinging to Luffy anyway. The time period was irrelevant. He wasn't planning to challenge the 4 emperors or topple the world government. Since this was the East Blue compared with the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, at least he could be certain he was relatively safe for now. The second thing was to compare the early stage chi refining shown on his system panel with this world's combat power. Third, while the system was still charging with energy, he had to decide how he would walk his path from here on out. A pirate? Forget it. To be honest, with the moral education and conscience I was raised with back home, I can't just change places and then slaughter without a care and commit every imaginable evil. My nature hasn't twisted that far. More importantly, you'd be wanted all day long. Pirates want to fight you, bounty hunters want to fight you, and the Marines want to fight you too. Just thinking about it feels exhausting. The Revolutionary Army. He did understand a bit of red ideology. After all, from junior high to university, they had always been teaching them the art of slaying dragons. But when he thought of starting a revolution, he knew how incredibly complex such an undertaking would be. If he did it, he would have to do it well. He couldn't just quit halfway. And after success, what would he do then? Lead by example and be a good leader. How dreadfully dull. After fighting a whole lifetime of battles, would he not be allowed to enjoy himself a little? But if it was enjoyment he was after, why start a revolution in the first place? Contradictions everywhere. So that path was out. He drew in a breath. TSK, then the Marines. The Marines did fit his inner sense of justice, and it was a stable institution. 9 to 5 suitable for retiring in peace. But the downside was the lack of freedom, and most of all, you couldn't lay a finger on the celestial dragons. Those things were the kind you'd want to beat up on sight. But if you did, you'd probably be expelled and then hunted. Difficult indeed. Thinking and thinking, Xingchen gradually drifted off to sleep. Another bright morning dawned as the sun slowly rose from the surface of the sea. At that moment, our protagonist, Xingchen, stood, with little pudding-like Makino, in front of the tavern, each holding a cup of water, one hand on his hip. After rinsing his mouth with a series of gulps, he spat, and said, "All right, Makino, we're done washing up. It's a new day. Let Big Brother see how you've been practicing the diamond invincible heaven and earth demon subduing Arhut fist I taught you these past few days." Hearing this, Makino's sleepy eyes instantly lit up. She tossed aside her cup and toothbrush, clenched her little fists, and with a shout drove a headbutt straight at Xingchen. In the blink of an eye, Xingchen used a move called Flying Dragon emerges from the sea and blocked the ferocious little head with one hand. Seeing her headbutt stopped, Makino let out a cry, and her two tiny fists began to whirl like windmills, moving so fast they even left after images. Unfortunately, with her head held in place and her height limited, her little arms couldn't land a single hit. Just as Xingchen was bullying the innocent little girl, a bird resembling an albatross wearing a hat and carrying a small satchel fluttered down to land before the big one and the small one. Xingchen took a newspaper from it, flicked a coin with his finger, and sent it spinning accurately into the news bird's tiny bag. He unfolded the newspaper in his hand, and the front page headline leapt into view: 1 month from now, Lowtown, to execute the Pirate King. Xingchen looked up at the news bird spreading its wings and soaring away, sighing inwardly. This rampaging era was about to begin. Perhaps it was also time for him to head out and truly see this world. "Big Brother, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out?" Makino tilted her head, staring at Xingchen, who had stopped playing with her and was looking at the sky, and asked. Before he could answer, the old man inside pushed open the tavern door, came to his side, glanced at the news on the paper, and said, "Boy, are you getting ready to leave?" "Yes, I'm planning to go and take a good look at this world." "Then go. A man should charge toward the sea and ride the winds and waves." "Big Brother, are you leaving?" Makino gazed at Xingchen with a hint of reluctance, her lips pursed. He laughed. "Ha ha, a brief parting is for a better reunion. When I come back next time, I'll tell you all about Big Brother's adventure stories. How about that? Pinky swear. You're not allowed to lie." So Xingchen stayed another half-month in Windmill Town. Then, carrying dry rations, he boarded a passenger ship bound for Lobetown, finally arriving the day before the execution. Along the way, he did not encounter any pirates. After all, with the Pirate King about to be executed, Marine headquarters had surely stationed high-ranking officers in Lobetown, and virtually all the branches in the East Blue were out on patrol. With the leadership present, they naturally had to put on a good show. If anything happened, they'd be in for disciplinary trouble. Early in the morning, Xingchen arrived at the execution plaza. Whoa, so many people. Truly a famous scene. Like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden, he looked everywhere, gawking left and right. At the same time, he carefully searched for the young four emperors, the future revolutionary leader, the 7 warlords. In that moment, the mischief seeker within him awoke. Yo, that hooded one should be Dragon, right? Looks like he hasn't joined the Marines yet. No slipper marks from Garp on his face. So young Shanks is a crybaby. He's already on the verge of tears, and they haven't even started the execution. Haha, Buggy was actually pretty cute as a kid, but the way he cries is way too comical. Tisk, that little fire chick is already that arrogant, huh? Hawkeye already looks cooler with a beard. Whoa, Crocodile even got here before me. I can only see the back of his head, but he's already combing his hair like a grown-up. How I wish I had a camera to take a picture of them all. When they become big shots in the future, I could wave the photos in their faces and blackmail them. Wah. At that moment, while Xingchen was silently losing his mind, 2 executioners escorted a middle-aged man with a commanding presence. He lowered his head and quickly approached the execution platform, sitting cross-legged. There was not a hint of hesitation or fear in his steps. He simply sat there quietly. The vast crowd in the square gradually fell silent until there was not a sound. The naval hero Karp arrived at the execution platform with a wine jar in hand as a naval officer began to announce the crimes of Gold. Roger. People looked up silently, observing this man defined by the world government as the Pirate King. At that moment, he seemed not like a criminal about to be executed, but rather a general at a military parade. Xingchen watched this Pirate King, and to be honest, he felt no sympathy for Roger. He had no feelings for him. He could be described as a hero of the seas, a powerful man, a leader worthy of following a boss. However, he was definitely not a good husband or a good father. Knowing he was gravely ill, why provoke others? For the sake of his child who could not be born after 10 months of pregnancy, witnessing the tragic deaths of all the expectant mothers on the island, how could an ordinary woman's heart bear such torment? An ace, having been without parents since childhood, faced the unjust ridicule of the world towards his father. How innocent he was. For the sake of his brother, simply because a soldier insulted his subordinate, he could massacre the entire army of a kingdom. To be honest, it's incomprehensible. What kind of grudge or hatred could lead to that? Why not just eliminate the main culprit? Soldiers live by orders. Other soldiers are not deserving of death. Besides, you don't use your Conqueror's Haki just to show off. At this point, Roger's crimes had been fully announced. Karp poured a bowl of wine and handed it to Roger, his expression unchanged as he said, "Roger, for all these years of hunting you down, you've always wanted to drink with me. Today, old man will accompany you. Drink up and leave well." Roger smiled and said nothing, taking the bowl of wine and downing it in one go, tossing aside the empty bowl. Karp looked at the crowd below and then at Roger, asking, "Do you have anything you want to say?" At this moment, Xingchen, with keen eyes, spotted a bystander in a blue vest, hands cupped in a trumpet shape, about to shout towards the execution platform. "Goodness, you stole my lines." Instantly gathering his energy, he roared, "Gold." Roger. This thunderous voice interrupted the bystander's incantation and drew everyone's attention. Xingchen, smiling, said to Roger, "Pirate King, where did you hide all the treasures you found?" The crowd in the square stared blankly at Xingchen after he spoke, then their gazes turned fervent as they looked at Roger on the high platform, eager to hear his response. At this point, Roger was taken aback for a moment, then a smile slowly spread across his face, growing into a wild laugh. "Ah, my treasure. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it, for everything in this world is there." Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Karp shouted loudly, "Execute." Two steel blades pierced Roger's heart, and the Pirate King lowered his proud head. In the square, the scene was chaotic. Women covered their mouths at the bloody sight, elders shielded children from the horror, men rushed frantically towards the beach, and the ambitious closed their eyes, grinning to welcome the era of chaos. The entire square was in disarray. Our protagonist, Xingchen, smirked like a weasel that had stolen a chicken, thinking, "Hee, this iconic scene is mine. Time to slip away." Just as Xingchen turned to make his escape, a shadow loomed over him with a clang ringing from above. "Kid, you want the great treasure." Hearing this, Xingchen looked up to see Karp standing right in front of him. Due to the backlighting, he couldn't see Karp's expression, but Karp's height instantly exuded a tremendous pressure. Xingchen thought to himself that with his early-stage chi refinement, he definitely couldn't match Karp, the current pinnacle of combat power. He felt his own aura being crushed into dust by Karp and could only awkwardly twitch his mouth and say, "Mr. Karp, you misunderstood. I'm just curious." "Curious? Yes, curious. Aren't you curious?" "Not curious. No, you are curious." "Not curious. No, you." Bang! Karp's iron fist directly interrupted Xingchen's skill incantation. "I've been hunting Roger for so many years. Do I still not know? He doesn't have any treasure. Even if he wanted to dig one, he wouldn't have had the time." As Karp spoke, he carefully observed Xingchen, thinking, "Is this kid genuinely curious, or is he colluding with Roger? This punch of mine carries a bit of rage. The average officer wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yet this young man seems unfazed, indicating he must possess at least the strength of a major. He's quite a good seedling. How can I persuade him to join the Navy? I say, kid, do you want to join the Navy?" Xingchen, still with his hands on his head, heard Karp's words and looked conflicted, staring at Karp. As he pondered how to respond, he noticed Karp's gaze growing dangerous after he remained silent for too long. "What do you want to become, a pirate?" "Of course not. I wouldn't stoop to the level of these pillaging scum. It's just that I feel the Navy isn't very free." Xingchen quickly replied, "Free? What kind of freedom do you want?" "Actually, what I'm thinking is to travel around to see just how big this world is, to explore different beautiful sights and meet different people while conveniently doing some righteous deeds along the way. But if I become a Navy officer, I'll have to constantly go on missions, capture pirates, and patrol fixed sea areas. That's not the life I want." Hearing this, Carp patted Xingchen on the shoulder, laughing heartily, then wrapped his arm around his neck and walked towards the Navy branch, saying as they walked, "That's not difficult. If you want freedom, first you need to become a major. This way you'll have a lot of autonomy to choose or refuse your tasks. Of course, you'll need the strength and achievements of a major. Secondly, you need an old guy who can speak up for you to help bear the pressure from above. Don't worry, kid, I have my eye on you so I can protect you. Third, you can take leave. With achievements, you can speak up for yourself, and then you can travel wherever you want, capturing pirates along the way to report back. Fourth, if you're not happy, you can apply to resign from the Navy." Goodness, this round of leadership PUA was quite reasonable. Initially, Xingchen was still torn between joining the Navy or being a traveler. After all, both paths have their advantages and disadvantages. Being a traveler is great, but the Navy is definitely a good place before he grows stronger. Moreover, if he could join the Navy and stay close to Carp, that would surely be quite leisurely. He nodded in agreement, deciding to give it a try. If he really didn't enjoy it, he could just quit. By the way, Mr. Carp, with such a significant event as the execution of Roger, why did the headquarters only send you here? Aren't you afraid of any trouble? Yo ha ha ha, those capable of saving him either want him dead or know it's futile. As for the others, one old man is more than enough. Xingchen thought about it and agreed. The number of people who could break through Carp to save Roger was quite small. Whitebeard wouldn't come. The Golden Lion was probably just imprisoned and impelled down, and Roger's remaining followers knew he was nearing his end and wouldn't come to surrender. Kaido and Big Mom hadn't yet reached their peak at this time. Expecting them to team up to save Roger was even less likely than hoping for the apocalypse. As for the others, they were still just kids. Let's get to know each other again, Xingchen. In the living room, Xingchen smiled at Kazan and extended the small gift in his hand. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling face. Kazan accepted the fruit Xingchen offered. "Thank you, have a seat, and let's chat." Kazan took the lead in sitting down and began to boil water for tea, saying with a slightly awkward expression, "Ah, you are quite strong. And thank you for going easy on me in the end, otherwise I might have ended up lying in the hospital for a few days." "Haha, we don't have any deep-seated hatred, it's just sparring. Of course, I wouldn't use heavy hands. Besides, by military rank, you are my superior." Xingchen was observing the room, and upon hearing Kazan's words, he hurriedly replied, but couldn't help but almost burst into laughter at Kazan's hairstyle. Since Kazan was resting at home and not wearing a hat, Xingchen had always thought of him as a hippie with an afro, but to his surprise, he had a buzz cut with long hair on the sides that made it look like he was wearing headphones if not looked at closely. "Don't call me superior. With your strength, I think I'm about on par with Sakazuki and Borsalino. By the time you graduate from the training camp, you might even be at my level. Besides, my idol is Admiral Carp. Oh, before entering the training camp, I was his aide. So there's no need to be so formal, just call me by my name from now on." "Haha, then I suppose this means we are acquainted through sparring, but I have no intention of joining the training camp. Like Uncle Carp, I'm not too interested in promotions, so I probably won't catch up to you in rank. But becoming an admiral, or even a marshal, allows you to better convey the justice in your heart, doesn't it?" Kazan looked at him with a puzzled expression, genuinely unable to understand why someone like Admiral Carp, who was so strong, would not want to be promoted. Xingchen appeared troubled, unsure how to explain such matters to him. After all, most people in the world of One Piece are illiterate. How could he clearly explain the relationship between the world government and the member countries, the Navy's relationship with the world government, and the conflicts between civilians and the ruling class of their own country? If it goes on like this, by the time I finish explaining, Dragon might not even have turned into a dragon yet, while I start forming the core leadership of the Revolutionary Army. As for Carp, don't be fooled by his silly appearance in the anime. Through this period of contact, Xingchen realized that he is actually wise and perceptive. Once you become an admiral, as long as it's not a war against the 4 emperors, you'll basically be completing missions related to the Celestial Dragons. Carp is fully aware of what kind of trash the Celestial Dragons are, and to prevent the justice in his heart from being tainted, he simply chose to be a vice admiral and avoid them. Besides, with marshals and admirals above him, they won't find him for any issues, and his old battle friends will be in power, allowing him to act more freely. Being a marshal or an admiral is not that easy. I'm not talking about strength or military merit. These things can't be explained directly, but I can give you a suggestion: read more books. Any type of book will do. The main thing is to learn to think from the knowledge in books. Seeing Kuzan's furrowed brow, Xingchen patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, stop worrying. Do you have anything planned for later? If you have no plans, then come with me to the town for a stroll. He'll guide you around, and he'll buy you a few books as a token of appreciation. How does that sound? Okay, wait a moment while I change my clothes, and then we can head out." "Okay." Xingchen gestured and began to enjoy the tea and snacks. As they strolled through the town, Xingchen marveled at the clean and tidy streets, the dazzling array of goods and shops, and the relaxed demeanor of the people, all smiling brightly. He couldn't help but feel emotional. This truly is an island belonging to the Navy headquarters where the sense of security and happiness among the citizens is incredibly high. Not to mention most men in this world have strange appearances, but the ladies are truly beautiful, with great figures leaving Xingchen wide-eyed. What? You say I'm a lecher? Nonsense. I just have an eye for discovering beauty. It's purely a matter of appreciating wonderful things. After half a day of shopping, Xingchen bought himself a black suit and leather shoes. He can't be wearing beach shorts and flip-flops all the time. He might have the demeanor of a master, but it lacks a sense of dominance. Then he bought Carp a dog hat as a token of gratitude for his care during this period, and also picked up some small gifts for Dragon. Of course, he also selected a few history and philosophy books for Kazan at the bookstore. Understanding human relationships is essential. As the evening approached, Kazan took Xingchen to a restaurant that looked quite stylish. The food here is really good and quite popular among Navy officers. Since you are treating today, let me invite you for dinner. Kazan warmly pulled Xingchen to find a vacant table to sit down, and, oh, isn't this the infamous Kazan who was defeated by the new recruits? Just as they were seated, the two heard a sarcastic taunt. Turning towards the voice, they saw a tall girl with a long sword at her waist, followed by a middle-aged man approaching them. Kazan sighed helplessly and introduced Xingchen, saying, "This is Lieutenant Junior Grade Jiun from the Navy headquarters, also the sister of Vice Admiral Tsuru." As for the sarcastic guy behind her, he is Lieutenant Junior Grade Kaji, a playboy. Hearing Kaji's teasing, Kazan didn't hold back and pointed to Xingchen. "This is Lieutenant Xingchen, a communications soldier for Admiral Carp. So you are the new recruit that defeated Kazan. I want to have a match sometime to see how strong you really are." Jiayuan's eyes lit up at Kazan's introduction. Xingchen was taken aback, not realizing that this future Navy beauty was also a battle maniac in her youth. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It was just luck, ha. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Have you eaten yet? If not, why not sit down and eat together?" Kazan was just being polite, but to his surprise, the two were quite unreserved and sat down to begin ordering food. The corners of his mouth twitched as he started to worry about whether his wallet would be enough. This restaurant's prices were not low. However, now that the invitation was made, plus they were all young people, they enjoyed a hearty meal, discussing the justice in their hearts, gossiping about their superiors, teasing each other, and a budding friendship began to warm up. After Jiun once again rejected Kaji's confession, the meal ended with everyone swaying as they left together, agreeing to meet again next time, and then each returning to their own homes. As night fell, Xingchen returned to Dolag's courtyard. He opened the door and saw Dolag sitting in the living room engrossed in a book. Approaching closer, one had to admit that this child was indeed diligent, studying military knowledge late into the night. "Back already, Brother Imo?" Dolag looked up upon seeing him, greeting him cheerfully. "Sorry, Dolag, I had a few drinks with Kazan and the others, so I came back a bit late. Here, a small gift I bought for you." "Thank you, brother." Dolag happily accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude. It's late now, so let's skip training today. Don't stay up too late, get some rest. I'm heading to bed now." The next morning, Xingchen got up early holding the hat he bought yesterday and knocked on Kapu's door. "Xingchen, have you eaten yet? Shall we eat together?" As soon as he entered, Kapu invited him to have breakfast together. Xingchen, not being polite, sat down and started eating while handing over the bag he was holding. No, this is the hat I bought for you while shopping yesterday. Here, try it on." Kapu's eyes lit up upon hearing about the gift. He eagerly opened the box and saw a dog head hat which he joyfully put on. "Yo ho ho ho. I'm very satisfied. If only that brat Dolag were as sensible as you. That kid isn't too bad. Well, let's eat first. After we finish, I'll take you to meet my old buddies. In the future, if you make any mistakes, they'll have to cover for you." After finishing breakfast, Kapu, wearing the doghead hat, and Xingchen headed out towards the headquarters office building. Before long, they arrived at an office door. Kapu pushed the door open. "Yo ho ho ho. Xiaohe, how do you like my hat?" Zhongjiang, who was working, put down his documents, glanced at Kapu and frowned in disdain, then turned to examine Xingchen, who was following Kapu. Kapu casually walked to the sofa and sat down with a thud. Xingchen followed behind and closed the door. Turning around, he noticed Zhongjiang was looking at him, so he straightened his back and saluted, saying, "Reporting to Zhongjiang, I am Kapu's communications soldier Xingchen of the rank of captain." "Oh, you're the rookie who defeated Kazan. Kapu has mentioned you." Quite a spirited young man, not bad." Zhongjiang put down the documents he was holding, stood up, and walked to the sofa, as well fiddling with the tea set, while beckoning Xingchen to sit. "Come sit down. Don't be so polite. Even though you are just a captain now, Kapu values you a lot. He has the mindset of taking you as his disciple, and given your strength, I can't treat you like an ordinary rookie." Xingchen, being someone who climbs up the ladder, sat down without hesitation and grinned, saying, Sister, you're making me blush. Uncle Kapu has praised you many times in front of me." That bastard who can't even spit out ivory from a dog's mouth can actually praise me. He'd be more likely to scold me. Xingchen poured hot tea looking skeptical. Really, he praised you for being young, beautiful, and resourceful. Many times when he and Admiral Sengoku did something foolish, it was you who covered for them. Xingchen said earnestly, his sincere gaze combined with his handsome face made Xingchen burst out laughing heartily. You smooth-talking little rascal, I'm old now, and you're still calling me young and beautiful. Really? From now on I'll just call you Xingchen, like Kapu does. Although Xingchen said this, the smile on his face revealed that he genuinely liked this strong, polite, and articulate young man. At this moment the office door swung open again, and two burly men walked in. Hey kid, I just walked in and heard you slandering me. What crime do you deserve? It turned out to be Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr arriving. Xingchen stood up awkwardly to salute, not expecting that praising someone would lead to this situation. His toes began to tap the floor nervously. Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr. Ha ha ha. The four senior Navy officers looked at Xingchen's flushed face, and his embarrassed expression made them laugh heartily. Eventually, it was Xingchen who spoke up, saying, All right, Sengoku, stop teasing Xingchen. If you make him laugh out of the Navy, Kapu is going to beat you up. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. Xingchen silently thought to himself, these four middle-aged men have no sense of decorum. They banded together to bully me, a pure and good young man. I was careless and caught off guard. All right, Xingchen, you sit down too. Zephyr, trying to ease the atmosphere, turned to Kapu and started pressing him. You old man, I searched for you all day yesterday, but couldn't find you. The semester is about to graduate, and for next semester's training camp, you have to let Xingchen come. Yo ho ho ho. Look, this old guy is getting anxious. Zephyr, it's not that I'm not letting Xingchen into your training camp. The main point is that his strength has already reached the level of a vice admiral in the headquarters. You know this yourself. Oh, at this level, strength can't be improved just by training. Instead of letting him waste 2 years in the training camp, it's better for him to stay by my side and gain experience in the real world. Kapu laughed heartily and said proudly, but the training camp offers more than just strength. It also builds camaraderie among classmates. With these, Xingchen's path to promotion will be smoother. Zephyr genuinely thought of Xingchen and sincerely liked this promising young man. He anxiously said, I really want to teach him well. The implication of Zephyr's words was understood by the other three. Indeed, elite training camps greatly aid in promotions. Most who come out of them ultimately hold ranks of major general or higher. They say there are 3 great bonds in life: sharing the same roof, fighting together in battle, and just think about it, in the future your classmates will be major generals, vice admirals, or even admirals. Hiss. This network of connections. Moreover, in such a vast Navy, interests intertwine in various ways, so there are factions within the Navy. At this point in time, signs of them are already emerging, with Sengoku leading the Dove faction, and Steelbone Kong heading the Eagle faction, along with some centrists who don't align with either side, but currently lack a leader. If you don't have the support of a faction behind you, even if you become an admiral, you will have no say within the Navy and no one to command. Have you not seen Fujitora and Green Bull, who were brought in by the large recruitment after Sengoku retired? They are called admirals in name, but basically they are just the Navy's henchmen. Fujitora was assigned a full ship of ordinary soldiers, and there were probably no officers of higher rank stationed there at all. In the end, Sakazuki even prohibited him from returning to the new Navy headquarters, and he couldn't attend internal Navy meetings, which basically meant everything within the Navy had nothing to do with him. Green Bull, as well, directly became a bodyguard for the Celestial Dragons in Marineford. Just look at this treatment and this level of influence. If only the likes of Doflamingo and Gaji could lend a hand, these two wouldn't have anything to do with it. Thank you for your appreciation, Admiral Zephyr. Actually, this matter isn't entirely Kapu's fault, it's mostly because I'm a rather lazy person with little desire for promotion. As the two were about to get into a heated argument because of him, Xingchen hurriedly interjected, and at that moment Sengoku spoke up. Then what kind of justice do you uphold, young man? Xingchen stared at the plaque of pure justice behind the desk, pondering that if he were to remain in this world for his entire life, he would have to utter the phrase justice for the people. But he wasn't sure, as perhaps one day, when Liuzi awakens, he would leave. Thus he didn't know how to respond, and could only mumble, perhaps it is justice by chance. Justice by chance. Does that mean anything goes or nothing goes? Kapu, you must keep an eye on this kid who knows he might betray the Navy and become a pirate one day. Vice Admiral Crane raised her teacup, chuckling as she teased, Sister Crane, please have mercy on this young man. After all, I am a youth with justice in my heart. Why would I want to become a thief? Xingchen pleaded, with Vice Admiral Crane making a cute gesture. Seeing his playful demeanor made her smile, but when she turned to see Zephyr still frowning, she couldn't help but advise, let it be Zephyr. Young people have their own thoughts, there's no need to interfere too much. Yes, Admiral Zephyr, even though I won't join the training camp, I will come to seek your guidance when I have free time. Xingchen quickly assured Zephyr sigh. All right. Hearing Little Crane persuade him, Xingchen echoed, and Zephyr could only sigh in resignation and reluctantly agree. After this matter came to a close, Xingchen obediently acted as a servant for the four esteemed figures, serving tea and water, while listening to their analysis and discussions about events at sea and the Navy's future plans, watching the Sunbei competition between Sengoku and Kapu, creating a picture of tranquil times. Struggling to get up from the ground, Dorag spat out the dirt in his mouth and looked at the carefree Xingchen. Brother, can't you let me win a bit? This is just the beginning. I'm much gentler than your old man. If you want to hit someone, you first have to learn to take a hit, you know. But why does it hurt more when you hit me than when my dad does? After taking a few punches from you, I can still walk and jump. But after a few hits from you, I feel like I can barely stand. Xingchen disdainfully remarked. So the people in this world don't even understand this. They are all a bunch of brutes and illiterates. Do you even know about human anatomy? Seeing your naive expression, I can tell you don't understand. Just remember the places I hit you that can cause numbness and stiffness, and read more books in the future. Isn't fighting just about who is stronger, knocking someone down with a punch? What does reading have to do with it? And what's human anatomy? Looking at Dorag's curious expression, Xingchen held his forehead, feeling helpless. This is too complex to explain. If I say too much, you won't remember it. When I find the time, I'll look for some related books and illustrate it for you, and then you'll understand. Let's end today's training here. Too much of a good thing is as bad as too little. Remember the positions I hit you and how it felt after being attacked. Think carefully, grasp it well, and let it become your own techniques. After saying this, he walked slowly toward the training ground exit, and Dorag limped along behind him. During a month of calmness, the Navy's strategy in the New World was to let those pirates fight among themselves, with the first half of the Grand Line entrusted to Sakazuki and Palyasolino, the new generation of Navy powerhouses, while the Four Seas lacked any formidable figures, leaving Kapu to lounge at headquarters. Throughout this month, Xingchen raised the favorability of the big shots every morning, beat up Dorag every evening, and during leisurely afternoons, he would randomly select a lucky viewer from the training camp, euphemistically calling it an exercise purpose, to beat someone up. Of course, during this time, Admiral Zephyr was his accomplice, and even Dai and Jaji were not spared. Only after being suppressed by a 10-man team, led by Kazan and Dorag, did his arrogance finally diminish. Thanks to his playful nature, these scuffles did not make people resent him. Instead, they fostered friendship. The practical experience during this time also greatly benefited Xingchen. Although he was still in the initial stage of refining chi, he understood that the ethereal cultivation method Liuzi provided was not merely a cultivation manual. It encompassed many aspects such as the Tao spells, body refinement talismans, and so on. To be precise, it resembled a detailed compendium of cultivation. Of course, this knowledge isn't just going to be directly instilled into his brain for him to ascend and become invincible. Rather, it is like having a library stored in his mind where he can look up what he needs, but everything still relies on his own learning. Today, Xingchen had just snuck out a pack of senbei from Sengoku's office, contemplating that due to the incompatibility of the world, he had tried many spells that couldn't be cast. Finally, he made progress yesterday by learning a spell that was compatible. Humming a little tune with his head down, he planned to visit Vice Admiral Crane's office to snag some good tea with his senbei, only to bump into someone. Sorry about that. Xingchen was in high spirits, planning to put on a show when beating up Dorag in the evening, so without raising his head, he apologized and continued walking. Stop. Hearing the voice, Xingchen stopped and turned around, looking up to see a tall man in a red suit draped in a coat of justice holding a cigar. Not far away was a man with a lecherous expression. Oh, it turned out to be Sakazuki and Palyasolino. Soldier, didn't your superior teach you to salute when you see an officer? And what on earth are you wearing? Xingchen looked down on the behavior of hawkish officers like a Kaido. Pirates slaughtering innocents is the ugliness of humanity, but as a soldier, you should be on the side of kindness, protecting civilians. Yet you wield the banner of justice and shamelessly harm civilians. That's disgusting. For instance, in the O'Hara massacre incident, the world government sent rescue ships to evacuate civilians from the island, but Akainu still ordered to bombard the rescue ships. What is that supposed to be? Who are you to tell me? Xingchen tilted his head, speaking with disdain. After all, Xingchen, raised under the red flag, deeply remembers the honorable and lovable soldiers of the flower-growing nation who are willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure the safety of the people. They can bravely confront enemies, embodying the essence of a devil. In times of peace, which natural disaster hasn't seen them fighting at the forefront while risking their lives. That is what it means to be a soldier. Arrogant. Seeing Xingchen's demeanor, Sakazuki was instantly enraged and threw a punch. Xingchen did not relent. With a swift maneuver of his left hand, he deflected Sakazuki's attack, redirecting the punch's trajectory, and then pressed closer into Sakazuki's embrace. Tai Chi, progressive intercepting punch. Sakazuki was sent flying down the corridor, crashing into the wall with a resounding duong. Hearing the commotion, those nearby opened their office doors to see what was happening, astonished that someone dared to cause a ruckus at naval headquarters. What a sight! Looking at Xingchen standing confidently in the center of the corridor and following his movements back, the onlookers were almost in disbelief. What the hell? Is that Vice Admiral Sakazuki? If I hadn't heard you say that, I would have thought I was still dreaming. Damn. If I'm not mistaken, did the little tyrant just defeat Sakazuki? Dazed, Sakazuki shook his head. He had only intended to teach this arrogant soldier a lesson without using his devil fruit power, but he didn't expect to be countered. Hearing the whispers of the onlookers, his blood pressure skyrocketed as his lower body transformed into magma, charging at Xingchen. You're seeking death. At this moment, several high-ranking officers arrived at the scene. Steelbone Kong, with a furious expression, shouted, "Stop this at once. Sakazuki, are you planning to demolish the headquarters? If you want to fight, take it to the training grounds." Upon hearing this, Xingchen jumped to the window of the corridor, crouching on the ledge and coldly smiling back at Sakazuki. "I'll be waiting for you at the training grounds. Whoever doesn't come is a coward." With that, he leaped away, skimming through the air towards the training grounds. Though Sakazuki didn't fully understand the last part, it was clear from Xingchen's expression and tone that it wasn't anything pleasant. With a grim face, he pursued Xingchen. "Marshal Kong, are we just going to let them run wild?" Looking at the two clearly enraged individuals, Sengoku asked with concern. "Haha, it's nothing serious. They're young, both are geniuses. It's normal for them not to back down from each other. Besides, you Garp and Zephyr weren't any less combative when you were young." Steelbone Kong looked at Sengoku with a teasing expression, and Garp, who was munching on rice crackers, chuckled. "Oh ho ho ho, I always won back then." "Wow. Vice Admiral Garp, you really are as strong as a monster." Polyusolino stroked his chin with a lewd grin. "You all should settle down. Garp, Marshal Kong isn't praising you. We should go too, but it's best to keep an eye on this situation." Seeing Polyusolino's sarcastic tone and Garp's smug laughter, Sengoku's expression darkened. Fearing these two old fools might engage in a direct showdown, as well, he slapped his forehead in exasperation, turning around with his hands behind his back and leading the way downstairs. Why were they taking the stairs? Of course, because big shots should have the demeanor of big shots. They couldn't just jump out of windows like Xingchen. That would be disgraceful. Hearing that the big shots were also going to watch, the remaining young recruits became restless, putting down their tasks and calling their friends as they rushed to the training grounds. People tend to follow the crowd, so more and more gathered, a large throng moving towards the training grounds. After all, such powerful confrontations were rare sights for them. Xingchen found a relatively large training ground with fewer people around. He turned back and tilted his head at Sakazuki before landing. Sakazuki followed closely behind, stopping to speak. "If you don't want to die, you better apologize and beg for mercy." "Huh. Let's see you try." Sakazuki looked at Xingchen with disdain, no longer speaking, and directly unleashed his AoE skill, Meteor Volcano. Xingchen watched as a fist imbued with magma descended from the sky. He formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. "Ding Cho extends my life, Ding Hai binds my soul. Ding Yu seals my spirit, Ding Wei averts my disaster. Ding Si safeguards me in peril, Ding Mao shields me from misfortune. Jia Zi protects my body, Jia Su preserves my form. Jia Shen solidifies my life, Jia Wu guards my soul. Jia Chen suppresses my spirit, Jia Yi nurtures my truth. Spirits and demons obey my command." As the fist struck the ground, it produced a thunderous boom, akin to cannon fire, instantly filling the area with smoke. Those with sharp eyes had already moved closer when the shadow of the fist appeared in the sky, while those slower to react turned their attention after hearing the noise. Zephyr had even brought the training camp's students to watch early on. When the main group from the office building arrived, the dust settled, revealing the scene within. Soldiers stared wide-eyed, seeing Xingchen surrounded by a thin layer of golden light, standing unharmed in the crater filled with bubbling magma. "Tisk, is that all?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward towards Sakazuki, great fire blast. Sakazuki unleashed a massive magma punch at the rushing figure. Xingchen, unfazed by the incoming fist, embraced the magma as it approached, twisting and turning in the air before countering back at Sakazuki. "What? Great fire blast." Sakazuki's pupils contracted in shock. He had never seen such a technique before. Hastily, he threw another punch to block the returning attack. The two fists collided midair, magma erupting and obscuring Sakazuki's vision. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the magma, spinning and delivering an elbow strike to Sakazuki's carotid artery, followed by 18 dragon, subduing palms, flying dragon in the sky, divine dragon swings, its tail, twin dragons emerge from the sea. And that's the end of it. Having completed his combo, Xingchen jumped aside to gather his energy. "Ah, hellhound." Sakazuki, standing still, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then roared in rage and charged towards Xingchen. Again, the two exchanging blows. After over half an hour of this crazy exchange, Xingchen felt a bit bitter seeing Sakazuki, who was fighting like a mad dog, and couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Damn it, is this guy a dog? If this were drag, my first elbow strike would have knocked him out cold. Not to mention the subsequent combos and joint locks. Yet here, he is just spitting some blood and still going strong after all this time. I'm truly baffled. Xingchen relied on the advantages of his agility, continuously attacking Sakazuki, making the scene a delight to behold. However, Sakazuki, with his monstrous physique and the power of his devil fruit, remained tenacious, occasionally launching counterattacks and turning into a destroyer of the arena. The feeling of being forced to take hits without being able to retaliate made Sakazuki extremely irritable. He roared in anger, occasionally mixing in provoking remarks aimed at forcing Xingchen into a direct confrontation, only to be met with cold sarcasm, making him appear utterly pitiable and heart-wrenching. After more than an hour of stalemate, the higher-ups felt it was enough. It seemed these two would not resolve their differences anytime soon. Thus Admiral Steelbone Kong intervened, saying, "Enough. It's time to cool off after such a long fight." Xingchen also found it uninteresting. After so long without a knockout, what was the point of continuing? He took a step back and exited the battlefield. Yet Sakazuki was still relentless, charging forward. Demon dog, shatter the heavens. Perhaps Xingchen was truly fatigued this time. He did not evade, but boldly threw a punch. The two fists collided midair, neither willing to yield. Heh, foolish dog, going head-to-head, you don't seem so great either. Seeing Steelbone Kong's face gradually darkening, Zhang transformed into a giant Buddha, unleashing a shockwave to push apart the two who were locked in confrontation. Have you two idiots had enough of this ruckus? With Zhang's intervention, Sakazuki calmed down, realizing that going toe-to-toe wasn't advantageous. If they continued fighting, he would only be on the receiving end of the beating. He remained motionless, sulking in place. You two come to my office. Notify the logistics department to repair the arena and charge the costs to these two idiots. Steelbone Kong looked at the two who had stopped fighting, spoke with a dark expression, and then turned to leave. The other higher-ups quickly followed, and Sakazuki snorted before trailing behind. Xingchen first smiled at the familiar faces around him as a form of greeting before leisurely falling behind, heading toward the office building. While the youth of today is truly formidable, Xingchen didn't need to guess who was speaking. He rolled his eyes at the lecherous Borsalino. Admiral Borsalino, has anyone ever told you that your expression conveys terror while your sarcasm is off the charts? No one has ever mentioned it. I was sincerely praising you just now. Ha ha, then I shall humbly accept it. However, your expression always makes me feel like you're mocking me, which makes me want to punch someone. Wow. The two continued their banter as they walked away, leaving a crowd of onlookers debating while Xingchen gained countless new followers. Meanwhile, ZFA was lecturing his students with a flushed face. Do you see that? This is the power of physical combat. The devil fruit is not omnipotent, and the Logia type is not invincible. When your devil fruit ability is ineffective, it's still about the essence of physical combat. Otherwise, you can only passively take hits. Especially you, Kazan. Even if you have a top-tier Logia devil fruit, you must remember that while developing your fruit's abilities, never forget the training of physical combat. In the Admiral's office, Steelbone Kong sat in the main seat, playing the role of the instructor. Xingchen and Sakazuki stood at the table, standing straight like two unfortunate students caught smoking in the restroom, while the other higher-ups sat on the sofa sipping tea and enjoying snacks as they watched the two's predicament. You two are making a fuss over such a trivial matter. Are you trying to tear down the Navy headquarters just to make the headlines? Do you want the world government and other allied nations to see our Navy as a joke? Steelbone Kong, with a face of disappointment, scolded the two for over 10 minutes, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then turned to speak amiably. Sakazuki, after I step down, Zhangwa will take my position. You, having been students of ZFA, should understand his intentions. When that time comes, the heavy burden of the Admiral will fall on you and this generation of young people, including Borsalino and Kazan. Being an admiral is not just an honor, it is a responsibility towards one's own justice and the Navy's future. How can one succeed without a bit of tolerance? He then looked at Xingchen and said slowly, and you, young man, always carefree and unrestrained. I know you don't like wearing the Navy uniform. Being a genius, having a bit of attitude and pride is normal. The Navy can accommodate the uniqueness of geniuses. Given your strength, being a lieutenant is indeed a waste of talent. Thus, I have decided to promote your rank. Once you reach the officer level, you can wear whatever you like, and no one will say anything. Let's set the promotion ceremony for after next month's training camp. Lastly, when the logistics department submits the bill for the repairs, you two will split the cost deducted from your salaries and bonuses. Upon hearing this, Xingchen instantly wore a bitter expression and began to bargain with Steelbone Kong. Admiral Kong, could you possibly reduce the repair costs? It's not easy for me to live on such a meager salary, and if it's deducted, how will I survive? Do you know why I set the promotion for next month? It's to send you to the Sabaody archipelago to capture pirates this month. As for how much bonus you will receive and how high your rank will be, that depends on your abilities. Steelbone Kong calmly lifted his teacup, blowing off the floating tea leaves on the surface and taking a leisurely sip. This brings us to the composition of the Navy's salary, which is based on three main components. First, each rank has a fixed salary. Naturally, the higher the rank, the higher the salary. Second, there are rewards for capturing pirates. Based on the bounty amount of the pirate, the headquarters receives 90, while the remaining 10 is collectively shared among the officers and soldiers involved in the capture, gradually decreasing from top to bottom. The officers responsible get a larger share, while those below receive less. Don't think that the headquarters taking 90 is excessive, because the bounty itself is just one means of combating pirates. Setting aside pirate hunters, the Navy's primary job is to do this, so the world government generally does not fully compensate the Navy. Additionally, expenses for the Intelligence Department, Logistics Department, medical costs, and compensations for soldiers injured in battle are also significant. Think about it in real life. If you land a 1 million project, would the company give you a 100 reward? Third, if you become the highest authority in a branch, the gray income from the industries and towns managed by the branch can be quite substantial. You will take the bulk, but you must also reasonably distribute to the soldiers below, otherwise who will work hard for you. As the audience finished their snacks, everyone began to take their leave. Xingchen accompanied Carp home, discussing the borrowing of a warship and soldiers. This time, the mission to capture pirates in the Sabaody archipelago is essentially to allow Xingchen to earn military merit, ensuring that when he is promoted, there will be no gossip from others. It also serves as a way to assess whether he has the capability to handle things independently, thus Carp will not accompany him. Since capturing pirates requires warships and soldiers, it is evident that with Xingchen's current military rank, he cannot possibly have his own dedicated warship. While discussing the borrowing of ships and troops, Carp also informed him about the specific distribution of benefits after capturing pirates on warships. The distribution on each warship varies. It is primarily managed by the highest commander aboard. A money-loving commander will take more, while a commander who cares for his soldiers will take less. At the same time, he reminded him to visit Vice Admiral Crane before departure to gather more intelligence on which pirates in the Sabaody archipelago are noteworthy, as well as potential pirates that may reach the archipelago within the next month based on route analysis. These experiences can make his actions smoother. Dorag returned home at mealtime and overheard Xingchen discussing the matter of capturing pirates in the Sabaody archipelago with his father. He then volunteered, saying, "Brother, take me with you. I've been cooped up in training camp for 2 years. It's driving me crazy. If my trip to the Sabaody archipelago doesn't go well, I might not return until your commendation ceremony. Besides, aren't you about to finish your training? Vice Admiral Zephyr isn't taking you all out for a graduation assessment. Where would you find the time to accompany me on a trip?" Xingchen asked in confusion. "Graduation assessment? Hey brother, what you're talking about is for the rookie camp. Our elite class has a minimum rank of major from the headquarters. We are here for advanced training, mainly learning Haki techniques from Master Zephyr. To put it bluntly, most of the mid to high ranking officers of the Navy for the next few decades are all in this class. So for the foreseeable future, we are basically in a free-range state. Master Zephyr says he has taught us all that needs to be taught, and the rest is up to us. If it weren't for the fact that I have to be honored in a month, I would have already gone out to capture pirates. All right then, once I'm ready in the next couple of days, I'll call you when we set off." Upon hearing Dorag's words, Xingchen agreed, appreciating the company. While waiting for the soldiers to bring dinner, the two of them took a walk to the training ground for today's additional training with Dorag. During the walk, Dorag turned into a curious child, asking, "Brother, what was that glowing technique you used to block Vice Admiral Sakazuki's meteor volcano attack?" "That was the 6 guardian deities curse. Don't even think about it. It's an ancestral technique that you can't learn. Oh, I saw you attacking Vice Admiral Sakazuki's joints for so long, yet he seemed unaffected. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even be able to crawl. He endured so much punishment, but he must have been injured. It's just that his physique is significantly stronger than yours, and during battle, anger temporarily suppresses his pain. I bet right now, once he calms down, he might be rolling in bed, shouting in pain. Ha ha ha, brother, if I encounter a physically strong opponent like that in the future, how can I win? First, you need to train your agility to avoid getting hit as much as possible. Even if you can't win, at least you should be able to escape. Take Borisolino, for example. He is also referred to as a monster. He has strength, but his primary advantage lies in his devil fruit ability. If you can't keep up with his speed, he can attack when he wants and evade when he doesn't. It's a troublesome ability. Secondly, you need to strengthen your physique, which is currently my shortcoming. In situations like today, without intervention, it comes down to who runs out of stamina first. That person will lose. Of course, as your physique improves, your ability to withstand blows will also increase. Just think about it. When you first practiced with me, how long could you last? Now how long can you last? Thirdly, you need to cultivate your armament haki, ensuring that it isn't just a protective layer on your body or for grabbing natural devil fruit users. You need to allow it to leave your body, penetrating through the enemy's armament and skin defenses to directly strike at their bones or even organs. Even the strongest monsters can't withstand such blows. This is the advanced technique of armament haki, and I currently only know the direction. I can't use it yet. I understand. By the way, brother, I notice you don't seem to train much. How come it feels like you keep getting stronger? Do you have any secrets? Secret. It's just that my cultivation method is different from most people. I meditate and sit in contemplation every day. It's a form of refining one's essence, chi, and spirit. So, Xingchen patiently explained to Dorag, but he exerted more effort during today's practice than usual. Definitely not, because he was annoyed by Dorag's questions. No, absolutely not. In the next 2 days, Xingchen was busy with various preparations. During the recruitment of soldiers, he was surprised that what he thought would require him to beg for people ended up being handled enthusiastically by Lieutenant William in the control room as soon as he mentioned it. Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, if Xingchen hadn't stated that he didn't need too many people and just enough would suffice, he felt that the lieutenant could recruit the entire crew. This also made him feel a little narcissistic about his current prestige. When he went to get intelligence from Vice Admiral Crane, she had already prepared a thick stack of materials. Upon his entrance, she immediately tossed it over, insisting that she would make her own tea and telling him to get lost if there was nothing else to discuss and not to disturb her work. As Xingchen exited, he did not forget to inform her that he had already called the officer in charge of the Sabaody archipelago branch and that the branch's situation was included in the materials. Xingchen could only sigh, "Tisk, what a charming lady." When the lieutenant in the control room informed him that the soldiers had been successfully recruited and were ready to set off, Xingchen instructed the lieutenant to notify everyone to assemble at the dock at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for departure. He also handed over the intelligence regarding the pirates to the lieutenant for him to familiarize himself with while he prepared to return and check on the situation of the Sabaody archipelago branch before notifying Dorag. Early the next morning, a warship resembling a dog's head slowly sailed out of the port heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. Everything seemed ordinary after all. It was not a major operation. The journey was also short, with only about 20 soldiers on board, just one combat team and one mechanics team. They didn't even bring a cooking team, as they would definitely be stationed at the branch. Bringing just one combat team was primarily for the convenience of managing captured pirates. Lying on a beach chair, Xingchen looked at Dorag, who was also dressed casually but wore a military cap, and curiously asked, "Dorag, if I remember correctly, you're a lieutenant colonel, right? Why aren't you wearing your justice coat? Consider this a vacation for me. Besides, the protagonist this time is you, Go. Why would I steal your spotlight?" Leaning against the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping juice, Dorag replied without turning his head, "By the way, do you know Major Wilt, the head officer of the Sabaody archipelago?" "Not very well. I had a brief interaction with him while on a mission in the Sabaody archipelago. He's a very easygoing person. I heard he used to be a soldier under Vice Admiral Borsalino, but I don't know much more than that." At this moment, Lieutenant William, who was standing by, intervened to report to Xingchen. Lieutenant Major Wilt was originally Vice Admiral Borsalino's aide. Initially, the head officer of the Sabaody archipelago was Vice Admiral Borsalino, who held a rear admiral rank at that time. After he was promoted to Vice Admiral, he was reassigned to new duties. However, due to the unique geographical location of the Sabaody archipelago and the complex situations on the islands, which are close to headquarters, no powerful Vice Admiral was sent to guard it, and Major Wilt stepped up in his place. "William, I didn't realize you knew so much." William scratched his head awkwardly. "Lieutenant please don't praise me. We small fries without any power can only do some intelligence work." "Ha ha ha, you can't say that, William. It's precisely because of this intelligence analysis that our superiors can work better." As the group chatted, a soldier from the observation post announced that they were about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. The military ship directly entered the naval branch's port. As soon as they disembarked, a man wearing a justice coat with the rank of colonel approached, accompanied by several soldiers. "Lieutenant hello. Phelps, Major Wilt's aide. Major Wilt sent me to take you to his office." "Okay, thank you." Xingchen instructed William to hand over to the other party, while he followed Colonel Phelps to the office with Dorag. Upon entering the office, they saw a burly man with a full beard sitting on the sofa brewing tea. Xingchen took the initiative to speak. "Hello, Major Wilt. I am Xingchen, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused during this visit." "Haha, Lieutenant Lieutenant Colonel Dorag, no need to be polite, please have a seat." Major Wilt handed them hot tea and continued, "I've heard rumors about you, the communications soldier of Vice Admiral Carp, whose strength is monstrous, able to fight to a standstill with Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Crane and Vice Admiral Borisolino have already called me. If you need any support for this operation, just tell Phelps. I've already informed the team to fully cooperate. Major Wilt, you are too kind, thank you very much. With the atmosphere lively, Xingchen inquired about the current situation in the Sabaody archipelago, and then prepared to explore with Dorag. From what he learned, the general distribution of the Sabaody archipelago was not much different from the original work. The entire Sabaody archipelago consists of 79 large trees. To facilitate differentiation, each tree is numbered. Numbers 1 to 29 mainly consist of human trafficking stores, human auction houses, and illegal zones. Numbers 30 to 39 mainly include soap bubble park, etc. Numbers 40 to 49 mainly include tourist areas, specialty stores, etc. Numbers 50 to 59 mainly include shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Numbers 60 to 69 mainly include naval garrisons, government entrances and exits, etc. Numbers 70 to 79 mainly include hotel streets, etc. After leaving the office, Xingchen took Dorag toward Islands 3049. Since there are plenty of pirates in the illegal zones, he was not in a hurry to work. He planned to enjoy this fascinating island. After all, it was a government-funded trip. Dorag, you are just too righteous. You used to focus solely on capturing pirates and overlooked the beautiful scenery along the way. Dorag, you must understand the balance between work and rest, otherwise how can you improve if you're always tense? For over 20 days, Xingchen led Dorag almost all over the entire Sabaody archipelago, except for the illegal zones 129. They played everything there was to play, bought a lot of random things, most of which were shared with the soldiers who accompanied him, as well as gifts for several important figures. After enduring 20 days of mental pressure, Dorag finally exploded. Early in the morning, he stormed into the dormitory, grabbed Xingchen by the collar and shouted, "Xingchen, you've been playing for so many days, and the commendation ceremony is coming up. You haven't caught a single pirate yet. Hey, don't be so angry. Tomorrow. Well, go tomorrow," Xingchen said with a face full of flattery. "I don't believe you've been saying this since last week. Today. Just today?" Seeing that he could no longer procrastinate, Xingchen could only resign himself to fate. All right, I can't argue with you. You are the boss, and you have the final say. Today I'll show you what efficiency looks like. After saying that, he shouted towards the door, "William." William rushed over at the call, stood to attention with a salute. "Lieutenant Mo. What are your orders?" "You have half an hour. Go gather the combat team. Then go borrow a squad of combat personnel from Colonel Phelps." "Yes." William turned and executed the order while Xingchen began to wash up and change clothes. By the time he appeared on the training ground in his full combat gear, a troop of about 40 had already assembled. Xingchen snapped his fingers, pointing towards the branch's main door. "Target Island No. 1, let's set off." Seeing William standing in the front row holding a large stack of bounty posters, he waved at him. "William, just let me know about pirates with bounties over 10 million. "Yes." Xingchen prepared to sweep from Island No. 1 directly to Island No. 29. No matter who encountered him, they could only say they had bad luck. He had no intention of understanding these pirates' life stories in detail. Pirates are a group of people who do not engage in production, or what do you expect them to rely on for living? Some pirates claim to seek freedom and won't harm others, with their economic sources being black market dealings. Fine. It's understandable not to join the Navy for the sake of freedom, but why not become bounty hunters? Why must they hoist the pirate flag? After all, someone like Luffy the Destined Child is one in a world. The key is that Oda can't draw it otherwise. The protagonist can't be a ruthless villain who kills and robs without restraint. Oda also has to support his family after all. Thus, Luffy is essentially a savior posing as a pirate. He hardly qualifies as a true pirate. Xingchen led a group of soldiers entering Island No. 1 without any hesitation. He had expected the interior to be a chaotic mess. What he did not expect was that this so-called lawless place was quite orderly. It wasn't until he saw an ordinary restaurant waiter with a knife hanging at his waist and a physique resembling a bodybuilder that he suddenly realized that those who could open a shop here were no ordinary folks. Ordinary citizens might not come here, but powerful gangs or individuals with strength would not pass up such substantial profits. After all, the pirates' money is easy to earn. It seemed that the local gangs had jointly established some underground rules that weren't too excessive, which the pirates also tacitly accepted. Thus, both sides maintained a basic restraint. After all, pirates also needed supplies for their journeys. Angering the masses would not only bring trouble, but could lead to a situation where money could not buy supplies, leaving them helpless. After all, there was also a naval branch on the island. As he walked along, Xingchen observed the brutish pirates with fierce expressions, but did not pay them any mind. The pirates also noticed the naval officers, but did not take the initiative to provoke them, merely watching coldly, truly a case of mutual disdain. After passing 2 islands without taking action, a few individuals emerged from the weapon shop on Island No. 3. Lieutenant Williams' eyes lit up as he approached Mo Xingchen, saying, "Lieutenant Mo, this man is the captain of the brutal pirates butcher Shakuin with a bounty of 17 million along with his subordinates." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xingchen appeared next to the pirates, delivering punches and kicks, rendering them defenseless. Within mere seconds, they all fell unconscious, and Mo Xingchen continued forward without looking back. "They're not dead, cuff them. William, I don't need to know the names of these scum, just report the bounties." Then came a series of sweepings. 27 million. Cuff them. 11 million. Cuff them. 78 million. Cuff them. Just like that, they swept through to Island No. 19 when a group of people in black suits blocked their path. Mo Xingchen stood firmly in place without speaking, and the middle-aged leader stepped forward saying, "Officer, I am." Mo Xingchen directly interrupted him, sensing from the tone that he was not from the CP department, but rather a gang member. He wouldn't show any leniency, let alone towards gang personnel. "I'm in charge of your base, well. That has nothing to do with me." Mo Xingchen interrupted again, thinking to himself, what kind of fool is this? Although local gangs pay protection fees to the naval base, it is an unspoken agreement known to all. But could you actually say such things openly? Once you finish speaking, wouldn't you just defend them entirely? Then how do we account for the losses caused by your actions? Due to Mo Xingchen's consecutive sweepings across numerous islands, the pirates were in a state of panic, thinking of fleeing the sea, which would inevitably lead to incidents of looting. Of course, they could see that Mo Xingchen was still a rookie officer. If it were Vice Admiral Karp, would these gangsters even dare to show themselves? How account for losses? Let your backers go to the naval headquarters to ask Admiral Kong for money. Mo Xingchen tilted his head and sneered. Hearing this, the other party was left speechless, standing awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "Is there anything else? If not, step aside and let us pass." After Mo Xingchen said this, he stepped forward, and the soldiers with their heads held high and chests out hurriedly followed the captured pirates. As they approached, the gang members silently parted to make way. The small pirates on this side were restless, some fleeing while others hid, but there were always a few stubborn ones. A few notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million gathered together, discussing that this time the Navy did not dispatch high-ranking officers, and the leading Mo Xingchen indeed possessed strength, having captured so many pirates, including some with bounties over 100 million. But those were all individuals defeated. If they united, they could defeat this naval squad, leading to a surge in bounties, attracting even more people. At this moment, Mo Xingchen was puzzled, wondering why there were no pirates left on the following islands, just a few stragglers. Had they all fled? Could it really be that today's pirates were so timid? He wasn't a big name. It wasn't until they reached Island No. 29. "Lads, let's take down these arrogant Navy men. Lads, we'll take them down, or I'll reward you heavily, my brothers." Roar. Mo Xingchen smiled, saying to himself, "I wondered where all the people had gone, or it turns out they gathered together preparing for a frontal assault. Lieutenant Mo, the bounty is 120 million. 180 million. Hee William, no need to report the bounties. Since they dare to attack the Navy, they're bringing about their own demise." Mo Xingchen interrupted William's reporting behavior, took 2 standard military knives from 2 soldiers, and pulled out an unopened bottle of rum from the captured pirates, turning to Dorag with a raised eyebrow, saying, "Watch closely today. I'll teach you something cool." Suddenly, Mo Xingchen took a swig of the rum and sprayed it on the knives, then struck the blades together with force, crossing them as he pulled them apart. First there was a sound of clang, and then the blades ignited. Like a swan dancing through the crowd, each spin and leap took a pirate's life amidst flames and blood. Dorag and the soldiers, even the captured pirates, were mesmerized by the elegance of the slaughter. They never imagined, nor had they ever seen, that killing could be so graceful and pleasing to the eye. Until Mo Xingchen passed through all the pirates and appeared at the end of the street, turning his back to everyone. He shook his arms, extinguished the flames, and sheathed his knives. With a clang, the dual knives fell to the ground, piercing the earth, and only then did everyone snap back to reality. "It seems I may have overdone it. Let's regroup. There are no more captives this time." Mo Xingchen turned around and walked toward everyone. At this moment, they all noticed that on the entire battlefield, over 100 pirates lay on the ground regardless of their bounties, without a single one groaning. Dorag noticed even more sharply that all the fatal wounds were from slashed throats. As they looked at the approaching figure, the soldiers' gazes turned fervent, while the captured pirates turned pale, their legs trembling in fear that this guy would casually chop them down too. One by one, they lowered their heads, quiet as quails. Mo Xingchen threw an arm around Dorag's shoulder and smugly said, "So how was that? Cool, right? Cool. Did you see how it was done? My eyes saw it, but my hands and feet still can't do it. William, you and the brothers clean up the scene. I will take this group of scum back to the branch with Dolag." Mo Xingchen turned to William after whispering to Dolag, and began to walk back the way they came, the pirates already terrified obediently following behind them. Brother, how come you know swordsmanship? I know a lot more than that. I am proficient in all 18 weapons, and this is called knife skills. Knife skills? Isn't that just swordsmanship? Tisk, I don't know what it's all about. Clearly using a knife, yet they insist on calling it swordsmanship. If I weren't so weak right now, I would show you what a sword immortal truly is. Brother, you were really cool just now. We were all mesmerized. Do you think it's still possible for me to practice the knife now? Well, I think it's unlikely. The talent requirement is quite high. But after a few years of practice, bullying some weak ones should be no problem. The two continued their idle chatter while escorting the pirates back to the branch. They found Major Wilt waiting at the entrance with his team. Lieutenant Mo, you are indeed impressive. You cleared the entire illegal area so easily. Oh, I'll congratulate you on your promotion in advance. Ha 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 ha, Major Wilt, you flatter me. The Navy soldiers of the Sabaody Islands branch also contributed greatly under your leadership during this capture of pirates. Aha, this is just a small effort for me, nothing to speak of. Lieutenant Mo, you've worked hard today. Go freshen up first, and I'll arrange a banquet to celebrate your victorious return. Hearing Mo Xingchen's subtly suggestive words about rewarding military merit, Wilt was instantly overjoyed, secretly praising Mo Xingchen for being so savvy. Well, I should go wash up first, so I'll leave these pirates to you, Major. Ha ha, small matter, you go ahead. Mo Xingchen then took Dolag back to the barracks to shower and change clothes, waiting for William and the others to return. The entire branch was throwing a grand banquet filled with joy and excitement. During the toast and cheer, Mo Xingchen discussed the specifics of the military merit sharing with Wilt. After finishing the paperwork, the captured pirates were sent by the branch to impel down. After the banquet ended, Mo Xingchen expressed his intention to take his leave and report back to headquarters. The next afternoon, after preparing everything, the warship slowly departed. This time, Major Wilt stood on the shore warmly seeing them off with a group of people. During the journey back to headquarters, Dolag frowned, looking confused. Mo Xingchen found it amusing and said, "What national affairs are you pondering? Look at your furrowed brows, you could kill a sea king." Brother Mo, actually I wanted to ask this yesterday, but still can't figure it out. Why did you share part of the military merit with Wilt? Let me ask you, where do our dozens of people eat, drink, and take care of their needs? Sabaody Islands branch. Then let me ask you again, how does Wilt treat us? His attitude is very friendly. He can basically meet all our requests. So we are relying on others using their resources, and the host is still this polite, granting us convenience. If you earn military merit on someone else's turf and then just leave arrogantly, what do you think will happen next time? You probably won't be so enthusiastic anymore. Exactly. The task is yours, not his. Success or failure has nothing to do with him. If he doesn't have bad intentions, he might at most treat you coldly. But if he does have bad intentions, it would be easy for him to sabotage your mission on his turf. Now think about it, I gave him military merit this time. If there's another mission and it happens to be on his turf, how do you think he will treat you? He should be even more enthusiastic than this time, perhaps even actively helping. Exactly. And that's just one aspect. The other is that he has his friends. So during casual chats, I will inevitably be known to his friends. As long as I do this kind of thing more often, it will naturally spread from 10 to 100. In the end, no matter where I go, people will greet me with smiles and offer help. Instead of needing someone like Sister He or other superiors to call and remind me like this time. In life, only benefits can move hearts. The world isn't just about killing and fighting, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. Kid, you still have a lot to learn. At that moment, a newsbird flew down from the sky and landed on the fence. Dolag bought a newspaper, opened it, and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Mo, you made the news, and it's the front page." "Oh, let me take a look." Mo Xingchen took the newspaper Dolag handed him, and what came into view was a picture of him holding dual knives frozen at the end of the street with a backdrop of fallen pirates. Tisk, I must say this photo is indeed handsome. The distant view, the focus, the angle, it makes Mo Xingchen's silhouette look incredibly imposing. Then looking at the headline, another rising star in the Navy. Upon returning to the headquarters port, as Mo Xingchen and others disembarked, the surrounding soldiers all stopped their work and stared at Mo Xingchen with fervent eyes, paying him their respects. After dismissing the team, Dolag also returned to report to Zifa, while Mo Xingchen headed alone to the marshal's office to report in. The entire way, he felt overwhelmed by the attention until he reached the door of Steelbone Kong's office and knocked. "Report. Come in." Mo Xingchen pushed the door open and stepped in, and to his surprise, there were quite a few people present, seemingly waiting specifically for him. "Yo, our Navy's new star has returned," Steelbone Kong said with a smile. "Hee, that's all thanks to your training. The military merit badge of this kid must have at least half of your credit. Ha ha ha, with that mouth of yours, you'll never go hungry wherever you are." Mo Xingchen didn't retort, but instead grinned at the bigwigs on the sofa, warmly greeting them and actively pouring tea for them. The bigwigs were pleased with his service. "You kid are truly clever." Steelbone Kong watched Xingchen's performance with a smile and shook his head. "Xingchen, you completed this mission extremely well. You also brought honor to our Navy. Under normal circumstances, promoting you to Major General wouldn't be excessive. However, your time in the Navy is indeed a bit short. What do you think about the rank of Brigadier General?" "Marshal Kong, I have no objections. I will obey the organization's arrangements." "You speak so nicely. Although your rank hasn't been elevated, the Navy won't treat you unfairly. You can have the powers of a Major General for now. With your abilities, you'll be promoted in a few years anyway. I plan to let you lead a branch on your own. Do you have a place in mind?" "Marshal Kong, I'm just a newcomer. I fear I won't be able to handle such a big position. What do you think about being an adjutant for Vice Admiral Karp?" Xingchen had no intention of being stationed somewhere becoming a regional official. That job was too tiring. If he wasn't careful, he would get deeper into the Navy, so he quickly and decisively declined. Steelbone Kong's forehead immediately bulged with veins upon hearing this, unleashing a roar like a lion from the East River. "You scoundrel! How can you be like Kapu, wanting a military rank without taking on the responsibilities of justice? Moreover, what kind of reasoning is there for a brigadier general to serve as a deputy? Then, how about lowering the rank?" Xingchen said cautiously. "It's easy for you to say, but your deeds are already known through the newspapers, widely recognized across the seas. Morgan is also preparing to come over for a special interview with you. How will you explain it then? Will you say you are still a school officer? Still Kapu's deputy? Clearly this is a great opportunity to promote the Navy, but it might be misrepresented by that Birdman as internal suppression of newcomers." At that moment, Vice Admiral Crane stepped in to mediate. "Marshal Kong, the Navy's justice is not meant for show. Moreover, directly promoting from lieutenant to brigadier general is not considered a leap. Brigadier general is a hurdle, and strictly speaking, this is a leap in class." Vice Admiral Crane took a sip of hot tea and continued, "If it were anyone else, I would stop them, even if it were a leap, as it would inevitably set a target for pirates to undermine our Navy's prestige. Fortunately, Xingchen is strong in his own right, and continuing to serve as Kapu's deputy can convey his inadequacy as a target of our Navy's hype. When the right moment comes, we will send Xingchen out. As long as we keep an eye on those old fellows, the other pirates will surely come looking for him. By then we can deploy our strategy to take them all at once." Listening to Vice Admiral Crane's fierce analysis and layout, which helped him, while also giving the leadership a way out, Xingchen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Jiang is indeed as seasoned as they come. Those who play tactics are all cunning. He felt he was still too young. "Dorag, kid, you still have a lot to learn." Steelbone Kong closed his eyes, pondering for half a minute, feeling that Xiao was right. The subsequent layout could indeed be used to eliminate a wave of ambitious pirates, so he said, "Then let's do it this way. Xingchen, this time, we will promote you to the rank of major, which will not only boost morale, but also provoke the nerves of those pirates. The day after tomorrow, Morgan will come to the headquarters for a special interview with you. Be careful of his linguistic traps, and don't let the Navy's reputation suffer." "Yes, Marshal." After leaving the office, Xingchen dashed downstairs and found William, who had been waiting for him. He took the gifts he bought from the Sabaody archipelago from his arms, a large and small bundle, and rushed back upstairs to distribute the gifts to the big shots. He bought a set of exquisite tea sets for Marshal Kong, new rice crackers for the Warring States General, and Kapu high-quality tea leaves for Vice Admiral Crane, and even sent a box of high-end cigars to Palyasolino. Other familiar faces received small, exquisite gifts. Such overt bribery of the entire Navy headquarters building is indeed unique. These past few days, Xingchen noticed that in preparation for Morgan's interview, the soldiers who should have been training were instead engaged in a major cleanup, especially the soldier dormitories, which had been completely refreshed and even sprayed with perfume. Tisk, truly no world is free of formalism. Xingchen couldn't help but think after the interview the smell of sweat and foot odor from the soldiers mixed with the perfume. Yuck, can't think about it, it's already getting to that point. On the day of the interview, Xingchen was wandering around the playground watching the newsbirds from Morgan's team, taking photos everywhere, some almost shoving the camera in people's faces. At that moment, Ji Yuan ran over to find him. "Xingchen, Sister Crane asked me to call you up. The interview is about to start." Then let's go." Ji Yuan noticed that the newsbirds around were busy with other things and hadn't paid attention to this side. She whispered in Xingchen's ear, "Sister Crane wants you to be a little careful. Oh, just now Marshal Kong was so angry he was about to explode." "Haha, I understand, they are journalists." Xingchen replied confidently, while Ji Yuan looked somewhat skeptical. Someone as seasoned as Marshal Kong was thrown off by a few words from Morgan. "You're not much older than me. Oh, what countermeasures can you have?" Ji Yuan led Xingchen toward a small conference room in the headquarters building, reminding him along the way of the precautions Sister Crane asked her to relay to Xingchen. Finally, they arrived at the conference room, and as Xingchen pushed the door open, he saw Morgan, who was in the shape of an albatross, standing up from the sofa and greeting him warmly. "I've finally been waiting for you, Lieutenant Xingchen." "Hello, I am Morgan." Xingchen stepped forward, grasped Morgan's wings with both hands, and shook them enthusiastically. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The name of President Morgan is well known to me. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ji Yuan stared in astonishment at Xingchen, who had just looked listless outside the door. The sudden change of expression, filled with enthusiasm, was almost blinding. Truly worthy of being a rival who stole Sister Crane's affection. Morgan did not expect to be treated so warmly one day. He replaced his expression with a sincere smile. "Ah, ha, Mr. Xingchen, you are too polite. It must be hard work doing your tasks. Let's sit down and chat. In the service of justice, I never tire." This time it was Morgan who was bewildered. He was simply responding to Xingchen's enthusiasm and was merely being polite, not intending to dig any pits. To this end, he revealed a sincerity that had not been shown for many years, only to find it met with wariness. He looked at Ji Yuan, thinking she had briefed him on something, only to see Ji Yuan's expression even more stunned. Helpless Morgan had to reorganize his words to avoid being misunderstood, misinterpreted, or using ambiguous terms in conversation with Xingchen. As a journalist, this was the first time he felt so constrained. He had always worried about interviewees not answering correctly, but it was the first time he was afraid his questions might have loopholes. This was an absolute humiliation. As they chatted, Morgan felt they should delve deeper into some topics. He thought that the award ceremony would take place in a few days, and he also knew that Xingchen would be promoted to major then, so he asked, "Mr. You were so outstanding. According to incomplete statistics, you have killed 8 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million in your last mission and captured 124 other pirates. Capturing pirates with bounties exceeding tens of millions, don't you think being just a major is a bit of a waste?" Originally gradually relaxing, Xingchen became alert upon hearing this question, then responded with righteous indignation. "No matter what rank, it will not hinder my execution of justice. I will strictly obey any decisions from headquarters. I shall reflect upon myself 3 times a day." Morgan slapped his wing on his forehead, feeling Xingchen's vigilance easing, and unexpectedly, he also relaxed. He actually asked such a question, and seeing Morgan's frustrated expression, Xingchen wore a smug look. Knowing that he could not unlock Xingchen's true heart, Morgan helplessly took out a document from his bag and pushed it in front of Xingchen, saying, "Mr. Xingchen, I am aware that you have some rigid prejudices against me. This is the agreement signed with Marshal Steelbone Kong just earlier. This interview regarding you requires your personal approval and the consent of the Navy headquarters before it can be published. Please believe me, no one cares more about the world economic news than I do. I know that further small talk may not hold much significance, so I will ask 2 questions that I am most concerned about. What kind of justice do you uphold in your heart, and what is your attitude towards pirates?" Xingchen looked at the agreement, leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, a lazy expression on his face as he smiled, and said, "I have always believed that a strong person's anger should be directed at stronger adversaries. Even if a person is a pirate, it does not diminish my respect for him. However, in my view, the current seas are merely swarming with trash that resorts to drawing their blades against the weak. So when encountering pirates, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, they might end up in prison. If I'm not in a good mood, then I'm sorry, this bunch of scum can only pray that their necks are tougher than my blade. That is my justice of letting fate decide. Thank you for your cooperation. The interview was fascinating, and I will do my best to make the news even more exciting, Mr. Xingchen." Hearing such explosive answers, Morgan finally revealed a satisfied smile. Although the progress had been a bit rocky, he had obtained a newsworthy story that met the standards. He stood up, extended his wings, and the 2 shook hands to bid farewell. Ji Yuan watched the 2 interact, politely glanced toward Marshal Steelbone Kong's office, his small eyes revealing a hint of foolishness. Once Morgan had walked far away, Ji Yuan whispered, "How did you manage that?" "TCH, it's just a matter of having hands." "What did you 2 talk about? Didn't you notice? You're quite the gossip, huh?" "It's a secret. Anyway, you'll know when the newspaper comes out in a few days." Stingy. Xingchen held his head with both hands, whistling as he strolled towards the training ground with Ji Yuan ready to randomly select a victim to test his new move. Days passed in a flash, and the Navy headquarters was bustling today. Every soldier was dressed neatly, and even Xingchen donned his least favorite formal attire, the black suit he had just bought upon arriving at Marineford. In the front row, the high-ranking officials sat side by side enjoying fruits, while the second row consisted of veteran vice admirals, followed by a group of rear admirals, and behind them a formation of old soldiers. A separate formation of new recruits awaited their commendations, while our protagonist Xingchen mingled among 30 or so elite trainees standing at the side of the stage, beginning to doze off. As the big shot stated, he'll keep it brief. He slept for 2 hours. Suddenly, a thunderous applause woke Xingchen. It turned out the preliminary proceedings were over and the formal awarding of honors had begun. A line of new Navy recruits stepped up to the stage, becoming proud members of the headquarters under the announcement of Marshal Kong, and they descended with their ranks and titles. The main event commenced with the awarding of honors to the elite training camp, starting from the last place, with several headquarters colonels receiving their ranks, followed by the likes of Fire Mountain Ghost Spider and Dorak, with about 10 headquarters rear admirals. Finally, there was Kazan, who was promoted to rear admiral based on his outstanding first-place results. With each officer's speech concluding, the soldiers below erupted in thunderous applause. Next, we have this new recruit who has been in service for just over 2 months. Some may recognize him, while others might have only heard his name, but he has already achieved the rank of Navy Captain, having killed and captured pirates on Sabaody Archipelago within half a day with a total bounty exceeding 4 billion. I believe his backbone can already bear the weight of justice, Steelbone Kong passionately declared. A Navy officer approached with a tray, and Kong picked up a folded coat from the tray, shaking it open to reveal the word justice in front of everyone. Woo! All sounds merged into one, enhancing the entire awarding ceremony, raising the emotions of all soldiers to a peak. The previous officers were known to have military achievements, but those were sporadic accumulations, and coupled with the training camp's 2-year advancement, without missions, this tangible and dazzling victory touched every Navy personnel's sense of justice. It was unknown who shouted first, Xingchen, but soon the entire square transformed from sporadic calls into a synchronized chant summoning the hero in their hearts to the stage. At this moment, Kazan nudged the still-dazed Xingchen with his elbow, saying, "Big Star, it's your turn to shine." Xingchen came to his senses, forcing a wry smile and shaking his head. He just wanted to be a lazy fish. He never expected to end up in this situation. Did this count as Marshal Kong being stabbed? He changed into a gentle smile and slowly walked to the front of the stage, confident and sunny. Marshal Kong personally bent down to drape the coat of justice over Xingchen and stood up, saying, "In the name of the Grand Marshal of the Navy, I hereby bestow upon Xingchen the rank of Colonel." He patted Xingchen on the shoulder and solemnly said, "Clad in justice, do not fall from grace." "Yes, Marshal." Xingchen saluted solemnly, and Steelbone Kong led the applause with thunderous cheers and applause resonating from below. After a minute, Steelbone Kong pressed his hands down and said, "Next, let's invite our Navy's new star to give a speech." After finishing, Steelbone Kong clapped and stepped down. Xingchen approached the podium where Kong had just stood, adjusted the microphone, and first saluted the audience. After everyone returned the salute, he began speaking. "Good morning, esteemed officers and colleagues. I apologize for taking up your time to listen to some truths that you may already know." A simple opening line drew light laughter from the crowd, as this was a common pitfall of large ceremonies. Leaders would tirelessly discuss truths everyone already knew. With so many high-ranking officials speaking before the later, they went, the fewer words they had, as everything had been said, and they were left unsure of what to say. Seeing the audience being so accommodating, Xingchen gradually became more engaged. "When I learned last night from my commanding officer, Vice Admiral Karp, that I would need to give a speech today, to be honest, I was shocked." "Why is that?" "It's not that I'm being humble. I know you don't enjoy hearing that. Rather, just a few days ago, Vice Admiral Kazan and his fellow trainees were already asking if I had prepared my speech, and my commanding officer only remembered to notify me last night." Ha ha ha. In an instant, the scene erupted into laughter, with even General Kong and Admiral Zhanghua unable to hold back their amusement. It seemed that what resonated often stemmed from the truth. Xingchen glanced at Karp, who was also laughing heartily, and continued, "I have been thinking for several days about what I should talk about today. However, I realized that it seems all meaningful topics have already been covered by my seniors, so today, I won't delve into such heavy subjects. Instead, let me talk about something lighter: living. The world is vast, and the scenery is beautiful. Only by living can you witness all of this. See the sun rise, observe the evening glow stretching across the sky, and watch the stars and moon ascend into the heavens. This is a form of happiness." Seeing the audience fall into a moment of silence, Xingchen, not knowing what compelled him, lifted the microphone stand, ignoring the static noise, and walked toward the front of the stage, while snapping his fingers, saying, "As far as living goes, we have indeed achieved that. But as humans, we cannot merely exist. We always live for something which gives rise to dreams. Consequently, various identities emerge, and we choose to be the Navy adorned in justice, bearing justice, defending justice, and executing justice, which means we live for the weak. When we execute justice, many people live because of us. Conversely, when we fail justice, those who could have lived may perish. Therefore, this is the meaning of our existence as the Navy, to enable more of the weak to live." Thunderous applause and shouts erupted from the audience, particularly from the passionate figures in the front rows. Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for calm, and continued, "Now that we understand living and why we live, let us delve deeper into how to live successfully. Do you ever feel regret for not capturing pirates? Do you watch your comrades fall and feel guilty? Do you question yourself in the dead of night, wondering why despite your hard work things have turned out this way? Why have some become vice admirals, others rear admirals, some stand on stage to speak, while you can only listen from below? Their achievements surpass yours, their combat power is stronger than yours, yet they continue to pursue further training. Is it because they are inherently superior, or have you let yourselves down?" Watching the audience begin to murmur, with some even starting to curse, as no one would admit to being a failure, Xingchen did not intervene. He quietly waited for the soldiers' emotions to brew. When the noise began to swell, and he noticed the prominent figures frowning, he chuckled softly. "Haha, that's not it. Effort is not like that. After reading a few pages of a book you deem it useless. After training for just a week you start complaining about the lack of results. Effort is not self-deception, believing that others' success is merely luck. You might say that they are fortunate to have consumed good devil fruits, but what about Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Zifa? So when you start complaining, ask yourself, the last time you learned, did you understand the knowledge points you were confused about? Did you break through your previous limitations in bench pressing? Success has never come easily. It cannot be achieved without hard work. Your lack of success is because you have stagnated on the road towards it. Success is different from failure. We can wait for failure, but we cannot wait for success to arrive. Do you think I am mocking you? No, I have not succeeded either. I still cannot defeat Vice Admiral Carp, I cannot overcome Admiral Zhanghua, and I cannot even contend with Whitebeard the pirate. So let us pick up the dropped studies, reclaim the discarded training equipment. As long as we strive, we can achieve everything. If you believe the Navy is flawed, then work hard to improve it. If you think the Navy has shortcomings, then strive to better yourself and change it. If you see your colleagues as ignorant, then work hard to correct them. Where we stand is known as the Navy headquarters. It is the land of justice. What you are like will determine the future of the Navy. If you are bright, then the Navy will no longer be in darkness. Those who can act, act. Those who can speak, speak. If there is a spark of warmth, let it shine. Even if it is just a glimmer in the dark, we need not wait for a torch, for we are the light. If there are no torches in the future, then we will be the only light. Let our light, let the Navy's light, let this light of justice illuminate the entire sea. And this is how we, the Navy, successfully live. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who opposes? Xingchen concluded, placing the microphone heavily back on the podium, the sharp electronic screech piercing everyone's eardrums. I agree. Admiral Zhanghua stood up and shouted passionately, feeling more fired up than ever, even more so than when executing the Pirate King. With someone initiating, the crowd began to voice their agreement. They had been PU'd by Xingchen. Typically they would drone on about empty justice, but they had never heard such a passionate speech. A lecherous man adjusted his tinted glasses, muttering to himself, "Light. Am I not the light of the Navy?" Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Borsellino, as a friend, I sincerely want to ask you one question. What? Do you have any shame?" With the conclusion of the awarding ceremony, the elite from the training camp took their ships to go on missions and patrols. Meanwhile, Xingchen began a new round of retirement life, while the sea stirred with waves due to his interview and promotion speech. In the new world aboard the Moby Dick, Marco, sporting a pineapple hairstyle, held a belly and complained to the recently landed news bird, "Why did it take so long this time? Have you been slacking off? The news is probably outdated. Give me a discount." Listening to Marco's words, the news bird's expression twisted and struggled, but in the end it resolutely shook its head, pulled out a stack of newspapers, and pointed at the headlines. "Here, this is the money for the news, no need for change. Safe travels." After saying this, it took the newspaper and flew off the ship. The news bird looked at the pile of coins that barely totaled 100 belly, paused for a moment, sighed, and flew away, shaking its head. On the other hand, Marco dashed toward the mast where Whitebeard was located. Seeing him so anxious with a newspaper in hand, the other captains guessed that something significant had occurred and started to run alongside him. Whitebeard heard the commotion and looked up at the group of foolish sons rushing toward him, asking, "Marco, what's the matter? Why the hurry?" "Old man, there's new news about the Navy rookie who stirred up trouble at Sabaody Archipelago last time." "You foolish son, don't panic over trivial matters. In the future, you are the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Whitebeard took the newspaper that Marco raised high and, following through, punched him on the head, leisurely glancing at the report about Xingchen in the newspaper, bursting into laughter. Kuaha, a strong man, swinging his sword against an even stronger one. "A remarkable young devil has appeared in the Navy. Dad, what should we do next?" At this moment, the other captains also took the time to read the news. Hearing their father praise a Navy officer so highly, they began to inquire. "Kuaha, of course we should throw a feast. There's nothing to worry about, my foolish sons. I am Whitebeard." "Roar." Whitebeard looked at his lively foolish sons below, silently contemplating. Ever since Xingchen's actions regarding the Sabaody archipelago were exposed, the infamous pirates at sea took notice of this new Navy recruit. Some were wary while others were indifferent. Whitebeard, however, was pondering when his foolish sons would be able to stand on their own. How about we try to adopt this Navy rookie as our son? Gah! On a certain unnamed beach in the East Sea, a young man with red hair wearing a straw hat and a cold youth carrying a long sword sat around a campfire cooking food. Mihawk, I can't practice with you anymore. I need to set sail to find my crew and form my own pirate crew. The future warlord of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk glanced at the newspaper that Shanks had just put down, which featured a photo of Xingchen, and coldly spoke, feeling pressured. You've met this person, haven't you? On the day my captain was executed in Logtown, he asked about the great treasure. I thought he would be an ambitious man. I didn't expect him to join the Navy. If you meet him, you will be caught. Shanks, hearing this, instantly broke down his face, turning red as he retorted without reservation, laughable, as if he doesn't wield a sword. So, our future world's greatest swordsman, can you defeat him? I'm not a pirate, or anyway I won't get caught. Who can predict what the future holds? Windmill Town, a tavern. Grandpa, brother Mo has become a Navy colonel. Little girl Machinu excitedly burst through the tavern's door, waving the newspaper eagerly to share this joyful news with her grandfather. Slow down, don't bump into the customers. The old man admonished, taking the newspaper that Machinu handed him, laughing heartily as he looked at the picture of Xingchen donning the Navy's justice coat, brimming with vigor. Haha, this brat is quite capable. I say, Machinu, what are you and your grandfather so happy about? Share it with us. Yet tell everyone. The patrons in the tavern raised their bottles and cups, starting to cheer. Brother Mo has defeated many great pirates. Now he is a Navy colonel. Impressive, right? Here, this is the newspaper. You all take a look. Machinu animatedly began to explain to everyone, as if she herself had become a Navy officer capturing pirates. The joy of a child is indeed so simple. Wow, isn't that Mo Xiaoga? I've even had drinks with him. Old eggplant, you think you're something. When Mo Xiaoga worked at the tavern, he was so friendly that it's not like everyone hasn't had drinks with him. Exactly, who hasn't had drinks with Mo Xiaoga? What's there to show off about? He even had meals at my house. Taught me the indomitable golden fist. Caught wild boars with me. Fought pirates with me. The old bartender, smiling, stood at the bar polishing a glass as he watched this group of patrons boast and exaggerate their claims, becoming more and more absurd, and Machinu joined in, without holding back. As for our news focus Mo Xingchen, he was living a rather comfortable life. After the elite training camp left, he spent his days practicing Tai Chi with retired old Navy officers on the playground. With nothing to do, he sought out Vice Admiral Zifa and Carp to practice his skills. Just like that, he ended up in Admiral Poliucelino's office, where two lazy fellows began to compare their laziness. Mo Xiaoga, I've discovered that I like you more and more. Poliucelino sat in his chair, his long legs propped up on the desk, casually trimming his neatly kept nails with a nail clipper, grinning lewdly as he said, Officer, am reporting you for sexual harassment. Mo Xingchen continued sipping his tea, wearing a look of disdain. Honestly, ever since you came to the headquarters, I've noticed that the Marshal of the Air hasn't scolded me for being lazy. Whenever he prepares to scold me, I just mention your name, and he becomes speechless and tells me to scram. So I'm counting on you as a brother. No wonder I've been wondering why the old man has kept scolding me. It turns out the reason is you. After all this time, the reason lies with you. Mo Xingchen suddenly realized, slamming the table and indignantly accusing. Now tell me, how will you compensate my wounded heart? Come comfort my injured spirit. How about this? I heard that a massage parlor just opened in town. How about we go after work? Oh, so you enjoy this sort of thing? Disdain. I deeply disdain it. Are you testing the cadres with this? I, Mo Xingchen, am sworn enemies with gambling and drugs. At first I was indignant. The next second I changed my expression and gradually turned into Poliucelino. How about we skip work and go now? Then the two of them set off on an impromptu trip. Mo Xingchen stared at a row of women on the beach who were even more robust than Vice Admiral Zifa and fell into deep contemplation. Damn it, is this it? Poliucelino, observing Mo Xingchen's change of expression, couldn't help but explain, it's really quite nice. This was recommended by my beloved subordinates. They said this place has great massages. The officer demanded. Bring me the strongest one. With the mindset that they had already come, Mo Xingchen hated his own instant understanding of vile thoughts, blaming himself for overthinking. This world is not that subtle. A massage is just a massage. Oh, ouches. This feels good. Poliucelino, I must say it's actually quite enjoyable. Whoa, I thought I was going to die just now. After the massage, the two strange uncles lay in the shop's hot spring sipping drinks and snacking on pastries, feeling utterly relaxed. Sorry, I've been really busy these past few days. If first it was my old man's birthday, and then I was in the hospital getting IVs because of kidney stones. Unknowingly, the new year has arrived, and the entire naval headquarters is still enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Admiral Kong granted the entire Navy a 3-day holiday. Apart from the soldiers on duty, most others have happily run off to the town to celebrate the new year. For Xingchen, it didn't matter whether there was a holiday or not, he didn't train anyway. As long as Carp didn't issue any missions, he had nothing to do. The bonuses he earned on the Sabaody archipelago were already deducted by the repair costs for the damage caused during his fight with Sakazuki. He wasn't short on money either. After picking out some gifts in town on the second day of the new year, he only visited a few influential figures in Borsalino. Kazan and Dracul Mihawk were still out capturing pirates and hadn't returned to headquarters. After all, being close to everyone meant being distant from everyone, a principle that Xingchen understood well. The New Year holiday passed in a flash. Xingchen went to Carp's house for lunch, and upon entering saw Carp sitting on the sofa with a terrifyingly dark expression. Even his favorite sunbae and donuts were untouched on the table. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Kid, do you think the bloodline of a criminal must lead to a criminal?" Xingchen scratched his head, wondering what was going on. Has this middle-aged man started to think more philosophical questions? Before he could even figure out how to respond, Carp continued. Today there was a high-level meeting. The CP organization discovered that Roger had married a woman on Baitali Island in the South Sea and might have a child. The world government has ordered the Navy to seal off this small island. If they can't determine which woman it is, the child born this year, and the mother will be secretly executed by the CP organization. I don't agree with the Navy assisting in this operation, but am the only one who disagrees. So it turns out it concerns Ace. Xingchen began to organize his thoughts, preparing to enlighten this conflicted old sailor. Uncle, this matter isn't really worth getting tangled up over. Let's set aside the question of whether a criminal's bloodline leads to criminality and take a look at this mission. Taking a tactical sip of water, Xingchen continued. If the Navy doesn't cooperate with this operation, does the CP organization have the capability to independently seal off this small island and accomplish the task? If most of the CP agents abandon their original tasks and focus solely on this mission, there should be no issue. Then good. This means that without the Navy's cooperation, the world government can still complete the mission. Therefore, if the Navy does not cooperate, it will definitely anger the world government. Although they can't directly dismantle the entire Navy, future military funds and resources will definitely be cut. For people like us, it doesn't matter, Uncle. But what about those lower-ranking soldiers who fight for justice? They have families to support. Moreover, there are consolation funds and pensions. Perhaps it is precisely for these reasons that Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru did not oppose this mission. Carp wasn't ignorant of these matters. Despite his usual careless demeanor, the political intelligence of the monkey family was no trivial matter. He knew the truth since Roger entrusted his child to him while in prison. On one side were the innocent women and children on the island, and on the other was the promise made as a man, putting him in a dilemma. After a long struggle, it seemed he had made a decision and slowly spoke. Kid, if I knew who Roger's wife was. Xingchen didn't let Carp continue because some words once spoken equated to making a decision. For someone like Carp, that would be a denial of his own inner self. So he quickly interjected, Uncle, even if you say it, what difference does it make? Will the world government believe you? Where's your source of information? Evidence. So in the end, the world government's mission will continue, either dealing with everyone involved or obtaining concrete evidence to prove your claims. Looking at Carp, who sighed and stared blankly at the ceiling, Xingchen continued, Uncle, there's no way to please everyone in this situation unless you become the ruler of the world government right now and order the cessation of this mission. Otherwise, nothing can change. A person's bloodline has a 50% chance of being a criminal, but when it comes to Roger's bloodline, as long as his child knows their heritage, they will inherently harbor animosity towards the government. The probability of becoming a criminal is not 50, but over 80. Of course, children are highly malleable. If there is an upright elder to educate them from a young age, instilling a correct worldview outlook on life and values, perhaps they won't become criminals. I know what to do now. No, I need to find Sengoku and have a fight. Who told him not to speak up for me this morning? Sengoku, are you being polite? What a terrible guy, you are really terrible. Seeing that Carp seemed to have come to a realization, but also reverted to his carefree self, Xingchen felt a great sense of relief. Although Carp might have figured it out in the end, without his guidance, this uncle truly cared for him and didn't want to see him so troubled. So he cheerfully followed Carp, ready to watch the commotion. Encouraging from the sidelines would still be quite enjoyable. In the end, the three of them, bruised and battered, sat in Vice Admiral Tsuru's office drinking tea. Sengoku and Carp were fighting each other while Xingchen was beaten up by Sengoku for inciting them. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the three who had started fighting again on the sofa and shook her head. Men are just that childish. This Navy is better off without me. BM. Woo woo woo. Suddenly an explosion was heard from the port direction, followed by the sound of alarms ringing throughout the base. The three on the sofa rushed to the window to check the situation. On the port's sea surface, a warship was engulfed in flames emitting thick smoke. If not repaired in time, it would likely lead to a second explosion or even sinking. A group of soldiers surrounded a figure in the square. From their attire, it seemed they weren't Navy personnel. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru also called the security department's phone saying, "This is Tsuru. What happened at the port?" "Report to Vice Admiral Tsuru, a pirate has invaded the headquarters with one person confirmed. Their identity has not yet been verified and the current duty team has already intercepted them." "Alright, I understand." After hanging up, Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged silent glances with the three by the window. "This pirate's New Year gift is quite special. A lone rider over 1,000 miles. Delivering ahead. Do you want to go take a look? What's there to see? It's not Whitebeard coming. Ooh, any random cat or dog would require us to take action. The Navy might as well disband now." Carp, picking his nose casually, walked back to the sofa and grabbed the last remaining pack of sunbae to start munching. "Carp, you bastard. That pack was mine." Xingchen rolled his eyes at the two childish middle-aged men and turned back to watch outside, waiting to see how long it would take for the soldiers to subdue this rogue. Is that Admiral Kong?" Hearing Xingchen's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru also paused her work and walked to the window to observe, watching the figure striding towards the pirates. "It really is Admiral Steelbone Kong. It seems a significant figure has arrived. Let's go, everyone." Marineford Navy Headquarters Square. Steelbone Kong looked at his opposing enemy and spoke, the proud red, Barrelic Leadfield. "Are you trying to repeat the fate of the Golden Lion Shiki?" Leadfield scanned the surroundings, observing the soldiers encircling him with a haughty gaze and a contemptuous expression. "Steelbone Kong, your younger generation of the Navy seems to be lacking. What about that new recruit boasting in the newspaper? Why not bring him out for me to test? Hostile talking tough even when death is near." Just as the two old men were exchanging barbs, Xingchen and his companions arrived at the scene. "Oh, Marshal Kong, why are you so leisurely today to entertain guests? Who is this person? How is your old acquaintance?" Xingchen was no longer the Xingchen of old. Today, he was Pipixia Xingchen. Having already been battered, he no longer cared. Who was he afraid of? Demon spawn. I'll deal with you later. Steelbone Kong's face flushed red. Had it not been for the formidable enemy at hand, he would have dealt with the intruder first. At this moment, Vice Admiral Crane whispered information about the person in front of Xingchen. Suddenly realizing, he thought, oh, so it's an old bat who formed his own crew, but at this time he shouldn't have eaten the devil fruit yet. So you think that with old friends perishing, life is not worth living, and you came to brush up on hell, huh? Leadfield was also quietly observing this slick-tongued, somewhat unhinged young man. He discovered that his observation Haki actually could not perceive the young man's thoughts nor feel his emotions. If such a thing were to occur with an established powerhouse, it wouldn't be surprising, but for it to happen with a young man carries a significantly different meaning. Either this young man possesses strength comparable to that of seasoned experts, or he is simply extraordinary. Either way, it signifies that this young Navy officer is far from ordinary. This young man is quite interesting. Should we have a duel? Leadfield initially intended to engage Steelbone Kong in combat, but he couldn't help but take an interest in Xingchen as well. Hey, don't even think about bullying the young man. If you want to fight, fight me. Carp said nonchalantly while pinching his nostrils. Forget it, I came to find your boss. Steelbone Kong, let's finish this old era with a period. Leadfield glanced at Carp and then turned to issue a challenge to Steelbone Kong. The two instantly began to fight, and Xingchen couldn't recall who would win, but he remembered that in the end Leadfield was captured and sent to prison for labor reform. While complaining and watching the medics enter to assist the injured soldiers, he also squeezed in after all. His face was still swollen. Fortunately, Leadfield only wanted to cause a ruckus with Steelbone Kong and did not deal heavy blows to the soldiers below. Even the burning warships after emergency repairs had no major issues, just a few destroyed gun emplacements. Xingchen looked up at the battle between the two in the sky. The difference in their strengths was minimal. Kong's power was strong and Leadfield's speed was fast. Such a life-and-death duel between masters was prolonged, reminiscent of the Tendui clash between Akainu and Akiji for the position of admiral. Sengoku and Carp clearly understood this. They somehow produced a tablecloth, snacks, and hot tea, making it feel like a spring outing. Xingchen shamelessly joined the picnic of the two old men. However, the sounds of fighting continued to attract many commanders over. Zephyr, familiar with them, joined Xingchen's trio and began to comment on the battle. Borsellino and other commanders stood with Vice Admiral Crane, watching the fight. Unlike the solemn soldiers around them, these were seasoned Navy veterans, marveling that Marshal Kong, despite his age, still has his strength, while also expressing awe at Leadfield's terrifying power. truly a criminal worthy of being compared to the Roger and Whitebeard pirate crews, with just his own strength. Politically correct, the Navy must not praise pirates. This time, unlike the Golden Lion's invasion of Marineford, the Golden Lion obviously came merely to vent his emotions, recklessly unleashing attacks without restraint. Although it was unclear what Leadfield's intentions were this time compared to the Golden Lion's destruction of Marineford, his actions could be deemed minimal. Moreover, the Golden Lion engaged in senseless slaughter without purpose, while Leadfield was solely focused on fighting Steelbone Kong. Even as more and more commanders gathered at Crescent Harbor, he remained indifferent to the closure of the Gate of Justice. To say the least, Leadfield can be considered a strong warrior. Xingchen sipped his tea and spoke. Zephyr nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, he is far better than the Golden Lion. I thought only someone like the Golden Lion, whose head was smashed by the helm, could do such foolish things. I didn't expect that he is not the only madman out there." Ding, ding, ding. The clock signaling the end of the workday rang, and unknowingly the two had been fighting for an entire afternoon. Borsellino dusted himself off and said, "He'll come back tomorrow for work." "No way, sir. You have to work 9 to 5 even in this situation." Borsellino looked at Xingchen's incredulous expression and adjusted his tinted glasses. "Tiskim not like you little officers, I'm a busy officer." Carp heard the banter between these two clowns and laughed heartily, shouting to the sky, "Old man Kong, it's quitting time. Wanna eat? Scram." Steelbone Kong's anger peaked, and he could only vent it on the future Red Count, clenching his massive fist and smashing it towards Leadfield. Leadfield was knocked back violently. His mouth popped open, and then his Adam's apple moved as if he swallowed something. Xingchen keened quickly shouted, "Leadfield, did you get punched by Marshal Kong, and then swallow it back down? Bastard." Hearing this, the Red Count roared in anger. "I did not spit it out. I was hit, and bled. It was blood. With sheer willpower, I swallowed it down. Do you understand the romance of old men, you little brat?" Steelbone Kong, who had just been flushed with anger, turned sunny upon hearing Xingchen's words and laughed, his relentless attacks slowing down. Vice Admiral Crane approached Xingchen from behind and gave him a light tap on the back of the head. "We'll be eating soon, so don't bring up such disgusting topics." At this moment, Sengoku was stuck with a rice cracker in his mouth, unable to swallow or spit it out, glaring angrily at Xingchen. Vice Admiral Crane rolled her eyes at Sengoku, then pulled Xingchen up. "It seems this won't end anytime soon. You three keep an eye here to prevent any accidents. I'll take little Mo to eat first. I have a lot of official business to finish, so I won't be keeping watch here. It's already been 3 days, when will it finally end?" Xingchen yawned, watching the battle between Gongu Kong and Leadfield, lazily lamenting that even a drama would become tiresome after 3 days of continuous watching, let alone the fact that the main characters were just these two. To be honest, even when Xingchen read novels in the past, if a fight was stretched over 6 or 7 chapters, readers with a short temper would have sent a death threat to the author, right? The battle of the top powers in this pirate world was surprisingly dull. The first day was fine with all sorts of roaring momentum that was still somewhat shocking. But there's something called aesthetic fatigue, repeating the same few moves over and over with the strength diminishing, and now neither of them could even use their domineering aura. Xingchen wanted to step in and mediate. "Stop fighting. You won't kill each other like this." Neither of them had much blood on them, lacking the abilities of the devil fruit. They fought from the sky to the ground, then back into the sea multiple times, and the blood had long been washed away by the seawater. Who knows if the seawater touching their wounds hurt them? He could only see two old men fist against fist, leg against leg, with Leadfield occasionally managing to strike Gongu Kong with his sword, yet Gongu Kong merely turned his head, his muscles contracting without a drop of blood flowing. Perhaps feeling the audience's negative emotions, the duel between the two old artists had reached its final stage. Gongu Kong was panting like a bellows, while the Red Count's hand holding the sword trembled as if he had Parkinson's. "Huh." Xingchen let out a long yawn, looking at the three who had drunk and eaten barbecue the night before, now sprawled on the ground in deep sleep. He recalled what they had said before sleeping about how young people are fit for staying up late, leaving the task of vigilance to him, and his fists immediately hardened. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat these 3 bastards, he would have definitely shown them what it meant for the post-00s to reform the workplace. Suddenly, Gongu Kong collapsed to the ground, falling into a coma. Although Leadfield remained standing, he was swaying, only able to emit panting sounds. Finally, "It's over." Hearing Xingchen's words, the 3 old rascals also stirred at the sound, truly doubting whether they were pretending. They looked at each other, then coincidentally turned to Xingchen. "What?" Vice Admiral Crane coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and explained to Xingchen, "What these 3 old guys mean is that you should go and capture Leadfield." "Old man," Admiral Sengoku interjected, "how can I take advantage of someone's weakness like this?" Xingchen shifted his gaze from Sengoku to Admiral Zifa. "Old man, Admiral Zifa, the Navy's chief instructor. How can one engage in such underhanded tactics and still nurture new recruits? Xingchen blinked, shifting his eyes from Zifa to Carp. Old man. The Navy hero Carp. Have some shame. All right. So this is how you want to play, huh? Xingchen laughed in anger, turning to look at his beloved sister Crane, who silently offered him a pair of handcuffs instantly, making him feel wronged. I'm tired, oh let it be destroyed. The world is not worth it. Xingchen pouted like a little cat, took the handcuffs, and walked step by step towards the red count. Perhaps taking advantage of the others' bickering, Lade feared had slightly regained some strength, and looked at Xingchen, approaching him hoarsely, saying, I won. Yes, you won, but I've never heard of the Navy capturing pirates by fighting unknown. Xingchen rolled his eyes dismissively, replying, who would want to pick up such a rotten peach? You care about your reputation, but do I not care about mine? I am still the future of the Navy. Heh. Is this what you call a strong person? The spirit to strike down stronger opponents. I can't beat you, so you're the stronger one, therefore it's reasonable for me to capture you, right? All right. So you want to play this way too? At this moment, it seemed Xingchen had learned the observation Haki of the Red Count. He could clearly feel Lade Feared's immense sense of grievance and the deafening shout from deep within Navy. You don't speak of martial ethics. So you're just going to let Admiral Kong lie on the ground like this? Vice Admiral Crane saw the already handcuffed Red Count, turned to look at these three old rascals who bullied their subordinates, and prepared to give them a taste of their own medicine. After all, little Mo was a very obedient child. Sengoku and the others quickly surrounded Admiral Kong's 6 arms thicker than utility poles, began to bandage the wounded. By the way, Sister Crane, how much is Lade Feared's bounty? Xingchen asked shyly. After all, having already done the dirty work, if he didn't get something out of it, wouldn't that make him a fool? You little beast. I also need to feed my family. Perhaps this is the power of money. Admiral Kong opened his eyes, roaring, damn it. If I don't wake up soon, I've worked hard for 3 days, shed so much blood and sweat almost for nothing. But no matter how one looks at it, capturing a legendary pirate is still a feat. Thinking that only the Whitebeard pirates are still active now, he couldn't help but feel pleased. This old man, as an admiral, also had plenty of achievements. He then burst into laughter grandly, saying, Mo kid, what reward do you want this time? How about giving me a year off? Cough, cough. Gongu Kong's face turned a pig's liver color, coughing violently, and Xingchen hurriedly tried to make up for it. It's not just a simple vacation, I want to go find a suitable sword. Cough. Old man, this time I'm going to marry Geos for a mission. Anyway, I can just get you a good sword, then no need to go looking everywhere. Xingchen awkwardly scratched his head, saying apologetically, I don't want something ready-made, I want to forge a sword that suits me. I know that Wano country produces great swordsmiths, but in the new world it's inconvenient for me to go now, so I want to walk around and see if I can meet some skilled blacksmiths while also capturing pirates along the way. Admiral Kong, since my fleet doesn't have any tasks right now, why not let this kid grow wild by himself? Carp chimed in, this kid is usually very lazy, but it's rare for him to have something he wants to do. It won't delay executing his sense of justice, so I think it's feasible. Vice Admiral Crane also chimed in, and after thinking for a long while with a furrowed brow, Gongu Kong reluctantly agreed. Fine, old man approves, but you might not slack off this year. If you come back and your strength hasn't improved, you'll have hell to pay. Hearing that, Gongu Kong finally relented. Xingchen quickly stood tall and saluted, I promise to complete the task. With the capture of Raidfield, Xingchen has overheard soldiers discussing how Marshal Kong remains vigorous despite his age, having once again apprehended the legendary pirate who roamed the seas. However, it is uncertain how their faith would shatter if they learned the truth that their own marshal had lost. Steelbone Kong is an extremely prideful old man who originally Roger's execution would have allowed him to retire in glory, but then came a golden lion, causing chaos in Marineford. After finally suppressing the era of great pirates, new naval talents began to emerge, only to be met with the arrival of Red Count, who unfortunately ended in defeat. It seems it will be quite some time before Sengoku can ascend to the throne. Of course, taking a year off, Xingchen isn't genuinely seeking the master swordsmith. After all, with the advantage of having crossed over, he knows that in Zoro's hometown, Frostmoon Village, his master Koushiro is a formidable swordsmith. It is said that the blades crafted by him include the Dao, Wenzi, and Yen-Mo. More importantly, due to the Taoist cultivation methods, which emphasize closeness to nature and the balance between the mundane and the ethereal, true mastery requires the cultivation of both life and spirit. He genuinely intends to experience the world and all living beings, thereby understanding and feeling the essence of the universe. Xingchen initially thought to travel alone, but reconsidered it as inconvenient. He couldn't rely solely on hitching rides everywhere. Moreover, the Navy has detailed maps. Why not utilize the conveniences instead of suffering unnecessarily? Thus, he first went to Admiral Crane to requisition a small escort ship and obtained a detailed map of the four seas. Then he borrowed a few personnel from Vice Admiral Carp. After receiving permission, he sought out William, who had been promoted to major due to his contributions in the Sabaody archipelago. Xingchen explained his rough itinerary for the year and hoped that William could help him find some soldiers willing to accompany him to sea. As before, he didn't need too many people, but this time he required a complete team for each position, such as mechanics and cooks. They couldn't sail the seas on empty stomachs. A few days later on the East Sea, a Navy escort ship was sailing. William, I didn't expect you to come with me. Xingchen was as usual lounging on a deck chair, sipping a cold drink, looking quite content. You should know that I'm actually on vacation traveling around. There's no military merit to be gained here. Upon hearing the question, William's demeanor was less serious than during their first meeting. He understood Xingchen's character and smiled in response. Haha, Colonel, you jest. Mainly it's because Vice Admiral Carp usually has no missions. If there were, it would certainly be something extraordinary. Given my abilities, I clearly wouldn't be of much use on a mission. I might not even be able to protect myself. Moreover, your travel plans are mainly within the four seas. With your strength, the safety of us soldiers is assured. If we happen upon some low-bounty pirates, we can participate and gain some practical combat experience. Hey, you still have a clear mind as always. Rest assured, though we won't deliberately hunt pirates this time, we certainly won't turn a blind eye if we encounter them. We can't let the brothers who followed me out starve. Speaking of which, ask how much longer until we reach Frost Moon Village. Based on today's sailing conditions, we should arrive in about 23 hours. Alright, I'll take a short nap. Awake me when we arrive. Understood, Colonel. William watched as Xingchen closed his eyes to rest before turning to check on the work. With a slight tremor, Xingchen groggily opened his eyes. Colonel, we have arrived at Frost Moon Village. William's gentle reminder reached his ears. Xingchen rubbed his sore eyes, stood up, and stretched. Looking around, he saw the soldiers had already assembled on the deck. Leave a few people to guard the warship. William, you come with me. The rest can move freely. Oh, let's disembark. Xingchen led William to inquire about the location of the Frost Moon Dojo while also observing the villagers' living conditions. He noticed that the happiness index of the residents on this small island was quite high. They did not harbor hostility toward the Navy, nor did they seem eager for salvation upon seeing them. It seemed that with Koushiro's strength, he had effectively protected this island from pirate incursions, allowing these people to live so peacefully. Regarding Koushiro's strength, the manga and anime do not elaborate much, but given that he could befriend the future Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, his combat power must not be low. From his ability to teach Zoro the iron-cutting technique, he at least starts at the level of a sword master. Moreover, from his attitude towards his daughter Kana, believing that girls cannot become great sword masters due to their inherent physical disadvantages, it indicates he may even be a powerful figure at the level of a great sword master. Even if not, he at least understands the standards of a great sword master. As a swordsman, not dying or being badly injured when encountering a great sword master is already exceedingly close, for not everyone can be like Mihawk and let it all go. Considering that in the closed-off state of Wano country their family could venture out from the new world to hear Xingchen leans more towards the latter, for according to international conventions, squinting eyes are considered monstrous. After asking for directions, Xingchen and his companion finally arrived at the Frost Moon Sword Dojo. A courtyard clearly styled in Wano's fashion. Through the gate, the courtyard's open space had about 10 straw dummies set up with 3 or 2 young men practicing cuts with real swords. Do you have business with us? A young man wearing a dojo training uniform approached the two at the entrance and asked. We are looking for your dojo master Koushiro. Xingchen replied politely with a smile. Then please follow me. The master should be in the dojo now. The young man first scrutinized the two, judging from their attire that they were Navy personnel, and their demeanor didn't seem like they were looking for trouble, so he spoke up and then turned to walk inside. Thank you for your trouble. Xingchen and his companion followed the young man, stopping at the entrance of a large indoor training ground. Please wait here a moment, I will inform the master. The young man nodded slightly at Xingchen, then walked into the dojo. Before long, a bespectacled man with squinty eyes walked out and looked at Xingchen and his companion with slight wariness, asking, May I ask what business brings you two Navy gentlemen to me? Hello, Mr. Koushiro. We come with no ill intentions. We would like to ask your father to forge a sword for me. This isn't a suitable place to talk. Please follow me. Koushiro slightly bent over, raised an arm in a gesture of invitation, leading Xingchen to his study. The two sat opposite each other across a tea table, and Koushiro began to brew tea, inquiring, I saw reports about you in the newspaper. I didn't expect you to be a master swordsman as well. However, I have one thing I don't understand. How did you know about me and my father? Although the naval intelligence system does not provide such detailed information, with a little careful analysis, it is not difficult to notice. The surname Xuanyue is quite famous in the history of Wano country, first due to the dragon-slaying exploits of the dragon slayer Xuanyue Longma, which have been passed down through generations among the swordsmen at sea. Secondly, there is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, the general of Wano country Kazuki Oden, who for some unknown reason boarded the ship of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. He is a dual-wielding great swordsman wielding the swords Tianyu Yuzhan and Yinma. It is rumored that Yinma was forged by the current head of the Xuanyue family. Thirdly, this island has never experienced a pirate invasion, and the nearest naval base has not received any distress signals from the island. This place is called Xuanyue Village, and you are opening a dojo. Perhaps there was room for doubt regarding the surname before your arrival, but the moment I saw the dojo master I was certain. As the saying goes, the best praise does not come from oneself. Hearing a strong person compliment his family and affirm his strength made Gung Silang's heart bloom with joy. He hurriedly poured tea for Mo Xingchen and William, saying flattery. Mr. Mo, since you want my father to forge a suitable sword for you, and considering your achievements reported in the newspaper, I imagine you are also a powerful swordsman. May I spar and exchange ideas with you? Seeing Gung Silang's change in tone and attitude, Mo Xingchen felt that he had lowered his guard a bit. Thus, further discussing swordsmanship seemed likely to succeed. He took a sip of hot tea and smiled, saying as a guest it would be rude to engage in swordplay right away. Mr. Xuanyue, how about we enjoy tea together and discuss the way of the sword? Although Mo Xingchen did not accept the request for a spar, this polite response made Gung Silang even happier. He raised his teacup in a toast and began to elaborate on his swordsmanship, saying, I have cultivated the family swordsmanship in Wano country, reaching the level of a swordsman in my youth, but later struggled with a bottleneck. Thus I set sail seeking breakthroughs and fought pirates in the New World for several years. Ultimately, a serendipitous encounter brought me here, where I met my wife, and my state of mind became complete, allowing me to break through. Mr. Mo, you see, my dojo is called Isin Dojo. What I pursue is the power of the heart, for human strength is limited, yet the heart can be infinitely vast. Not confined to one move or style, by honing the heart, body, and sword to their utmost, and merging them, as one can unleash a strike filled with one's own conviction, thus cutting through anything. What do you think, sir? Mo Xingchen finished his cup of hot tea, slowly stood up, and with a flourish of his righteous coat, spoke confidently, in my humble opinion, I divide the way of the sword into 5 stages. The sharp sword realm. In this stage, the swordsman seeks divine weapons characterized by their fierce and powerful nature, capable of cutting through anything. The moves are spirited and the sword techniques are filled with confidence. The soft sword realm. As one ages and experiences life, the swordsman's swordsmanship matures. The soft sword is characterized by agility, but lacks offensive power. In this stage, the focus shifts from seeking divine weapons to refining sword techniques. The heavy sword realm. It is characterized by great skill and simplicity achieved through the swordsman's strength driving the techniques, thus reaching a state where it feels light despite its weight. In this stage, reliance on the sword's sharpness is diminished, with strength taking the lead, showcasing a new philosophy of swordsmanship. The wooden sword realm. In this stage, sword techniques become more free and unconstrained, where grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can become swords, thus breaking through to a state where light feels heavy. At this point, sword techniques transcend material constraints, achieving a form of spiritual freedom and ease. The no-sword realm. This signifies that swordsmanship has ascended to a new level, where the formless sword surpasses the formed sword. Through the comprehension of natural laws and philosophical principles, one's sword techniques reach a height that cannot be predicted or countered by opponents. In this stage, swordsmanship transcends traditional techniques and integrates into a higher realm of Tao. Gung Silang and William listened enraptured. The detailed breakdown of the realms of swordsmanship by Mo Xingchen was captivating. Though William, still a novice, might not fully grasp it, Gung Silang, as a great swordsman, found it resonating with his own path. He currently hovers around the soft sword realm and cannot yet achieve the state of making heavy feel light. It's not to say that one can reach the ultimate no-sword realm merely by not wielding a sword. That is a pursuit of the Tao. If you were to try sparring without a sword against Mihawk, would you not be turned into a fool? Such talent, sir. You have found a path beyond the great swordsman for our kind. Please allow me to bow to you. Gung Silang, filled with excitement, rose and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mo Xingchen accepted it calmly, for the way of the sword in this world is indeed that simple. Being a great swordsman is already the peak. Further advancement without exceptional talent is truly difficult. However, this theory points directly to a higher level of swordsmanship. Perhaps Gung Silang's talent is limited and he may not reach the ultimate no-sword realm, but at least he has found a path to continue improving his swordsmanship. May I ask, what realm are you currently in? I have just reached the 3rd layer, the heavy sword realm. Just as Gung Silang was about to say more, a gentle and virtuous woman holding a baby, pushed open the study door. Upon seeing guests in the room, she paused, apologizing. Sorry, I didn't know you were entertaining guests, Gung Salankin. I came to call you for dinner. Gung Silang stood and gestured for her to join, saying, This is my wife and daughter. If you don't mind, would you and your companions like to stay for a simple meal? Then we shall impose upon you more. After a simple dinner with Gung Silang's family, the four returned to the study. Gung Silang passionately explained Mo Xingchen's sword theory to his father with admiration evident in his words. Gung Silang was also astonished after listening. Mo Xingchen clarified his intentions, requesting the elder to forge a sword for him. May I ask what kind of sword you wish to forge? Do you have a sample or specific dimensions? Gung Sanlang enthusiastically inquired. Although he had closed his forge and ceased forging swords after hearing his son's explanation, he believed in Mo Xingchen's limitless potential. Who could refuse to forge a sword for someone who might surpass the great swordsman? Mo Xingchen took out the sword forging blueprint he had pondered over during his voyage. With a history spanning 5,000 years, there are countless famous swords in Huahua, and truthfully, he felt somewhat paralyzed by choice. Considering that some legendary swords may be difficult to replicate in this world, he ultimately decided to forge himself an 8-sided Han sword. Old sir, here is the blueprint. I hope you can increase the weight of the sword as much as possible according to the dimensions. What a beautiful weapon. I will need time to think about the materials for forging the sword. Gung Sanlang looked at the blueprint of the Han sword, as if he were gazing at a breathtaking beauty, murmuring to himself. Then I shall trouble you, sir. I lost again. Gung Silang stood with his sword sheathed, showing no visible injuries except for a gash on his chest area, which was clearly the reason for his concession. You've made significant progress, just look. Mo Xingchen smiled and turned his body to show Gung Silang a faint cut on his shirt under his rib. These past few days, as Gung Sanlang needed to study how to forge swords, Gung Silang took the opportunity to invite Mo Xingchen and William to stay at his home, engaging Mo Xingchen in practical combat exchanges every day. Mo Xingchen had no choice but to oblige. Of course, he also wanted to test the level of a great sword master and see how it compared to the top powerhouses of this world. On the first day of their intense training by the seaside, Mo Xingchen discovered that the strength of an ordinary great sword master roughly matched that of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. With the enhancement of swordsmanship and techniques, he should eventually be comparable to an admiral, referencing the later stage of Eagle Eye. However, what puzzled Mo Xingchen was that the swordsmanship techniques in this world seemed particularly crude, with power relatively scattered, constantly favoring the release of massive, yet ineffective sword energy. He wondered if perhaps he hadn't seen enough great sword masters. Why do I say this? Because the speed of the sword energy flying towards an equally matched opponent is simply too slow. He couldn't understand why attacks that could easily be dodged had to be received heat-in, as if it looked cooler that way. So in the following days, Mo Xingchen began to teach Gung Silang the correct sword techniques, first marking out a square training area in the courtyard measuring 5 meters on each side, prohibiting the use of soaring slashes, declaring that any injury to vital parts or stepping out of bounds would result in a loss. Such sparring required not only maximizing the power exerted on the sword, but also demanded that Mo Xingchen required strikes to be controlled. To be able to strike with precision at will is something only possible when a strong opponent faces a weaker one. For two individuals with similar strength achieving victory while also striking with control is a dual-year test of one's strength and skills. Gung Silang is truly a talented swordsman. After all, changing decades of personal habits is no easy task. He has progressed from being able to last only a few minutes and losing due to stepping out of bounds to now being able to scratch Mo Xingchen. The finesse in his sword techniques has progressed rapidly, and it is believed that before long, after correcting his shortcomings in swordplay, he will be able to close the gap with Mo Xingchen significantly. Sir, the guidance over these past few days has been immensely beneficial to me, but I have a question I would like to ask you. Go ahead. You know I have a daughter, and my wife is already weak. I do not wish for her to bear more children, but the swordsmanship heritage of the Xuanyue family. Sir, do you think a girl can become a great sword master, or even surpass one? Mo Xingchen sheathed his sword, sat at the entrance sipping the tea that had been prepared in advance. He waved at Gung Silang, inviting him to come and rest, smiling as he held the teacup, and said, Firstly, whether one can surpass a great sword master does not depend on gender, but rather on talent and aptitude. Secondly, there are countless female swordsmanship masters in my hometown. Without going far, even in the ocean, there are many female powerhouses. Why do you have such doubts? Gung Silang sat across from him at the tea table and poured himself a cup of tea. After downing it, he spoke. If there is no exceptional talent, women are inherently weaker than men in strength. In practicing swordsmanship, both strength and technique are indispensable. Without strength, one will merely become a decorative figure. Gung Silang, you need not worry too much. Your child, even if a girl, will certainly carry the bloodline of the Xuangyue family, so her talent should not be too weak. Strength can be cultivated from a young age. Even if there is some deficiency in strength, what does it matter? As long as she follows your family's heritage and practices according to my theories, putting in effort in the soft sword realm, becoming a great sword master should not be too difficult. Do you really expect your child to become the world's #1 swordsman? I say expecting your child to achieve something that you yourself cannot is not a thought befitting a responsible father. Xingchen pondered for a moment, his brow relaxing. Indeed, as Xingchen said, with his own strength, even if the child is a girl, it would only take a bit more time to train her to become a great sword master. It is not a difficult task. As for surpassing a great sword master, I might not even be able to do it myself. He sighed with a smile. You are right, sir. I have been too obsessed and narrow-minded. Xingchen smiled and shook his head, choosing not to speak further, merely raising his cup to invite Xingchen to enjoy some tea. Just as the two were chatting and exchanging cups, Xingchen approached with a piece of paper in hand. Mr. Here are the materials needed for forging the sword. I have marked a significant portion of the scarce ores and metals, and our inventory is insufficient. You might need to find a way yourself. Xingchen took the materials list, glanced at it, and saw that most of the materials were unfamiliar, with many marked in red. No need to worry. I will contact headquarters and have them collect the materials as soon as possible to send over. Please take care of the sword forging. Then Xingchen pulled out a phone bug from his pocket and handed it to Xingchen, instructing, hold on to this. If you encounter any difficulties or have questions about swordsmanship, it will be convenient for us to communicate. These past few days I have troubled you and your subordinates a lot, who I have tasks to attend to, so I won't stay long. Farewell. Wishing you great success in your martial pursuits. Xingchen and his son stood up and bowed while Xingchen clasped his hands together, then elegantly turned, leaving with William. Watching the two depart, Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim, Sir, you are truly a hero. Young man, keep it up. Chase after his footsteps and strive to surpass the great sword master. After leaving Xingchen's home, William asked on the way back to the battleship, Colonel, what mission are we executing next? To Windmill Town to see my sister. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Xingchen will chase you with a sword to cut you down? William rolled his eyes, silently thinking. The warship slowly set sail, leaving the dock and heading towards Windmill Town. On the way, Xingchen called General Crane, sweet-talking and asking him to help gather materials for sword forging. Some scarce metals weren't even in stock at the Navy headquarters. After all, the Navy is not the pirates, and they wouldn't keep useless items in storage as treasures. Eventually, General Kong would have to put aside his pride and ask the 5 elders to request some from the celestial dragons, or else, depending on searching the world for materials, it might be ages before Xingchen's sword could be forged. Thanks to the mobility of the Navy warship, they reached Windmill Town in less than a day. Since Machino's tavern is right at the harbor, there was no need to leave anyone to guard the warship. Xingchen waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. Today I'll treat you all to drinks. Roar. A group of people charged towards the tavern. Yo, Uncle Maki, how's your health? Xingchen pushed open the door of the tavern and saw Makinuo's grandfather busy at the bar. The old man looked toward the entrance upon hearing the greeting, and a handsome young lad in a black suit draped in a justice coat and smiling walked in with a group of soldiers. He noticed that in the half-year since they last met, apart from his slightly longer hair, Xingchen was dressed more spiritedly than before, yet his character remained easygoing, making one feel fond and inclined to get closer. He pointed at the naval coat and laughed. How you kid are doing well now, looking quite dapper. He turned and shouted toward the kitchen. Makinuo, come out quickly. Emo is back. Then came a flurry of bang-bang sounds from the kitchen, and a little pudding dashed out like lightning, leaping towards Xingchen with a pounce. Brother Emo. Xingchen embraced the small Makinuo in his arms, affectionately ruffling her little head, and smiled at the old man. I say, Uncle, why are you still bullying the little ones? Look how much Makinuo misses me. Ha ha. Ha ha. I'm getting old, and sooner or later I have to hand this place over to her. How can she manage without training from a young age? Don't be formal, order whatever you want. Consider today a holiday. We won't return until we're drunk. Instantly the tavern's atmosphere became lively. Xingchen sat on a bar stool, smiling as he recounted the sights from his recent sea voyage: colossal sea kings, towering red earth continents, the magnificent naval headquarters, and the wondrous Sabaody archipelago, which drew excited gasps from the children. The next morning the tavern was a mess, with bottles and glasses scattered everywhere. Soldiers were sprawled out, deeply asleep. Xingchen looked down at the sleeping Makinuo nestled in his arms, pondering the peculiar scene from the comics, where Makinuo held a child. Speculations online about the child's father abounded. Most said it was the red-haired Shanks, while others claimed it was Dragon Luffy's biological brother. Thinking about this, Xingchen couldn't help but wish he could pull Oda out and give him a few whacks. Either clearly state who the child's father is, or don't introduce unnecessary plot elements. It feels like he just throws ideas out, and then tries to tie them together. Look at how the power dynamics in One Piece have collapsed. Regardless, the child's father is undoubtedly a scoundrel abandoning Makinuo while he himself disappears. He then looked up at the old man and softly said, "This time I'll take Makinuo out to sea. You want her to join the Navy?" No. This time I plan to cruise within the East Sea for a year and a half. I want the little girl to see different sights and people broaden her horizons so she won't be easily fooled by a scoundrel's sweet talk in the future. But what if we encounter pirates and get into a fight? Won't that be dangerous? Uncle, you can rest assured. I'm not bragging. Currently in the Four Seas, no one can harm the little girl under my protection. In less than 2 years, I'll return Makinuo to you safe and sound. Uncle Maki thought for a moment before nodding, saying, "All right then, I'm too old to stop her. Let her experience the grandeur of the sea with you, that's good too." In Windmill village at the port, Makinuo stood on the warship, jumping and waving at her grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm going to miss you. Wait for me to come back." During the year and a half that followed, Kazan, driven by his passionate sense of justice, captured quite a few notorious pirates and was the first among this batch of elite trainees to be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. Meanwhile, Dragon Doflamingo and a series of other notable officers became commodores. As usual, Carp refused the promotion to Admiral, which infuriated Admiral Kong. It was said he had changed desks several times in his office. Over the past year, Xingchen, along with the little pudding Makinuo, had almost traveled the entirety of the East Sea. Most of the pirates they encountered were dealt with by William and the soldiers, only stepping in to aid when they truly could not handle it. Seeing that Makinuo had no desire to become strong, Xingchen merely encouraged her to exercise a bit with the soldiers during their voyages, ensuring she had some means of self-defense in their corner of Windmill village so she wouldn't be bullied easily. Brew. Xingchen, lying on a beach chair with sunglasses, didn't even open his eyes as he called out to the side, "Makinuo, answer the phone." Makinuo, who was squatting in a horse stance nearby, quickly ran over and answered the call, only to see the phone bug morph into a mohawk hairstyle, followed by a roar. "Damn it. That bastard Carp refuses to be promoted to Admiral, and now you refuse to advance as well. What do you think being a Navy is? What do you think justice is? How long do you plan to wander the East Sea? Get back to headquarters immediately." Brother, the call ended. Makinuo looked bewildered at the phone bug, which had fallen asleep. Xingchen lazily pulled his sunglasses down from his nose, glanced at the sun setting towards the horizon, and pouted, saying, "The vacation is over. Makinuo, it seems that this scoundrel Uncle Carp has caused trouble for himself and dragged me into it." Xingchen then called William to notify the control room and ordered them to head back. First drop Makinuo home, then go to Frostmoon village to fetch the sword, and finally return to headquarters. Half a month later, the warship finally arrived at Marineford. Xingchen, with a long sword at his waist, hand resting on the hilt, strode with the confidence of a victorious general. I must say the demeanor of a cultivator paired with this sword is incredibly handsome. Numerous female Navy members watched with hearts in their eyes, looking like lovesick fools. As Xingchen walked through the headquarters building, he occasionally saw rear admirals hastily passing by, all heading towards the large conference room. Curiously, he knocked on the marshal's office door and saw Steelbone Kong drinking tea inside, immediately smiling and flattering. Marshal Kong him back. You brat finally decided to come back. I thought you'd led your soldiers to become pirates." Steelbone Kong glanced up at the visitor, noticing Xingchen's playful grin, his face stern as he snorted. "How could that be? Marshal, you can't wrongfully accuse me. Look how clean I've left the East Sea over the past year and a half. I've captured quite a few pirates, big and small. Even if I haven't achieved merit, I've worked hard. Besides, I've shed blood and sweat for the Navy." "Enough. Stop your nonsense. Your superior is a bastard, and so are you. I ask you, do you know where Carp has gone?" Admiral Garp. Isn't he stationed at headquarters?" "I've just returned. I have no idea. He hasn't contacted me at all." Xingchen wore a look of utter bewilderment. Sengoku scrutinized him closely, and upon judging his expression genuine, waved a hand dismissively. "That rascal Garp. Vanishing without a word, filing no report. God knows where he's wandered off to. Now we need him urgently, yet he's nowhere to be found. Utterly undisciplined, completely unorganized. Why not contact the officers aboard Admiral Garp's warship? That would settle it instantly. He didn't take his ship. He slipped away alone." At this, Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, incensed. Seeing the Admiral's fury mount, Xingchen hastily redirected his attention, refilling his teacup and offering it with both hands. "Admiral Sengoku, please take a sip of tea and calm yourself. Anger harms the liver. Just now I noticed several admirals heading toward the conference hall. Has something major arisen? Scholars from O'Hara have been investigating the blank historical period that vanished 800 years ago, and the world government has uncovered their work. The 5 elders have ordered the Navy to enact the Buster Call to obliterate O'Hara. CP agents have already departed for O'Hara to evacuate civilians. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is presiding over the meeting to select the admiral who will lead the Buster Call operation. Originally, Sengoku and I intended for Garp to command, but discovered to our dismay that the rogue had vanished without trace. Xingchen mused inwardly. Uncle Garp must have slipped off alone, without even his warship, to Barteria Island in the South Blue to retrieve Ace. The O'Hara incident. The enigmatic Nico Robin. Back when he watched the anime, Xingchen had always cherished Robin most among all characters, intelligent, erudite, and compassionate. Neither haughty like Boa Hancock nor impetuous like Nami. He also deeply sympathized with young Robin's plight, abandoned by an utterly irresponsible mother obsessed with uncovering the void century. She was left in her uncle's care, effectively orphaned and neglected. Her aunt, sharp-tongued and cruel, provided neither adequate food nor clothing. From childhood, Robin endured relentless hardship and humiliation. After consuming the devil fruit, she suffered further ostracism and torment from her peers. When her mother finally returned, it brought not reunion, but catastrophe. At only 8 years old, Robin was thrust into a life of ceaseless flight, tasting betrayal and the grotesque cruelty of humanity, forever evading darkness itself. Yet, even under such despair, she never succumbed to darkness, choosing instead to surrender herself to certain death to protect Chopper. That raw, soul-rending cry on Eni's lobby, "I want to live," shattered the hearts of countless earnest youths. Decision made. I will save Robin. I will pull her from that abyss of shadow. Sengoku watched Xingchen drift into silence, lost in thought, and broke in, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing much. Just a sudden thought. Admiral Sengoku, if Uncle Garp is absent, might I step in to carry out this mission in his stead? Please don't hold his absence against him." Sengoku paused in contemplation. Though Xingchen still held the rank of commander, nearly every high-ranking officer at Marine headquarters knew him and recognized his formidable strength. Moreover, as Garp's personal aide, his substitution was not unreasonable. "Ahem. Well, you're at least sensible. Go straight to the conference hall and await Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders. Then I'll take my leave and find Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Please attend to your duties." Emerging from the Admiral's office, Xingchen strode toward the Grand Conference Hall. At the entrance, he approached the sentry and asked, "Is the meeting still in session?" "Yes, Commander Imo." Xingchen nodded, pushed open the door, and froze. Good heavens. Every admiral present looked like a hardened Yakuza boss, lounging with legs crossed, puffing cigars and cigarettes. This bore no resemblance to a naval strategy briefing. It resembled nothing so much as a crime syndicate divvying up spoils. The chamber hung thick with smoke. No one had bothered to open a window. Didn't they feel suffocated? The interruption halted proceedings. All eyes swiveled toward Xingchen at the doorway, brows furrowed in confusion, until Akainu scowled and snapped, "What do you think you're doing? This is an admirals-only meeting. You understand protocol, don't you? TCH. You talk too damn much." Displeased. "Then come at me, fight me." Xingchen exploded in fury, his pent-up rage finally bursting forth. First, he'd borne the brunt of Garp's misstep, scolded harshly by Sengoku aboard the flagship. Moments earlier, he'd groveled before the admiral, swallowing another wave of reprimand. He could do nothing about Garp. Uncle Garp had always treated him well. Nor could he resent Sengoku. The elder was both mentor and supreme commander. To thrive within this system demanded deference. If he acted recklessly, blame would inevitably fall upon Garp. Besides, though gruff in temperament, Admiral Sengoku had treated him fairly, granting extended leave without hesitation, even personally lobbying for rare sword-forging materials. One must know gratitude. But what precisely was Akainu? A man who owed him nothing and offered him no aid. Fleet Admiral Sengoku hadn't even spoken a word of reproach, yet Akainu dared lecture him first. The assembled admirals exchanged glances, leaning in with quiet amusement, eager spectators to the brewing storm. Seeing Xingchen not only refuse explanation but hurl insults, Akainu flared with rage, his arms instantly liquefying into molten rock droplets, sizzling as they struck the floor, sending plumes of acrid smoke curling upward. Sengoku slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Enough. Do you intend to demolish the conference hall?" "Akainu, calm yourself." "Xingchen, what brings you here?" "Admiral Sengoku instructed me to attend and receive your orders. Since Admiral Garp is unavailable, I am standing in for him." Xingchen sauntered to the empty seat beside Admiral Tsuru, dropped into it with nonchalant ease, crossed his legs, and shrugged casually. Preposterous. Since when may a commander represent an admiral at such a gathering? Akainu's sneered face twisted in disdain. In that instant, a dragon's roar seemed to echo. Then Xingchen stood atop the conference table, blade unsheathed, flooding the chamber with radiant light. With a single-handed sweep, White rainbow across the river. He drove the sword horizontally toward Akainu's head. Akainu barely raised his arms, coating them in armament haki just in time to block the strike, steel clashing against hardened aura in a shuddering standoff. Seeing this, Xingchen seized the hilt with his left hand, switching to a two-handed grip, and wrenched upward in a forceful arc, parting clouds revealing the sun, shattering Akainu's guard, and exposing his center. From his elevated vantage, Xingchen launched the Ame sword technique, dragonfly dipping water, blade streaking straight for Akainu's brow. Xiaomo! Admiral Tsuru cried out alarmed, watching the duel erupt in a blink, sensing Xingchen's lethal intent. At her voice, Xingchen halted the blade, its tip freezing a hair's breadth from Akainu's forehead. Silence crashed over the hall. These admirals knew Xingchen's strength, had witnessed his prior stalemate with Akainu. Yet now wielding a sword, he proved terrifyingly more formidable, his mastery of swordsmanship astonishing. Even accounting for surprise subduing Akainu so effortlessly marked him as extraordinary. Xiaomo, listen and return to your seat. Knowing his temper, proud, obstinate, responsive only to gentle coaxing, Admiral Tsuru spoke softly. Oomph. Xingchen glared at Akainu, exhaling sharply through flared nostrils, then executed a graceful flourish before sheathing his blade. Xingchen, after this meeting concludes, you will submit a 10th San character self-critique to me. Zhanghua watched Xingchen saunter slowly from behind him to sit beside Xiao He, his temper flaring until he barked, "Yes, Admiral Zhanghua." Xingchen drawled lazily as though he had not just struck a blow moments earlier. Those with keen eyes had noticed a tiny bead of blood at Sakazuki's brow, evaporated instantly by his devil fruit ability, yet the deep gashes torn into the sleeves of his formal suit remained unmistakable. Zhanghua thus gently interjected, "Sakazuki, why fixate so stubbornly on Xingchen? His strength and battlefield merits have long warranted promotion to Rear Admiral. Only he himself has declined it. You know this well." "Very well, take your seat." The meeting resumes. Sakazuki sat down wordlessly, staring blankly at the wounds on his forearms. Ever since his last bout with Xingchen, Sakazuki had trained relentlessly in hand-to-hand combat, refusing to rely solely on his devil fruit power. Yet even now he'd been effortlessly subdued once more. Clearly he still hadn't pushed himself far enough. As the meeting drew to its close, Admiral Zhanghua announced the Rear Admirals assigned to execute the buster call: Rear Admiral Sakazuki, Kuzan Gamelsoro, and Vice Admiral Garp, whose duties would be carried out by Commander Xingchen. When the session adjourned, the Rear Admirals began filing out one by one. Xingchen attempted to slip away unnoticed, only for Rear Admiral Tsuru to seize his arm. Borisolino winked slyly at him before striding out. Kazan, pausing beside him, added, "Let's have a drink later." Once the room emptied, leaving only Zhanghua and Rear Admiral Tsuru, Xingchen tilted his head, puzzled. "Sister, why did you hold me back? I still need to prepare for the buster call deployment. Xiaomo, do you know where that old rascal Garp has gone? Why does everyone keep asking me? Even Admiral Kong inquired earlier, but truly I have no idea. Uncle Garp never told me a word. I only learned he'd slipped off when I returned today." Xingchen spread his palms wide and shook his head helplessly. Zhanghua exchanged a glance with Tsuru, then sighed deeply. "If you recall even a hint of where he might have gone, please inform us immediately. That reckless man gives us no peace, Tsuru, and I fear he'll do something rash. Uncle Garp is sharper than a razor. What catastrophe could he possibly cause? Perhaps he's holed up somewhere, breaking his own record for sleepless, donut-fueled endurance." At that, Rear Admiral Tsuru burst into laughter, tapping Xingchen's forehead with a single finger. "Oh, you, enough about him. This Hirandahaf at sea forged a blade worthy of your ambition. It seems your progress has been considerable. Shink." Xingchen unsheathed his sword and flicked its blade. A clear, resonant chime rang forth. Light bloomed like a lotus rising from water, elegant, serene, yet piercingly cold. Constellations seemed to swirl across the hilt, radiating profound starlit depth. The blade itself merged seamlessly with sunlight, like crystal-clear water gliding over a tranquil pond, calm, unhurried. Its edge rose like a sheer cliff face, majestic, towering, awe-inspiring, as if rejoicing in its master's touch. Its name is Chunjun. Total length, 4 chi 1 cun. Width 2 cun. Weight 216 jin. Units follow spring and autumn period standards. Rear Admiral Tsuru reached instinctively to take it, then paused upon hearing its weight, merely studying it closely before remarking, "Truly a treasure blade. Well worth the rare materials you invested. At the very least it rivals Conqueror of the Daiking Forge. It qualifies unequivocally as one of the 21 great grade swords. A beautiful name and a beautiful sword. It suits you perfectly. Judging by your swordsmanship against Sakazuki, just now you've clearly kept rigorous discipline during your voyage. Off you go then. Prepare for your mission." Admiral Zhangwa smiled warmly, waving Xingchen off. This is the Navy's future, the soldier who will one day command my troops. Well then, I'll be off. You two carry on. As Xingchen stepped out of headquarters, Kazan approached him. Never imagined you'd grow even stronger in just 1 year. Care for a drink? Xingchen rolled his eyes and smirked. Don't pull that humble brag act on me, Monster Rear Admiral. As if you've stood still. Ah, weren't you supposed to become a Rear Admiral long ago? I'd hoped to spar with you. Revenge for that kick last time, but looks like that's off the table now. Humph, you a fledgling. Dare dream of striking me. Train another century or two first. Bantering lightly, they strolled toward town, only to find Dragon sitting alone at their usual tavern, nursing a silent heavy drink. Xingchen and Kazan exchanged a glance, then seated themselves beside Dragon. Xingchen dropped onto the bench, slung an arm over Dragon's shoulders and teased, "What's wrong, little brother? Did you get dumped?" Dragon lifted his gaze, recognizing them, and something sharpened in his eyes. He drained another cup, voice hollow. "Brother, you're back. Not heartbreak, just lost. Oh, you've always struck me as sharp-witted. What's clouded your thoughts? Tell us. Let your big brother guide you." "It began with my patrol." In essence, Dragon recounted witnessing pirates slaughter civilians, encountering corrupt Navy officers oppressing the people, seeing those same civilians turn pirate, then prey upon others, enduring noble exploitation, watching the world nobles, the celestial dragons, treat human beings as less than livestock. He'd heard such things before, but now he'd lived them. His conviction in justice wavered. His faith in the Navy crumbled. He'd believed the Navy existed to protect the common people, only to discover its true purpose was shielding the celestial dragons. Xingchen watched Kazan fall silent in thought, then placed a reassuring hand on Dragon's shoulder and spoke softly. "This dilemma in truth admits only two resolutions." At Xingchen's words, both Dragon and Kazan lifted their eyes, waiting. "First, compromise and ascend. Rise to the stature of your father, the hero of the Navy. Make yourself indispensable to the world government, or rather to the five elders. Then you may disregard the celestial dragons entirely, pursuing your vision of justice within whatever boundaries remain. Granted, constraints will persist. This path is arduous. Second, seize sovereignty over this world and rebuild it according to your own ideal vision. That road is infinitely harder. You've drunk deeply tonight. I urge you not to decide hastily. Sober up. Reflect carefully these coming days. Listen to what your heart truly desires. Tomorrow I depart for the Buster Call, 10 days round trip. Consider this your leave. Rest. Think. When I return, we'll deliberate, together. The Demon Slaughter Order." Upon hearing this news, Dorag also became somewhat alert. At this moment, Kazan took over the topic and said, "Yes, the scholars of O'Hara have been discovered by the world government for researching blank history, so the Navy has been notified to implement the Demon Slaughter Order. In the afternoon, Admiral Sengoku has already finalized the list of generals for the order, and we will set off early tomorrow morning." "But isn't Goot just a major? Why would he participate?" Dorag asked, still confused. "Because Mr. Karp had something to attend to, so Xingchen will take his place to carry out the mission. Moreover, let me tell you, today in the conference room, Xingchen beat up Sakazuki again." Kazan first glanced around, not seeing any familiar faces, then put a hand near his mouth and leaned close to Dorag to whisper some gossip. "Wow. Gu, you are truly impressive. You." Dorag's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing that Xingchen had beaten Sakazuki. Just as he was about to inquire about the details, he suddenly realized the focus was on the Demon Slaughter Order. Wait. Something's not right. O'Hara is just a group of scholars who can't even harm a chicken. Is the Demon Slaughter Order really necessary, just because they are researching history? Isn't that going too far? Xingchen looked at Dorag's clear yet foolish eyes, shook his head, and could only explain helplessly, "This matter isn't complicated to explain. Although I don't know what that blank history records, I think I can guess it pretty accurately. The establishment of any regime first requires confirming its own legitimacy and correctness. Thus, the dark sides or less glorious events during its initial establishment or growth will inevitably be concealed and hidden by the government. Researching blank history in itself isn't a major issue. Scholars are often interested in researching history, it's normal. Even if the world government forbids such behavior, as long as you privately seek to understand these things, the government is usually too lazy to manage you. However, if you conduct organized research publicly, the government has already advised against it, and if you still go your own way and even make a big deal out of it, traveling around the world to seek it out, then the government cannot tolerate that. It's like now the three of us drinking and bad-mouthing the world government. The CP won't come to arrest us, but if the three of us were to organize a speech in the square publicly defaming the world government, do you think someone would come to arrest us?" Upon hearing Xingchen's explanation, Dorag was also speechless. "It is indeed the case. Clearly they had advised you, and you didn't listen. Who can be blamed for that?" Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Then he suddenly remembered something and said with a conflicted expression, "What about the civilians of O'Hara?" Kazan interrupted Dorag and reassured him. The world government has already dispatched the CP and evacuation ships to O'Hara today to organize the safe evacuation of civilians. So the Navy will delay for a day and set off tomorrow, leaving time for the CP to screen the civilians. Dorag sighed, perhaps lamenting the fate of O'Hara, or maybe feeling troubled by his own confusion. He shook his head and opened another bottle of wine. Then Xingchen and Kazan began to drink and chat about their experiences over the past year. Kazan's daily life was simply dull, filled with nothing but battles. Xingchen's life was much more interesting, traveling around with his adopted sister and occasionally capturing pirates as a way to spice up life. Perhaps Kazan's future wandering aimlessly at sea on a bicycle was influenced by Xingchen. In the end, Dorag got completely drunk, and it was Kazan who carried him home, while Xingchen on the side mischievously took pictures of Dorag. The next morning at the military port of Marineford, for Vice Admiral level warships and 10 vessels quietly waited. On the dog-headed warship belonging to Vice Admiral Carp, Xingchen, with a puzzled expression, asked the nearby William, "Everything has been loaded long ago, why haven't we set off yet?" "I don't know, Major, but it seems we haven't seen Vice Admiral Saul's ship. Could something have delayed him?" William also looked confused, glancing around. Without time to think, the lighthouse had already signaled to set sail, and the fleet began to move slowly. So Xingchen called Kazan. "Kazan, what's going on? I heard that yesterday Saul had a quarrel with Admiral Sengoku, and then took a captured scholar out to sea. Now he may have already been judged by the Navy." "Sigh, a fool who can't grasp reality, even dumber than Dorag. I'm going to sleep for a bit, we'll talk later." The northwest coast of O'Hara. "Are you a giant?" An 8-year-old girl stood on a small hill, hands behind her back, looking up at the tall figure in front of her, cautiously asking, "Dare lay he, you don't have to be afraid. I'm not a barbarian like Elbaf, I want to eat you." "Oh, I see." The little girl still couldn't help but feel a bit scared, half believing and half doubting. "Don't worry, I'm from a more stable tribe among the giants. I'm here because my foot is injured. Once it gets a bit better, I plan to make a bamboo raft and leave here. Although I know there isn't much hope, I still want to ask you, when you get home, please don't tell anyone about this. My existence might bring some danger. Will go back now." The little girl nodded, waved her hand, and ran away. The next day, "Here you go, big guy." The little girl climbed up the small hill again, standing on her toes, holding up the rice ball high. "Dare lay he, thank you. My name is Saul, what's your name?" Looking at the big guy taking the rice ball from her hand, although it seemed smaller than his teeth, he didn't refuse, right? The little girl happily shouted, "Robin, my name is Nico Robin." Thus the two of them, one big and one small, became friends. In the following days, Robin would come to chat with Saul. He was her first friend. "Bamboo raft. It's done. Dare lay he. Little Robin, who was originally happy for Saul, suddenly began to look gloomy, showing a sad expression, cautiously asking, "So, are you leaving? Why look so lonely? I was even thinking of adding a flag. So we'll still be sticking around here. Dare lay he. Robin's little face instantly lit up again, happily saying, "Really? Then let me tell you a secret. There has been over 100 years of blank history in the world, and my mom is a very powerful archaeologist. When I was very young, she went out to sea with everyone to investigate this history all over the world. I miss her. Although I can no longer remember what she looks like, I have been studying hard. I believe she will definitely come back and take me out to sea, because I am also an archaeologist now. However, you must not tell anyone else, okay? Because researching this history is illegal." Saul's pupils shook. No way could it be such a coincidence. "Is this O'Hara?" "Robin. Nico Robin. The daughter of Nico Albia." So he hurriedly asked, "Robin, is this O'Hara?" "Yes, this is O'Hara. My mom's name is Nico Albia." "Listen to me, Robin. What I'm about to say might be hard for you to believe, but it's true. The Navy's fleet is already heading for O'Hara, and they will kill all the scholars on the island and sink the entire O'Hara. So hurry back to the town. Maybe your mom has already returned. Find her. Let her take you on the evacuation ship. You can survive." Saul grabbed little Robin and set her down from the small hill, pushing her back with his finger, urging her to start running. Sauron watched the direction in which Robin was running, silently praying in his heart, hoping that everything would be in time. Little Robin was running desperately towards the Tree of Omniscience, thinking of two things: to warn everyone to escape quickly and to find her mother. The entire town was in chaos, with villagers desperately packing their belongings and fleeing out of the village. Little Robin ran against the flow of people to the Tree of Omniscience, pushed open the door, looked at everyone, and breathlessly asked, "Has my mother returned?" Everyone was startled, because Albia had indeed just returned, bringing catastrophic news. "How could that be? How could your mother be here? Has something happened to you, little Robin?" Hearing this, Robin displayed a look of disappointment, but quickly recalled Sauron's words and urgently spoke up, "Right. The Navy's warships are coming, claiming to kill all the scholars. At this moment, the leader Dr. Kroba with hair and beard resembling a clover crouched down in front of Robin, gently patting her head and smiling as he reminded her, "Little Robin, remember this. From now on, do not tell anyone that you are an archaeologist. You must remember. Do you understand?" Bang! The door was violently pushed open again, and a group of CP members armed with guns and dressed in black suits and hats rushed in, shouting loudly, "Drop everything. Raise your hands and come outside." Dr. Kroba wanted to argue but was rudely confronted with several guns aimed at his chest. "Now immediately go out." A group of scholars and Robin were brought to the lawn outside the Tree of Omniscience, where discussions began to arise around them. "Look, the scholars have really been arrested. What exactly did they do? Could it be that they were really researching something to destroy the world? Don't worry about that for now. The evacuation ship is that way." Yes, it's at the west coast." The villagers hurriedly fled towards the west coast while Dr. Kroba sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Robin, saying, "Have the evacuation ships arrived? It seems the world government is going to take harsh measures this time. Robin, you should also head to the evacuation ship." "I don't want to. There's no one good to me on that ship. Anyway, I want to stay with everyone." "Robin." Dr. Kroba, seeing the usually clever little girl so stubborn, was filled with frustration. At that moment, a loud, arrogant laugh was heard. It was the CP9 commander Spandam, accompanied by two subordinates, bringing along a woman covered in wounds. "Huh. Scholars of O'Hara. Just now my subordinates reported that a huge historical text stone tablet was found in the basement along with your notes on historical research, so your death sentence has been confirmed. Before I die, let me make a phone call to the 5 elders about the blank history we have studied over the years. I already have a hypothesis." Listening to the declaration of the death sentence, Dr. Kroba did not panic, for they knew that this was the consequence of studying history. He merely asked to speak with the 5 elders and turned to Robin, saying, "Little Robin, hurry to the evacuation ship. If you hear the next words, you will become a criminal." Upon hearing the name Robin, the woman being detained looked up at the little girl in front of her, revealing a gentle smile. "You've grown up so much." "Robin." Robin looked at everyone, then at the woman, whose eyes revealed warmth. She reluctantly stepped away from the lawn, but instead of searching for the evacuation ship, she stealthily ran to a corner to observe. She had a premonition that this unfamiliar woman might very well be her mother. Uncertain of what was being said over there, a gunshot rang out and Dr. Kroba fell to the ground. Robin hurried over, exclaiming, "Don't worry about them. The extermination order has been given. Take this woman away. We still need to ask her for some intelligence. She can't die here. Retreat." Although little Robin was used to being wronged, clever and strong, she was still just an 8-year-old child. Having never witnessed a shooting, looking at the doctor lying on the ground and the woman being taken away, she finally couldn't help but burst into tears, shouting, "Are you my mother?" The woman paused momentarily at the sound of crying, but continued to move forward. "Are you really my mother?" Seeing the woman's retreating figure, Robin cried, even more heartbreakingly, continuing to question. Spandam looked at Albia with confusion. "Is this your child?" Albia, suppressing her reluctance and heartache, covered her eyes with one hand, trying hard not to let the tears flow. "I'm sorry. I think you have the wrong person. I am Robin. I've grown up. You don't recognize me anymore. I've been waiting for you to come back. I just hope that one day you can hold my hand and walk together like other children. So I have been obedient, working hard to learn archaeological knowledge. I can already interpret historical texts. I just hope that one day you will come back and take me with you. Mother, don't leave me. Don't leave me all alone. I'm begging you." Albia, hearing Robin's cries of plea, could no longer hold back, turning back to look at Robin and collapsing to the ground in tears. Boom! At that moment, the cannon fire of the extermination order sounded, and a shell landed not far from Spandam, startling him greatly. "Damn it! What's going on? Why is the shelling coming so quickly? I haven't even left the island yet. Hurry, retreat." Saying this, he took the lead in running while his 2 lackeys still asked, "Commander, what about that woman and the child?" Spandam shouted while running, "Remember their faces. You just confirm they haven't left the island. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, we'll all become cannon fodder." Meanwhile, in this scene of chaos and gunfire, Albia tightly embraced Robin, carefully observing the child before her, as if trying to remember every detail of her appearance, etching her image deeply into her mind. However, the beautiful reunion was so brief. A giant figure was running towards them while calling out Sauron. Albia was also taken aback seeing the giant running towards them. She was instantly filled with joy and called out Sauron's name. "Sauron, please, one last thing, take Robin and escape. Let this child live. No, I want to be with my mother. I finally found you. I don't want to leave you. Child, I'm sorry. Please forgive your mother's selfishness. If I'm with you, it might implicate you. You must be strong alone in the future. Go, Sauron." Sauron disregarded Robin's struggles and cries, holding her in his palms. Looking at Albia's resolute eyes, he wanted to say something, but found he couldn't speak. In the end, he could only nod and turned to run towards the evacuation ship. Albia's feigned strength began to crumble as she watched Sauron's receding figure. Unable to hold back, she cried out loudly, Robin, live well. Make sure to live well. Lieutenant General. Kazan, Lieutenant General. What? It seems like there's something on the island. It should be. Why are you rambling? Speak plainly. On the island is the fleeing Lieutenant General Sauron, and he is being bombarded. On the other side, Xingchen was staring at Sakazuki's command ship, and William scratched his head, asking softly, Colonel, aren't we going to fire? Just fire a few shots into the sea to show our intent. After all, the extermination order is a team task, and a few shots from us won't matter. Do you really want to kill a group of scholars who can't resist? Or should we stop Lieutenant General Sauron? He has already started attacking the warships. Don't worry about him, Kazan will handle it. William, executing justice is important, but remember not to get your hands dirty. Don't worry, I'll be the shield in front. Those who can remain calm in the face of the Red Earth continent collapsing before their eyes, and can maintain composure even when thunder rages within their chests, can be appointed as generals. Damn. William was listening intently when he heard Xingchen curse angrily. Looking back, the deck was empty. TSK. Is this what you call remaining calm? Is this what qualifies to be a general? Opft. William leaned over the railing searching for Xingchen's figure, only to find him in the air to the left of a refuge ship, just kicking away a cannonball. Then he saw Xingchen stepping lightly onto Sakazuki's warship. His imposing presence erupted as he spoke each word clearly. Whoever attacks the refuge ship again, I will kill them. The officers on Sakazuki's warship looked at each other uncertain, then all turned to stare at their superior in unison. Sakazuki questioned, Xingchen, what do you mean? Literally. Do you know that if even one archaeologist mixes in with the refuge ship, our Navy's operation will become a joke? Sakazuki, don't try to flatter me. I'm not buying it. Let me ask you, what is the Navy here for? To execute the extermination order. Then who sent the refuge ship? The world. Government. Who is it that screened civilians to board? CP9. So what does it matter if there are archaeologists on the refuge ship? What does it have to do with the Navy? If you like cleaning up after CP so much, should I recommend you to Admiral Kong to work for CP? What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you executing the extermination order? Sakazuki was left speechless by the retort. After a long time, he didn't even manage to produce a single flower, so he angrily turned to the dazed soldiers and shouted. Xingchen expanded his divine sense, searching for Kazan's location. After all, Robin was too small a target, while Kazan and Sauron were much more obvious. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a few figures in the northwest direction, stepping lightly into the sky. Sakazuki watched Xingchen leave and snorted heavily, but did not issue any further orders to attack the refuge ship. Indeed, he had been a bit dazed earlier. Even if there was a mistake, that was the responsibility of CP. What does it have to do with the Navy? As soon as Xingchen arrived, he saw Kazan fighting Sauron, with a small Robin standing nearby, crying her eyes out. Sauron was already half frozen, but was still comforting Robin. Run away. Robin. Escape to the sea on my bamboo raft. Remember, when you're sad, just smile like I taught you. Thunderous laughter. Cough, cough. Don't look back. Run now. Seeing Robin finally willing to turn and run, Sauron shouted with his last strength. Remember your mother's last wish, live well. Robin. At this moment, Xingchen landed beside Kazan, looking at Sauron, who was completely frozen, teasingly said, Hey, is it really appropriate to bully a little girl like this? Kazan was flustered at the remark, hurriedly explaining, Don't say that. I didn't lay a hand on her at all. Tisk, then it would be better to give her a quick end. To a little child like her, you've practically dismantled her mental support right before her eyes. Are you planning to become her lifelong nightmare? Oh, what should I do? I don't know. Since you've decided to let her go, then be gentle later. Don't keep a stern face. Explain things to the little girl nicely. By the way, what do you plan to do with this big guy? I've tried reasoning with him. The giants are so stubborn it's impossible to persuade them. It's tough. He's one of my few friends. Do you have any good ideas? Xingchen thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. I got it. Control your power, find a slightly safer place, freeze him for a day and a night, then leave him a message to let him wake up and go back to his giant homeland. Just don't let him wander around again. Was that Sakazuki's warship attacking the refuge ship just now? Yeah, I stopped it and scolded him a lot. Kazan placed his hand on Sauron, reinforcing the ice, and then said to Xingchen apologetically, Let me check on that child first. Can you help me take care of Sauron? Go ahead. Little Robin was running with her head down in the woods, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't let her mother down, nor Sauron, who fought for her chance to escape. No matter how much it hurt, she had to endure, only able to sob quietly, afraid of being heard by the pursuers. Just as she was about to reach the seaside, the moment she raised her head, Robin's heart stopped. Sitting beside the bamboo raft was the man who had frozen Sauron. I've decided to let you go. I want to see how far the seeds Sauron desperately wanted to leave can grow. You are free to hate me, but you should be grateful that you can pick up a life now. Try to live as low-key as possible in the future. I've left 2 lines of ice on the sea, you just follow them to reach another land. And remember, I am not your ally. If I find out you are doing anything illegal, the first one to catch you will be me. Kazan stood up and walked towards Robin. My mother is still on the island. And Sauron, there's no hope. If you really feel too distressed and lack the courage to escape, then do as you wish. Kazan interrupted Robin's plea and walked away without looking back. Little Robin Numb got onto the bamboo raft, curled up, hugging her knees, looking back at the burning O'Hara. Flashes of memories kept flickering. The first time the doctor and everyone celebrated her birthday. The day she became a scholar. The image of the doctor taking her to read. The warmth of her mother hugging her. Sauron shouting for her to live. As she thought about it, little Robin's face was already covered in tear stains, yet she smiled bravely. Thunder, thunder, hee. Kazan and Xingchen met once again, standing in the woods and whispering to each other. Have you taken care of it? I handle things well, don't you trust me? What about you? Of course. I told her. And then? What the heck? Bro, is that how you handled it? Is there something wrong? I ask you, how old is she? I think she's around 8 years old. Oh my goodness. So you communicated with an 8-year-old girl as if she were an adult. Are you sure she can understand your good intentions? I concede defeat to you. You should head back to the warship first. It'll take care of the rest. Xingchen slapped his forehead, looking at Kazan with disdain. Never mind. This fool is unreliable. Ooh, I have to let Dad take action personally. First I rushed into the town, and because everything was on fire, I finally found a set of clothes for a little boy. Following the coordinates left by Kazan, I made my way and finally saw little Robin sitting alone on a bamboo raft. I think I hear a little girl crying. Robin looked up in panic at Xingchen, who was descending from above. Seeing him in a Navy uniform, she took a small step back. Are you here to catch me? Xingchen smiled and shrugged. Of course not. I'm sent by heaven to save you. Little Robin looked at him quietly, not speaking, her eyes filled with a hint of wariness. Do you want to live? Then do you want to live openly and happily? Call me bro. This time Robin did not respond, instead looking at Xingchen as if he were a fool. PSH. Xingchen drew his sword. Bro. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Come here, let me give you a haircut. At this rate, you're probably already noted by the CPs. You can't live openly without changing your style. Xingchen first gave Robin a buzz cut, then turned his back and helped her change into boy's clothes. Then he slashed the bamboo raft with his sword, holding Robin and using moon steps to rush towards the warship. On the way back, Xingchen concocted a new identity for Robin. You are a boy I rescued from the town, an orphan since childhood, named Robinson. Remember? Robin pouted, still a bit angry. Her haircut was hideous. Upon arriving at the warship, Xingchen gulped down a juice from the table in front of the beach chair. Her dad is exhausted. William saw Xingchen return, bringing along a little shadow, and couldn't help but ask, Colonel, who is this? I just took a stroll and saw this little guy was about to be burned to death, so I saved him. Turning around, he noticed Robin timidly clutching his coat sleeve, staring intently at the juice in his hand. William, get this little guy a big cup. He's probably really thirsty by now. William turned to get the juice. He had only asked casually. After all, it wasn't like he had rescued an adult who might be afraid of Xingchen messing up. This small child couldn't understand anything. Brew, hey, what's up? Did you handle it? Of course. I'm already back at the warship. Okay, then he'll come over to talk. Gotcha. Not long after Kazan arrived at the warship, looking at Xingchen lounging on the beach chair and was about to speak when he noticed a little boy beside him holding a cup bigger than his head, drinking juice. Feeling a bit curious, he took a closer look and found that this little boy seemed quite afraid of him. After locking eyes briefly, the boy quickly averted his gaze, pressing tightly against Xingchen. TCH, am I that scary? Wait, why does this little boy look familiar? If he had longer hair and changed into a little dress, my eyes would pop out. Nico, Robin. Kazan pointed at Robin, stammering in shock. He. Xingchen sensed Robin's body trembling, slightly patted her little head and nodded at Kazan. Look at his silly bird expression. Are you still scared? Hearing Xingchen's gentle words, Robin dared to glance up at Kazan, discovering him with his mouth agape, eyes wide, and nose running, one finger shaking as he pointed at her, bursting into laughter. At this moment, Kazan finally finished being shocked and gave Xingchen a thumbs up. Old Mo, you're amazing. You can play like this, I'm impressed. Kazan walked up to Robin, squatted down, and extended a hand. Let's get reintroduced. Hello, I am Kazan. Robin first looked at Xingchen, seeing his slightly encouraging expression, then glanced at Kazan, who still had an icy poker face, before cautiously extending her small hand and timidly said hello. I am Robinson. Kazan turned in surprise to Xingchen, who merely wore a proud smile, raising an eyebrow. Allah, you're making me look foolish. Ha ha ha. That night during the return journey of the fleet, bang bang bang. Xingchen opened the door to find Robin's small, thin body trembling in the wind standing outside with her head down, her hands tangled together, so he softly asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm a bit scared, I can't sleep." "Come in." Xingchen bent down to hold Robin's small hand, leading her to the bedside. He then moved a chair to sit opposite her. "No need to be afraid, you can tell me anything." After a moment of silence, Robin finally spoke up. "When I was very small, my mother went to sea to study history. I lived at my uncle's house since childhood, and when I ate too much, my aunt would scold me. She would also make me do chores, and if I didn't do them, well, she would hit me. So today I ate so much and didn't have to work, I was really scared that you would abandon me. The villagers all say I am a monster. They speak harshly, and other children don't want to play with me. Today when I was about to get on the escape boat, they were all scared of me. Saul said my ability is called a devil fruit, a very common power in the sea, but I don't know if it's true. I'm afraid that once you know, you will also dislike me. I have always been diligently studying archaeology because I want to wait for my mother to return and go to sea with her so that I won't be left alone again. But today everything is gone. O'Hara is gone, everyone is gone, my mother is gone, and I don't know what to do next." At this point, Robin finally couldn't help but start to cry softly. Xingchen gently rubbed Robin's short hair, saying softly, "What did you call me on the bamboo raft today?" "Brother," Robin replied while softly sobbing and looking at Xingchen. "It is perfectly natural for a brother to care for his sister, so eat freely without worry. Your brother is not short on money. Starting tomorrow, while I won't make you do chores, I will supervise your training. You should deeply understand what happened today. Oh, without power you cannot protect what you wish to safeguard, let alone chase dreams. So can you persevere?" Robin slowly stopped crying, staring blankly at Xingchen before nodding firmly. Secondly, it is true that Salo said something right. Your ability is known as the devil fruit power. It is indeed rare in the Four Seas, but quite common in the Grand Line and New World. This can be divided into three major categories. The natural type fruit, that cold, expressionless fool from today, is an ice fruit user. Your situation falls under the superhuman type fruit, and there is another type, the Zoan type fruit, which allows transformation into various animals. We won't delve into this today. You'll gradually learn as you train, so you need not fear others looking at you like a monster. They might even envy you. Of course, your brother will never dislike you. Watching Robin's emotions stabilize, Xingchen also felt relieved. He feared nothing more than a sensible child crying. The more sensible they were, the more it hurt. Getting up, he poured a glass of water for little Robin and handed it to her, stroking his chin as he said, Thirdly, are you struggling to find a purpose in life? This is easy. In a few years, your brother will likely be invincible in the world, so you can live freely however you wish. Can I still study the historical texts in the future? Of course, but you must not study them too openly, and if others ask, you must say you can't understand. As for everything else, feel free. Can I buy lots and lots of books in the future? Of course. Will there still be people trying to catch me? As long as your brother is here, whoever comes will die. Brother, how strong are you now? There are probably only about 7 or 8 people in the world who can beat me, and among those a few are allies. Let me tell you a little secret. That cold, expressionless poker face you saw today was knocked into the hospital by your brother the first time we met. Wow, brother, can you help me beat him up again? Huh, why? He was quite good to you, right? He killed my friend Salo. Oh, this is a big secret you mustn't tell anyone, okay? Actually, Kozan just froze Salo for a day. He will probably wake up tomorrow. Just send him back to the giant's hometown. Really? Brother, Salo is still alive. Of course. I handled this matter, so you must keep it a secret, otherwise your brother will be in trouble. Children's emotions come and go quickly after experiencing so much today. Little Robin was also overtaken by sleepiness and quickly fell into a dream on Xingchen's bed. After covering Robin with a blanket, Xingchen went to the window, gazing blankly at the moon. There is also a young person at headquarters who needs guidance, but chances are it won't go well. I can only offer some advice to help his revolutionary endeavors avoid unnecessary detours. But what about the emotional state of Uncle Carp? His son is not becoming a Marine and is preparing to join the world government. Sigh, this is a headache. At this time, Uncle Carp has probably sent Ace to Dawn, right? I wonder if I can bring Ace back. If not, how will I save him during the Marineford War? I can't really let Carp send a white-haired man to bury a black-haired one. This damn monkey family is truly troublesome. What? You say, Luffy? Who cares about this destined child? With his personality, sending him to the Marines would only end up like his father. He would probably rebel in a few days. Oh, Sengoku seems to have an adopted son. What was his name? Right? Don Quixote Rocinante, the younger brother of Don Quixote Doflamingo. I saw him a few times at headquarters before. I should look up some information about him after going back and pay special attention. Then I can rescue him and gain his gratitude. Sigh, I'm really worried about this family. Without me, it would fall apart. Xingchen thought, and gradually fell asleep in his chair. The next day after breakfast, Kazan came over again. Robin, who was doing horse stance on the deck, saw him and wasn't afraid. Instead, she smiled at him. Kazan was a bit taken aback. He lay down on the beach chair next to Xingchen and quietly asked, "What's going on?" "I told her yesterday about you being knocked into the hospital and Solo's situation." "Vocal, you told a child these things." "Don't worry, Robin is very clever. She won't go around spreading rumors. Even if Admiral Sengoku finds out we release Solo after some time, do you think he would dismiss us?" "No, I meant you knocking me out." Xingchen was taken aback, rolling his eyes. "Oh, you the thick-browed Baijid ice cream stick, you really want to be raised as a daughter? With how you scared my sister into psychological trauma, not beating you up is already a sign of our good relationship. You still want me to maintain the image of a great hero. Dream on." During the return journey, Robin gradually emerged from her sadness. The soldiers on the ship treated her well, and when she was training her fruit abilities, she didn't notice any fear or disgust from others. Instead, they praised her for being impressive. Finally, she revealed the innocence and romance a child should have, and the entire ship resonated with her joyful laughter. Kazan came over every day to chat with Xingchen, but mostly to see Robin. As time went by, the two of them became friends. Xingchen and Kazan sipped cold beer lying on their chairs, watching Robin frolic on the ice rink created by Kazan's abilities. They clinked their glasses, revealing a knowing smile. Finally arriving at Marineford, Sakazuki, Kazan, and their fellow rear admirals went to report to Admiral Sengoku. Xingchen, however, took the opportunity to slack off, though after all the report wouldn't miss him, and took little Robin to Dracula Mihawk's home. Upon entering, he found Carp and Dracula Mihawk sitting on the sofa with serious expressions, a low-pressure atmosphere enveloping the entire living room. Robin felt the oppressive atmosphere and hid behind Xingchen. Xingchen was about to sneak away with little Robin when Carp, suppressing his anger, stood up and walked towards the door, turning back to say, "You should properly advise this brat." Bang! The door slammed shut. Dolag looked up at Xingchen with a bitter smile. "Brother, I plan to leave the Navy." Xingchen pulled Robin to sit down in front of the sofa, gently sighing. "Have you thought it through?" When do you plan to leave?" "Tonight. I don't want to disturb too many people." Xingchen pressed his lips together and patted Dolag's shoulder. "Is there any wine at home? Let's drink." Dolag stood up and grabbed some wine, returning to the sofa with a few bottles of red wine. He saw Robin timidly sitting next to Xingchen and asked, "Brother Mo, who is this little boy?" "She is a girl. I saved her at O'Hara, and now she is my sister." "Robin, you can also call him brother." "Brother." After a brief introduction with Robin, Dolag stood up again to pour her a glass of milk. Xingchen recounted what had happened at O'Hara, and when he heard about Kuzan's cold demeanor scaring Robin, he burst into laughter, joining in the teasing. He also felt sympathy for Robin's experience, his heart aching for the little girl, and he pounded his chest, declaring that he would teach Kazan a lesson next time in her honor. After a few rounds of drinks, Dolag, have you thought about what to do after leaving the Navy? I've thought a lot these days. I want to ensure that the common people live well, so I plan to find some like-minded partners and overthrow those evil kings, then select a noble who cares for the common people to take office. Gradually build up strength until one day we can overthrow the celestial dragons. Have you discussed all this with Uncle Carp? Dolag looked defeated, sighed, and said, I talked to him. He called me foolish, then we argued, and then you all showed up. Our Uncle Carp is right, it is indeed foolish and quite childish. Dolag retorted stubbornly, why do you say that, brother? Isn't my dream a good one? Besides, where am I foolish? Xingchen held the wine bottle, clinking it with Dolag's, and smiled, actually your father and I do not oppose your leaving the Navy, and we recognize your dream. When we say you are foolish, we mean your methods. When we say you are childish, we mean you don't understand human nature. It's not wrong to seek partners or to overthrow tyranny, but why would you return power to the nobles after succeeding, even if he is a noble who cherishes the common people? But can you guarantee that he won't change after becoming king? You must know that power is the most seductive poison. Even if he maintains his original intentions, can you ensure that his descendants will also be wise rulers? You are gambling the happiness of the common people on the nature of the rulers, and human nature often cannot withstand the test. In the end, it will inevitably fall into a cycle, rendering your efforts meaningless. Dolag was not really foolish. He listened to Xingchen's explanation and fell into deep thought, realizing that, as Xingchen had said, without his constraints it would fall into a cycle within a few generations. He then asked, brother, can you teach me what I should do? First, you must understand one thing, common people and nobles are two different classes. The common people are the labor force. They produce everything they need through labor. Nobles are exploiters. They do not engage in production, but enjoy the fruits of the labor of the common people, so they are fundamentally opposed. In this world, would you say there are more common people or more nobles? Do not always think you can accomplish your dreams with your own strength or that of a few companions. With just a few of you, trying to change the world will exhaust you. You should first find a country that is not under the attention of the world government and is oppressed by nobles. Unite all the oppressed common people in that nation and then you can easily overthrow the regime. After succeeding, you must be ruthless, eliminate all the nobles, and select the management from among the people. Establish supervisory positions and impose severe penalties on officials who abuse their power to prevent them from being corrupted by authority. Once the people in the country are living in peace and contentment, take this as a starting point and expand outward from the smaller surrounding countries to the larger ones until you unite all the common people of the world and can boldly declare a new era. This is how a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Dolag and Robin listened in astonishment, never expecting that their seemingly lazy brother would have such detailed and highly feasible plans for rebellion. Robin, still young, felt excited and passionate about doing something great, while Dolag, hearing the last part, broke out in a cold sweat, imagining the crimson chaos that would ensue in every corner of the world. That was a song of blood and fire. O'Hara, I was just thinking of digging up some dirt and got blown up. You're trying to uproot everything. Government. I want to report. I want to earn merit by confessing. Dolag wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering, brother, why don't you rebel too? I'm afraid I can't handle it. Xingchen rolled his eyes and gulped down some wine, moistening his throat. Oh, please, this work is both exhausting and nerve-wracking. I would rather bask in the sun, drink tea, and tease little Robin. By the way, I just gave you a rough overview, and now let me tell you how to develop it in detail. Brother, wait a moment, I'll get paper and pen. I'm afraid I won't remember. Robin raised her little hand and shouted excitedly, Brother Monkey D, I want to join too. Xingchen casually tossed her a chestnut, watching Robin tearfully hug her little head, and burst into laughter. What are you trying to remember, you little brat? Just listen, you don't really want to join your brother Monkey D in a revolution, do you? Seeing Dolag rush back with a pen and notebook, clearing the table of snacks and bottles, and obediently sitting in front of the table like a primary school student, Xingchen also cleared his throat and raised a finger. First, you must determine the central idea of the revolution. It's not about overthrowing for the sake of overthrowing. It's about creating a better new world and new order. Therefore, you must unite all possible forces and overthrow all vested interests that have committed crimes. This is a long and arduous struggle, and it will certainly be accompanied by many sacrifices. So when you choose companions, you must not only tell them the true meaning of the revolution, but also inform them of the dangers that accompany it. Dorage wrote furiously, the pen flying across the page. After he finished, Xingchen raised his second finger, saying, Second, we need to differentiate the power of the world government, selecting forces that can be absorbed and unified. We need to increase our friends and minimize our enemies. For example, the Navy is the most powerful official force in this world, but they cannot be conflated with the world government. The Navy is the Navy and the world government is the world government. The Navy is merely constrained by the military budget and research of the world government. You should know this. There are many just individuals within the Navy who dedicate their lives to maintaining peace and justice on the seas. Therefore, they can also be potential allies. Take Fishman Island, for example. You and I have been to the Sabaody archipelago, and you know that the most profitable business there is human trafficking, particularly with fishermen who are highly valued. The trade of slaves is explicitly prohibited by the world government, yet they choose to turn a blind eye due to enormous profits. Do you think Fishman Island harbors no hatred? What about other races? Don't they harbor hatred as well? Thus, it's not just about uniting the oppressed people. Any intelligent race that has been oppressed can be a force for unity. Xingchen took a sip from his wine bottle, waiting for Dorage to finish recording before continuing. Third, establish a base of operations. This can be divided into two parts, the overt and the covert. The overt part is, as I mentioned earlier, find an oppressed country that attracts little attention, overthrow it, and boldly build the beautiful world you envision. Identify problems for management, solve them, and ultimately summarize your experiences to find the optimal solution, all while showcasing your achievements to your companions and potential allies. This is far more convincing than mere empty words. Then select a discrete location to establish a covert base. Only core members will know its exact location, where you can cultivate fresh blood and create a sanctuary for you and your partners. This way, even if the overt base is exposed or even destroyed, you and your partners will remain, allowing you to reignite the spark of rebellion. Fourth, develop technology and industry. Technology is always the primary productive force that can arm you and improve people's lives. That's about it for the initial phase. If I say too much, you won't know how to use it anyway. Think more on your own and summarize your thoughts. If you really can't decide, come back and ask me. Dorage, feeling tipsy, put down his pen. He truly felt he was kneeling before Xingchen. He merely had a thought, and Xingchen directly threw a complete set of standardized answers at him. So professional, so incredibly professional, powerful, and reassuring at the same time. Brother, I toast to you, will drink as you please. Dorage was filled with passion, eager to slay a few celestial dragons for excitement right then and there. He picked up the wine bottle and started chugging. The two continued to drink until the sky darkened, and they had no idea when they would drink like this again. The next time they reunited might be in many years. Dorage swayed as he stood up, retrieved his already packed belongings from the room, and burped. Brother, I'm leaving. Please take care of the old man for me. Xingchen glanced at Robin, who was curled up asleep on the sofa, propped himself up, and took off his coat to drape it over her. Let me see you off. Watching Dorage board the departing ship was a simple, yet poignant farewell. Xingchen, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked back the way he came. After a long time as he approached Dorage's house, he sensed someone and paused briefly before turning to walk into an alley, spotting Carp leaning against the courtyard wall holding a cigar. He has left. Yes, I didn't try to persuade him. Instead, I gave him many suggestions. I can guess. What reason do we have to stop a man from heading towards the sea? Carp took a deep puff from the cigar, the smoke not suitable for the lungs, yet he inhaled it deeply, making his voice sound a bit hoarse. Was your trip smooth? The child was saved, but his mother has exhausted herself for him. After naming the child, she passed away. I entrusted him to a mountain bandit in the kingdom of Goya for upbringing. By the way, who is the little one you brought back today? The youngest scholar from O'Hara, but now she is my sister. I didn't expect you to actively seek trouble for yourself. It's late, you should head back and get some sleep. Xingchen looked at the sweetly sleeping Robin, considering the trouble of carrying her around, and decided not to return to his own courtyard. He simply washed his face and collapsed onto the bed in the guest room. Xingchen, who woke up around noon, stepped out of his room and looked at the clean and tidy house, thinking he must be dreaming. He quietly closed the door, opened it again, and discovered little Robin standing at the door, tilting her head to gaze at him. Cough, cough, did you do this? Yes, I woke up and saw you still sleeping, so I tidied up the room out of boredom. Are you hungry? Let's go, a brother will take you to eat something delicious. Xingchen ruffled Robin's short hair and walked towards the front door first. Robin first ran to the sofa to hug the folded justice coat, then hurriedly followed him out. On the way to the cafeteria, he explained the Navy headquarters to Robin and also elaborated on the Navy's structure and main leadership. After they finished lunch, each holding a coconut, they strolled to the training ground. Xingchen pointed to one of the training areas and said, look, that's where I once knocked Kazan into the hospital. Brother, tell me about it. It was a sunny afternoon. Oh, I was holding a coconut just like now, lying under a tree. Ha 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 ha. The sound of little Robin's silver bell-like laughter echoed across the playground. Why not learn from Saul's laughter? Xingchen believed girls should be graceful. Besides, who would dare to force his sister to feign laughter? Was my sword not sharp enough? Looking at Robin's joyful smile, Xingchen allowed her to join the soldiers in their drills. Instantly, Robin's smile vanished, her lips pouting as she headed off to train, while our unscrupulous youth Xingchen couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed, the smiles in the universe are constant. They will not disappear or diminish, but merely shift. Waiting for Robin to complete her training tasks after having dinner in the cafeteria, Xingchen took her back to his courtyard. He told Robin to go to the study to choose the books she was interested in while he sat on the sofa to meditate. Before long, he heard a knock on the door. Xingchen stood up and opened the door, surprised. What brings you here? He saw Borsalino holding a bottle of red wine in his left hand and a box of cigars in his right, waving them in front of him. I was just bored and thought I'd come chat with you. Xingchen invited Borsalino inside, brought 2 high-stemmed glasses, and poured red wine into a decanter. The two collapsed onto the sofa, lit cigars, and began to smoke. Borsalino gazed at the smoke, his eyes unfocused as he said, Did Dolag leave? You know already. That brat was my deputy before he joined the training camp. A while ago, when both you and Carp were absent, he came to me seeking answers, and I just knew he would leave. Young people are full of passion, rushing to the sea to pursue their dreams, unlike us older folks who are mature and steady, only thinking about being lazy. Enjoying the aroma of the cigar, Xingchen filled Borsalino's glass with wine, and the two savored the red wine, enjoying this little life. During today's Vice Admiral meeting, because Teacher Zephyr will resign from his general position next year, Admiral Kong recommended Sakazuki for promotion. It was about to pass, but he refused the promotion himself, infuriating Admiral Kong, who also scolded you and Carp, saying you all are disorganized and undisciplined. Ha ha ha, luckily I'm not a Vice Admiral, so I didn't get scolded on the spot. It seems I should avoid showing my face in front of him for a few days. Then, after Vice Admiral Crane reported Douglas Barrett's indiscriminate massacre in the New World, it was decided to issue a Demon Slayer order led by Admiral Sengoku and Carp. They set off after the meeting, and I thought you would follow, but unexpectedly you were over there watching kids on the playground. No need to say, I know for sure Uncle Carp must have actively volunteered. A middle-aged man filled with pent-up anger and a nearly insane pirate. What a match. I bet $10 that Barrett will get beaten terribly. Borsalino seemed to imagine an enraged Carp unleashing his fury and involuntarily shivered. Wow. The two clinked their glasses in a toast to Barrett. The Navy will remember you, hero. Safe travels. Xingchen briefly introduced Robin to Borsalino without going into too much detail. Although they were friends with similar tastes, there was no need to be overly explicit. The two continued their leisurely conversation, with Borsalino mentioning that although Sakazuki rejected the promotion to Admiral, he was still nominated as a candidate for Admiral, asking Xingchen to help him come up with a code name. To avoid any chaotic titles, the name Yellow Ape was casually decided. As they slowly finished a bottle of red wine, Borsalino stood up to take his leave and went home to sleep. In the following 10 days, aside from supervising Robin's training and studies, Xingchen also took her out for food and drinks. Fortunately, Robin was very understanding and obedient, and Vice Admiral Crane was quite fond of her. After scolding Xingchen for his lazy demeanor, who would care for others and not teach the child bad habits, he took Robin to stay at her house, even saying that she was never this obedient as a child, which made Yuan jealous and come looking for a duel. He also took the opportunity to teach Jiaji a lesson. Sengoku and Carp joined forces again, the tragic successor of the Demon Slayer Order. During the lunch break, Xingchen slumped on the sofa in Vice Admiral Crane's office, eagerly reading the world economic news handed to him by Robin, which included several photos. One of the photos showed the young pirate Douglas Barrett being beaten into a pulp, lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, while Carp stood over him, his sleeves bursting from his bulging muscles, looking quite pleased. Xingchen's lips curled up slightly. It seemed Barrett had released quite a bit of Carp's pent-up anger. Another photo was of Sengoku and Carp together, with the title saying they had joined forces again, but looking at the photo, Sengoku's suit and coat were spotless, clearly just a bystander. Thinking to himself, it's been so long and Robin's bounty hasn't been issued yet, so she should have slipped through the cracks. As long as she doesn't mention she's an archaeologist, it seems nothing significant will happen. So what excuse should I use to ask for another long vacation? Having finished visiting the EC, there are still 3 seas left to explore. I wonder if Admiral Kong has cooled down. Sigh. It's hard to bring up. Report. Come in. Vice Admiral Kong wants to see you in his office. He says there is an urgent matter to discuss. At that moment, Vice Admiral Crane's messenger entered to report. Xingchen watched Vice Admiral Crane stand up and hurriedly called to Robin to play by herself before following closely behind. When the two arrived at the Admiral's office, they found Borsalino already sitting on the sofa. Steelbone Kong had yet to speak when the Yellow Ape handed the documents in his hand to Vice Admiral Crane, while Xingchen craned his neck to see. The documents were sent from Impel Down, stating that the Golden Lion Shiki had severed his own legs in the underwater prison and successfully escaped. His whereabouts are now unknown. Admiral Kong, with the abilities of the Golden Lion's float fruit, he is virtually impossible to track. We can only wait for him to show himself. After reading the documents, Vice Admiral Crane looked at Admiral Kong and said, I know what troubles me now is how to contain the news. Otherwise, that troublemaker Morgans will report it, and the Navy's reputation will be ruined. At this moment, Xingchen secretly rejoiced, saying Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrived. An opportunity has come. So he tilted his body, raised his hand. Admiral Kong, I don't know how to make Morgans keep quiet, but I can go find the Golden Lion. After all, I'm quite free and enjoy wandering around. What if I get lucky and run into him? Steelbone Kong's eyes lit up at these words. Considering Xingchen's strength, he might not be able to defeat the Golden Lion, who had severed his own legs, and since he wasn't holding any important position, he was indeed a suitable candidate. What if a blind cat meets a dead mouse? All right, I approve. When do you plan to set off? Xingchen thought for a moment. Without anyone available, William probably went to sea with Carp, so he said, let's wait for Uncle Carp to return, since I've always borrowed his men for sailing. I'm used to it. A few days won't matter. Just don't get too focused on having fun. I'll remember to clear the pirates along the way. Steelbone Kong nodded in agreement. This matter wasn't urgent over the next couple of days, and it was a long-term task. Besides having led troops before, he naturally preferred to work with subordinates he was familiar with. That's for sure. They'll head back to prepare now. You all stay busy. After saying that, Xingchen slipped away, finishing his snack, while conveniently securing a long vacation for himself. As for other matters, what did they have to do with him? The Navy could still survive without him. Happily returning to Vice Admiral Crane's office, he said to Robin, who was reading, Are you going to travel with me, or will you wait here for Aunt Crane to return? I want to travel. During the days waiting for Carp and Sengoku to return, Vice Admiral, he, upon learning that Xingchen intended to take Robin with him, realized that it would be a long time before he would see the little girl again, so he took her under his wing and taught her various knowledge every day. Xingchen was also quite pleased. He spent his time either drinking and joking with Koushiro or playing Go with Admiral Zephyr, while Kazan had long gone to the first half of the Grand Line to accumulate military achievements. Finally, Carp returned. After explaining the situation to Uncle Carp, he found William, and it was the same old recipe with the familiar taste. Setting sail on a small escort ship with Robin, they happily embarked on a public-funded vacation at sea. This journey lasted 7 years, during which Xingchen almost traversed the west, south, and north seas. Along the way, they also captured quite a number of pirates. Over the years, from the news, he learned about personnel changes in the naval headquarters. Carp and Vice Admiral, he remained largely unchanged, while Zephyr had stepped down from his admiral position years ago to focus solely on his role as head instructor. Akainu still refused promotion, but his name was becoming increasingly renowned. Koushiro remained the same, leading his research team. After all, his support capabilities were exceptionally overpowered, so he could only remain pinned at headquarters. Kazan had become a candidate for admiral, earning the title of Akiji, which Robin had given him during a phone call. Then there was Dragon, who had taken on the codename Dragon, established the Revolutionary Army, and was dubbed the world's most notorious criminal. The headquarters also gradually established 5 naval branches in the New World G1 to G5, with Carp serving as the base commander of G3. Of course, strictly speaking, Xingchen was also part of the G3 branch, as he still belonged to Carp's staff, albeit in name only. Xingchen looked at his panel attributes: name, Xingchen; race, human; level, mid-stage; chi; refinement; technique, ethereal; immortal technique; void shadow technique. 2 years ago, Xingchen discovered that his true chi had broken through, and based on the strength of a mid-level rear admiral, he could be considered to have the strength of an admiral both in physical combat and swordsmanship. Brother, hey, race today's newspaper. 15-year-old Robin was no longer a mere child, and no longer needed to pretend to be a tomboy. At 165 meters tall, with long flowing hair and a nice figure, she was undoubtedly a little beauty, truly a young lady blossoming into maturity. Xingchen lounged lazily on his beloved beach chair, basking in the sun, his eyes still closed. I can't be bothered to read, you can read it for me. Fei Ershtage single-handedly stormed the Holy Land, Mary Geos, freeing thousands of slaves. He also established the Sun Pirate crew. There's also a bounty notice here. Let me count, 200 million. Robin rolled her eyes but obediently read the newspaper. Xingchen pursed his lips. TSK, I have a bad feeling about this. BRR. Robin quickly answered the phone. Moshi, this is Colonel Xingchen's warship. Please state your business. Is this little Robin? This is Sister Hiu. Please have little Mo return to headquarters as soon as possible. Xingchen lazily replied, got it, Sister He. After hanging up the phone, he shrugged at Robin with a proud expression. See, I knew it, vacation is over. Brother, what do you think is such a big deal that they called you back this time? You've really wasted your time teaching me these past few years. You're so clever, yet your political instincts are so poor. Did you see the news earlier? The Holy Land of the Celestial Dragons is almost being overturned. There must be a heavyweight figure responsible for it. If nothing unexpected happens, Marshal Kong is likely to step down this time. Robin wrinkled her nose and stuck out her tongue at Xingchen. William. Return to Marineford. Naval Headquarters, Marineford Military Port. Xingchen, clad in a justice coat and wearing a well-tailored dark casual suit, walked down the warship with Robin, William, and a group of soldiers. Although Xingchen's rank had not increased in recent years, his achievements in clearing the 3 seas along with his exploits in sweeping the EC had made him well known throughout the seas due to the strong promotion by the World Economic Journal and the Navy itself. He was even referred to by Morgans as the Pirate Killer. In recent years, the only pirates able to enter the Grand Line from the 4 seas were those with exceptionally good luck. Pirates who encountered Xingchen either ended up at the bottom of the sea or were sent to impel down to work on sewing machines. This greatly curtailed the manpower of pirates in the New World, leading the naval cadets along the way to watch Xingchen and his group with excitement. Robin, due to her appearance, also garnered quite a few fans in the military. After serving for over 3 years with a saying that could be heard, even a pig can defeat Diao Chan, Xingchen let Robin and William take the gifts they had accumulated over the years to find Vice Admiral He, while he himself went to report to the marshal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon pushing the door open, Xingchen saw, oh, Sengoku is also here. Why did Marshal Kong call me back? He placed the various action reports written by William over the years on Steelbone Kong's desk and turned to sit on the sofa with Sengoku, sharing tea and snacks. Steelbone Kong glanced through the report without raising his head and said, did you see the recent news? The Mary Geos incident. Yes, to quell the impact of this incident, the world government has decided to let me step down, but on the surface it will be said that I am being promoted to the Supreme Commander of the military, which preserves a bit of my face. There will be a general meeting tomorrow morning, and you should also attend. Sengoku and I have more matters to discuss, so you can go rest now. All right. Oh, by the way, I bought some local specialties from the 4 seas this time. When it's almost time to get off work, I'll have Robin bring them over to you. After Xingchen finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Sengoku, and then left the office, preparing to find Robin and check on Vice Admiral He. At Vice Admiral He's place, there was no need to be overly concerned with formalities, as it would seem unapproachable. Sister He, I'm here to see you. Xingchen knocked on the door, waited 2 seconds, then directly pushed the door open. He saw 2 women, one large and one small, sitting on the sofa surrounded by gifts, eagerly unboxing them. Indeed, no matter which world, women have a special fondness for unboxing packages. It's still little Robin who knows how to take care of people buying me so many gifts. Unlike you making a little girl carry your broken sword all day long. She's my real sister. These gifts are all bought with my money. Besides, wasn't I just training her? Robin then began to plead her case to Vice Admiral, he looking quite wrong, saying, I obviously participated in those battles against the pirates. Sister, he's exploiting child labor. Sure enough, women are born masters of deceit. One moment her face was filled with joy, and the next it was tearful, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing Vice Admiral, he glared at him. Xingchen raised both hands. All right, you two are in cahoots. I can't provoke you, can I just hide? I'm leaving to play with Koushiro. Xingchen picked out Kazara's gift from among the many presents and walked out of the office. The moment he closed the door, he heard cheerful laughter from inside. Everything requested. Xingchen and Huang Yuan, 2 rascals, struggled in the office until the moment the closing bell rang. Huang Yuan immediately activated his elemental transformation and vanished without a trace. Xingchen leaped through the window, stepping lightly like the moon, and shot towards the direction of the town. When Xingchen arrived at the restaurant he had reserved during work hours, he found Huang Yuan already seated at the table in casual attire, elegantly sipping red wine. In an instant he exploded with fury. His eyes widened as he pointed at Huang Yuan and shouted, Damn it! You have insulted me too much. Poliusolino lowered his sunglasses, smirking with a crooked mouth and squinted eyes as he said, Kowine. Then I'll treat you to this meal. This time I will graciously let you off the hook. Xingchen's expression changed instantly. He adjusted his wrinkled clothes from the fast pace and elegantly pulled out a chair to sit down. The cause of this incident was that Xingchen, for reasons unknown, insisted on racing, Huang Yuan agreeing that the last one to reach the restaurant would pay the bill. As it turned out, that rascal had even found time to go home, and not only did he drop off a gift, but he even changed into a different outfit. Does Xingchen not care about his own face? After both of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they went their separate ways. When Xingchen sneaked into Carp's yard, he noticed that the lights in the house were still on, so he knocked on the door. Yo ha, you finally decided to return to headquarters, huh? Tisk, anyway, I've already wandered all over the seas. Carp moved aside to let Xingchen in, then rushed to the bedroom, as if he had a treasure, coming back out, holding a box. Opening the lid, Carp carefully pinched something inside with his thick fingers and handed it over. Xingchen took it casually, flipping through it, revealing some photos and letters. Carp joyfully introduced each item to Xingchen, saying, Look, this is Ace. He has grown so much. When I brought him back, he was just a tiny little thing. Yo ha ha, and this one, this is the son of Dorag, my grandson Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Yo ha ha, I will definitely raise them to be heroes of the Navy. Xingchen smiled, listening to Carp's bragging. Then he saw the envelope with Colonel Xingchen written in big letters, and he was taken aback, tilting his head to ask, Carp, this seems to be a letter from Dorag to me. Carp froze for a moment, then awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Yo ha ha, I was just curious about what this brat wrote. He then became angry and said, Speaking of which, I am filled with rage. If I hadn't looked at the letter he wrote to you, I wouldn't have known he got married, and even worse, that he has a child. How could such a significant event in life not be communicated to me, his father? The last time I ran into him at the G3 base, I gave him a good beating, and the imprint of my sandal on his face hasn't faded yet. Xingchen slapped his forehead in response, saying helplessly, Uncle, do you think there's a possibility that Dorag went to the G3 base just to tell you these things in person? Otherwise, I can't figure out why you just happened to run into him at the branch base. Haha, is that so? I sympathized with that kid Dorag for 3 seconds, thinking he happily went to share good news with his dad, only to be inexplicably beaten up and gain a tattoo of a supreme sandal. Seeing Carp becoming increasingly awkward, Xingchen smiled and changed the topic, saying, Speaking of which, Uncle, how do you plan to train these 2 little rascals? Of course I will train them to be strong Navy warriors like me. When I was 5 years old, I defeated the most powerful beast on Goba Mountain. Wait, Uncle, hold on. I think the most important thing for children is ideological education. Teach them how to be a person. They must understand right from wrong and be guided to establish a correct worldview, values, and outlook on life. Whether it is power accumulated over time or borrowed external power, the user must first respect power and life, otherwise it becomes chaotic power. And chaos often leads only to destruction. Hearing this, Carp's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brows in thought. Xingchen saw him suddenly punch his palm, thinking he had come up with a good idea, only to hear a righteous statement. Too troublesome, I can't do it. Tired, let it be destroyed. Carp is reliable for major matters, but he can be a bit careless with minor issues, though it doesn't have a significant impact. However, when it comes to raising kids, he can be considered a bottomless pit. When I used to watch anime and saw little Luffy and his friends being chased by all sorts of ferocious beasts through the forest and even flying up into the sky tied to balloons, everyone might laugh joyfully. But just imagine if you were the one being chased by a tiger at the age of 5. I doubt anyone would find it funny. What do you think about bringing them to the Navy headquarters when they are a bit older? Ace might be fine after all, it's been so long, and the previous mission has long been suspended. But for Luffy, you should know what Dorag is doing now and who his enemies are. At that time, the CP organization will definitely keep an eye on Luffy. It's easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow unless you can always stay by Luffy's side. Sigh. Let's see when the time comes. After the old man retires in a few days, we can return to the East Sea together to check on those two little rascals. No problem. The next morning, Xingchen yawned, holding the soy milk and fried dough sticks he brought from the cafeteria, and walked into the conference room. After looking around, he found that the lowest rank of those attending the meeting was already a brigadier general, making his colonel rank stand out awkwardly. However, most of the generals nodded at him and greeting their attitudes quite friendly. He glanced at the conference table where the senior Navy leaders and influential vice admirals were seated, then he consciously walked to the last row in the corner and quietly began to eat breakfast. Big shots always like to make a grand entrance. The notification said the meeting would start at 9:30, and Xingchen arrived right on time, but now it was already 9:40, and Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku slowly walked into the conference room. As Fleet Admiral Kong took his seat, the attendant closed the door of the conference room, and the atmosphere became serious. Steelbone Kong scanned the room, and upon seeing Xingchen still focused on eating his fried dough sticks, his brows twitched. However, seeing that everyone who should be there had arrived, he didn't bother to fuss over such trivial matters. Clearing his throat, he spoke up. Comrades, I believe you have all heard some rumors during this time. That's right. This may be the last meeting I preside over in the name of Fleet Admiral. During my tenure, each of you has bravely fought for the justice in your hearts, ending the Pirate King's reign and capturing the most vicious pirates. Your actions have upheld the dignity of the Navy, and I take pride in that. However, I am indeed getting old, and it is time to hand over the future of the Navy to the younger generation. Coincidentally, in a few days, it will be the graduation ceremony for this training camp, which will also be my handover ceremony. So now I invite the next Fleet Admiral Sengoku to say a few words. Applause erupted. Sengoku nodded slightly to the crowd, then raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the meeting room quieted down, he opened his folder and said, "In recent years, our Navy has made remarkable achievements in clearing the seas of pirates, significantly curbing the source of piracy. However, when it comes to the Grand Line, the Navy's control still seems somewhat insufficient, especially in the latter half of the Grand Line. Currently, remnants of the Rocks pirates led by the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates are causing trouble in the New World, seizing territory. They are even referred to as the Emperors of the Sea by some well-meaning individuals. Therefore, I propose that Admirals Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan be promoted to generals at Navy headquarters. This will enhance the prestige of our Navy, putting an end to small-scale piracy. At the same time, we should shift the Navy's focus from the Four Seas to the Grand Line, allowing capable and strong leaders from the Four Seas branches to be promoted to headquarters, intensifying the efforts to clear pirates from the Grand Line, ensuring that the Navy achieves control over the first half of the Grand Line. Then we will accumulate strength and wait for the right moment to attack the New World, sweeping away all the thieves." Applause erupted once again, followed by a voting session, which passed with almost unanimous support for the promotion of the three admirals. This is the wisdom of the older generation. This matter could have been proposed by Steelbone Kong, but since Sengoku took the lead in suggesting the promotions, the three will owe him a favor, allowing Sengoku to quickly establish control over the Navy after taking office and ensuring a smooth transition of power without creating an awkward situation of having no subordinates to rely on. This time Sakazuki did not refuse. He glanced thoughtfully at Xingchen, leaving Xingchen a bit puzzled. Then Vice Admiral Teru proposed the decision by the world government to establish the 7 warlords of the sea, which met with strong opposition from most of the generals. This matter could only be shelved to be dealt with by Sengoku after he took office in negotiations with the 5 Elder Stars. Following that, there were some inconsequential proposals culminating in the division of specific responsibilities and personnel arrangements for the 3 admirals. Sakazuki would oversee the latter half of the Grand Line, commanding the G1 to G5 naval brigades to combat pirates. Borsalino would station at Navy headquarters, overseeing naval research projects and guarding the Holy Land Marineford. Kazan would be in charge of all the vice admirals and branch bases in the first half of the Grand Line, responsible for the cleansing of the sea area. Finally, the meeting concluded close to noon. Xingchen, hearing the commotion around him, drowsily opened his eyes and noticed that some people had already left. He quickly stood up preparing to slip away, but was called back by Sengoku. Once only Sengoku Tsuru and Carp remained in the meeting room, Sengoku said, "Little M.O., I am planning to promote you to Vice Admiral. What do you think?" "Why, Uncle Sengoku? I'm doing just fine as I am. Let's not discuss anything else. You belong to Carp's unit, right? Now that Carp is under Sakazuki's command, by extension you are essentially under Sakazuki's command too." Damn, I knew Sakazuki's gaze on me was strange. Although Sengoku just proposed it today, he must have discussed it in detail with them beforehand. Before Xingchen could speak, Sengoku continued, "I can't just recall Carp to let him accompany you in the Four Seas, right? You certainly wouldn't want to become a branch-based commander. As for Borisolino, you wouldn't be involved in research, so it would have to be Kazan. I estimate that even Carp can't keep you in check anymore, let alone arrange someone else as your superior, so the only option is to promote you to Vice Admiral. So it means letting me relocate to the first half of the Grand Line for a stroll, huh? Fine, you're the new boss. I'll give you this face." It seems I still have some face. Now give me the inside scoop. Oh, after a few years, what's your current strength level at? Hey, I'm not bragging, let me put it this way, if I face Whitebeard Onionon, I might not win, but I definitely won't lose. Our main selling point is youth. In a few more years, I'll be invincible." Hearing this, the three elders burst into hearty laughter. Xingchen thought for a moment and said awkwardly, "By the way, Uncle Sengoku, won't my promotion seem a bit out of order?" "Out of order? Haha, you dare to talk about the Navy's rules in front of the Grand Admiral? Well, you are the boss and you are the rule maker. Damn, I just got played." Over the next few days, Xingchen and Robin spent almost every day in Vice Admiral Tsuru's office attending lessons. Xingchen needed to learn some important matters and tasks that Vice Admirals should pay attention to. After all, he was skipping ranks, jumping directly from Colonel to Vice Admiral. Meanwhile, Robin was being trained by Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was dissatisfied with how Xingchen had been raised, teaching her etiquette, emphasizing elegance, and instructing her on how to be a lady. Xingchen took some time to visit Koushiro, asking him to help him procure a warship capable of sailing in the doldrums. It didn't need to be too large nor equipped with too many weapons, focusing instead on functionality, comfort, and maneuverability. Then he greeted Carp and brought over William and his group, as it had been 8 or 9 years, and he was too lazy to change to new personnel. Meanwhile, Marineford was busy preparing for the upcoming graduation ceremony. Due to the special nature of this ceremony, many guests would be invited, including those from the world government, allied nations, and various industry leaders, although the pirates would not be among them. Steel Bonkong and Sengoku had been closed off from visitors these past few days. Several times when Xingchen passed by Vice Admiral Tsuru's office on his way to class, he could hear the peculiar sounds coming from inside, resembling elementary school students diligently reciting texts. Finally, the day of the graduation ceremony arrived. Xingchen, dressed neatly, entered the venue alongside Carp. Although both were vice admirals, their seating arrangements differed based on their positions. For example, Carp sat in the front row alongside the middle-aged pillars like Steel Bonkong, Sengoku Tsuru, and the 3 upcoming admirals. The second row was filled with vice admirals commanding major bases, while Xingchen was arranged in the 3rd row. Fortunately, there were some familiar faces nearby. To his left was Di Yuan. While engaging in casual conversation with Di Yuan, Fleet Admiral Kong began to reflect on his military career and the significant achievements during his tenure before passing the baton to Sengoku. Next, the new admiral began his speech outlining plans for the future development of the Navy. Then Sengoku stood on stage to award medals to the graduating recruits, followed by various generals taking the stage to present awards and speak about various forms of justice. However, the most frequently mentioned term was still absolute justice, which reflects the current situation of the Navy, where hawks outnumber doves. As Xingchen was on the verge of dozing off, Di Yuan nudged his arm and whispered, "It's your turn on stage." Xingchen stepped onto the platform as the Marshal of the Warring States personally draped the justice coat adorned with the insignia of a major general over his shoulders, handing him the microphone before stepping aside. Holding the microphone, Xingchen surveyed the crowd below, waiting for the square to quiet down before speaking. "The last time I stood on this stage to give a speech was many years ago. However, I have realized that many people seem to be gone forever. Order exists because of us, but maintaining order comes at a cost. We the living and our fallen comrades have made me understand that every meeting might be our last, and every farewell could be the final goodbye. We ultimately cannot escape death, so please live splendidly and die with honor. If we cannot meet again, then I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night." With that, he saluted and stepped down from the stage. The applause was not the first sound to resonate, but rather the waves of crying from the new recruits. The commanders turned to gaze at the weeping soldiers, and this time no one scolded them as softies. The seagull flag fluttered in the wind as the ceremony continued. With the overwhelming aura of the Warring States Marshal unfolding a thunderous roar, "Let the justice of the Navy reign over the world," concluded the event. Afterward, Xingchen followed Cap and others to the marshal's office to witness the celebration of the Warring States marshal's move. At that moment, he noticed Cap's expression was somewhat helpless and even a bit angry. Xingchen quietly asked, "Uncle, what's wrong?" "The justice of the Warring States has come to an end. From now on, he can only uphold the justice of the Navy." Xingchen scratched his head, indicating his lack of understanding, then looked at Robin, who was coming over to find them. Her eyes were a bit misty with tears clinging to her eyelashes. He asked again, "What's wrong with you? Brother, will you still wish me good morning, good afternoon, and good night when you can't see me anymore?" Angered, Xingchen directly gave Robin a light bump on the head. "At your young age, where do you get all this melancholy?" Everyone arrived at the marshal's office, where the current owner was no longer Steelbone, but Warring States. Logically, during a housewarming celebration, Warring States should have been beaming with joy, but there was no smile on his face. Instead, it bore a hint of sadness. Xingchen was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with everyone, until a frame was hung on the wall by the soldiers, revealing the words beneath the red cloth. It was not the justice that reigns over the world that Warring States had always upheld, but rather absolute justice. Only then did Xingchen finally understand the source of the problem. It looked strange. Cap scratched his head, looking at the words. Warring States knew that Cap was deliberately trying to provoke him, but he too felt no mood to be angry upon seeing those words. Having served in the Navy for over 40 years, the justice he had adhered to had suddenly changed. It was no longer his justice, but the kind of justice the world government required from a Navy admiral. "Uncle Warring States, don't be sad. It's just a change of words. Is your sense of justice really that shallow? Is it merely confined to a few characters? Do you understand the concept of facade? Do you understand Li Dai Tao Jiang? Elaborate. What are you now? You are the leader of the strongest military force in the world. What are you afraid of? Just uphold the justice you believe in that reigns over the world. Who dares to challenge you? You lead the way. I will dig the pits. Uncle Cap will directly bury them. Yoha! Get lost." "Got it." Xingchen pulled Robin away, still muttering, realizing that he lacked knowledge, which was a consequence of not being well educated. "If it were me, I would definitely give those 5 old men a harsh lesson, telling them what it means to leverage the emperor to command the feudal lords, what an emperor is, and that those who are strong and well-armed should be the ones to do so. Anyone who dares to say another word must learn what majesty means and why one would conspire against it." Robin listened carefully to Xingchen's ramblings and cautiously spoke up. "Brother, can I discuss something with you?" "Go ahead. I want to go to sea." "Why? I want to search for the true history." "What's so good about that? Just ask me directly. I know all about it. I can tell you." "I'll shut up." "You bastard, don't spoil the surprise." Robin didn't think much about why Xingchen knew this, but she trusted that her brother, who had taken care of her for 7 years, wouldn't lie to her. So she hurriedly tiptoed and firmly covered Xingchen's mouth with her hands. Xingchen blinked at Robin and waited for her to hesitantly release her grip. "It's too dangerous for you to go to sea alone. I'll take you to find it, I guarantee. We'll find it right away." "No, that would be too unchallenging. You're so annoying. Don't casually crush a girl's dream. You jerk, brother." Xingchen held his forehead, feeling helpless. He looked at Robin's determined and hopeful gaze, paused for a moment, and finally softened his heart, letting out a long sigh. The rebellious phase has arrived. "All right, what reason do I have to stop a beautiful young girl from pursuing her dreams? Remember to take the din mushy with you. If you encounter something you can't handle, be sure to call me. Don't stubbornly hold on by yourself. Long live, brother. I love you the most." Robin joyfully jumped onto Xingchen's back, kissed him on the cheek, and happily ran home, seemingly planning to pack her luggage and set off soon. Xingchen shook his head, slowly following behind. By the time they reached home, Robin's luggage was already packed. The two headed toward the port, with Xingchen continuously reminding her, "Don't forget to keep fit when you're out there alone. Now that your observation Haki has awakened, you must also work hard to awaken your armament Haki, otherwise you will suffer against Logia users. Remember to develop your fruit abilities well. Don't just think about growing arms on the surface, strive to grow inside the enemy's body, then you can directly crush their heart. If you can't imagine it, read more medical books and learn about human anatomy. And remember to eat well, sleep well, and don't stay up late so you can grow taller." Robin listened to Xingchen's nagging with a smile, showing no impatience because she knew he was the closest person to her in this world. She cherished the care and concern of having a family. She knew that under her brother's protection, she would be safe, free to pursue the things she wanted, and everything she desired would be within reach. She also understood that her current request might be a bit unreasonable, but her brother still agreed to her. Robin leaned against the railing of the departing ship, gazing at the man below, who was like sunshine, a gentle breeze, and a clear spring. With tears in her eyes, she waved her hand and murmured, "Brother, thank you for rescuing me from the darkness." Xingchen stood by the shore watching the merchant ship disappear over the horizon before turning slowly around. At that moment, he fully understood the feelings of Carp when Dorag left. It was that kind of expectation for a loved one to fulfill their dreams mixed with worries about their safety. Sigh how melancholic. By the time Xingchen returned to the marshal's office, only the elderly trio remained. He collapsed directly onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling like a fish stranded on shore, scorched by the sun. A visibly low-pressure cloud hung above his head, his face marked with dismay. Sengoku curiously asked, "What happened to you, kid, after just a short while?" Xingchen continued to gaze at the ceiling, mumbling, "Robin has gone to sea." Vice Admiral Crane was taken aback and spoke with a hint of anger. "How could you let her go alone at such a young age? She wants to chase her dreams. Oh, what can I do?" Sigh. The three elderly men sighed in unison, having all raised children themselves and deeply understanding this feeling. No need to mention Carp. Sengoku wanted Razanandi to follow a steady naval path, but fearing that his identity as a celestial dragon might affect Sengoku's promotion, he insisted on going undercover. Crane had always wanted to train the young girl into an elegant lady, yet she insisted on becoming a great swordsman and even lingered in the Flower District. "Uncle Sengoku, I need to take leave to return to the East Blue." "All right. Sengoku, I also need to take leave to go back to the East Blue." Sengoku looked at the two troublemakers, an older and a younger one with veins bulging on his forehead. Get lost, get lost. I'm going to die of anger because of you two." On Carp's dog-headed warship, the two lay on beach chairs with Xingchen staring intently at the impeccably dressed man standing nearby. "Vice Admiral Xingchen, hello. My name is Bogart, a colonel, and currently the aide to Vice Admiral Carp. Please take care of me." Seeing Xingchen's unwavering gaze, Bogart saluted and introduced himself. "Yo ho 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 ho. When I was the base commander of the G3 branch, Old Man Kong said I didn't have a reliable aide, and he was worried. So he assigned Bogart to me." Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. "I was just busy hunting down the golden lion." "Ahem. Bogart, I see you also use a sword. What level are you at now?" "Report Vice Admiral Mo, I am at the level of a swordsman." Xingchen waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be so serious, I prefer a more casual approach. Show me your swordsmanship." Vice Admiral Carp's path is different, and he can't guide you in this regard, so let me give you some pointers. Then Bogart demonstrated his swordsmanship on the deck. After watching, Xingchen found that it was unsurprisingly following the common swordsmanship of this world, so he reiterated the sword philosophy he had previously shared with Koushiro. After hearing this, Bogart deeply bowed to Xingchen. Xingchen patted Bogart's shoulder, earnestly encouraging him. "Vice Admiral Carp's previous aide was Kazan, and the one before him was me. You must work hard and not let our lineage down." "Yes. Yo ho ho ho. So my aide is this amazing, huh?" On the way to Windmill Village, Xingchen also practiced with Bogart, just like he had with Koushiro, correcting his sword habits. Unknowingly, they arrived at Windmill Village. Xingchen and Carp entered the tavern where Makino was. As soon as they stepped in, Xingchen was momentarily stunned by the sight of a graceful girl standing by the bar. "Brother Mr. Carp." Makino greeted the two with joy upon seeing them. "Where's your grandfather?" "Grandpa passed away from a severe illness 2 years ago." Xingchen gently ruffled the girl's hair, whispering comfortingly, "It's okay, you still have me, your brother." Makino suddenly threw herself into Xingchen's arms, seemingly wanting to vent all the grievances and sadness from the past 2 years since her grandfather's death. Xingchen felt his chest getting gradually dampened, remaining silent and gently patting Makino's back. When Makino slowly regained her composure, she looked up at Carp and said, "Mr. Carp, Luffy is sleeping in the room. They'll go bring him out." "Wait, why is Luffy here?" Xingchen expressed great surprise. "Brother Dorag entrusted him to me. He said he is also your brother, that he has important matters to attend to and cannot take care of Luffy, so. And Mr. Carp comes to visit Luffy every few months." Xingchen's face turned livid with rage upon hearing this, grabbing Carp by the collar and shouting, "What is wrong with you people from the monkey family? Makino is still just a child. How could you bear to put such a young girl through this? How will she ever have a love life in the future? Taking Luffy to find a boyfriend." "Oh." Carp awkwardly wiped the spit from his face and forced a smile. Sorry, I forgot." Makino looked at Xingchen, getting angry for her, and felt very happy, having not been cared for in a long time, but felt great. She smiled and ran into the back room to bring out the still sleeping Luffy. Seeing Carp playfully taking Luffy, Xingchen darkened his face and shouted, "Bogart." Upon seeing Bogart rush in, Xingchen pointed at the girl standing there grinning. "My sister, have the soldiers on the warship come help prepare a feast for the whole village." "Yes." Xingchen lifted Luffy and handed him to Makino, then asked Carp, "Where's Ace?" "In the Gorbo Mountains." "Then lead the way." Oh. The two walked silently in the mountains. Carp, carefully looking at Xingchen's expressionless face, said, Little Mo, don't be angry. Next time I see that brat Dorag, I will give him a good beating for you. Xingchen sighed and slowly said, actually I am angry at myself. When I first encountered difficulties, it was Makino's grandfather who took me in, and then I met you in Rogue Town. But I only cared about my own enjoyment without knowing how this little girl Makino managed to persevere over the past few years. Clearly Carp was not someone good at comforting others, so he started recounting stories from his childhood. Although they were trivial matters, they indeed distracted Xingchen's attention, preventing him from dwelling on his own neglect. Hoo. Just as Xingchen quietly listened to Carp's stories, he heard the sound of wind. It was the heavy and dangerous sound of a rapidly moving object, and it was aimed at him. The next second, a long axe flew toward him, and Xingchen caught it, effortlessly gripping the handle perfectly. To be honest, this kind of attack was nothing to both Xingchen and Carp. Dear viewers, could you please swipe for today's free little gift? Suddenly, several figures sprang out from the woods on both sides of the mountain path, led by a plump woman with orange hair, who was the person Cap wanted to find, Callie Dayton. Dayton, with a cigarette in her mouth, made a fierce expression and shouted at Cap, I've told you before, this is my territory. Cap halted his steps, seemingly fueling Dodon's arrogance. The flesh on her neck trembled as she turned to Xingchen and said, young man, give me back my axe. This one. Xingchen weighed the axe in his hand, and Dayton nodded straightforwardly. Whoosh boom. In a clean room, Dayton and her subordinates trembled as they knelt in a row, all with some bruises, while on the table in the center of the room lay wine and fruit. Xingchen turned to look at Dayton, who shivered all over and collapsed onto the ground, unable to maintain her kneeling posture. I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. Actually, I'm usually a very easygoing person. Dayton forced a smile at that moment and said, no problem, it was our offense first. She then turned to Cap. Cap, who is this gentleman? Xingchen, he's my disciple, the elder brother of Dorag. Cap casually introduced him, causing Dayton to stand up, directly pointing at Xingchen and saying, yo, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought he was here to exterminate us Navy men. After sitting down again, Dayton changed from her previous kneeling posture to sitting cross-legged comfortably, her imposing demeanor instantly rising, even appearing more manly than Cap, while her subordinates began to laugh. What the heck? Turns out he's one of us, aha. Hey, you go bring Ace from behind the house. Originally Ace was supposed to play inside, but this little rascal was too unruly, and last time he nearly set the house on fire, so he was simply let out to play outside. Don't worry, someone is watching him. Before long, Dodon's subordinate brought in a black-haired boy with a face full of freckles. Cap cheerfully shouted, Ace, come over here, Grandpa. Ace, cool as ever, ignored Cap and walked up to Xingchen asking, who are you? Xingchen looked at this little brat who had made countless people cry in the past and smiled, saying, call me uncle. Ace first looked at Cap, who was frantically nodding beside him, thought for a moment, and finally said, uncle. Xingchen joyfully ruffled Ace's smooth hair into a messy nest. He then said to Dayton and the others, everyone come down the mountain with me to the town today for a banquet. Hearing this, a hint of reluctance appeared on Dodon's face, but she didn't fully resist. In a hesitant manner, she said, I still have. Xingchen directly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, drawing it slightly from its sheath. I hate it when people make me unhappy when I'm in a good mood. Dayton instantly straightened up, looking at the bewildered Ace, laughing awkwardly. Speaking of which, it seems like Ace hasn't been to the town in over half a year, huh? Ace scratched his little head, full of confusion. He didn't understand why Uncle Mo was calling Dayton and the others to the banquet, but mentioned him. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Cap grabbed Ace, placing him on his shoulders, and happily walked down the mountain. Yo-ha-ha! Banquet. Meet. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, everyone gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing, sitting in groups of 3 or 5 to drink and eat meat, while the women busied themselves with roasting meat. Xingchen saw Marjorie happily dancing in the crowd and casually took a cup of beer, pulling Marjorie onto a makeshift stage made from wine crates. Today, I invite you all to dinner to thank everyone for taking care of my sister Marjorie over the years. I drink to this, and you all can enjoy yourselves. As Xingchen downed his beer and turned the cup upside down to show there was not a drop left, both the villagers and the mountain bandits, as well as the Navy, all cheered. Marjorie, do you want to come out to sea with me again for fun? Brother Mo, you don't need to worry about me too much. A few years ago, you took me around the entire East Sea, and in the end, I found that I still like it here the most. I have to take good care of the tavern that Grandpa left for me. Xingchen ruffled Marjorie's hair, saying with concern, I'm not too worried about your safety. There probably aren't many people in this country who can defeat you. So I've set aside some money for you. If you run out, just tell me. Buy whatever you want to eat or whatever you want to buy. If you get tired, close the shop and take a break. Don't overwork yourself and don't neglect yourself, understand? Got it, brother. Marjorie smiled and nodded heavily in agreement. Ace watched the lively scene in front of him, feeling quite excited. He jumped down from Cap and started to run around happily. After playing for a while, perhaps feeling hungry, he approached Cap, who was obliviously eating and drinking, and then came over to Xingchen, eyeing the roasted meat in his hand. Xingchen served him a large plate of roasted meat, placing it in front of him, and carefully handed him a glass of frozen juice. Ace coolly said, "Thank you, uncle." Then he picked up the roasted meat to stuff into his mouth. At that moment, a vague voice whispered in his ear, as if saying, "Rub, rub roasted meat." Ace turned his head to the side and saw a child, even smaller than him, standing there drooling with his eyes fixed on the roasted meat in Ace's hand. Ace tried to move the roasted meat a little, and the child followed the movement with his gaze. Ace grinned, but the missing front tooth slightly affected his smile. Then he stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth, and the child instantly frowned, glaring at Ace. As their gazes met, Ace laughed even more happily. Perhaps he had never smiled so joyfully since he was born. Ace picked up another piece of roasted meat. The child who had been glaring at him just a moment ago now appeared foolish, staring blankly at the roasted meat. Ace intentionally brought the roasted meat closer to the child, who seemed to see hope, and walked over with open arms. Then, Ace quickly stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth, leaving the little boy stunned for 2 seconds before he charged forward, headbutting Ace right on the nose. In pain, Ace's eyes watered, and the two children began to engage in a playful fight. Xingchen quietly watched the interaction between the two little boys until he could no longer hold it in, and burst into laughter, separating the two, who were causing a ruckus. "Ace, you can't bully someone weaker than you in the future, understand? And this little guy is named Luffy. He's also the grandson of Old Man Cap, so that makes him your brother." "You're lying. He can't possibly be my brother." "Oh, why do you say that?" Ace pointed at the freckles on his own face, saying confidently, "He doesn't have them on his face, so he looks nothing like me." "Ha ha ha." Xingchen smiled, then looked at Ace, lost in thought about whether to tell him about his origins now. It wasn't that he intended to hide it, but he was mainly worried that the child was too young for such knowledge to be beneficial for his growth. However, if he didn't say anything, Ace would eventually ask, and would find out sooner or later. In the end, he felt it would be better for him to tell Ace himself, as Xingchen was unsure when Ace would ask, and didn't know whether it would be Carp or Daiden answering him. Considering the carelessness of those two, it was unlikely they would provide any good words. It was just right that he was still around during this time to guide him well. So he spoke. "Ace, have you asked your grandfather or Daiden about your parents?" "I asked Daiden, and she said she would tell me when I grew up a bit more." "Well, you can ask me anything you want. Uncle will tell you." Ace's eyes lit up with anticipation as he asked, "Uncle, do you know where my parents are now? Why don't they come to see me? They have both passed away. They are gone from this world, so they can't come to see you anymore." Xingchen watched Ace, observing his emotional fluctuations, ready to intervene physically if anything seemed off. Fortunately, Ace was only slightly downcast, and it was hard to tell whether he was feeling hurt or wronged. He then asked, "Do you know what they were like? Your mother was a truly great person as a mother, but she also burdened you with a fateful debt from the moment you were born. Your father was a hero and a man among his brothers and subordinates. However, to others, especially as a husband and a father, he was clearly inadequate. I don't quite understand. Ace, people are complex and multifaceted. You cannot simply distinguish them as good or bad. You must not just listen to others, but have your own judgment. You may not understand the reasoning behind my words now, but remember what Uncle said, and perhaps you will understand when you grow up a bit more." Seeing Ace tilt his head, trying to comprehend this statement, Xingchen smiled, and playfully gave him a light tap on the head, physically interrupting the moment. "Don't think about so much right now. You're just a little kid. Eat some meat." Oh, the emotions of a child come quickly and leave just as fast. Ace, feeling wronged, covered his head with one hand, while stuffing grilled meat into his mouth with the other. Luffy was seriously gnawing on a meat stick larger than his head, completely unconcerned about what was happening. At that moment, Xingchen vaguely heard someone speaking with a crying tone, and the voice was quite loud. He looked around and saw Daiden, red-faced, holding a bottle and talking to old village chief Sherlab from Windmill village, tearfully expressing his grievances. "Old Chief Shiloh, my life is so hard. As a big girl leading this bunch of useless people, it's tough enough living in the mountains, but I still have to get beaten up. That aside, especially that Carp, I'm a virgin girl who has never even been in a relationship, and he wants me to help him take care of his child. How will others see me in the future?" Xingchen looked at Dodon's mountain-like figure and thought that indeed she was a big girl like a saint. The men of the monkey family are all rascals. He just wondered if she had a brother who could help her out. The entire banquet lasted until the next morning, and those who had drunk too much the night before began to wake up one by one and started cleaning up the scene. Xingchen called Ace and Luffy up and took them to stroll around the town, planning to choose some children's books at the bookstore. Xingchen walked ahead with his hands in his pockets while Ace and Luffy followed behind, each holding an ice cream. Ace, licking his ice cream, curiously asked, "Uncle, why did you give those people paper just now?" "That's called berries. You have to pay for other people's things." I don't have money, what will I do if I want to eat ice cream in the future? Xingchen smiled, turned around, squatted down, and put a few berries into Ace's pocket. Here, uncle is giving you this, so you can buy things. For me. Why? Ace transformed into 100,000 questions, and Xingchen, too lazy to explain, simply tapped Ace's smooth forehead with 2 fingers. Ace cried out in pain, looking at Xingchen in confusion, unable to understand why his uncle suddenly hit him. If you get hit, you have to pay. These berries are what I owe you for hitting you. Now do you understand? Ace's eyes lit up, seeming to forget the pain, and he said, so if I don't have money to eat something in the future, I can just let the boss hit me once. At that moment, Luffy, although he did not understand what the two were doing, saw that Xingchen gave Ace something while he didn't have any, so he began to shout, I want it too, I want it too. Xingchen hadn't even had a chance to correct Ace, and could only sigh and give Luffy a light tap on the head, then handed him a bit of berries. Watching these 2 clever boys happily giggling because they received berries, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, education must start from a young age. When Xingchen brought the 2 little ones back to the port, the banquet site had already been cleaned up and the soldiers were exercising on the beach. He didn't see Dayton and her group, probably back in the mountains. Carp, sitting on a big rock eating donuts, shouted to them loudly, Yo ha, Ace, Luffy, come over here for a hug from Grandpa. Ace pouted but still walked towards Carp, while Luffy was like Ace's little tail, doing whatever Ace did. Xingchen stuffed the Enlightenment books and daily necessities he bought into Bogart's arms, then stretched his wrist and pointed at a group of soldiers running with weights. Ace, Luffy, do you see those people? Now go and run with them. Why, oi? Ace blinked his untainted big eyes, tilting his head to look at Xingchen. Xingchen drew out Chunjun and casually waved it. A faint golden crescent sword aura swept through the air, and a giant rock on the shore exploded into 2 halves with a loud bang. The sword tip turned, pointing at Ace with a dangerous expression. If you don't run, the next sword will cut you. Ace grabbed Luffy and jumped down from Carp's arms, rushing towards the group of soldiers. Carp was grinning beside them, not forgetting to promote his parenting style. Yo ha, Amo, kid, this is completely lacking intensity. According to my idea, they should be thrown into Galbo Mountain to fight with the jungle beasts. Back then, Dorag was raised by me. Bogart, hearing this, felt cold sweat running down his face. These 2 kids should be Carp's grandsons, right? Does Carp really not want to kill them? Xingchen rolled his eyes, ignoring Carp's self-indulgence, and looked at the sweating Bogart, saying, don't mind that foolish old man. Starting tomorrow morning, you will teach Ace and Luffy how to read and basic life skills. Yes. Relax, there's no need to worry too much. I bought some suitable children's books for their age. They are over there in that pile. Just look at them and teach accordingly. As Carp spoke, he realized that the 2 were completely ignoring him and were instead discussing among themselves. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, are you 2 little brats even listening to me? You better not ignore me, you brats. After yelling, he raised his fist, ready to strike the 2. Xingchen disdainfully replied, listen to you. Ace is already 7 years old. He doesn't even recognize currency and doesn't know he needs to pay for things. Carp's descending fist suddenly halted, and he awkwardly scratched his head, looking aside as he explained sheepishly, Yoha. Huh, isn't this something you naturally learn as you grow up? Upon hearing Carp's words, Bogart quickly stepped back, standing beside Xingchen, sharing a disdainful glance at his superior. Clearly, when it came to parenting, Bogart firmly chose to follow Xingchen's lead. Xingchen glanced in the direction of Ace and Luffy, noticing the 2 slowpokes slacking off. He raised his hand and sent a few sword chi their way. Run faster. The sword chi grazed past them, and feeling the sharp and dangerous aura that could cut them in half at any moment deeply stimulated the pain nerves in Ace and Luffy's brains, causing them to scream and start running wildly. Carp, acting like a grumpy old child, sulked while eating donuts, while Bogart studied a few children's books, figuring out how to teach starting tomorrow. Xingchen leaned against a boulder, sipping juice, leisurely supervising Ace and Luffy occasionally, sending them some sword chi. Thus, in the mornings, Ace and Luffy attended cultural classes with Bogart, and in the afternoons, under Xingchen's supervision, they trained with the soldiers to build their bodies. In the evenings, they listened to Carp recount his glorious deeds. However, by the afternoon, Xingchen had already pushed them to the limits of their physical endurance, so by nightfall, they fell asleep quickly. Carp had evidently turned into a mere tool for telling bedtime stories. After 5 days, Xingchen gave Ace and Luffy a day off. After all, one must balance work and rest. So he took the 2 little ones to the town to let them relax. By evening, the 3 returned to the tavern, carrying bags full of goodies. They approached the bar and each ordered a glass of iced juice from Makino, waiting leisurely. At that moment, Carp came over, preparing to say something, when he suddenly noticed the large bumps on Ace and Luffy's foreheads and asked, "Did you 2 get into a fight?" "No." "Then what happened to you?" Ace pointed at Xingchen and straightforwardly said, "Uncle hit us because I had no money." Carp was stunned for a second, seeing the small hand Ace was pointing with, clutching a few bills. Then he looked at the bags filled with children's toys, clothes, etc. With the cleverness of the monkey family, he quickly pieced it together. Duong duong. Carp playfully hit Ace and Luffy on the heads, laughing heartily. Ace, with a big bump on his head, held back tears and bravely extended his other little hand, looking at Carp and saying, "Give me money." Carp's expression suddenly turned grim, like that of an ultimate villain in a movie. While threatening the boy, he also expounded on life lessons. Those without strength have no right to demand from others. Experiencing dining and dashing for the first time, Ace stood there dazed for a long time, almost triggering his Conqueror's Haki prematurely. He then clenched his small hand tightly into a fist, defiantly glaring at Carp, firmly saying, "Stinky old man. When I defeat you, I won't give you money." "Me too. Yo-ha-ha-ha, I await your challenge." Ace, filled with grievance, dragged Luffy out the door, forgetting to drink his juice. Carp did not pursue them, but instead sat next to Xingchen. Makino came from the kitchen carrying 3 glasses of juice. Looking at the empty stools, she curiously asked, "Where are Ace and Luffy?" "They were chased away by a certain ridiculous grandfather." Xingchen shrugged, jokingly said, "Yo-ha-ha, by the way, you mentioned last time that you already reached the level of a general. Do you know about the advanced usage of Haki?" "I have a rough idea of the direction, but am not entirely clear on the specifics yet. You know, I can't explain it clearly to you. Come and fight a match, you will comprehend it yourself." "I can't today. I plan to head to Frostmoon Village soon to visit an old friend. Let's fight when I get back." Frostmoon Village. The name Frostmoon sounds quite familiar. Where have I heard it before? Carp tilted his head, stroking his bearded chin, racking his brain to recall. It's a swordsmanship family from Wano country. Their ancestor was the dragon-slaying swordsman Frostmoon Ryoma, and the current head of the Frostmoon family is also a very promising great swordsman. This pure June sword was forged by his father. "Oh, so it's that Frostmoon. No wonder it sounds so familiar." Bogart, who was nearby, changed his expression upon hearing the words great swordsman. There's no way around it. Xingchen's swordsmanship was far beyond his reach. Hearing about a new great swordsman, he surely wanted to witness it. Moreover, he was a descendant of Frostmoon Ryoma. Which swordsman on the sea has not grown up listening to his legends? Lieutenant Imo, can I go with you? I want to see other great swordsmen." "Sure." Xingchen looked at Bogart, who was full of anticipation, and agreed. He then turned to Makino and said, "Little Pudding, I will leave the teaching of Ace and Luffy's cultural knowledge to you for the next few days." "Okay, don't worry, brother." Bogart, go notify the soldiers to prepare for departure. We don't need too many people, just enough to operate the warship." "Yes." After finishing, Bogart excitedly ran out of the tavern to organize the crew. Since everyone had been at the port these past few days, they had not arranged for soldiers to guard the warship, which could be considered Carp giving everyone a break. However, they still had to complete their daily physical training before they could have free time. Yo-ha-ha-ha, let those 2 little brats experience Grandpa's iron fist of love for the next few days. Laughing heartily, Carp got up and left to find Ace and Luffy. Xingchen could only silently say to Ace and Luffy in his heart, "I'm sorry. I can't control your grandfather. You two just have to fend for yourselves." After a night of sailing, the warship arrived at the dock of Xuanyue Village the following morning. Xingchen left soldiers to guard the vessel and disembarked with Bogart alone, heading toward Ichiryu Dojo. Midway, they spotted a boy with algae green hair sprinting toward the harbor, clutching 2 wooden swords. Well, could this be Rorinoa Zoro, the future fleet admiral, the famed 3-sword style wielder and user of the Mihawk fruit? "Hey kid," Xingchen called out, halting Zoro. "What is it? Make it quick, I'm running late." Zoro stopped and turned, speaking anxiously. "If I'm not mistaken, you're wearing the training uniform of Ichiryu Dojo. Then why are you rushing toward the harbor? Damn it, did I take the wrong path again?" Without another word, Zoro spun right, ready to bolt. Hey, that direction doesn't seem right either. Never mind, you're already late anyway, just come with us. We're headed to Ichiryu Dojo as well." Zoro approached, hesitantly scrutinizing the 2 closely. Noticing their swords, he asked, "Your swordsman? So you've come to challenge my master?" "Not me, him." Xingchen chuckled, ruffling Zoro's cropped hair and gesturing toward Bogart. Yet inwardly, he marveled. Family, can you imagine? Here I am in the world of pirates, tousling Zoro's hair, something that would send his devoted fans into fits of laughter. What truly astonished Xingchen, however, was just how profoundly lost Zoro could be. Back when he'd watched the anime, it had seemed merely comical. But confronting reality, where even a short stretch of road demanded 7 or 8 course corrections, where a moment's inattention could send him veering wildly off track, was genuinely maddening. In the end, Bogart simply hoisted him up and carried him the rest of the way, though otherwise reaching the dojo before nightfall would have been impossible, even if they walked perfectly straight. When the trio finally arrived at the dojo, before they could even greet anyone, a sharp voice rang out, "Let go of Zoro." Xingchen and Bogart turned, as did Zoro, suspended midair, to see a girl with neat black bob-cut hair gripping a wooden sword pointed directly at Bogart. Recognizing her, Zoro flushed crimson, like a monkey's rump, and flailed wildly in the air, shouting, "I wasn't captured after losing. I got lost. They happened to be coming here too. I'm just getting a ride." Hearing his explanation, the girl lowered her wooden sword and scoffed, "TCH. A brat who can't even beat me. Getting captured would be far more fitting. Oh, put me down. Put me down. Kuina, I challenge you." At Kuina's taunt, Zoro instantly snapped, shouting and thrashing in midair. The commotion drew others from within the dojo. Shusui Kinguro stepped outside, and upon spotting them exclaimed joyfully, "Mr. Emo. Ah, Kinguro, long time no see." Emo Xingchen smiled and waved in greeting. Kinguro warmly ushered them into the reception hall, brewed tea himself, then introduced the two children. "Mr. Emo, this is my daughter Kuina. You met her as a toddler. And this is my disciple Roronoa Zoro, a boy gifted with exceptional talent and swordsmanship. What do you think of them?" Kuina and Zoro, kneeling side by side, straightened their spines proudly as their father and master introduced them, and as Emo Xingchen turned his gaze toward them. One young woman bold enough to draw her blade, and one delightfully disoriented young swordsman perpetually lost on his way. Kuina beamed with pride at Emo Xingchen's praise while Zoro scowled, but seeing his master bow so respectfully, he held his tongue. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, Zoro has always lacked a sense of direction. Ha ha ha. He's utterly charming, but honestly I suspect he possesses no directional sense whatsoever. Just now guiding him along the path, he still managed to wander astray. Ha ha ha. Then let them spar. You may offer your guidance. Very well. Kuina and Zoro rose and stepped into the courtyard facing each other. After a swift exchange, Kuina, her technique precise and refined, won cleanly and decisively. Beaming with triumph, Kuina, and brooding with frustration, Zoro returned indoors and knelt side by side awaiting Emo Xingchen's instruction. "Kuina, your swordsmanship talent is extraordinary. Your grasp of forms is perceptive and your technical fluency remarkable. For one so young, you truly merit the title of prodigy. But remember, never grow complacent. As you mature, most girls naturally lag behind boys in raw physical strength. Therefore, fortify your body and deepen your understanding of swordcraft. Only then will victory remain yours. Your father holds immense hopes for you. Strive onward to become the greatest swordsman of all." "Yes, sir." Hearing Emo Xingchen's appraisal and learning of her father's high expectations, Kuina's eyes blazed with resolve and renewed determination. Emo Xingchen turned to Zoro, whose shoulders slumped in dejection, and smiled warmly. "Zoro, first, your perseverance is admirable. Your unwavering devotion to the way of the sword radiates powerfully. Few children your age possess such tenacity, not even many adult swordsmen. This is an exceptional quality. May you preserve it always. Yet you still bear many shortcomings. Remember this. In battle, maintain absolute calm. Sword duels demand far more than brute force. Every element around you may tip the scales. Think mid-combat. Seek your opponent's openings. Rage only clouds judgment. Next, strengthen your physique and refine your mastery of technique. Master both overwhelming power and subtle leverage. Crush with might, yet deflect with grace. Keep striving, young swordsman." "Thank you." Zoro bowed, deeply listening intently as Emo Xingchen laid out his strengths and weaknesses with clarity and care. Kinguro, observing, quietly nodded repeatedly, realizing how far he still stood from Emo Xingchen's depth of insight. Though he often understood the truth, he struggled to articulate it clearly, or to make it resonate with children. "Mr. Emo, might you consider taking these two under your tutelage?" Kuina and Zoro exchanged eager glances. From Kinguro's deference, they sensed unmistakably this gentle man before them was a peerless master of the sword. "That won't be possible. My current patrol zone has shifted to the first half of the Grand Line. As you know, the pirates there would overwhelm them at this stage. Though I could safeguard their lives, doing so would rob them of meaningful combat experience." After listening to Emo Xingchen's words, Gung Siling pondered for a moment. For a swordsman who emerged from a new world, he understood that the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line were indeed a hellish challenge for two young children like Kuina and Zoro. Rather than being protected during such training, it would be better to solidify their foundation in swordsmanship here with me. Before Gung Siling could speak, Emo Xingchen continued, "In a few years, when Guyaina is a bit older, you can let her train alone in the East Sea. If she can reach Marineford on her own merit, I will take her under my wing for cultivation. Of course, Zoro can join as well. But by that time, you must prepare them for death. You should know that countless geniuses strive to become great swordsmen, yet many more fall on that path. After all, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship often comes with bloodshed and death. Without such awareness, one cannot succeed." "Yes, Mr. Emo, I understand. By the way, I haven't asked yet, is there something that brought you here, sir?" "Not much. I just happened to be on vacation in the East Sea and thought I'd come see old friends. How is the health of the old gentleman Gung Samlang? My father is doing well. He should be fishing by the river now and will return home a bit later. Xingchen felt that the small talk had gone on long enough, so he introduced Bogart to Gung Siling. Gung Siling, this is Vice Admiral Bogart, also a swordsman. He came along with me to seek your guidance on swordsmanship. Bogart then stood up and bowed to Gung Siling. Mr. Gung Siling, please teach me. Gung Siling quickly stood up, slightly puzzled, and said, I have no problem with sparring and swordsmanship, but I am curious as to why clearly Mr. Mo is a greater swordsman than you chose to come to me for guidance instead of asking him directly. Vice Admiral Mo's level of swordsmanship is too high. I want to directly feel the gap between myself and a great swordsman. I can't sense that with him. Bogart said awkwardly. Gung Siling understood. It turned out he had been discouraged by Xingchen and wanted to find a great swordsman to test himself and regain some confidence. Making me feel like I'm still a novice. Kid, you're in for a tough time. Then let's head to the back mountain. This place is too small. They then arrived at a clearing on the back mountain, where both stood still with swords held in the center, searching for each other's flaws. Meanwhile, Xingchen stood by with the two children, watching the excitement and providing commentary. Guyana was the first to speak. Mr. Why are those two just standing there without moving? The duel between swordsmen is extremely perilous. Unlike your matches with Zoro using bamboo swords, where being a little reckless is inconsequential and getting hit only hurts, being struck by a real sword can be fatal. Before being sure of the opponent's strength and sword style, any reckless action could become a flaw, and revealing a flaw often leads to being attacked. So who strikes first is crucial. As Xingchen explained to Guyana, Bogart became slightly distracted during the standoff. Just as he blinked, Gung Siling seized the opportunity to close the distance and executed a quick Iaido strike. In a hurry, Bogart raised his sword to defend. If it had been the previous Gung Siling, they might have exchanged blows, entering a phase of grappling, but Gung Siling had also been trained by Xingchen. The Iaido strike was an upward cut, leveraging the momentum of drawing the sword, so Gung Siling's Iaido strike didn't use all his strength. He merely wanted Bogart to commit fully to defense. Gung Siling's Iaido strike was just barely stopped by the force of Bogart's defense, and he took advantage of the rebound to rotate his wrist, swinging the blade down in a 180-degree arc. Bogart could only continue to passively block. At that moment, Zoro asked in confusion, why did the master suddenly move just now? It was because my explanation to Guyana drew Bogart's attention, so when he blinked, your master seized that flaw and struck first. Then it became a battle of techniques, first using Iaido to trick the opponent into full defense, then smoothly changing tactics to continue the attack. This way Bogart fell completely into your master's rhythm. If he cannot break free, the outcome of this match will already be decided. Zoro and Guyana were stunned, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. When did blinking become a flaw? What was this Iaido trick, and what was a follow-up attack? They couldn't grasp it at all, but they were deeply shocked. Speaking of which, what did their past duels amount to? Were they just playing house as children? Sure enough, Bogart could not find a flaw in Gung Siling's continuous attacks. Unable to escape Gung Siling's rhythm, he could only remain on the defensive. After over 30 exchanges, Gung Siling's sword stopped right in front of Bogart's face. Clap, clap, clap. Xingchen was the first to applaud, saying, what a brilliant duel. Gung Siling, you have made great progress. Gung Siling sheathed his sword, gazing intently at Xingchen, replying, thank you for the compliment, sir. Would you like to join in and have a go? Sure. Xingchen leisurely walked toward the center of the arena. When he saw Bogart at the edge of the field, he tilted his head and asked Gung Siling, can we start? Gung Siling stared at Xingchen intently, his lips slightly parted, not daring to slack off. Of course. Suddenly, Xingchen drew his sword, unleashing 3 strands of pale golden sword energy, racing toward Gung Siling. The horizontal sword energy in the middle was the fastest, while the cross sword energies on the sides were slightly slower, completely sealing off Gung Siling's escape routes, forcing him to take them heat-in. Xingchen slowly approached Gung Siling, with each step unleashing 3 strands of sword energy. When Gung Siling deflected the second wave of sword energy, he realized something was wrong and thought to himself, this is bad. Gung Siling had absorbed the first wave of sword energy with great effort, finding it fast, but lacking in power. However, when he faced the second wave, its immense force nearly knocked his sword away. Before he could ponder further, the third and fourth waves of sword energy followed closely behind. Each wave had different levels of power, with some waves being similar, yet different, completely unpredictable. Continuing like this would only leave him in a passive defense until he revealed a fatal flaw. Thus, Gung Siling decided to go all out, breaking Xingchen's offensive rhythm. After unleashing several waves of sword energy with all his might, he charged forward without waiting for the results, thinking his sword energy could clear Xingchen's relentless barrage and give him a chance to attack up close. However, he did not expect that as he swung his sword with force, Xingchen also moved swiftly toward him, calculating the general trajectory of the sword energy solely based on his swing, then relying on the cover of the sword energy to slip past him. When Xingchen reappeared in Gung Silang's line of sight, his sword was already resting against Gung Silang's neck, and his charge came to a sudden halt. The scene froze as Gung Silang, slightly aggrieved, said, "Sir, didn't you say you dislike sword energy? I merely disdain slow and cumbersome sword energy. That does not mean I do not use it. I practice it to be faster and incorporate more variations. Besides, how can you hold a fixed mindset against an enemy? I have been taught well." Gung Silang sheathed his sword and bowed sincerely in gratitude. Xingchen hooked his arm around Gung Silang's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Let's go just in time for a meal after some exercise. You don't mind treating me to a meal, do you?" "Ha ha, sir, what are you saying? I will definitely welcome you with open arms." On the way back, Bogate and Gung Silang focused on digesting the earlier sparring session, summarizing their shortcomings, and absorbing each other's strengths, contemplating how to integrate these into their swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the two children excitedly pulled at Xingchen, asking questions left and right. They had never witnessed such a battle before. Even in their usual practical drills, Gung Silang's demeanor was quite casual, lacking the pressure he exhibited today. Xingchen patiently explained, simplifying his wording as much as possible so that children their age could understand. After lunch, Xingchen briefly outlined a training plan for the children's physical development and then let them train on their own. Gung Silang, Xingchen, and Bogate sat at the edge of the corridor savoring fragrant tea while watching the apprentices in the courtyard sweat and exert their youthful energy. Gung Silang suddenly remarked, "Vice Admiral Karp must be a master of education to nurture individuals like you and Dorak. It is a pity that such heroes could not meet. Ew, what a regrettable matter." "Ha ha ha, well, it's better this way, at least you won't be disappointed by not meeting them." Xingchen nearly spat out his tea in laughter while Bogate nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. Gung Silang looked at their expressions bemused. "When did you meet Dorak?" Gung Silang was just about to pour tea for the two when he heard this and accidentally spilled hot water on the table. At that moment, he remembered that although Dorak highly praised Mr. Mo, the two in front of him were Navy personnel, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Xingchen had only casually asked about the courtyard, and upon receiving no response for a long time, turned to Gung Silang, noticing he was sweating and silent, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Navy's upper echelons are aware of his identity. Besides, he was originally in the Navy. I just wanted to ask how he has been, as I haven't seen him in many years." Seeing Xingchen's casual demeanor and Bogate's indifferent expression, Gung Silang heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued pouring hot water for the two. "Actually, I met Dorak many years ago, but the last time was about 2 years ago. At that time, he mentioned he had some business in the East Sea and wanted to see his son. We chatted for a while, and all his words were filled with admiration for you. His son is indeed in the East Sea. This time, I am accompanying Vice Admiral Karp to see his grandson. By the way, you are also part of the Revolutionary Army, right?" This revelation shocked Gung Silang significantly, causing his hand holding the teacup to tremble. Xingchen laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, your reaction is quite exaggerated. You need to train harder. As his friend, you can't be this panicked." Xingchen took a sip of hot tea, wearing a teasing expression, and said, "No jokes, when Guena grows a bit older, we might as well create a new sword for her." "Oh, why is that?" "Mainly to see how tall Guena can grow. After all, your sword is a long blade, and if her arm span and height aren't sufficient, it will definitely be awkward to wield. I believe that a swordsman doesn't necessarily have to pursue famous swords. Having a sword that fits oneself is far more important. You can have Mr. Gung Silang craft a sword that truly belongs to her based on Gina's height, strength, and sword-drawing habits. Just like my Chun Jun, I believe this will surely help her make better progress in her swordsmanship. Thank you, sir, for considering my little girl. It's nothing I quite like that girl. Let's encourage these two children and hope they can keep persevering." "Then I won't disturb you any longer." Xingchen stood up, waved goodbye to Gung Silang, and gracefully turned to leave while Bogate also got up and nodded before following. When Xingchen and Bogate were about to reach Windmill town the next afternoon, they saw from afar on the warship that frequent flashes of light erupted on the beach, followed by the booming sounds of explosions. Bogate immediately ordered the warship to proceed at full speed, thinking that a group of reckless pirates was bombarding Windmill town. Xingchen observed Bogate's anxious demeanor, appearing particularly calm himself, and casually patted Bogate's arm, signaling him to relax. "With Vice Admiral Karp in town, what are you worried about? Bogate, how about we make a bet?" Upon hearing Vice Admiral Karp's name, Bogate felt a bit of relief from his anxiety. He had been too panicked earlier to think clearly. "Vice Admiral Mo, what do you want to bet on?" "I bet 100 berries that this ruckus is definitely caused by Vice Admiral Karp himself. What do you say, are you in?" No way, why would Vice Admiral Carp throw shells to bombard the coastline? Ha 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 ha, then we'll just wait and see. As the warship approached the port, Xingchen and Bogate stood at the bow, finally seeing the situation on the shore. Carp was standing on the shore laughing heartily while shouting something like, "Run, quickly get out of the way." And then he continuously threw shells at Ace and Luffy, who desperately dodged, managing not to get hit, but occasionally being tossed around by the shockwaves of the explosions. At this moment, Ace, with his keen eyes, spotted the approaching warship on the sea and waved his little hands, shouting, "Uncle Emo, help us. Grandpa wants to kill us." Xingchen grinned at Bogate, raised an eyebrow, and snapped his fingers, bringing his index and middle fingers together slightly. Bogate watched the scene on the shore, biting his lip, exhaled sharply through his nose, reached into his chest pocket, and pulled out 100 berries, slapping it into Xingchen's hand. He then quickly used Moonwalk to reach the shoreline, swinging his sword to slice through the shells thrown by Carp, shielding Ace and Luffy behind him, angrily saying, "Vice Admiral Carp, what are you doing? This is too reckless." Xingchen followed closely behind, landing on the shore, and Ace, having found his backbone, ran up to Xingchen, with Luffy starting to complain about Carp's various misdeeds. Xingchen squatted down with a smile, gently brushing his fingers across Ace's nose, and said softly, "Let Uncle help you take revenge, okay?" Ace and Luffy nodded vigorously, their faces filled with conviction. Xingchen stood up and looked at Carp, a daring thought flashing through his mind. As the national guardian deity of the Navy, how dare this old man let my nephew sleep in a doghouse? Where are the 100,000 troops? Kill for me. But he dared not, only silently hyping himself up in his heart, thinking that since they were going to fight anyway, he couldn't lose his momentum. "Hell, old man, are you bullying my nephew? Shall we have a practice match?" Upon hearing their uncle's bold words, Ace and Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was their hero. He was their deity. "Yo ho ho ho, kid, I hope your head is as hard as your mouth when the time comes." Carp finished speaking and quickly charged towards Xingchen. Seeing this, Xingchen hurriedly raised a hand and waved it repeatedly, saying, "Hey, hey, hey. Uncle, wait." Carp's movements didn't stop. As he charged, he said, "Humph. It's too late to beg for mercy now. No, the kids are still here. Furthermore, this isn't a place for sparring." Carp's movements abruptly halted. He blinked, looking at Ace and Luffy beside Xingchen, then at the houses not far off the shore, and picked his nose, saying, "Then let's go to the mountains." Thus Carp took the lead into the forest. Xingchen shook his head at Carp's retreating figure and said to Bogart, "It seems we'll be staying in the mountains for a few days. You go arrange for the soldiers below to move freely in the town, and don't forget to complete their daily physical training. Then catch up with us. Observing a battle like this is beneficial for you too." With that, he followed Ace and Luffy to catch up with Carp. As the group passed Dodon's base, Dayton was vigorously swinging her long-handled axe in the open space in front of her house, conducting her daily training. Seeing them not stopping and continuing deeper into the mountains, she curiously asked, "Where are you guys planning to go?" Luffy excitedly interjected, "Uncle is going to fight Grandpa to avenge us." Upon hearing this, Dayton instantly became interested. Whether it was Mo's pretty face beating up that bastard Carp or Carp hitting Xingchen, it made her very happy. That old bastard Carp is another story. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, Dayton would have made her move long ago. As for Xingchen, she was nearly scared out of her wits when they first met. I, Dayton, am not someone to be trifled with. In the infamous leader of the mountain bandits of Galbo Mountain. The kind that can scare kids to tears. When have I ever been humiliated like this? She hurriedly instructed her little brothers in the house and followed along, shouting, "I'm going to wait for me." The group finally found a relatively flat piece of wasteland. Xingchen told Bogart to keep the two kids at a distance. "Uncle Emo, go for it. Defeat that big bad Grandpa." Ace and Luffy shouted loudly from a distance, cheering for Xingchen. Carp looked at Xingchen opposite him, feeling a bit dazed. Over the years, it seemed that the passage of time had left no marks on Xingchen's face, still adorned with youthful features. However, comparing him to their first meeting, Xingchen's aura was now even more transcendent, and facing him brought a sense of pressure. He had always been magnanimous and sincerely hoped that his favored junior could become a top powerhouse on the sea. Therefore, seeing the current Xingchen, he genuinely felt a joy that his junior could catch up. But Carp never felt an anxiety of being surpassed, because he always believed in his own fists. As long as he was there, he would be invincible. "Yo ho ho ho, Mo kid, let me see how far you've grown. Now don't let me down." It was clear that Carp wanted Xingchen to make the first move, as he had absolute confidence. "Then I won't be polite, Uncle," Xingchen said, looking at Carp, who stood casually. It seemed he was full of openings, but Xingchen knew that those so-called openings were all bait. So he unleashed his strongest mental pressure so far towards Carp, preparing to catch him off guard and see if he could find a real opportunity. In an instant, it felt as if the world had been paused. All the sounds of insects and birds around disappeared, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere that pressed down heavily on the heart. Bogart, needing to protect the two children, was the first to be hit by this mental pressure. Instantly, cold sweat poured from his forehead, and his heart raced, as if a prehistoric beast was staring at him, ready to deliver a devastating blow at the slightest movement. He knew that this was still Xingchen, not deliberately targeting him, but what kind of impact must Carp, the one being specifically targeted, be suffering? He couldn't even begin to imagine. Nor did he dare to experience it. Seeing Ace and Luffy about to faint, he quickly pulled them back, of course, also bringing along Dayton, who was in a similar situation. Meanwhile, at the moment Xingchen unleashed his mental attack, Carp's pupils constricted, and he immediately shifted from a casual stance to a defensive posture, thinking, Conqueror's Haki. Seeing that Carp was not momentarily stunned by the impact, Xingchen quickly prepared to defend himself. He couldn't help but think Tisk as expected of a seasoned veteran with top-notch combat awareness. Xingchen quickly considered that the method he used against Koushiro would not work against Carp. The intensity of sword energy strikes was bound to be lower than that of a blade enveloped in armament Haki. Moreover, direct strikes might not even be able to break through Carp's armament Haki, let alone sword energy. Besides exhausting his stamina, it would be of no use at all. Xingchen had not become arrogant enough to compare whose armament Haki was more enduring. He had no choice but to charge in with his sword. With that, Xingchen suddenly exerted force, with his legs charging at Carp at top speed, while channeling his true energy to its utmost, attaching it to the pure June sword. Using the inertia of speed from his thigh to his hips to drive the power of his whole body, he held the sword with both hands and executed a powerful strike at Carp's face, fist-bone impact. In the arena, shadows flickered as Xingchen unleashed a torrential assault around Carp. Yet Carp stood firm like a mountain, blocking each strike with his fists. At first, Bogart could barely keep up with Xingchen's movements with his eyes, but as the speed of the attacks intensified, he found that even with observation Haki, he could no longer track Xingchen's figure. He could only catch a glimpse of the silhouette the moment Xingchen struck, but in the next second Xingchen had already appeared elsewhere to launch another attack, as if watching a tape of a movie. Dayton, Ace, and Luffy were completely wide-eyed, mouths agape, likely unable to conjure any adjectives to express the shock they felt inside. If they knew a bit of Chinese, they would probably exclaim, "Whoa." Maintaining such intense and dense attacks was undoubtedly a huge test of Xingchen's stamina. After half an hour of relentless bombardment, Xingchen himself was the first to show signs of fatigue, causing a slight pause in his offensive rhythm. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, the experienced Carp seized it, unleashing a fist-bone impact that smashed into Xingchen's face. With a whoosh, he was sent flying toward the bare mountainside, and with a loud crash, a massive crater was formed in the rock, with Xingchen embedded in its center. Xingchen first pulled his hands out of the rock, then used both hands to push against the cliff, extracting his entire body from it. Xingchen vigorously shook his head, shaking off the rocks and dust from his hair. Pooped. After spitting out the dust in his mouth, he looked up at Carp and said seriously, "Old man, you dare hit my face? You're done. I'm angry." With that, he sheathed his sword, took off his coat of justice, and interlocked his fingers, moving his wrists and neck. At this moment, Carp also ripped off his shirt, which was about to be shredded by Xingchen, revealing his scarred, yet robust physique. Carp looked at the new wounds on his torso, arms, and even fists, laughing heartily. "Kid, you're still far from it." Xingchen also smiled broadly. At least he had managed to break through Carp's defenses. "Well then, let's start round two." Xingchen initiated with a mental attack and charged toward Carp. Although he couldn't seize the initiative, maintaining mental pressure could continuously disrupt his opponent, potentially causing them to lose focus and reveal a weakness. It's like when you're seriously studying in your dormitory, and there's someone next to you watching videos of a certain teacher's work on their computer, and what's worse, they have the volume on. Who can stand that? The two then engaged in close combat, with Xingchen unwilling to take Carp's heavy punches, heated, while Carp's speed was clearly no match for Xingchen's. At first, he could trade blows, taking a few hits to land one on Xingchen. After taking a few punches, Carp slowly began to realize something was off. He had thought his armament Haki would absorb most of Xingchen's attacks, but he was surprised to find that this kid's punches could penetrate his defenses and cause explosive damage. So from then on, Carp was no longer willing to take Xingchen's heavy punches recklessly. After all, while he could endure lighter hits, the heavier ones were still quite painful. On the other side, Xingchen was also feeling the strain. His mastery of true energy was still too shallow. Although he could now unleash explosive dark energy, it was still somewhat lacking in penetrating power against top-tier warriors. Xingchen wanted to send this dark energy into his enemy's body to trigger an explosion, directly inflicting damage on their organs. But for now, he could only deliver it to the surface muscles, which made a significant difference. Moreover, after Carp sensed that he had gained a further understanding of true energy, he also utilized a higher-level armament Haki technique. His advanced armament Haki had one characteristic: penetration. Every time he blocked Carp's punch, it felt as if the force was piercing through his skin and muscles, directly crashing into his bones, causing pain that nearly brought tears to Xingchen's eyes. After the two had exchanged blows for nearly an hour, Xingchen finally spotted an opportunity and leaped backward out of the combat zone. Rubbing his arm and panting heavily, he said, "No more fighting, that's enough for today." Upon hearing this, Carp laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. "Ha ha, young man, you need to be persistent." Xingchen rolled his eyes at Carp, thinking to himself that he hoped he was talking about genuine persistence. "I say, when did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki, kid?" "I've always had it, but I was too weak before to use it." "Uncle, you must have it too," Xingchen replied, casually referring to Conqueror's Haki as merely a manifestation of mental pressure. "It's true that my mental impact can be regarded as Conqueror's Haki, but I can't be bothered to explain it further." "Ha ha, old man, I don't possess Conqueror's Haki. But you should work hard to train your Conqueror's Haki and strive to achieve Conqueror's Haki wrapping as soon as possible. Then you'll be at the pinnacle of the sea." Although Carp said this, Xingchen didn't believe it. After all, Conqueror's Haki was just a manifestation of mental power, and there was no reason this old man wouldn't have it. Otherwise, how could he have chased Roger around the world? Perhaps Carp truly lacked ambition and grand aspirations, so he didn't have the traditional form of Conqueror's Haki. But the invincible belief he always possessed, wasn't that a form of mental power as well? Maybe he just didn't see it as Conqueror's Haki. Xingchen thought to himself. To strike the flesh is to strike the soul. I understand. Xingchen spoke flamboyantly, but in his heart he thought that Conqueror's Haki wrapping was merely the visualization of mental power. Once I establish my foundation, if my mental power strengthens a bit more, I'll look through the mystical arts to see if there are any techniques for mental attack. By then I might truly be able to turn mental power into blades, directly cutting down the enemy's soul. Carp squinted, savoring Xingchen's words, which only seemed to gain more depth the more he contemplated them. But recalling the purpose of their spar, he asked again, "So did you learn any advanced techniques of armament Haki just now?" "I have a slight understanding now. Your armament Haki is very pure, emphasizing penetration. What I want is more than that, so I need both explosiveness and penetration, but currently neither is particularly strong. Indeed, if you lack one of the properties, you would definitely do better. But trying to excel in both means you end up not achieving the best in either. However, what's with this explosive power of yours? This is the first time I've encountered it. The top-tier fighters at sea like Sengoku and Roger only have penetration." Xingchen pondered for a moment, glancing at the explanation of dark energy in the mystical arts before speaking. "I call it dark energy. To practice it, one must be relaxed and not rigid, using a flowing and lively approach without stagnation. It's about using roundness to respond to the external." Carp looked at Xingchen with his big, clear, yet foolish eyes blinking rapidly. Xingchen held his forehead, realizing he had overestimated him. Dark energy lies in the steady movement of weight. To put it simply, it's the overlap of speed and mass, which produces tremendous explosive effects. Xingchen looked at Carp, who was still standing there deep in thought about his explanation of the hidden energy. He continued to grimace while massaging his arm, and said, "Uncle, think about it slowly later. I'm hungry." Upon hearing the words dinner, Carp's eyes regained their spark of intelligence, and he nodded, heading back, without even picking up the clothes on the ground, his bare arms exposed. Seeing this, Xingchen could only shake his head helplessly, thinking to himself that indeed Luffy's obsession with food came from inherited genes. While picking up the justice coat Carp left on the ground, he shouted towards Bogart and the others, "Bogart, help me grab the sword and the clothes." Ace and Luffy instantly shouted with excitement, "He'll do it, he'll do it." Little boys always have an inexplicable fondness for knives, swords, and such weapons. If I had a wooden sword when I was a child, I could have cleared the canola flowers within a 10-mile radius. The wild grass by the roadside would have felt the sting of my sword. So Ace pulled Luffy along, joyfully running to the cliff wall, one hand gripping the sword hilt, the other holding the sheath. While thinking, uncle is good at everything except he's too stingy. I've told him several times that he won't let me play with his sword. He's not manly at all. Hee hee. This time I can finally get what I want. With both hands exerting force, I prepared to draw the sword and perform a crazy sword technique, shouting out loud, "Hey!" Huh. A crow silently flew over their heads, and Ace looked at the unmoving sword, completely dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. It wouldn't budge. Then together with Luffy, they exerted all their strength, and only then could the two children lift the sword. However, after just a few steps, they were exhausted. Duong. Hearing the sound, Xingchen turned around to see his pure sword smash into the ground. Two obvious bags nearby burst into laughter, ignoring their antics, as he continued to follow Carp down the mountain. Ace and Luffy, waiting for Bogart to come and pick up the sword, could only look disappointed as they went to help Xingchen pick up his clothes. The few of them trailed behind Xingchen and Carp, and Dayton leaned closer to Bogart's ear, covering his mouth with one hand, and said softly, "Are all you Navy guys as strong as those two?" Bogart rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how grateful he was to be viewed so highly. In the Navy, their strength is indeed at the top level. If everyone were this strong, there would probably be no pirates left in this world. "Hey, I thought you were just as impressive." Dayton sighed in relief upon hearing this, patting his sturdy chest, his voice suddenly lifting a few notches. Bogart retorted, "Toughened up. Your fists have hardened. If it weren't for the fact that you still need to take care of Carp's grandson, your career as a mountain bandit would have ended today." Upon hearing this, Dodon's face darkened, and he ignored Dayton, quickening his pace to catch up with Xingchen and Carp. Dayton pointed at Bogart's back, disdainfully lecturing Ace and Luffy about life philosophy. Honestly, a grown man getting angry. You two shouldn't learn from him. A man should be magnanimous. Bogart instantly stumbled, his hands gripping the sword now bulging with veins, turning to glare at Dayton. Humph. He directly used the Navy's 6-style Soru, instantly appearing beside Xingchen, fearing that if he listened any longer, he would not be able to resist drawing his sword against Dayton. Tisk see. A stingy man is unacceptable. However, Ace and Luffy, two little kids, were not paying attention to Dodon's words at all, excitedly discussing the earlier battle. Although they couldn't understand the details, it didn't hinder their perception of strong individuals. They were debating whether Carp was stronger or Xingchen was. Ace said his uncle was powerful, his sword so heavy that neither of them could lift it, and his speed was incredibly fast, leaving them unable to see clearly. Luffy thought his grandpa was impressive as he dared to fight with fists against swords. The two children continued this debate all the way. After finishing a hearty meal at Dodon's bandit base. "What? One ace isn't enough. You want to keep Luffy here too? Carp, you bastard. Do you think this is a children's shelter? I'm a mountain bandit." "A mountain bandit." Dayton stomped on the table, pointing angrily at Carp. Xingchen, expressionless, tapped the table and coughed, startling Dayton into a kneeling position. Picking up the tea on the table, he took a sip and revealed a benevolent smile, softly saying, "I am a person who always advocates peace. I detest swordplay, let alone promoting violence to solve problems, as it would disgrace civility." Yes, Mr. Mo is noble and righteous." Xingchen nodded and continued, "Then let's talk about reason. I am a soldier and you are a bandit. It is reasonable for soldiers to eliminate bandits, right?" Upon hearing the words "eliminate bandits," Dayton and his subordinates broke out in cold sweat. "What Mr. Mo says is, then if I don't eliminate you now, doesn't that mean I am essentially your savior?" Off. Without acknowledging Dodon's group's confusion, Xingchen continued, "Regardless of whether they are mountain bandits or pirates, they should uphold loyalty and trust, right? So if a savior requests you to repay your life for your gratitude, it would also be reasonable, right?" "Yes. That seems reasonable. Right. But right now I don't need you to repay your lives. I only ask that you take care of the children. You see, don't you suddenly feel like you've struck a great bargain? It seems like quite a deal. But usually I persuade people with virtue. However, if someone cannot comprehend the reason I present, then I can only change my approach to convey my reasoning." "What method?" A cold glint flashed in the room, and the pure sword hovered above Dodon's head. Xingchen said calmly, "Using martial virtue to persuade people. Mr. Mo, please rest assured, I have always loved children since I was little, really. My biggest regret in life is not having children. Since heaven has given me this opportunity, you can rest assured. I will treat them as if they were my own children." In a second, Dayton changed his tone, pointing and earnestly swearing, while his subordinates nodded vigorously behind him, affirming that their boss' words were sincere and true. At this point, everyone wore expressions of joy. Xingchen sheathed his sword and smiled apologetically at Dayton, saying that he shouldn't have scared her earlier, and that those words were just jokes, so she shouldn't take them seriously. Only Bogart had a face full of regret. "Dayton, can't you have a bit of backbone? Be a little tougher. I bet General Mo won't really cut you down. I really want to play mahjong. I really want to eat hot pot. Writing is so painful. Please give me 5-star reviews to stop my descent into depravity." In the following days, since Luffy was going to live here as well, Xingchen and the others decided not to descend the mountain, instead staying together at Dodong's base. They took advantage of the lively atmosphere to help little Luffy adapt to the new environment more quickly. Bojack continued to teach Ace and Luffy cultural knowledge every morning, letting them train in the mountains in the afternoon, while Xingchen and Carp spent these days engaged in continuous battles. It wasn't until Admiral Sengoku called to urge Carp to return to the G3 base that their peaceful days ended. Of course, Sengoku's tone was far from calm, and he accurately scolded both of them thoroughly. At the moment of parting, Xingchen instructed Dedang, "Mr. Mo, please instruct me. After we leave, you must supervise these two little brats' studies and physical training every day. They must not be allowed to slack off." Do you understand? Dedong's face turned shy and red as he said, Physical training is simple, but for cultural knowledge. I can't even recognize all the characters myself. I'm afraid I won't teach them well. You only need to teach them to recognize characters. There's no need for excessive instruction. Encourage them to read newspapers and books, allowing them to contemplate on their own. By the way, I noticed that relying solely on hunting for survival isn't a sustainable method. These days I've found that your roasting skills are quite good. I've left you some money. You can raise some pigs or sheep. Then plan the area well. You can create a self-service barbecue attraction. Additionally, gathering wool can also be sold. You can figure it out yourselves. In the future, try not to stay away from people for long periods. It's not good for the children's growth. You can go down the mountain more often. The people in Windmill Town actually like you quite a bit. If you have any questions about education, you can also ask Marquino. Alright, I've probably said too much for you to remember, so that's it. Goodbye. Listening to Xingchen's earnest advice for them, Dadong and his subordinates were moved to tears, deeply bowing to express their gratitude. Arigato. Though Dadong is rough around the edges, she is not a fool to reach the position of a leader. She understood that in Xingchen's eyes she was dispensable, so she dared not anger him, nor would she risk her life betting on whether he would really take action. She could joke and scold Carp, but in front of Xingchen she had to be cautious. Because Xingchen could completely hand Ace and Luffy over to Marquino, Carp would likely have no objections. Thus Xingchen was particularly considerate in planning for himself and this group of subordinates, thinking of Carp and Ace. Uncle, are you all leaving? Ace and Luffy stood at the door looking at them with reluctance. Xingchen smiled and beckoned Ace over. Bang! Looking at Ace, who was holding his forehead and had watery eyes, Xingchen took out several bills from his pocket and placed them in Ace's pants pocket. Hey, make sure to train hard and protect your brother. I hope that when I come to see you next time you will have grown into a man. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Grandpa will miss you. The three then turned gracefully and left, waving their arms back at Ace and Luffy. At the port of Windmill Town, Xingchen bid farewell to Marquino, and the warship slowly sailed into the sea. The journey was calm, with only a few unfortunate pirate ships encountered along the way, all of which ended their pirate careers prematurely under Carp's fist of the meteor shower. At the military port of Marineford, Bojay waved goodbye to Xingchen, saying, Vice Admiral Mo, I will miss you. Get lost. Why would I want a big man like you to miss me? Xingchen stayed in Marineford for another week. Admiral Sengoku did not favor him, and Vice Admiral Tsuru did not give him a good face either, as he had let Robin go to sea. All day long he could only sloppily hang out in the office with Koushiro, trying to maintain a semblance of life. On the day his custom warship was completed, it was not Koushiro who informed him, but Sengoku, who called him to the office and said, Your warship is ready, go on patrol. He was then kicked out of Marineford, told to quickly go out to the sea and catch pirates. Reliable sources claimed that Sengoku personally called the research unit to rush the completion of his warship and also ensured that all the nautical supplies were fully stocked. This information came from an unnamed admiral leading the research unit, whose identity could not be disclosed. After hearing this news, Xingchen cursed Sengoku for nearly half an hour. Good for you, thick-browed Sengoku. You've changed. Indeed, men become corrupt when they gain power. Back when you were still an admiral, we were so close, and you never bothered me. And now, you wish I would stay far away from you, right? Alright. We clearly agreed to be each other's winged angels, but now that you have strong wings, it's just a new generation replacing the old, right? I'm leaving. If you dare, don't ask me to come back. Hearing this, the unknown high-ranking Navy officer was stunned, his pupils dilated in shock. He immediately stated, Sir, I strongly opposed you leaving the entertainment industry to join the Navy back then. Xingchen called for William, gathered the soldiers to board the warship, turned back to look at the admiral's office in the naval headquarters, snorted heavily, and then shouted, Set sail. Set off. On the deck of the warship, William cautiously asked Xingchen, who had an unhappy expression, Vice Admiral, where are we going? Xingchen waved his hand as his justice coat billowed in the wind, speaking passionately, Change the map, level up. 3 years later, Well stormed Marineford to renegotiate with Sengoku. Let him learn what it means to have 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the poor youth. William, although unclear about the meaning of these words, understood storming Marineford well enough that he dropped the chilled watermelon juice he was carrying, splattering it on the deck. In a panic, he exclaimed, Xingchen turned to look at William, who was trembling with obvious shock, coughed awkwardly a few times, saying, Cough, cough. Sorry, I got too immersed in my reading lately and couldn't snap out of it. Anyway, bring me the map so I can study it. Also get me another glass of juice. Hearing Xingchen's explanation, William exhaled in relief. Having followed Xingchen for so many years, he was well aware of his boss personality, which was somewhat whimsical. But it was precisely because of this that he felt scared. He wasn't sure if Xingchen was genuinely planning to attack the naval headquarters. Patting his chest as if relieved from a disaster, he said, "Vice Admiral, please don't make such jokes in the future, it will scare people to death." William summoned a deckhand to clean up the glass shards on the deck, then turned and headed to the captain's cabin to fetch a map. Xingchen watched William's departing figure chuckling and shaking his head, thinking to himself, the young lad is still too inexperienced. If it were Kizaru, he would be lewdly shouting Kawaii while discussing detailed action plans with you. Once William brought the map over, Xingchen leaned over the table with his rear and sticking up, studying it. From the world map, the vertical redline continent and the two horizontal calm belt divide the entire world of One Piece into 4 equal parts known to people as the East, West, South, and North Seas. The calm belt is filled with countless sea kings. Ordinary ships cannot sail through the calm belt, and ships that can navigate it are often attacked by various gigantic sea kings. Thus, these ships have only 2 ways to pass. One is the previously mentioned conveyor belt of the Red Line continent, and the other is to cross the reverse mountain, which is a method commonly used by pirates. The so-called Grand Line is actually a maritime route nestled between the 2 calm belts. The first half of the Grand Line is not a single route, but branches off from Reverse Mountain into 7 paths. Once you choose one, you cannot change it. You can either turn back or continue on. However, the magical aspect is that no matter which of the 7 paths you choose, they all lead to the Sabaody archipelago. Upon reaching there, you can either choose another conveyor belt to cross the Red Line, which will only take you to Fishman Island deep in the sea, and behind that lies the second half of the Grand Line, commonly known as the New World. William, let's head to Twin Cape first, and you can choose which route to take then. What we are aiming for is a sense of mystery. Xingchen, biting on his straw, came up with what he thought was a brilliant idea and said proudly, "Major General, are we about to embark on our journey through the first half of the Grand Line?" Ahem. Do you know how to speak? Is this a vacation for us? We are seriously clearing every route in the first half of the Grand Line. Xingchen was choked by William's words and then sternly reprimanded his subordinate, pointing out his mistake and offering his valuable constructive advice. "Yes, Major General." William held back his laughter and saluted Xingchen, then turned and shouted toward the control room, "Steer the ship. Destination Twin Cape, set sail." After several days of sailing, Xingchen's warship arrived at Twin Cape. On the deck, Xingchen followed the route on the map, writing the numbers 1 to 7 on 7 blank sheets of paper in order from left to right, then crumpled them up, preparing for William to draw lots to decide which route they would take next. Xingchen clasped his hands together and shook them vigorously, mixing up the order of the 7 paper balls, then extended them towards William. "Come on, William. William, pick one." Just as William reached out to grab it, the warship shook violently, causing Xingchen to stagger, and the paper balls flew out of his hands. Xingchen angrily turned to look at the sea, wanting to see which careless sea king dared to ruin his good mood, already contemplating how to instruct the kitchen crew to cook it. Roar! A gigantic humpback whale surfaced, its head covered in scars. It gazed at the small warship, seemingly confirming something. After a long moment, with another ethereal whale song, it suddenly accelerated and charged fiercely towards the Red Line. Boom! A massive collision sound erupted, followed by rolling waves. Then it retreated and charged again towards the rocky wall of the Red Line. Xingchen had already understood the identity of the whale before him, Laboon. He watched it crash 3 or 4 times, and as Laboon's head began to bleed, Xingchen felt a pang of compassion. For the vast majority of humans, there is often a special sympathy for animals. The smaller the animal, the stronger the protective instinct it evokes, while larger animals evoke a sense of empathy. This is humanity's reverence for life. Xingchen finally sighed, dashed in front of Laboon, and extended a hand with all his might to prevent it from continuing to harm itself. Damn. He realized that relying solely on strength was insufficient, so he quickly used his mental power to recite the Taoist calm heart technique to Laboon. "Cold as ice for eternity, all is quiet. Let my heart and chi be still, harmonizing mind and spirit, letting chi follow. If conditions vary, remain unperturbed, devoid of obsession and anger, without desire or need, neither abandoning nor holding on, without action or self." Laboon pushed Xingchen forward until it was just a few meters away from crashing into the rock wall before being stopped. The soldiers on the warship wiped the cold sweat brought on by the scare and let out a long breath. They certainly knew their commander's strength. Killing such a big beast would be a piece of cake, but gently stopping it without harming it was quite a challenge. Seeing that Laboon had finally calmed down, Xingchen shouted loudly, "Hey big guy, I know where the Rumbar pirates are. Roar home, I can take you to find them, but you have to obey." "Roar, but to help you I have to ruin my wonderfully mysterious journey, so you need to compensate me." "Roar, ha ha ha, then you'll be my little brother from now on." On the other side, William and the soldiers were genuinely astonished, their jaws dropping. Is the Major General really conversing with that whale? It seems. So, then why can't I understand what the whale is saying? Of course, I can't understand it either. At that moment from Laboon's wide-open mouth due to excitement emerged an oddly-looking old man with his hands behind his back. Hello there, Navy lad. I am the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. I know you the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. By the way, what was your name again? The old man hearing this likely choked on his own saliva and started coughing violently, taking a long time to finally say cough cough. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the young Navy who knows me. My name is Kurokusu. The reason I boarded Roger's ship back then was to help Laboon find the location of the Rumbar pirates. Seeing it harm itself like this, I couldn't bear it. Xingchen replied calmly, I am aware of this. Generally, I could never allow a vicious pirate to converse with me. Your sense of justice is truly admirable, but I believe I just heard you say that you know the location of the Rumbar pirates. Is that true? Of course. As a major general of the Navy headquarters, I would not lie to a whale. Seeing Xingchen's confident attitude, Kurokusu's face lit up with joy as he eagerly looked at him and said, Can you take me along? No. Xingchen decisively rejected without a hint of hesitation. Why not? Is it because of my past as a pirate? But that was a situation I was forced into. Besides, I never did anything that harmed the world government. Kurokusu's eyes were filled with urgency as he anxiously explained to Xingchen, You are just too ugly. Kurokusu felt as if struck by lightning. He had imagined numerous reasons for rejection and came up with many counterarguments, but he never expected the reason he received was Xingchen's statement. Holding his chest, he staggered back a few steps, a trembling finger pointing at Xingchen, speechless with anger for a long time. Xingchen continued earnestly, Why would I want an old man like you on my ship? You are neither cultured nor martial. If you were a beautiful woman, I could reluctantly accept it. At least a vase can be pleasing to the eye, but you are just too ugly. Oh, I'm going to fight you. Enraged, Kurokusu shouted and charged at Xingchen, but in the next moment, Xingchen vanished from his sight. Kurokusu hurriedly turned around, scanning his surroundings, but he could not find any trace of Xingchen. At that moment, a voice came from above him, You should quietly enjoy your old age. Stop acting like a child, always thinking about wielding swords and knives. You are not steady at all. Besides, you can't beat me, and I don't want to be known for bullying the elderly. Kurokusu looked up at Xingchen, who was standing on top of Laboon, his anger making him grit his teeth, itching with rage. I'm leaving. Laboon. Wuwu looking at Laboon walking away, Kurokusu's face was filled with reluctance. At that moment, he heard Xingchen's voice again. By the way, Laboon said to take care of yourself, it will come back to see you. Kurokusu could no longer hide his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Although he felt a lot of reluctance, it was enough that Laboon would no longer harm its own body. Laboon, you will definitely find them. Xingchen instructed Laboon to dive into the sea and then slowly surface, carrying the warship on its back. This way they could sail together while saving fuel for the warship, avoiding the need to frequently resupply at other branches. Moreover, Laboon's speed was not slower than that of the warship. Then he saw the soldiers on the entire warship joyfully playing on Laboon's back. They never dreamed they could one day become whale knights. Xingchen called for William, had him point out the route to the Devil's Sea, and then entered autopilot mode. This route was the one chosen by Luffy. There wasn't much to see along the way, as it was all familiar from previous anime, lacking any novelty. At most, it was just to experience the scenery in person. When they reached the little garden, Xingchen felt a bit interested, not because he wanted to see two giants fighting. There were already plenty in the Navy, but rather to catch a few dinosaurs. After roasting and eating them, Xingchen was greatly disappointed and left a scathing remark, The meat is like dry firewood, even dogs won't eat it. As they were about to reach the Alabasta Kingdom, that night, Xingchen was sleeping in his cabin on the warship when suddenly the door was blown open by a strong wind, causing him to shiver. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw a figure cloaked in green standing by his bed. Xingchen instinctively drew his sword and slashed. The figure quickly called out, Brother. Xingchen's sword strike paused as he found the voice somewhat familiar, tilting his head to scrutinize the half-hidden figure before him, until the figure pulled back its hood, revealing a man of remarkable demeanor with a tattoo on half of his face. Xingchen rolled his eyes and sheathed his sword, saying irritably, Dorag, what are you doing sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? Hee, I just missed seeing my brother. Come on, you're just here for no reason. During the years I roamed the seas, I didn't see you come looking for me. Dorag smiled awkwardly at this, saying, Brother, I was busy back then. There were many things to handle in the early days of the Revolutionary Army. Besides, your whereabouts were unpredictable. I did write to you. At this point, Xingchen was gradually waking up from his sleep, sitting up in bed and drinking a large glass of water, then asked, So what brings you here this time? For the past few years, I have been working hard to find like-minded comrades. I have already established the dark base you mentioned on White Earth Island, but I am still unsure about the visible experimental field and want to seek your advice, brother. Xingchen pondered for a moment before beginning to analyze. For Dorag, the East Sea has been mostly cleared of pirates after the efforts of me and your father over the past few years. The happiness index of the civilians is relatively high, and since Luffy is also in the East Sea, Uncle Carp returns to see his grandson from time to time, so that option won't work. The West Sea has more gangs, although they exist. Civilian life may not be worse. After all, the gang's economic source relies on civilians, so they might actually resist pirate invasions for the sake of the civilians. Civilians here might have a slightly harder life, but at least they can survive. As for the South Sea and North Sea, you should conduct field investigations yourself before making a choice. Seeing Dorag frowning and deep in thought, Xingchen interrupted him, saying, "Stop overthinking it. It's better to see it in person. Speaking of which, I haven't given you a hard time yet." Huh? Dorag looked confused, as if he felt he hadn't done anything wrong to Xingchen. How could you leave Luffy with Makino? How old was she 4 years ago? Are you crazy? Upon hearing Xingchen's reproach, Dorag made no attempt to defend himself, instead displaying a deep sadness on his face. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely spoke, "I always knew how dangerous the things I had to do would be. I thought I would fight for this great cause my entire life. Until I met Queasy, who was beautiful, kind, gentle, and passionate about this revolutionary cause. That's how we fell in love and got married. I originally didn't plan to have children, but Queasy urged me that she had become my wife and wanted to be a mother. So the year Luffy was born, Queasy and I discussed sending him to a normal family in the EC so that he could grow up safely and happily. Unexpectedly, our whereabouts were exposed, attracting the pursuit of the Knights of God. To protect Luffy's safety, Queasy voluntarily led them away, allowing me to escape with Luffy." At this point, Dorag's voice choked, clearly unable to suppress the sadness within him any longer, as he cried out, "I couldn't help it, brother, really. I didn't have time to think then. I didn't have the luxury to choose slowly. I knew Makino was your sister, and after rushing to Windmill Town to hand Luffy over to her, I turned around to find Queasy. And then, I'm sorry to Queasy, and even more to Luffy. For all these years I've been working hard, fearing that if I stop I would think of her, and just thinking of her pains my heart, as if a piece has been carved out. Brother, I really feel so terrible. Damn it." The heartfelt cry of Dolag successfully ignited Xingchen's fury. Having traversed this world for several years, Xingchen cared for very few people, just a handful. Although he had never met Dolag's wife and had no connection with her, seeing this man, who had called him brother for the past 9 years, now crying like a child, filled him with deep sorrow. Xingchen punched Dolag squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground, interrupting his sorrowful emotions, leaving him dazed as he looked at Xingchen. Xingchen crouched down, grabbed Dolag by the collar, and said fiercely, "Stop crying. This punch is because you as a man failed to protect your woman. Next I will ask, and you will answer. I will avenge this grudge for my sister-in-law." Dolag looked at the man he called brother with a seriousness and gravity he had never shown before. A faint killing intent radiated from him as he quickly composed himself and nodded heavily. "Do you know who the enemy is?" "The commander of the Knights of God. I don't know the specific name, but it seems to be from the celestial dragon family Fageland. How strong is he? Compared to your father, he should be weaker than my father. If he really had my father's strength, I wouldn't have escaped last time. But he shouldn't be too much weaker. What about your current strength?" "I have consumed the natural type hurricane fruit. I'm not sure of my exact strength, but it should be comparable to Kazan." After asking, Xingchen closed his eyes and silently calculated in his heart. The commander of the Knights of God could not possibly be stronger than Kapu, otherwise the battle at the Valley of the End would not have resulted in so many celestial dragons dying. If he teamed up with Kapu, Roger wouldn't even be needed. He shouldn't be hiding his strength either. If his power had truly reached Kapu's level over the years, there would be no reason to let Dolag, the revolutionary army leader, go. So let's calculate based on the highest standard. He probably has about 80 of Kapu's strength. In my current state, exposing all my cards, I think I have about 70 of Kapu's strength. Coupled with Dolag's ability to rival Kazan, he should at least be about 50 of Kapu's strength. That makes it doable." Xingchen opened his eyes, stared at Dolag, and said firmly, "No problem. We can fight." Dolag was also extremely excited. He desperately wanted to avenge his wife, but he knew his strength was insufficient, so he had been suppressing his thoughts. Now with his elder brother's help, he no longer needed to hold back. "Brother, what should we do?" "We will head straight for the Devil's Triangle Sea. There is a huge ship island there, and I will wait for you on it. Once you record the pointer, go outside and expose yourself, create some commotion to lure that damned commander out to capture you. Remember, if it's someone else, don't get too entangled. I believe he won't let anyone else take credit for capturing you. If he comes looking for you, lead him to me. It's best if it's just him alone, that way we can ensure a near 100 success rate. Just make sure to use your judgment when the time comes. As long as he dares to chase us, and we will slaughter him here." Dolag nodded seriously and stood up, preparing to leave. Mo Xingchen hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, you can contact me at any time. I got a bug phone from Polysolino that prevents eavesdropping. Don't worry about being exposed." "Got it, brother." After saying that, Dolag transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared. Mo Xingchen also communicated with Labu through his spiritual power, instructing him to stop wandering around and head straight to the Devil's Sea at full speed. In Labu's eagerness to reunite with the Rumbar pirates, it took only 4 days to reach the Devil's Triangle Sea. After wandering inside for a few days, he had yet to encounter Brook the skeleton, but had found Moria's terrifying 3-masted ship. "Labu, the Rumbar pirates are in this sea area. I have important matters to attend to, so you go search for them. Remember this place, and regardless of whether you find them, come back and inform me." Wu Labu replied, and happily swam away, showing no concern that Mo Xingchen might be deceiving him. "William, record the pointer, and take your men to help Labu find it. The target is a rickety ship with a talking skeleton on it." William instinctively prepared to respond, but upon hearing the last part, he became terrified, stammering, a talking skeleton." Seeing William's cowardice, Mo Xingchen rolled his eyes and scolded, "What's wrong with you, a grown man scared of ghosts?" "Vice Admiral, that's a ghost. A talking skeleton. My great-grandmother used to tell me ghost stories when I misbehaved, and I have childhood trauma. I think I might have a disease that will kill me if I leave you." "Shut it. It's just a user of the natural type Yellow Springs fruit." William instantly transformed into a formidable figure, displaying the demeanor expected of a Marine colonel, arrogantly saying, "Tisich, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll complete the task without fail." He flicked his coat and called his soldiers aboard, ready to set sail as soon as the recording was complete. Mo Xingchen watched William's dramatic change and thought with resentment, "Polysolino, look at what you've turned my vice admiral into." Meanwhile, far away at Marine headquarters, Marineford, Koushiro sneezed several times, wiping his nose and muttering to himself, "Could it be that I'm catching a cold? All right, then I'll go ask Admiral Sengoku for a sick leave." Mo Xingchen strolled through the eerily silent, deserted streets, constantly complaining, "With such a huge ship island, Oda, are you saying that Moria sailed from the West Sea to the first half of the Grand Line? Damn, come on, tell me how such a large ship passed through the upside-down mountain. Is it just that the manga is drawn casually with fan writers filling in the gaps for you?" Amidst his unintentionally sarcastic thoughts, Mo Xingchen exited the street and arrived at a graveyard. At that moment, several skeletal arms broke through the muddy ground, slowly pushing the earth aside, and one by one zombies staggered out until the open space before Mo Xingchen was filled with a group of bizarre and hideous zombies. "Roar!" Mo Xingchen coldly gazed at the horde of zombies rushing towards him, shouting loudly, and with a sneer, he grasped the collar of his righteous coat and threw it into the sky with great force, proclaiming, "Of such petty tricks, daring to show off in front of the master. Great deity dragon, great Luo spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha, move mountains, ascend robe gather." Mo Xingchen and the stunned horde of zombies silently watched the righteous coat floating down from the sky, slowly landing, and then nothing happened. The mindless zombies all tilted their heads in unison, their gazes shifting from the coat on the ground to Mo Xingchen, scratching their heads. Mo Xingchen calmly took a few steps forward, bent down to pick up the coat from the ground, shook off the dust, and seriously apologized to his opponents. "I'm sorry, I forgot I was a follower of the Tao. 3 pure ones, where's the knife? Where the hell is my knife? I will chop this treacherous scoundrel who betrays his master. MD, I can't take it anymore. This kid is insulting our intelligence. Let's deal with him. But we don't even have brains, where does our intelligence come from?" A group of zombies who were initially united in their anger had their mood interrupted by this suddenly appearing honest zombie. They all turned their heads to glare at him. The honest zombie, feeling intimidated, pointed at Mo Xingchen and shouted, "I will lead the charge, kill." Roar! Mo Xingchen looked at this unruly mob and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, entertainment time is over. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful mental pressure emanated from Mo Xingchen, causing the charging horde of zombies to instantly kneel in unison. "You zombies can just wait here for Dave." Mo Xingchen strolled through the horde of zombies, and when he passed by the honest zombie, it surprisingly began to tremble and rebut, Actually, we are zombies." Mo Xingchen paused, looked down at it, causing the honest zombie to shiver even more. Mo Xingchen scoffed and said disdainfully, "You don't even have a basic uniform, and you dare to call yourselves zombies. With your pathetic appearance, can you really become the childhood nightmare of countless children?" After reprimanding the honest zombie, Mo Xingchen cursed as he made his way towards the castle. Just as he stepped into the castle, Mo Xingchen halted, looking at the empty wall to his left, and coldly said, "They'll give you 3 seconds to come out. 3, 2. The subordinate of Moria, Absalom, who has the ability of the transparent fruit, thought Mo Xingchen was bluffing, but as he changed positions several times, he noticed that Mo Xingchen's gaze remained fixed on him. Just before Mo Xingchen finished counting down, he revealed himself, speaking in an unfriendly tone, "Navy. If you want to capture Lord Moria, you'll have to get past me first. TCHU would come all the way to this godforsaken place to capture a homebody. I have matters to discuss with him. Lead the way. Absalom observed Mo Xingchen's demeanor, which indeed did not seem like someone here to capture them. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. On the way to Moria's room, Absalom broke the silence with a threat. Lord Moria is a formidable figure comparable in strength to the ruler of the New World Kaido of the Beasts. Navy, I advise you not to act recklessly. Mo Xingchen remained silent, merely glaring at Absalom with a cold gaze. He was not one to make unnecessary kills, but he was also not in the mood for a pirate jabbering in front of him. He seriously considered whether he should eliminate this fruit user envied by all LSPs. As Absalom sensed the increasingly dangerous aura from Mo Xingchen, the murderous intent surrounding him grew stronger. He suddenly remembered that his fruit ability seemed ineffective against this navy. Thus he hurriedly explained in a low voice, I was just trying to give you a friendly warning considering you're still young. If you accidentally provoke our Lord Moria, don't lose your life for nothing. Finally feeling the temperature around him gradually warming up, Absalom dared not say anything further, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickened his pace, eager to escort this plague to meet his boss. He silently sighed in relief, thinking this person's aura is terrifying. I wonder if Lord Moria can withstand it. Fortunately, it seems like I will survive. Finally they arrived at the door of Moria's room. As soon as he entered, Mo Xingchen saw the enormous figure of a nearly 7-meter-tall fat man who had yet to speak. Upon seeing the newcomer, Moria laughed and said, Absalom, have you brought me a navy trophy? Lord Moria, this navy, said he has matters to discuss with you, so I brought him to see you. Only then did Moria begin to seriously scrutinize Mo Xingchen, his pupils gradually widening, as if he recalled something, and he exclaimed in surprise, I remember you. The man who ignited the great pirate era in Lobetown. The bane of pirates, the rising star in the navy, Mo Xingchen. Oh, I didn't expect you to be there too. I didn't notice you back then. Moria looked at the epaulets on Mo Xingchen's righteous coat and laughed, saying, After all these years, if it weren't for your unchanging appearance, I wouldn't have recognized you so quickly. By the way, you're doing pretty well. You're already a rear admiral in the navy. Indeed, I'm doing a bit better than you, not being beaten into a wallflower nor chased from the new world to this desolate place, closing myself off to play with figurines. Mo Xingchen casually walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and nonchalantly said, You. Moria, in rage, turned pale, but soon regained his composure, standing up and pointing at Mo Xingchen. However, after a moment, he calmly sat back down and said seriously, I doubt someone like you would come here just to mock me. So what do you want? Mo Xingchen, noticing Moria's quick return to calmness, thought to himself, no wonder this person could survive against Kaido. He doesn't seem like the waste of the warlords portrayed in the manga. Perhaps Moria just became weak after a decade of self-destructive behavior like Thor in Marvel, who became a lazy bum years after Iron Man's death. He has just been defeated by Kaido not long ago, so he should still have some foundation left. You still have a bit of sense. I wonder what level your strength has dropped to now. Moria quietly watched, enduring the inner anger as Mo Xingchen attacked him with mocking words, waiting for an explanation. If Mo Xingchen's intentions did not satisfy him, he wouldn't mind finding a suitable shadow for his demon Oz. I actually don't have anything major to discuss by coming here this time. I just think the secrecy of the Devil's Triangle Sea is quite good, and I want to use your territory to deal with some small fry. So I came to give you a heads up, asking you to put away those funny figurines and not disturb me while I work. Is that all? Just that? You. Who do you think you are? Shadowblade. After hearing Mo Xingchen's response, Moria could no longer suppress his overwhelming anger. He had thought there would be something significant to discuss, but it turned out he just thought my territory was a good place to bury people. Not only did I have to clear a battlefield for you, but I also had to restrain my subordinates. Were you just here to make a fool of me? He directly activated his devil fruit ability, and the shadow beneath his feet transformed into a spear, fiercely thrusting towards Mo Xingchen. An hour later, Moria's room looked as if it had been ravaged by a typhoon, completely in disarray. With a series of thud, thud sounds, Moria slumped against a wall that he had crashed into, which now bore a massive crack. Hearing footsteps, he struggled to lift his head to look at the large hole that nearly penetrated the entire castle. In the darkness, a figure holding a sharp blade was slowly approaching him. Just as Moria was about to speak loudly, he aggravated his internal wounds and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. After a struggle, he finally managed to lift his arm to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and arrogantly said to the figure, cough, cough. I will never yield. You can kill or torture as you wish. If I even furrow my brows, then I won't be called Moria. The footsteps reminiscent of death's toll stopped. The figure finally stepped out of the shadows. Moria, under the moonlight, looked at the expressionless little man before him. Just as he was about to say something defiant, he saw Xingchen stepping on his foot, climbing up to his chest, raising the blade toward his neck. Moria hastily shouted, "What the hell?" At that moment the sword was only 0.01 centimeters from my throat, but after a quarter of an incense stick's time the owner of the sword will let me go, because I decided to plead for mercy. Although I have always been steadfast, moral boundaries can fluctuate. Zhongjiang, although I have strong principles, that doesn't mean we can't negotiate. Did you not say just now that you wouldn't even furrow your brows if you were to die? Moria sincerely responded to Xingchen, "I actually don't have any eyebrows." All right. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Then why did you say you're not called Moria? Come on, translate that for me again. Xingchen never expected Moria to be so shameless it made him laugh. He wanted to see what other ridiculous words this dog could come up with. Zhongjiang, let's not focus on the details. I definitely have great use for you. Xingchen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then tell me, what use do you have for me? Zhongjiang, although I may have been reckless these past few years, I have been a great pirate in the New World, and my insight is still sharp. Your strength is definitely not inferior to Kaido's. If someone like you needs to be cautious and find a hidden place to strike, their identity must be quite special. First of all, we can definitely rule out pirates, as your identity would not require you to hide your actions against them. Therefore, they must be from within the Navy or the world government. Only such figures would need to kill without witnesses, ensuring no trouble would arise afterward. Since you say that, aren't you afraid I might kill you to silence you? Moria confidently replied, because of that you should be even less inclined to kill me. I am a user of the paramecia type shadow fruit. The zombies in the graveyard, the figurines you mentioned, are all shadows I seized from others stuffed into corpses to revive them. But once I die, those shadows will return to their original owners. And I have no idea where those people have hidden now. If the information about your visit here gets out, wouldn't that render all your preparations futile? You can't possibly search the entire Devil's Triangle Sea meticulously for that reason. However, as long as I'm alive, I can keep them quietly gathered together, ensuring they won't disturb you. I guarantee there won't be a single witness present. Xingchen pondered for a moment, then performed a flourish with his sword, sheathing it and jumping off Moria's chest. Indeed, as Moria said, the people whose shadows he took were certainly not all on this ship. If his whereabouts were exposed, it would be quite troublesome. But knowing the 5 elders, they would surely suspect him, making it inconvenient for him to do anything sneaky in the future. After all, his identity as a Navy officer was quite useful. However, Moria simply helping him clear the area wasn't enough. He must also be involved. His shadow fruit ability, combined with his subordinate's transparent fruit ability, was practically tailor-made for ambushes, which might yield unexpected results. Moreover, only by involving him would he not have to worry about Moria leaking information or using it as leverage against himself and Dorak. As for whether Moria might be defeated by Luffy later on, or if the information about his visit here might be exposed, he didn't care anymore. Even if the 5 elders brought up old grievances, so what? Because in over 10 years, he would truly be invincible in the world. This was not the simple benevolent lie he told back when he wanted to create an image of an unbeatable older brother to lift Robin's shadow. Xingchen elegantly took out a cigar from his pocket, gently scraped the tip with his finger, and the cap fell off. Ding! He flicked his lighter to ignite it, inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled smoke, speaking as if he were a big boss negotiating. At first you agreed to clear the area for me, which is fine, but now that you've chosen to fight, this matter cannot be resolved so easily. General I believe I can still be salvaged. I'm certain I'll prove invaluable when the time comes. TCH, why couldn't you have been this sensible from the start? Rest assured, I'm ordinarily quite reasonable. Unless a pirate is truly monstrous and irredeemable, I seldom bother killing them. After all, this world is already rotten enough. Someone like you, a sedentary otaku who spends his days assembling figurines at home, is utterly inconsequential. Whether you live or die makes little difference. But since you've expressed determination to assist, exemplary conduct will certainly be rewarded. Upon hearing this, Moria's eyes lit up. He'd assumed merely surviving would be a miracle, never imagining he might actually earn a reward. Curious, he asked with a mischievous chuckle. General Mo, given our vastly different stations, what exactly could you possibly offer me? Of course, I'm not questioning your credibility. I'm simply dying of curiosity. Have you heard of the 7 warlords of the sea? Never heard of them. What on earth are they? Moria obediently shook his head, wearing an expression of pure bewilderment. In short, the world government selects several exceptionally powerful pirates from the first half of the Grand Line and formally appoints them as the 7 warlords of the sea. The Marines rescind their bounties and cease all pursuit. In return, these pirates gain legal sanction to plunder. So long as their actions remain within acceptable bounds, the world government turns a blind eye. Moria was now genuinely overjoyed. He wasn't foolish. He grasped the profound implications hidden beneath those few concise sentences. What do most pirates fear above all else? First and foremost, capture by elite marine officers. Second, challenges from ambitious up-and-coming pirates eager to make names for themselves. Third, bounty hunters lurking in the shadows, silent, ruthless, and ever opportunistic. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, who among them can guarantee remaining unscathed in battle? And who can ensure some cunning opportunist won't swoop in to claim the spoils? Then, puzzled yet intrigued, he asked, "Yeah, so what you're implying is that I'd become a legitimate pirate, one officially protected by the world government itself?" "General Mo, may I ask why would the world government enact such a policy?" Xingchen scoffed, disdain flickering across his face as he retorted, "Merely a crude balancing act. The world government fears the Marines growing too dominant, evolving into an uncontrollable force. Since pirate power must be curbed, and since the world government refuses to let the Marines absorb more elite fighters, they instead elevate select pirates as instruments of dividend to counter the new world's titans, serve as targets for aspiring pirates, and simultaneously restrain the Marines' own influence." Inside, Xingchen silently scorned the five elders. Their reasoning was truly absurd. Establishing an independent regulatory body would have been infinitely wiser. Even cultivating a professional guild-structured bounty hunter network would have been vastly superior. A bunch of bloated, incompetent bureaucrats. Has the world government lost its mind? Even if granted warlord status, would any pirate truly obey them? If they were that compliant, they'd never have taken to the sea as outlaws in the first place. General Mo, when exactly will this warlord appointment be formalized? I haven't seen a single mention of it in the newspapers. Xingchen's internal monologue was abruptly cut off by Moria's interruption. Irritated, he replied, "Go home and wait for notification." Wrong channel. Ahem. Frankly, the Marines are deeply reluctant. Negotiations with the world government remain tense. Yet based on my years of experience, formalization should occur within the next few years. So perform well this time. You know what that means. Absolutely. Just watch me. Whoever dares set foot aboard my ship won't walk away upright. Otherwise, my name isn't Moria, it's Aoram. He thumped his chest and thrust up a thumb, roaring his vow with swaggering bravado. Xingchen rolled his eyes. This man's speed at making oaths and breaking them rivaled even Vice Admiral Garp's infamous retraction ability. Not a word of it was trustworthy. He had no desire to prolong conversation with such a buffoon, lest it corrode his intellect. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. "Lord Moria, we've come to rescue you." Both Xingchen and Moria turned simultaneously toward the source of the voice. A portly man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a revealing fishnet top and draped in a violet feathered cape. Slung over his shoulder was Absalom, whom Xingchen had earlier sent flying god nowhere. Trailing behind him was a petite girl with pink twin tails. Sensing Xingchen's disapproval, Moria hastily interjected, "General Mo, please don't take offense. These are my subordinates. The stout fellow is Hogback, once hailed as the greatest surgeon in the world, now my ship's physician. The man you see slung over his shoulder, you've already met him. The girl behind him is Perona, whom I took under my wing. She's consumed the ghost fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, granting her spectral abilities." Moria's heart sank. "You fools, if you provoke this man, I'll lose the life I just barely saved." Xingchen continued, staring down the corridor, brow furrowed, voice dripping with distaste. "Why would I be angry? I'm simply appalled by that fat man's fashion sense. It's an assault on the eyes." Moria glanced again at Hogback. Ordinarily, he'd never noticed, but now prompted by Xingchen. Indeed, it is rather appalling. What kind of deranged sartorial logic leads a grown man to wear fishnet stockings as a shirt? Sigh. Chosen subordinates. What else can one do? Forgive him, of course. Hogback, I'm unharmed. This was merely a friendly sparring session with General Xingchen. Seeing Hogback and the others approach, Moria quickly reassured them, his tone urgent, almost pleading. "Lord Moria, if you're being coerced, just blink twice." Perona frowned, lips pouting skeptically, her voice sweet, yet laced with doubt. After all, when they'd found Absalom earlier, he'd claimed Moria was moments from death and begged them to rush to his rescue. Nonsense. Admiral Xingchen is an old friend. Our exchange was nothing more than a long overdue bout of friendly combat. He is my esteemed guest. Treat him with utmost respect. Hearing Moria's words, Perona and the others relaxed their guard. Meanwhile, Absalom, still slung over Hogback's shoulder, stirred awake. Whether he'd feigned unconsciousness remained uncertain. "You, fat man, stand farther away from me." Xingchen wore the unmistakable expression of a subway elder squinting at a smartphone, squeezing his eyes shut and vigorously shaking his head, as if trying to expel something foul from his mind. Hogback first looked around, only then realizing that the fat guy Xingchen had mentioned was actually himself. He then glanced at Moria's vigorously waving little hand, and thus with a soft "oh" obediently stepped aside. Xingchen looked down at Perona, who was about the same age as Robin, and thought very nice pink hair. A loli. Twin ponytails. This is simply a full stack of buff attributes. TSK. However, with this figure it's really hard to describe. She can't compare to my sister at all. Little girl, I heard your boss say you're a user of the superhuman type, ghost fruit. How about summoning a few ghosts to attack me? Xingchen was quite curious. Previously, when watching the anime, he saw Lu Sorong and Wang Lufei being pierced through by ghosts, both uttering astonishing words. He also wanted to see what kind of words he would say. Perona was also very excited upon hearing this. Usually Lord Moria and the others wouldn't play with her, but now that there was someone willing to play with her, she immediately summoned a ghost and pointed at Xingchen Go. The ghost that was released was originally happily preparing to play pranks. Following Perona's finger, it flew a short distance, but upon seeing Xingchen, it immediately whoosh and flew back into Perona's body. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Perona's little face turned bright red. She quickly summoned 3 more ghosts and pointed at Xingchen, shouting again, Go. The 3 ghosts looked towards Perona's finger, instantly frightened to the point of trembling, huddling together. Don't be afraid, go, and attack him. Upon hearing Perona's words, the 3 trembling little ghosts directly whooshed back into Perona's body. No matter how she summoned them, they refused to come out. Ghost, impudent fellow. You are really quite audacious. You actually want us ghosts to attack a Taoist practitioner? We are not the mindless zombies downstairs. Forget it, it seems there's no fun to be had. Moria, let's go discuss the details afterward. Xingchen turned around with a face full of disappointment and walked toward Moria's bedroom. Moria and the others watched Xingchen's figure gradually fade away. Absalom then leaned over to Moria's side and quietly asked Lord Moria, what's the situation now? Your boss is about to get rich. As long as I can help him this time. Blah blah blah. Moria excitedly explained the matter of the 7 warlords of the sea to his 3 subordinates. Although Perona didn't understand much, seeing Lord Moria and Absalom looking so happy, it must be a good thing. And 7 warlords of the sea, just the name sounds so cool. Only Hogabake, feeling unhappy, weakly raised his hand and asked Lord Moria, why do I feel like that Marine Rear Admiral doesn't really like me? I'm not saying it's you, but where did you learn to dress like that? It's just too ugly. Don't mention him not liking you, I can hardly stand to look at it. Not only Moria at this moment, even Absalom and Perona nodded in unison. It was evident that on the matter of fashion, since the 3 had reached a consensus. But I learned this outfit from a fashion magazine. Playboy magazine. Defamation. He is defaming me. If you don't want to be killed by him, just stay in the lab and play by yourself for these few days, or quickly change into a more normal outfit. If you get killed because of this, I won't stand up for you. Hogabake, upon hearing Moria's disdain for his fashion taste, felt as if he had been hit by a negative ghost, collapsing to his knees against the wall, a visibly low aura enveloping his head, mumbling about who knows what. Let's go, Absalom, making a distinguished guest wait, is not the hospitality of my Lord Moria of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing Moria and Absalom leave, Perona hurriedly asked Lord Moria, what about me? Little brat, go play on your own. And suddenly a small pink-haired figure appeared next to Hogabake. The friendship boat of the 3 capsized in an instant. When Moria and the others arrived at the bedroom, they saw Xingchen elegantly sitting on a chair, quietly admiring the night view. Absalom, go bring out my treasured red wine for Admiral Mo to taste. After Moria casually instructed, he sat down opposite Xingchen. Once Absalom brought over the red wine, opened the bottle, decanted it, and poured a glass for both of them, he said, cheers. Moria raised his glass, gesturing towards Xingchen, then downed it in one go. Looking at Xingchen across the table, he gently swirled the amber-like liquid in his glass, lowered his head to sniff the wine's aroma, took a small sip, and then closed his eyes to savor it. Damn, he was played. Moria could only awkwardly scratch his head, forcing a smile and asking, Admiral Mo, you mentioned discussing the specific details earlier. What do you think I need to do to help you? Xingchen opened his eyes, looking at the waiter Absalom beside him, and replied calmly, you've become too weak after being in despair for these past few years. Fortunately, you're not the main attacker. You just need to feign weakness and restrain them secretly. But Absalom, you can make people invisible, right? Yes, Admiral, I can make people or objects I touch invisible. However, those with strong observation Haki might still detect them. Xingchen frowned. TSK. Why are all these good abilities being wasted on you useless guys? Can't you develop your abilities properly? Life has indeed become too comfortable. Since Absalom's fruit ability cannot be relied upon, Moria, you will have to wait for Dorag to lure the enemy and then give it your all. Let's see if you can find a flaw and successfully ambush them. Moria, initially thrilled to hear he only needed to slack off and assist, was suddenly asked to give his all, and this emotional roller coaster was quite something. After all, who wants to work when they can slack off? Moria glared fiercely at Absalom, blaming him for being useless, then curiously asked, don't worry, Admiral Mo, I definitely won't let you down. But who exactly is this Dorag? Is he really that formidable? My brother, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, codenamed Dragon. Moria was so startled he fell off his chair. The world's most notorious criminal, and this Marine Rear Admiral who was comparable to the Emperor of the Sea, had to join forces against an enemy, and he trembled as he asked Admiral Mo. You are not planning to assassinate the Marine Fleet Admiral, are you? Recently the weather has turned cool and flu is rampant. Dear readers, please take care of your health. I'm about to catch a cold, feeling miserable. I took some cold medicine. If I don't feel better by afternoon, I'll go to the hospital for a shot. There might only be one update today. My brain feels like mush. Sorry. Xingchen was so amused by Moria's guess that he sprayed the red wine in his mouth. Absalom silently wiped the wine off his face with a napkin beside him, embodying the essence of being angry, but unable to speak. What are you guessing blindly? Why would I kill my own boss? Even if I wanted to seize power, I have 3 great generals above me. It wouldn't even be my turn to act. Xingchen took the napkin that Absalom had handed him and wiped the corner of his mouth, replying irritably. I know. It must be that a certain naval admiral is blocking your path to progress, so you want it. Moria, upon hearing Xingchen mention the 3 generals above him, arrogantly thought he had guessed the answer, making a gesture of slitting his throat with his right hand while speaking ominously. Enough, stop guessing. It's neither the Navy nor anyone from the world government. Moria and Absalom both wore skeptical expressions. Still playing the mysterious card. I really want to see who this extraordinary person is. At this moment Dorag had already recorded the pointer for the Devil's 3-masted ship, calculating how to naturally expose his whereabouts, while also planning where to create a stir. After some contemplation, he decided to first go to Water City to check the situation, conveniently misleading the world government into thinking he was there to order a large number of ships, making it seem like the Revolutionary Army was about to make a big move. Moreover, Water City is the closest to the Devil's 3-masted ship. This way, if the Knights of God's commander were to come, it would also make it easier for him to escape. After sorting out his thoughts, Dorag took out the recorded pointer for Water City, adopting a decisive attitude as he disappeared like a wisp of breeze. A few days later in Water City, Dorag kept a low profile, not lingering too much at the official port, but heading directly to Tom's shipbuilding company located in a corner by the garbage dump. He remembered Xingchen saying that revolution cannot rely solely on hard work. It also requires uncovering top talents in various fields of research. Only then can people live a happy and beautiful life. He specifically mentioned the bull-headed merman who built ships for Pirate King Roger, stating that if his sea train could connect every island, it would undoubtedly bring about earth-shattering changes to the world. As for what his older brother later said about connecting the 4 seas and dividing the seas, it would lead to a qualitative leap in combating pirates, transporting military forces, and defending territories. In terms of public convenience, the exchange of information and production materials, the dissemination of knowledge and economic development and growth, while it increasingly sounded like incomprehensible jargon to him, it didn't hinder his belief that Xingchen's words were correct. Thus, over the past few years, he had been quietly observing this project to see if it was truly as magical as claimed. Since he had to expose his location this time, he thought he might also contribute a little to the revolutionary cause, so he wanted to see if he could bring Tom the Merman into the revolutionary ranks. Even if it didn't work, it would at least help him establish a presence, right? As soon as he arrived at the company entrance, he saw a handsome young man with blue hair and a white headscarf politely asking, "Hello, is Mr. Tom in? My master is busy inside. Are you here to place an order for shipbuilding?" "Yes, I would like to meet Mr. Tom for a detailed discussion." One of Tom's disciples, Ice Mountain, assessed Dorag, and noticing his demeanor didn't seem like that of someone causing trouble, nodded and said, "My master should be over there in the factory. Let me take you there." With that, he turned and walked toward the factory. As for Dorag's identity, he couldn't be bothered to ask. After all, his master had built ships for the Pirate King. What was there to fear from other criminals? No criminal could surpass him. As they approached the factory, they heard the clanging of metal from inside. When they pushed open the large door, a wave of heat rushed out, revealing a large 3-meter fat merman hammering on a piece of metal. Dorag watched as Tom's workbench had already produced many small metal parts, feeling amazed in his heart that this big guy was truly skillful. The hammer in his hand was smaller than his hand, yet he could craft such delicate work. After waiting for quite a while, once he finished his task, Tom turned to see his disciple with a stranger cloaked in a hood. He asked Ice Mountain Aspiku, "Who is this?" Before Ice Mountain could answer, Dorag stepped forward, lifted the hood, and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Tom. My name is Dorag, but you can also call me Dragon." "Dorag, I haven't heard of you, but the name Dragon seems familiar. Where have I seen it? Why can't I recall all of a sudden?" Tom scratched his head, talking to himself, while Ice Mountain seemed to remember something and suddenly started trembling, stuttering, "A quiet reminder, Master, our Revolutionary Army leader." Tom also instantly realized that this was the world's most notorious criminal who had been wanted by the world government a few years ago. He immediately performed a characteristic act from the Pirate King, his eyes bulging and his tongue rolling like a snake. Super cool. A little boy wearing a floral shirt and goggles popped up from behind Tom, excitedly shouting. Tom quickly pulled the little brat out from behind him and explained to Dorag, "This is my other disciple, Cater Flam." "Mr. Dorag, are you here to have me build a ship for you?" "Not exactly. My main purpose for coming this time is to meet Mr. Tom, because your sea train project is truly commendable. If possible, I hope you can sell me this technology." Tom looked puzzled and asked in surprise, "Do you also need this technology?" "But this technology requires substantial funding to support and your technical personnel." Because the Revolutionary Army indeed had no substantial achievements at the moment, it was mainly their disseminated ideas and statements that made the world government see a crisis. The Revolutionary Army is not like the reckless chaos of pirates. It fundamentally calls for ordinary people to rise up in rebellion. This is about uprooting them. Moreover, the illiteracy rate in this world is quite high, so the vast majority of ordinary people at sea cannot comprehend or understand what the Revolutionary Army is doing. They think they are just a group of desperate fugitives inexplicably opposing the government. After all, in the eyes of the common people, the nobles above them are like the heavens, not to mention the high-ranking officials in the kingdom. They might not even know what the celestial dragons are. Hence, Tom believed that Dorag's Revolutionary Army lacked funding and technical personnel, which is why he had such doubts. "Mr. Tom, rest assured about this matter. Our Revolutionary Army is not a group of ruthless villains, nor was it established to bring ruin to the world. Our mission is to fight for the people oppressed by the world government and the noble class of the kingdom, so that they can live a happy life free from heavy taxes and the threat of pirate invasions, capable of raising their families and relying on support in their old age. And when I say people, I refer to all intelligent races, not just humans. We value your technology because we believe that if the maritime train can be established across the seas, it will benefit the people of all four seas. Moreover, we are not rushing to start work as soon as we acquire the technology. We will wait until everything is fully prepared before beginning. I'm curious about your thoughts on this, Mr. Tom." Dorag spoke passionately and confidently about his revolutionary cause. Tom was also moved by this beautiful vision and without hesitation said, "If that is the case, I can provide you with a copy of the maritime train blueprints. There's no need to discuss purchasing. I have great admiration for what you are doing. Consider it a small contribution I am making for those who suffer." "There is no need for Mr. Tom to be so modest. I am here merely for a simple discussion. We will officially approach you later to purchase the technology, and you just need to agree. Oh, by the way, it seems your situation isn't very good, Mr. Tom, as those lackeys of the world government may not keep their word. So when necessary, please contact the Revolutionary Army, and we will assist you. This is also to thank you for your contributions to the revolutionary cause." After finishing, Dorag bowed deeply and turned to leave. The three people left in the factory were left in a daze. The two children were merely amazed that this so-called most heinous criminal was so polite, and the things the Revolutionary Army aimed to do sounded incredibly cool. Tom, however, thought more deeply through official channels. It seems the development of the Revolutionary Army should not be underestimated, as it already begun to infiltrate the world government. Regarding the blueprints of the Pluto, it seems I must hide them even more carefully. At that moment, several men in black suits and top hats suddenly appeared in the factory, arrogantly and rudely asking Tom, "What were you discussing with the Revolutionary Army's dragon just now?" Tom ignored these men and returned to the workbench, clanging away at the parts. "Tom, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You must understand that you are currently a criminal on parole." He said he was interested in my maritime train project and wanted to pay to purchase it. The leading member of CP5 immediately fumed, feeling insulted, and angrily shouted, "Are you kidding me? A criminal comes to you to buy infrastructure projects. Do you think you're being funny?" Saying this, he pulled out a handgun from his pocket and pointed it at Tom, clearly indicating that if Tom did not cooperate, he would face dire consequences. Fram and Iceberg hurried over, spreading their arms to shield their master, shouting loudly, "He is here to buy the maritime train." The leading CP5 member looked at the two children with expressions of rage, then at Tom, who appeared unfazed, and it seemed he truly did not look like he was lying. So he holstered his gun, exited the factory door, and went to a secluded corner to take out his phone bug, preparing to report to his superior for a decision. "Brew, what is it?" "Boss, just now the leader of the Revolutionary Army dragon came to find Tom. I didn't dare to disturb him, and after he left I asked Tom. He said dragon came to buy the maritime train project." "Fool, you can actually believe such childish lies. The Revolutionary Army would never be bored enough to come by that maritime train. Moreover, the leader of the Revolutionary Army personally visits. It must be for some hidden, significant secret." "Oh, I see now. It seems my initial judgment was correct. That old Tom indeed has the design blueprints of Pluto. Dragon might be here for that. But, boss, it seems Tom is not lying." "Idiot. Do Do you know how I rose from CP9 to CP5 to become an officer? It was precisely because of my keen political instinct that I discovered O'Hara was researching the true history. And this time, I am even more convinced of my judgment. You watch Tom closely. I'll report to the Gorosei. Click. Located on the Red Line at the Holy Land Mary Geos, the office building of the world government. Spandine arrived at the door of this office, symbolizing the pinnacle of world power, and cautiously knocked gently. Enter. Upon entering, the spacious room only had a set of sofas and a coffee table in the center. The 5 current supreme rulers of the world were either sitting or standing, posing dignifiedly. They were the finance warlord, Izambaron V. Nasu Shuru Saint, dressed in a white training outfit, holding the legendary first-generation sword. The agriculture warlord, Shepherd X. Peter Saint, sitting alone on a small sofa on the left with a side parting of blonde hair, looking the youngest among the 5. The justice warlord Topman Vo Chuli Saint, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, seated in the center with an age spot resembling a map on his forehead. The environmental warlord Marcus Maz Saint, standing beside the justice warlord, sporting a long and neatly groomed goatee. The scientific defense warlord Jagor Lusher Satan Saint, sitting on a small sofa on the right, with a head of curly hair like a European judge leaning on a cane. Spandine bent his body respectfully and spoke. Gorosei, according to reports from below, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon has landed in the Water City and secretly contacted Tom, who built ships for the Pirate King. The Justice Warlord looked around at the other 4 and asked, what do you think the Revolutionary Army is contacting Tom for? The Revolutionary Army's ideology is very dangerous. Regardless of their intentions, eliminating those who pose a problem is always the right choice. The finance warlord, eyes closed, was polishing his beloved sword, softly spoke. Well, I have a somewhat immature guess regarding the Revolutionary Army's intentions. Speak. Since I took office as the CP5 commander, I have been working day and night, putting in tremendous effort, and finally detected a clue. Shipwright Tom likely possesses the design blueprints of Pluto. Honorable lords, though I lack concrete evidence at present, this remains the only plausible explanation. The Revolutionary Army's contact with Tom must serve a purpose far weightier than merely purchasing construction projects. Pansdane cautiously wiped the sweat from his brow and explained with solemn loyalty. Pansdane, you have performed admirably this time. Continue monitoring their movements. Dismissed. Yes, Your Excellency of the 5 Elders. I take my leave. After Pansdane withdrew and closed the door, the judicial warlord gazed calmly at the other 4. Regardless of circumstance, the Pluton must never fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Shall we assign CP0 to handle this matter? The financial warlord offered. Most CP operatives are currently deployed protecting the celestial dragons. The environmental warlord scoffed. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army's dragon is no easy adversary. Then we shall consult the Divine Knight Corps. Let us see whether they express interest. Moments later, a towering figure entered this chamber of ultimate authority, a celestial dragon with a bold crescent-shaped mohawk, a famed katana at his waist. Unlike most of his kind, he wore no fishbowl helmet nor bore the vacant expression of inherited decadence. He stood in silent stillness, exuding the unmistakable aura of one long accustomed to supreme command, his sovereign presence palpable. What business brings you to summon me? The imposing man spoke first. Fegalin Garland, according to intelligence from CP below, the Revolutionary Army's dragon has landed in Water 7 and made contact with Tom, the very shipwright who built the vessel for the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. He is suspected of seeking the blueprints of the Pluton. The judicial warlord outlined the situation for Fegalin Garland, then continued, given CP's current operational constraints, we ask, do you find this target worthy of your attention? Will you apprehend him? So CP agents have once again accompanied those fools on their killing sprees across non-aligned nations. Still, Dragon, you slipped through my fingers several years ago. Let us hope your fortune holds this time. Fegalin Garland murmured softly to himself, then lifted his gaze toward the 5 elders and declared with unshakable confidence, then entrust this mission to me, the commander of the Divine Knight Corps. Garland, will you undertake the arrest alone? Might that not? The scientific defense warlord voiced his concern, but was cut off mid-sentence by Fegalin Garland. The Revolutionary Army's dragon wields the Logia-class hurricane fruit. Others would only hinder me. Unless, of course, you can summon Admiral Borisolino of the Marines to accompany me. The scientific defense warlord offered an awkward chuckle, surely a jest. Were an admiral truly answerable to him, his own rank would already be elevated. Rest assured, only I can draw forth his hatred. After all, his wife perished by my hand. Fegalin Garland turned and strode away with effortless grace, his voice trailing behind like a vow. He grows ever more arrogant. Enough. We all serve the same master, merely in different capacities. Humph. Deep within Panqing City, a secluded garden bloomed, with vibrant flowers, their hues harmonizing with fluttering butterflies to form a living tapestry of color and life. When Fegelein Garland returned to the Divine Knight Corps' headquarters, several fellow knights gathered around him. "Commander, what did those 5 elders want?" A man twirled a pair of blades in his hands, his face obscured by a gas mask-like visor etched with the numeral 46. "Huh. It seems the Revolutionary Army's dragon has grown restless again. CP lacks personnel, so they've asked us to apprehend him. Since we're idle anyway, count me in for this operation." A young woman sat atop a railing, spinning a revolver with practiced flair, her face nearly hidden beneath an oversized hat as she swung her legs idly. "This mission proceeds under my sole command. Too many presences would alarm the target. And if he chooses to flee, tell me. Who among you can fly? Remain here and guard Lord Emo. TCH. Fegelein Garland paid no heed to his subordinates' grumbling. After all, the Divine Knight Corps rarely received field assignments. Their primary duty was safeguarding Lord Emu and the Celestial Dragons, yet they also held judicial authority over Celestial Dragons who transgressed. Their role resembled that of the Imperial Clan Court in ancient dynasties. Idle day after day, these knights found no solace in the base amusements favored by ordinary Celestial Dragons, and thus seized every opportunity to depart on assignment. Fegelein Garland collected his garments, issued brief instructions, and headed for the transport conduit bound for the Sabaody archipelago. After 2 days of travel, he arrived in Water 7. He spent the morning wandering its streets, then stood silently before Tom's workshop, located near the refuse depot, for the entire afternoon. At one point, Frankie even asked whether he required repairs or custom orders. Fegelein merely shook his head and said he awaited someone. Frankie then walked away, leaving Icebog and Frankie utterly bewildered, muttering weakly, "What a strange man." At dawn the next day, Fegelein Garland sought out a desolate stretch of coastline and stood motionless, waiting. He trusted his instinct. Yesterday's unobtrusive strolls and his prolonged conspicuous vigil outside the fishman's workshop ensured that should dragons still remain in Water 7, he would know Fegelein had come. His choice of isolation was not born of mercy, fearing collateral harm to civilians, but of disdain. He refused to fight before the rabble as though performing for them. More crucially, it signaled to Dragon that he came unaccompanied. No ambush lay in wait. Fegelein Garland waited with unwavering patience until the sun dipped low, casting crimson fire across the sea, painting the world in molten gold and blood-red light. A gentle breeze stirred the empty shore, and suddenly a lone figure materialized upon the sands. Eyes still closed, Fegelein spoke with serene composure. "You have come." "Yes, I have." "You should not have. Yet I am here." Silence followed. Profound, absolute silence, as the two stood like statues carved from stone while the dying sun tilted further toward the horizon. At last Fegelein broke the stillness. "Why have you come?" "To kill." The stranger answered without hesitation, each word precise, deliberate, final. "Whom do you intend to kill?" "I." "Those who deserve death." "And who merits such judgment?" Fegelein opened his eyes and studied the youth before him. Strikingly young, yet his gaze was unforgettable, tranquil as midnight, fathomless as the abyssal sea. The air remained utterly still, deathly silent. As the sun sank lower, the stranger glanced toward the distant horizon, then turned back, his voice devoid of warmth, of sorrow, of doubt. "You do? Then let's see if you can handle it." Jalen drew the dagger from his waist and fiercely slashed a massive strike towards Duelage. Buzz! A sharp explosive sound suddenly tore through the air, and the beach revealed a long, narrow cut, as if it had been plowed. Swish! Duelage swiftly dodged this attack. "Why?" Jalen exclaimed in horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. He dodged. How could the man who had made a notorious name for himself on the sea do this? How dare he? Duelage glanced back at the massive flying strike with a look of disdain at Jalen sneeringly, saying, "My brother once said, why endure a foolish strike like this when you can dodge it? Showing off how tough you are. Do you understand a man's romance, you worthless piece of trash? Die." Upon hearing such mockery, Jalen felt his worldview shatter. He angrily shouted at Duelage while swinging his hands, sending countless massive flying strikes towards Duelage as if he wanted to shred him to pieces. Unfortunately for Duelage, who had already mastered his fruit abilities, dodging was a breeze. His speed was decent to begin with, especially enhanced by the hurricane fruit. Thus Duelage dodged the incoming strikes with ease while steadily approaching Jalen. "A few years ago I had my concerns. Are you ready to bear my wrath now?" In the midst of his words, Duelage arrived right before Jalen. Dragon's Claw. Duelage's right hand transformed into a claw and fiercely aimed for Jalen's chest, preparing to rip him open. Ding! His fingers clashed with the blade, creating a shower of sparks. Seeing his attack blocked, Duelage's left hand transformed into a claw aimed at Fei Jialanjalan's face. If this hit, it would either disfigure him or leave him crippled. Thus Fei Jialanjalan dared not take it heeded. Suddenly his neck elongated like a snake, pulling back just in time to evade Duelage's assault. Duelage swiftly executed a low kick showcasing speed, precision, and ferocity. At this point, Fei Jialanjalan's body transformed into a serpentine form, his hands morphing into a pair of wings, taking flight while still retaining a human face. I despise this face. I originally intended to capture you alive, but since you've seen it, I can only send you to your death. Seeing Fei Jialanjalan in this ghastly form, Duelage took a few steps back to create some distance. I didn't expect a celestial dragon like you to also consume a Zoan type. Nonsense. This is the snake fruit mythical Zoan feathered serpent form. TSK. Indeed, no matter how elite the celestial dragons are, they still reveal information so foolishly when provoked. If this were in the neighboring ninja world, you'd probably last no more than 3 episodes. Dance of nothingness. Transforming into the feathered serpent form, Fei Jialanjalan frantically flapped his wings towards Duelage, unleashing a storm of transparent wind blades that filled the beach with cuts, while nearby rocks and trees were shredded into pieces. With the sheer number of wind blades, Duelage had no choice but to elementalize and evade this attack. Just as Duelage dodged this attack, Fei Jialanjalan flew to his side, using his snake-like legs covered in armament Haki to deliver a powerful strike to Duelage. True God Whip of punishment. The power and explosive force of this strike created a spiral of white air waves in the atmosphere. Duelage was instantly sent flying like a baseball struck by a home run, his body bending in midair into a large sea. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted from Duelage's mouth as he was propelled backward at high speed. He crashed through massive rocks and snapped trees in his path, flying dozens of meters away, culminating in a thunderous boom followed by a ground-shaking tremor. At this moment, Fei Jialanjalan strictly adhered to the combat mechanics of this world, remaining still, waiting for Duelage to recover, as the next phase was not his offensive round. Having suffered a heavy blow, Duelage lay on the ground for a while before getting up, coughing up blood, while seriously staring in Fei Jialanjalan's direction. Silently calculating, he noted that the enemy's power had significantly increased after transforming, with enhanced speed and unknown defensive properties of the snake scales that either absorbed his attacks or allowed him to pursue despite the dense wind blades. Now was not the time for a true battle to determine superiority in life or death, but it was still necessary to probe further into the enemy's capabilities. Hurricane multiple tornadoes. At that moment, 3 small tornadoes began to form from Duelage, racing towards Fei Jialanjalan in a triangular formation. The small tornadoes swept up fragments of stone and broken trees, visibly expanding as they advanced. With the combined pull of the 3 tornadoes, if one were to be swept into them, the outcome would be unimaginable. Divine nature, abundant harvest. Suddenly, thick, thorny vines sprouted from beneath Fei Jialanjalan's feet, swiftly wrapping him into a spherical shape. The 3 tornadoes spiraled towards the sphere, zzz, emitting a sharp screeching sound as stones and tree trunks cut through the vines, igniting sparks. Gradually, the tornadoes diminished, and the spherical shape, formed by the vines, shrank rapidly. Ultimately, the tornadoes broke through the vines' defense, yet their size was no longer intimidating, barely leaving scratches on Fei Jialanjalan's scales. It's a pity you still fell short. If this is all you have, then I suspect the one who will die will be you. Fei Jialanjalan wore a defiant expression as he looked at Duelage, slowly mocking him with a tone of feigned pity. Hehe, you look truly hideous like this. After saying this, Duelage activated his fruit ability, summoning a violent wind that obscured the jungle with dust and wood chips. Fei Jialanjalan raised one wing to shield his eyes, activating his observation Haki, sensing Duelage's figure vanish. Cautiously, he prepared for his attack, only to discover that Duelage stirred up the wind not for a sneak attack, but to escape. Escape. This time no one will distract me from you. You'll see just where you can run to. Fei Jialanjalan sneered, flapping his wings, and instantly soared into the air, swiftly pursuing the trail left by Duelage. Duelage transformed into a whirlwind of elemental energy, swiftly heading towards the Devil's Triangle. He remained calm throughout, not allowing anger to cloud his judgment. His primary goal this time was merely to lure Fei Jialanjalan into the Devil's 3-masted ship, not to engage in a life-or-death battle with him. Of course, necessary information probing could still be conducted, enabling the long-hidden Xingchen to better understand the opponent's specific situation, thus formulating correct and efficient offensive strategies. After all, Duelage had also received an education from the Mo family, and his combat style had transformed from that of a passionate young man into a martial arts style reminiscent of the Flower Kingdom. There was no such thing as bloodlust against those without killing intent or with weak abilities where one might show off flashy skills. However, against lethal adversaries of similar strength, all attacks would focus on crippling or killing. As for whether he looked handsome or not, only those who survived had the right to discuss this. The dead had no voice. After a brief probe, Dolag felt that employing a life-risking strategy would likely lead to his own demise, but Feigelin Jialanshang would definitely be crippled. With Mo Xingchen's assistance, it seemed truly possible to kill him without paying too great a price. Dolag's observation, Haki vaguely sensed someone chasing behind him, causing him to involuntarily smile. Since the fish has already bitten the bait, let's lead it around a bit. He occasionally left tornadoes in his wake, attempting to create some trouble for Feigelin Jialanshang, consuming his stamina while also marking his path. Dolag was not afraid of being chased, but feared that he would give up. From Feigelin Jialanshang's perspective, Dolag had been injured by him and was now struggling to escape. The minor obstacles along the way were a clear indication of Dolag's predicament. Dolag was flying using elemental transformation while he was relying on his transformed instincts to fly, which naturally conserved more stamina. The advantage is mine. He had already begun to fantasize about how delightful it would be to present Dolag's head to the five elders after killing him, imagining their shocked expressions. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. At the same time, while Dolag and Feigelin Jialanshang chased each other with ulterior motives, our protagonist, Mo Xingchen, was living a leisurely life in Moria's castle. Lord Mo Xingchen, do you think my strength is appropriate? Mo Xingchen lazily reclined in a rattan chair, not even opening his eyes, tapping the armrest with a finger, while a girl with pink twin tails stood behind him, giving him a shoulder massage. In front of him, a group of zombies were performing a Michael Jackson-style Thriller dance, with the musician being a skeleton with a hippie hairstyle. Whether it was William's good fortune or the fact that the more one fears something, the more likely one is to encounter it, Brook had been found by William, and then Mo Xingchen sent him off to find Laboon. Brook was kept by Mo Xingchen. After all, having few living people on this vast ship would be quite boring. After humming the song from memory to Brook, being the Soul King, effortlessly composed and reproduced the song, leading to the scene before them. This was also one of the few joys Mo Xingchen had enjoyed in recent days. Lord Mo Xingchen, can you explain to me about the red-clothed vengeful spirits, the fierce demons, and the five ghosts transporting technique you mentioned last time? Perona requested eagerly, having overheard Mo Xingchen casually lament that she was wasting the abilities of the ghost fruit she had devoured just for pranks. She then served Mo Xingchen by bringing him tea, giving him massages, and so on in exchange for him explaining some of the ghostly powers, which led to an even greater enthusiasm. Every day she would act spoiled and cute, pleading with Mo Xingchen to teach her. Ahem, this is something that the crab god does not allow to be discussed in detail. Besides, you are a young lady, and don't make it all so eerie. This is just fine. Seeing that Mo Xingchen was so unyielding, Perona ceased her services, crossed her arms, tilted her head, pouted, and let out a heavy humph. Who could refuse the antics of a youthful and beautiful girl? Just as Mo Xingchen was about to act against the wind, he glanced at her chest and instantly calmed down considerably. This beautiful girl, could you show me your panties? Brook formed a heart shape with his hands above his head, twirling around to Perona's side. Negative, ghost. As a skeleton, what qualifications do I have to be lecherous? Please incinerate me. Perona, already in a bad mood, struck Brook with a negative, ghost, causing him to kneel on the ground and mutter to himself like a defeated dog. Mo Xingchen nodded at the ghost, who bowed to him, not wanting to disturb their affection, but he felt a twinge of worry, wondering what Dolag was doing and whether he had drawn out that celestial dragon. If he had, where were they now? And how many enemies were there? Sigh. Lord Mo Xingchen, what's wrong? Perona, who had intended to ignore Mo Xingchen for the whole day, unconsciously asked. Waiting is truly a torment. Perona and Brook, who was on the ground, exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled by Mo Xingchen's lament. By the way, what have Moria and that transparent person been doing these days? I can only see them during meals, otherwise they are mysteriously absent. I don't know. It seems Lord Moria said it was special training to survive in the upcoming battle or something. Brook. Mo Xingchen was about to say something when his phone bug rang, prompting him to quickly pull it out. Moshi, this is Mo Xingchen. Brother, the big fish is on the hook. One of them. I'm coming from the direction of Water City, and am almost there. Received. Kachak. Mo Xingchen excitedly stood up from the rattan chair, his eyes shining as he looked out the window. Perona, go fetch Moria and the transparent person for me. Yes, Lord Mo Xingchen. After speaking, Perona leaned to one side and fell down, and Mo Xingchen hurried to support her. In her ghost state, Perona stuck out her tongue, sheepishly scratched her head, and flew through the wall to find someone. Before long, Moria and his subordinate Absalom hurried over, asking, is General Mo aware that the enemy is approaching? Yes, they are about to board from the direction of Water City. Moria, you go ahead and assist them. Transparent man, take me with you to find an opportunity for a sneak attack. Xingchen turned his head to look at Perona, who had just awakened from the rattan chair, and continued to instruct. You go find that perverted fat man in clothes and gather everyone on the other side towards Water City. No matter what happens here, they are not allowed to come over. He, then I shall go and entertain my mysterious guest. After Moria and Perona left, Brook stood there somewhat at a loss, asking, is there anything I can do for you, General? You, Xingchen turned to look at Brook, who was fidgeting beside him, thought for a moment, and said, well, if you do not participate in this matter once Lab arrives, you can go wherever you want to. I will not interfere. But if you choose to participate, you can only stay by my side. Decide for yourself. Now I am the only one left in the Rumbar Pirates. It seems I have nothing to care about anymore. Since you brought Lab to me, let me do something within my capabilities. Xingchen looked at the skeleton before him, exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, and smiled. Is that so? Then during our battle, you can provide us with accompaniment. Huh? Brook was also confused. Although he knew his strength was not particularly impressive and might not play a critical role in battle, it shouldn't come to him having to sing on the sidelines. As everyone took their positions, the silhouette of the Devil's three-masted ship appeared in the sights of Dorag and Fagelin Gallant Saint. Heh, naive. Do you think you can escape me by entering this Devil's Triangle? Fagelin Gallant Saint looked at the approaching silhouette and couldn't help but sneer, as if he were witnessing a prey nearing exhaustion, waiting for himself, the hunter, to reap the fruits of victory. As he stepped onto the giant ship, he saw Dorag, who was panting heavily, just finishing a call. He mocked, why aren't you running away anymore? So were you just giving your subordinates your last words? Dorag disdainfully ignored him, focusing on regulating his breath to gain even a slight opportunity to recover his strength. Aha! Are you resigning to your fate now? Seeing the arrogant Fagelin Gallant Saint, Dorag felt for the first time that Xingchen was right. Villains always fall for their own verbosity. What a true statement it is. Then you can go die. Hurricane Annihilation. Dorag's hands spread into claws, gradually exerting force in the void, veins bulging, as if he were grasping something. The world before him began to whip up into a terrifying gale, and the wind pressure visibly increased, causing surrounding structures to fracture and be swept into the hurricane. The seawater, sand, and trees, everything visible, was uprooted, mixed with Dorag's overwhelming fury, turning the already dim sky into a shadowy mass, creating an immense psychological pressure. Hiding in the shadows, Moria clung tightly to a pillar, his body swaying like a flag in the wind, his face filled with terror as he reflected inwardly. What incredible power! Moria seemed to be transported back to his battle against Kaido in Wano country, experiencing a similar scene, that tremor from deep within the soul, as if his long-dormant heart was slowly starting to beat again. Aha! Is this all the capacity you possess as the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Fagelin Gallant Saint, at the heart of the wind pressure, felt the world-destroying destructive force, and instead of showing fear, he laughed maniacally. Seemingly pleased by the enemy's power, what he felt was not fear, but delight, as if he were pleasing a lofty deity. This was his pride as a celestial dragon and his arrogance as the commander of the Knights of God. His body began to grow larger, his face transforming into a serpent's head, and his expanding figure tore apart the little clothing he had, completely transforming into the deity from Maya's stories, a gigantic serpent with wings. Roar! The colossal creature in the sky roared, and another overwhelming aura spread wildly in all directions from it, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The clash of two fierce was igniting flashes of lightning and thunder. Wrath of the Poison Dragon. Dorag watched the massive monster soaring in the eye of the hurricane, braving the fierce wind pressure, gritting his teeth, and exerting all his strength to unleash the full power of his devil fruit. Finally, the terrifying hurricane that swept everything collided violently with the descending giant serpent. With a cracking sound, dark red arcs of electricity exploded in the void, and everything swept up in the hurricane shattered into pieces. Yet Dorag could feel that the monster in the center was still rampaging. Under the second explosion of power, the sleeves of his arms tore apart, and his claws pressed down again into fists, causing the hurricane to start contracting, closing in on the giant serpent. A red light pierced through the hurricane. Fagelin Gallant Saint, transformed into the feathered serpent, crashed heavily into Dorag, instantly turning a 100-meter radius into dust and creating countless spiderweb-like cracks, while soil formed waves that spread outward. Fagelin Gallant Saint, now devoid of the strength to maintain his mythical beast form, returned to his human shape, his body covered in numerous wounds, as if cut by blades. He looked at Dorag, fallen in the center of the giant pit, revealing a victorious smile, raising the sword in his hand. In the name of the gods, I sentence you to death. Multiple Hornblade Shadow. Finally snapping back to reality from the fierce clash of both sides, Moria acted swiftly. Although he didn't know the enemy's identity, he had seen Dorag in the newspapers and could at least distinguish who his teammates were. Hee. Esteemed guest, I hope my welcome gift has pleased you. Seeing that his ambush succeeded, Moria stepped out from the shadows with a swaggering gait, slowly approaching the two with a proud and triumphant smile. Who are you? I am the notorious pirate from the West Sea, Moonlight Moria. Never heard of you. Feigelin Galen Shung remained nonchalant, as if he were not the one pierced by foreshadowy spears. Moria glared at him with disdain, his anger reaching its peak. I am a pirate who can stand toe-to-toe with Kaido. You better know your limits. Then why are you here? Oh, so you are just a defeated dog. Feigelin Galen Shung turned his gaze to the already risen Dorag and let out a hearty laugh. Ah, dragon. I never expected you to ally with such trash, it truly surprises me. As soon as he finished speaking, scales of a serpent began to appear all over Feigelin Galen Shung's body, and with a swing of his long knife, he executed a flying slash, slicing Moria in half. Is this the ally you sought? At that moment, Dorag looked at the two halves of Moria on the ground, feeling quite overwhelmed. An ally? Dead? What is happening? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Moria transformed into a swarm of bats instantly, surrounding Feigelin Galen Shung. They continuously bit at him, compressing his space for survival, until they slowly transformed into a black cube. At this moment, another Moria emerged from the shadows, walking with the same swaggering gait, emitting the same arrogant laughter. He, underestimating me will come at a price. Before Moria could bask in his triumph for long, the black cube began to swell, becoming increasingly irregular, as if some monster inside was about to break free. Boom. The black shadow box exploded into pieces, and the ancient giant serpent that had just fought with Dorag reappeared in the air with Moria now facing it. Roar. The ancient giant serpent let out an angry hiss at the little bug that continually provoked it. Divine God Whip of Punishment. Moria first caught a whiff of a foul odor, and immediately after a shadow struck him, sending him flying uncontrollably, boom, 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 smashing into countless buildings along the way. Dance of Nihility. Feigelin Galen Shung followed up with an AoE skill aimed at where Moria had fallen, then turned his attention elsewhere. Steam rose as Feigelin Galen Shung, having transformed back into human form, gasped for breath. However, he was in far better shape than the dazed Dorag. He walked slowly to Dorag, raised his weapon, and looked at Dorag, who seemed to have resigned himself by closing his eyes. Well then, this is it. Uffy. Clang. A hand gripping a long knife flew through the air and struck the ground. At this moment, Dorag was no longer the weak figure he had been earlier. Dragon's Claw. With an arm imbued with armament Haki, he pierced through Feigelin Galen Shung's chest. Xingchen also emerged from the void, his sword Pure June crackling with purple arcs as it whistled toward Feigelin Galen Shung's head. Feigelin Galen Shung was now terrified, quickly transforming partially into a serpent. Ignoring his injuries, he forcibly yanked Dorag's arm from his chest, retreating dozens of meters, kneeling on one knee as he coughed up blood. Missing an arm, and with a large hole in his chest, he was covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable. He raised his head, glaring fiercely at Xingchen, gritting his teeth. Navy. If it weren't for my quick reflexes just now, I wouldn't have only lost an arm, but my head as well, and my heart wouldn't have been ripped out by Dorag. He knew he could no longer stay here. If he lingered any longer, he might really die. So he cast a deep glance at Xingchen, as if trying to memorize his appearance. As long as I don't die. Navy. You have trouble coming your way. Despite having lost an arm, he took to the skies, preparing to escape. Seeing this, Dorag prepared to pursue, but Xingchen raised an arm to stop him. Dorag looked at Xingchen with a puzzled expression. You rest, will handle this. Xingchen looked up at the figure soaring higher and higher, standing still in the wind, slowly closing his eyes. The Pure June sword was raised in front of him, with purple arcs of electricity wildly leaping around it. Xingchen's expression was cold as he formed a sword gesture with one hand, stepping through the air as he swiftly took 7 steps, moving so fast that to Dorag's eyes it seemed like Xingchen had split into 7 people. Finally, the figures merged into one, and his sword pointed sharply at the sky. Xingchen's face visibly paled as he chanted, Heaven and earth, the great mystery, the root of all energy, broadly cultivated, I certify my divine powers. 9 heavens, mystic evil transformed into divine thunder. Mighty celestial might I summon with this sword. In a moment, the already overcast sky turned dark with endless clouds, rolling thunder, rumbling flashes of lightning dancing within the black clouds, spreading a chilling aura across the land, and the sky darkened further, the clouds pressing down, and above the figure in the heights, a massive vortex slowly formed within the thick cloud cover. This upside-down vortex seemed like a passage to the underworld, as if an unparalleled demon from the 9 hells was opening its blood-stained maw to devour the world. Boom. A muffled thunder erupted from the vortex, shaking the entire Devil's three-masted ship as if an ancient thunder god had been disturbed from his slumber and was now roaring in fury. The vortex in the sky began to spin faster, revealing black and red electric arcs, and the figure beneath the vortex also grew larger, likely Fagelin Galanshung, sensing the threat of death and transforming, but what of it? Under this massive vortex, it was merely an ant transforming into a rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, that suffocating vortex finally roared forth a no. It shouldn't be said as a single strike, but rather a lightning column with a diameter of several kilometers descending with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The eternally dark Devil's Triangle Sea area instantly brightened as if it were daylight. In the entire world, there was not a single sound at this moment. Everyone finally understood what it meant to be. The sound of great music is silent. After a long time, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and the lightning column vanished, leaving behind a Devil's three-masted ship with a third of its area missing and a bottomless sea passage on the surface. Hogabake, did you just see that? A huge vortex in the sky. A massive beam of light. What on earth happened over there? Perona was clearly so frightened that her speech was starting to become a bit chaotic. At this moment, Hogabake saw his subordinates, the zombies, trembling together in fear, and he didn't know how to describe everything that had just happened. Being so far away when the beam of light descended, his heart nearly stopped for several seconds from the shock. The sense of devastation from such an attack was beyond his ability to articulate. I don't know either. Just now I thought we might die. Hogabake stared in the direction of the battle. Though he couldn't see what was happening now, he still dared not look away, fearing that another beam of light might descend, targeting him. One scare was enough. Brother, this is too insane. Dorag also stared blankly at the scene before him, mumbling incoherently. Just stop. I told you I'm invincible, yet you still don't believe me. Xingchen grounded the Chunjun, sword resting his hands on the hilt. With the gusts of wind brought by the incoming tide, his coat billowed, and the word justice danced in the wind. Puffed. Before he could maintain his bravado for 2 seconds, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Xingchen's mouth. Cough, cough, wow. Dorag hurriedly supported Xingchen, who was kneeling on one knee and coughing blood furiously. Brother, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Cough, cough, it's fine. It's just something I'm used to now. I just exerted myself a bit too much. A period of rest will do the trick. Xingchen leaned against Dorag, completely drained of strength. It seemed that using the vast nine heavens divine thunder technique with his mid-stage chi refinement strength was still too strenuous. Brother, that person should be dead, right? Cough, cough, I think you can drop the word should. If he isn't dead after that, then I'll accept it. From now on, I can only join you in becoming revolutionaries. That sounds good. When the time comes, let's launch another strike at the Holy Land, Mariewa. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Xingchen rolled his eyes, sighing in exasperation, ignoring the simpleton next to him, who was lost in fantasies. At that moment, Brook, who had just regained his senses, leaped down from a high tower amidst the ruins and approached the two, awkwardly scratching his bald skull. Commander Mo, should I continue playing the accompaniment? The battle's over, and you're still playing the BGM. At your speed, you wouldn't even catch the warm meal. Xingchen retorted unhappily, then continued, forget it. Go check if Moria is dead. If he's not, tell that whoever to bring their ship's doctor over to treat us a bit. By the time Xingchen woke up, it was already the following night. Looking at Perona, who was sitting on a stool but sprawled over the bed, he chuckled and tapped her on the head. Perona, startled awake, instinctively straightened her body, hugging her head with both hands, and stared in confusion at the grinning youth on the bed, joyfully exclaiming, Lord Xingchen, you're awake. Why are you here? Of course I'm here to take care of you. I thought you were dead, and no matter how much I called, I couldn't wake you up. Hogabake said you were just too tired, and that your body had entered a deep sleep. Xingchen looked at Perona, who wore a smug expression, clearly seeking praise, and chuckled, not bothering to mind her childish remarks. I really owe you one, Perona. Ha ha ha, no need to mention it. Perona, delighted by Xingchen's gratitude, stood up with a beaming smile, hands on her hips. By the way, where's my brother? Brother? You mean that uncle with tattoos on his face who looks fierce? Ha 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 ha, yes, that's him. Hogabake treated him and arranged for him to rest in another room. Gurgle. Just as Xingchen planned to find Dorag, a strange noise came from his stomach. Seeing Perona staring at his belly in a daze, he casually gave her a light smack on the head. I'm going to find Moria and grab something to eat. You go help me call my brother over. After saying that, Xingchen sat on the edge of the bed to put on his shoes. He wasn't injured, he just used a big move, exhausting his internal spiritual energy. Moreover, the spiritual energy he summoned through the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique was a bit too violent, causing some tearing in his main meridian. This led to his body initiating an emergency protocol, plunging him into a state of deep sleep. To put it simply, he felt completely drained. He hadn't lost any levels. As long as he ate well, rested more, and tried not to engage in battles during this time, while meditating and cultivating to nourish his meridians, he would be fine. Watching Perona pass through the wall, Xingchen's hand reaching for his coat paused. Was she just in a soul form? How could he hit her then? Forget it, whatever. Xingchen got dressed and secured his chunjun before heading towards Moria's bedroom. Upon entering, he saw Moria lying on his massive bed, bandages wrapped around him like an Egyptian mummy. Hey, is this a bit too exaggerated? Commander Mo, it's just a minor injury. You needn't be overly grateful, this is something I should do. Though lying on the bed, Moria somehow still exuded a sense of grandiosity. Xingchen tugged at a few of the bandages on him, smirked, rolled his eyes, then turned around to sit at the long table in the lounge, picking up a banana and eating it leisurely. Alright, just stop pretending to be injured over there. You should take a look at how unprofessionally those bandages are wrapped. I can't believe Hogyubake's medical skills are this poor. Having started on his third banana, Xingchen couldn't help but mock Moria, who was still lying there pretending. He, Commander Mo. You truly have a discerning eye. I knew I couldn't fool you. Realizing he could no longer keep up the act, Moria chuckled, sat up quickly, unwrapped most of the bandages, and approached the dining table, with a puzzled expression, scratching his big belly and whispering, I thought I had tied them quite well. How could it be seen through so easily? Xingchen gave him a disdainful glance and turned his head, covering his forehead. Just stop. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. What kind of doctor wraps bandages around the patient's clothes? You're insulting my intelligence. Sigh. Rest assured. I understand your meaning perfectly. You've done rather well this time, and I've taken note of it. Leah wore an expression as if he'd been constipated for days, hesitant, strained, on the verge of speech, whereupon Xingchen offered gentle reassurance. Hearing those words, Leah's weathered face blossomed into a radiant chrysanthemum-like smile. He laughed heartily. Admiral what on earth do you mean by that? For justice. It is our sacred duty, and all entirely within my purview. Brother, are you planning to recruit him into the Marines? Dorag entered the room just as Leah was pontificating grandly about justice. A pirate invoking justice. Preposterous. He assumed Xingchen was attempting to reform the pirate, perhaps even absorb Leah into the Navy. Nonsense. He's merely flattering me, hoping I'll remember his contributions and reward him accordingly. Seeing Dorag enter, Xingchen gestured for him to sit. Noticing he could walk unaided, Xingchen felt considerably relieved. As for the bandages, those were inconsequential. To a man of the sea, scars were the most eloquent medals of honor. Xingchen turned to Dorag and asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Leah, ever perceptive, immediately shouted, Absalom. Absa, what is it, Lord Leah? The bedroom door creaked open just a sliver. Only Absalom's head poked in. Leah halted mid-call and murmured, go fetch food for Admiral and Mr. Dragon. Understood. As Absalom withdrew, Leah slid his chair closer to Xingchen, lowered his voice, and leaned in with conspiratorial intrigue. Admiral may I ask who our fallen foe was? His strength was extraordinary, yet he remains utterly unknown across the Grand Line. Though I, Leah, am no prodigy of memory, I swear I've never seen his name in any newspaper. Just a celestial dragon. Xingchen replied, utterly nonchalant. Ah, I see, a celestial dragon. I thought. Wait, what? See, celestial dragon. Leah had been poised to boast, but the realization struck like lightning, leaving him stunned, eyes bulging, tongue tripping over syllables. A celestial dragon. A living deity. The apex of nobility. The world's most exalted elite. One whose mere bruise could summon an admiral to restore his dignity. Yet these two had silenced him without fanfare, without so much as a sigh. And they stood there, serene, unruffled, as if slaying a celestial dragon were no more consequential than swatting a fly. Ah, but wait, I was complicit. Then all is well. Admiral forgive me, but aren't the Marines sworn to protect the celestial dragons? And wasn't this one frightfully powerful? I dare say even Kaido might not match his might. This was no flattery. Leah spoke from hard-won experience, genuinely awed by Feigelin Garanshang's overwhelming power. He had fought Xingchen. Though the Admiral had shown no intent to kill, the sheer force behind his strikes still fell short of Feigelin's terrifying intensity. He had also clashed with Kaido. Thus he alone grasped with visceral clarity the sheer horror of Feigelin Garanshang's assault, the crushing weight of his blows, the lethal precision of his techniques. Yes, he died for personal vengeance. As for why, needless for you to know. Tell me, do pirates truly lack all sense? A ruling class that has dominated the world for 8 centuries. Do you imagine their supremacy rests solely upon the feeble, foolish figures paraded before the public eye? Impossible. Their true depths run far darker, far deeper. Leah instantly grasped the implication. Indeed, every emperor of the New World commands immense power. If even pirates wield such might, how much more so the celestial dragons, who reign supreme over all. Without formidable strength, they would have long since been toppled. Admiral Mo, if a celestial dragon has fallen, surely the entire world will erupt in chaos. Even the Marines must. Xingchen remained unperturbed, a testament to the gulf between knowledge and ignorance. With a serene smile, he lit a cigar, drew deeply, then reassured him, rest easy. Men like him are exceedingly rare among the celestial dragons. The world government refuses to expose them. Within the Navy, they're classified as top-tier intelligence known only to the highest echelons. Thus, his death cannot be publicly proclaimed. It would undermine the very foundations of world government authority. And once a hidden asset is revealed, it ceases to be an asset. Most likely, the world government will dispatch CP operatives for covert investigation, while the Marines remain conspicuously inactive, and even other celestial dragons will stay hidden. One has already fallen. Until they identify the enemy with certainty, none will dare surface. After all, even celestial dragons are mortal, and mortals fear death. Watching Mo Leah exhale in palpable relief, Xingchen tapped the table sharply to recapture his attention. Don't grow complacent. CP houses formidable warriors. You may have evaded them before, but if you continue down this path of decline, you'll be eliminated by CP agents before you even claim the title of Shichibukai, let alone fulfill my promise. Yixixixi, fear not, Admiral Mo. I grasp the stakes fully. I am after all a pirate who has slain a celestial dragon. How many men alive can claim such a feat? His laughter boomed, and with it surged a palpable aura of dominance, whipping the chamber into a maelstrom of wind. Rein it in, we dine shortly. Yixixixi, Moonlight Mo Leah has returned. Since his defeat by Master Kaido, Mo Leah's spirit had waned. Yet this fortuitous operation rekindled his former majesty. As he himself declared, having dared slay a celestial dragon, what else remained to fear? And thus the Haushika Haki, long dormant, its fire dimmed, surged forth anew, reforged in conviction and audacity. Xingchen stared momentarily transfixed, witnessing Mo Leah's restored pride, his reawakened Haushika Haki, and felt a sudden sharp pang of unease. What now? With you like this, will my nephew Monkey D. Luffy even stand a chance against you? Oh no, Luffy. Uncle here. Truly, I didn't mean it. You must believe me. Dragoon, it seems this matter will have to rest squarely on your shoulders. No matter. I've long been the world government's most wanted thorn in its side, and the Revolutionary Army its sworn nemesis. This incident changes nothing. Besides, slaying a celestial dragon is merely a question of time. Dragoon spoke indifferently, casually picking up an apple and taking a crisp bite. Publicly revealing this carries both advantages and drawbacks. The benefit lies in rallying nations long brutalized by the celestial dragons to the Revolutionary Army's cause, significantly strengthening our ranks. The drawback, however, is that such disclosure would elevate the world government's scrutiny of our movement to unprecedented heights, triggering relentless, merciless retaliation. Think carefully on this yourself. Upon hearing these words, Dragoon furrowed his brow deeply, sitting motionless as he weighed gains against losses in silent calculation. After all, any decision made by a movement's leader could ignite a storm, especially for a revolutionary force like his. Xingchen closed his eyes to rest, offering no further counsel. Though inwardly, he believed withholding the revelation was wiser, for at this stage the Revolutionary Army needed above all else time to grow and consolidate its strength. Drawing excessive enmity too soon, inviting the world government's full-scale siege, would mean either metamorphosis into something transcendent or utter annihilation. Yet Dragoon remained the Revolutionary Army's commander and must learn to steer his own course. Xingchen was no caretaker. He would not make every choice for him. He could offer insight, dissect pros and cons, but never usurp the final decision. That truly was the essence of integrity and wisdom. At that moment, Xingchen recalled William and wondered whether they had yet located Laboon. After all, staying aboard Moria's ship was unwise. Even the Florian Triangle demanded swift departure. Should the CP agencies discover a Marine rear admiral, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army's leader converging in one sea, especially with a slain celestial dragon among them, the consequences would be catastrophic. He withdrew a den mushy from his coat and dialed William. Brook. This is Rear Admiral Xingchen's flagship. Lieutenant William speaking. Please proceed. William, have you found Laboon? Yes, Rear Admiral Mo. We hadn't located him until yesterday, when a colossal pillar of light erupted over the Thriller Bark region, illuminating the entire world. Worried for your safety, I turned course toward you and unexpectedly encountered Laboon en route. We'll arrive in just a few hours. Understood. Notify me upon arrival. Click. Abu Salam and Perona entered bearing several plates of food. Xingchen hadn't eaten in over a day, and hunger gnawed fiercely at his ribs. With no hesitation he began eating. Yet, he paused puzzled. Having cultivated spiritual arts, why did he still feel hunger? Could his cultivation be illusory? Right. He was still but a mere chi condensation cultivator. No wonder. Sated at last, he lit a cigar and drew a slow, deep breath. What exquisite relief. Meanwhile, Moria and Abu Salam whispered nearby. Judging by Moria's smug grin, he was surely indulging in fantasies of future glory. Perona meanwhile clung to Xingchen, peppering him with endless questions, her boundless curiosity and whimsical imagination resembling nothing so much as an eternal why. Dragoon sat alone in his chair, brow knotted in solemn contemplation, still wrestling with how best to guide the revolutionary army forward, until William's din mushy rang announcing their arrival at the harbor. Keep going, little beauty. I eagerly await the day your name graces the front page as a legendary pirate. With a gentle smile, Xingchen tapped Perona's smooth forehead with a flick of his finger. After all, a girl of 15 or 16 is inherently endearing. Though Moria's crew were pirates, their hearts bore no inherent malice. They harmed no civilians, merely collecting shadows from other pirates within this secluded sea, never taking life. In this chaotic world, such restraint rendered them, by comparison, virtuous. For perfection is unattainable. Judgment belongs to intent, not outcome. Judged solely by deeds, no son in the world could claim filial piety. Thus Xingchen chose to extend them compassion and grace. Moria, remember my words, stay sharp, leave no trace. And the title of Shichibukai, it shall assuredly be yours. Before Moria or Perona could reply, Xingchen rose from his chair, hand tucked casually in his pocket, the other removing his cigar from his lips, and waved farewell to Moria's crew. Let's go, Dragoon. Dragoon stood and followed in silence, both departing with effortless elegance, leaving no trace behind. Abu Salam gazed at the now empty doorway and murmured in awe, these two are truly magnificent. Yee, a new era of tempestuous grandeur dawns upon the Grand Line, and how could it unfold without me? Moonlight Moria? Moria threw back his head and roared with triumphant laughter. Rear Admiral Xingchen is so cool. Captain Moria is so cool. Perona bounced with unrestrained delight, youthful energy uncontainable. Emerging from the castle, Xingchen wore an expression of deep bewilderment, so palpable that even Dragoon grew perplexed and asked, "What's wrong? Brother?" "HSS, something feels forgotten, yet nothing seems amiss." "What is it?" Still lost in thought, they reached the harbor where the warship waited, yet the answer eluded him. Only after boarding and sailing some distance did a distant whale song pierce the air, woo, and Xingchen slammed his fist into his palm, realization dawning. That's it. I'd forgotten Skeleton Brook entirely. He prepared to send William to the bridge to turn the ship around, when from afar a figure sprinted toward them, hat clutched tight, leaping wildly, arm flailing high in the air. "Rear Admiral wait for me. I haven't boarded yet." Hearing the cries, William hastened to the bridge without instruction. There stood Brook, the living skeleton, leaping from the dock straight into the open sea, then sprinting across its surface with uncanny agility. Reaching the warship's side, he ascended the lowered rope ladder and stepped aboard, gasping, "Huff, huff. So close. I've barely made it." Brook, bent over, hands braced on his knees, wiping sweat as he caught his breath. Xingchen shouted towards the sea in a bid to quickly divert Brook's attention, hoping he would forget about being left behind. Laboon. Brook is here. A gigantic humpback whale surfaced, its eye larger than a warship, staring intently at the figures on the boat. Woo! At that moment, Brook also saw the grown-up Laboon, instantly overwhelmed with emotion, shouting joyfully, "Laboon! It's me, Brook. It's so great to see you again." However, Laboon didn't seem very excited and let out a whale call again. Woo! Xingchen sighed, observing the seemingly incomprehensible exchange between the man and the whale, and explained to Brook, "In your current state, Laboon can't recognize you. It's asking me where Brook is. Can you think of something to help it remember you?" After pondering for a long time, Brook struck his forehead and pulled a shell out of his inner pocket. "Almost forgot, this is a preserved sound shell. It contains a song that I and my companions sang with our lives. The final chorus of the Rumbar Pirates. It will definitely make Laboon remember us." After saying this excitedly, Brook pressed the button on the preserved sound shell, and melodious music floated across the endless sea. "Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho, yo-ho-ho, bring the drink of Binks to your side. Like the sea breeze that will riding the wind and breaking the waves. On the other side of the sea, the sunset is also noisy. The birds' songs draw circles in the air. Goodbye, harbor, the land of silk. Let's sing a song, the song of departure. Golden waves and silver waves also stir into splashes. We leave only because of the ocean. Yo-ho-ho." As the familiar song played, Laboon recalled the scenes from childhood, sailing with the Rumbar Pirates, and Brook's figure gradually overlapped with the image in its memory. Big tears began to flow from its enormous eyes. Woo woo. Brook, seeing Laboon in tears, also remembered his companions singing loudly as they faced death, tilting his head with one hand, covering his eyes, unable to hold back the cascading tears that flowed slowly through his fingers. In the 40 years I drifted alone on the dark and foggy sea, I don't know how many times I've heard this song. On the empty ship, I was the only one to be honest. I spent every day in pain, with no hope for the future. That sense of despair drove me crazy. Crazy enough to want to die. But I knew Laboon was waiting for us to fulfill our original promise. And today it finally heard this last song again. It's so good to be alive. Really, it's so great to be alive. Mo Zhongjiang arigato. The friendship between Brook and Laboon, this heartfelt display of emotion, deeply moved everyone present. The soldiers with low emotional thresholds hugged each other and began to cry heartily, sincerely admiring the bond between them that transcended life and death. William also approached Brook, his eyes red, smiling and patting his shoulder as a gesture of comfort and recognition. Xingchen closed his eyes listening to this song that had played repeatedly when he watched the anime, exhaled a puff of cigar smoke and smiled, saying, "Ah, then you can stay on my warship as a musician from now on. Arigato. But you can really do it playing a song that praises pirates on a Navy Vice Admiral's ship." Simi Masai. Forget it this time, I'll let it slide in favor of Laboon, but this is the only time, don't let it happen again. Ha! The soldiers were also amused by their commander's words, thinking that having a musician on the warship would surely make future voyages less dull. Xingchen waved his hand. Destination Sabaody, archipelago, set sail. This time, in addition to the sound of the engine starting, Brook also cooperatively took out his violin and played a majestic march. Laboon also shot out a jet of water in response. Woo. After leaving the Devil's Triangle, Xingchen remembered he should arrange a formal position for Brook. He couldn't let him remain a temporary worker forever. After all, he couldn't let his subordinates suffer. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, he couldn't afford to lose face. He initially planned to call Vice Admiral Crane to discuss this matter, but then realized that the Sabaody archipelago was quite close to the Navy headquarters. Since the new year was approaching, he decided to return to visit Vice Admiral Crane in person with gifts, which would be better for handling this matter, even though Vice Admiral Crane would definitely not care about his gifts and would still help. However, the etiquette for such social exchanges should still be observed. As for the Revolutionary Army leader Drago appearing on the warship without any qualms, no one cared at all. After all, when Xingchen first went to the Sabaody archipelago, Drago was already with him. Most of the people on Xingchen's warship were soldiers borrowed from Carp during that mission, who didn't know that Drago was the son of their former superior and the brother of their new superior. Revolutionary Army leader. What does that have to do with us, Navy? We are here to capture pirates, okay? In fact, many old soldiers even respectfully referred to Drago as Major General when they saw him. The next day, close to noon, Xingchen woke up from his meditation. Stepping out of the captain's cabin, he saw William on the deck, sitting on a small stool, diligently writing at the table where he usually rested. Drago was sitting in his usual spot, leaning his head and watching the table with great interest. With a sense of curiosity, Xingchen tiptoed sneakily behind the two to see what they were up to. This dog William isn't writing a love letter to a girl, is he? Just as Xingchen was about to lean over to see the commotion, William, with sharp eyes, discovered the new figure appearing over the table, obscuring what he was writing, and suddenly turned around. Mo Zhongjiang. Ahem. I just wanted to see what you were writing. Oh, I'm writing a nautical diary. Xingchen looked at William's indifferent expression with a hint of disbelief. He smirked, then turned to the serious Drago and asked, "A diary?" Drago nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Xingchen's curiosity was instantly doused, and he scoffed. Who writes a diary as a serious person? Do you write a diary, Drago? I don't write, bro, do you? I definitely don't write. Who can write their innermost thoughts in a diary? Once it's written down, can it still be called innermost thoughts? Disgraceful. X2 then Xingchen and Drago burst into laughter without any sense of virtue, completely ignoring William, who was already as red as a monkey's butt. All right. You two, one a Vice Admiral of the Navy, the other a former Rear Admiral and Revolutionary Army leader, teaming up to bully me, a mere colonel. You really have no shame. Aren't you just bullying an honest person? William, left behind a sorrowful accusation, grabbed the diary from the table and ran away in tears. Drago, I saw you were quite engrossed earlier. I just wanted to see how indecent he really is. Ha, X2. Brother, I'm leaving now. Take care. After arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, Dolage waved goodbye to Xingchen and the others, and then his figure faded away in the wind. The man on the sea possesses this one virtue: he is never indecisive or overly sentimental. The purpose of going to the Sabaody archipelago was to allow Dolage to recuperate on the warship for a few days to avoid being schemed against by the Sixth. Thus, when it was time for Dolage to leave, he did so in a very carefree manner without pretense or hesitation. After all, this island was crowded with people, and if anyone discovered he was acting in concert with Xingchen, it would inevitably be a major news story. Once Dolage's figure had completely vanished, William looked at his superior and asked, "Lieutenant General, are we returning to headquarters directly next?" Xingchen pondered for a moment. "Let's go to the branch in the Sabaody archipelago. Since we are here, we should at least pay a visit to Wilt. It wouldn't be appropriate not to. What kind of visiting gift should we prepare? Go to the storeroom and see what local specialties we can find. They don't have to be too expensive. After all, we are not here to ask for favors this time. Just something casual would be fine. Oh, and make sure to buy some gifts for the new year. You know the preferences of those big shots at the naval headquarters, so just choose accordingly." "Understood, Lieutenant General." After William finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the storeroom, and soon returned with the visiting gifts for Xingchen. Xingchen glanced at the gift box in William's hand, and then at Brook, who was staring blankly at the sea by the ship's rail. "Brook, Lieutenant Mo, is there something I can help with? You'll join us shortly." Seeing Brook still in a daze, Xingchen took the gift box from William's hands and stuffed it into Brook's arms. "With your perception, you probably won't become a general even if you die." Afterward, William led a squad of soldiers off the ship to buy gifts, while Xingchen took Brook to the naval branch base. Along the way, he taught Brook as if he were being mentored by Carp himself, starting to PUA Brook crazily. Navigating the system is not the same as being a pirate. The most important thing is to have vision. Although there are more rules in the Navy, the benefits are good: 6 insurances and 2 golds. Doesn't that make it much more comfortable than being a pirate? And you don't have to live in constant fear. As long as you are familiar with the rules, you can do as you please within them. Don't worry, you are my person, and I will definitely protect you. So he explained all the way, and as for what would happen afterwards, since they were heading back to Marineford for the new year, they would probably stay for a while, and William could teach him more then. Xingchen and Brook arrived at the office door of the base. Commander knocked and said, "Come in." "Ha ha, how have you been lately, Brother Wilt?" Upon seeing the visitors, Wilt was also pleasantly surprised. Although they hadn't met in many years, he had been keeping an eye on Xingchen, the rising star of the Navy. After all, he often heard this name from his old boss, Admiral Koushiro. He knew that his superior, although seemingly carefree, was fundamentally a very proud person. Those who could be considered his friends were certainly not ordinary individuals. "Brother Mo, you are truly a distinguished guest. It has been 7 or 8 years since we last met, right? Come and have a seat." Wilt quickly stood to welcome him, inviting Xingchen in. As an old Navy officer, he knew when to put on airs and when to be humble. "Brother Mo, did you come this time with a mission?" "Ha, I just came to visit on my way back to headquarters for the new year. I thought I'd drop by to see you, my old brother." Xingchen laughed as he sat down, gesturing for Brook to put the gift on the table. "Just a small token of appreciation. These are some inexpensive local specialties, so you can rest assured and accept them." Ha, this is. I haven't even had the chance to congratulate you on your promotion, and now you. What should I do about this?" Xingchen looked at Wilt's rank insignia and smiled, saying, "Congratulations to you too, Brother Wilt. You've also been promoted." Ha, I can't compare to you, my younger brother. You are the young and talented one with a bright future, while I, as a lieutenant general, have reached my peak." Brook stared blankly at the two of them, chatting enthusiastically, thinking to himself, "Is this how communication works in the Navy? If it were us pirates, things would be much simpler." "What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Try looking again. What follows is a battle where the victor takes all." Then Brook imagined the two in a pirate context, where the dialogue would be, "Kid, I am the illustrious Lieutenant General of the Navy. So you call yourself a Lieutenant General?" Then they would erupt into battle, and the victor would look down at the defeated opponent and say, "From today on, your title of Lieutenant General has been stripped from you." Brook couldn't help but laugh at his own imagination. Xingchen and Wilt turned to look at the silly skeleton, and Wilt examined Brook's Navy uniform, asking curiously, "Brother Mo, who is this?" "Oh, he is a new recruit. I just received a devil fruit user. He doesn't quite understand the rules of the Navy yet, so please excuse him." Brother, you don't need to say that. We all go through this stage." After chatting for quite some time in the office, Xingchen initially planned to leave once William returned with the items, but in the end he was strongly urged by Lieutenant General Wilt to stay and have dinner together before setting off back to the naval headquarters. Wilt watched the departing warship and sighed to his aide beside him, strong and adept at handling people. No wonder he could leap from lieutenant to lieutenant general at such a young age. TSK, you can't underestimate the youth. By the way, Phelps, when sending New Year gifts to Admiral Poliusolino this year, don't forget to send a return gift to Lieutenant Mo as well. "Yes, Lieutenant General." This time, Xingchen did not plan to capture pirates on the Sabaody archipelago to report back, as his body was still severely drained after the battle. If he could avoid making a move, he would rather not stir up trouble, allowing those pirates to have a good new year. Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. I am truly benevolent. Less than an hour later, the outline of the naval headquarters Marineford appeared in sight. Watching the port still brightly lit at night, large and small ships moved in an orderly fashion like a busy flow of traffic. Under the guidance of the lighthouse signal, Xingchen's warship slowly entered the naval port. Ignoring Brook, who was looking around, Xingchen fixed his gaze on the window of the office building that belonged to the marshal's office and said fiercely, "Old dang. I who Hansen have returned. The new year is approaching, so there are particularly many matters to attend to. The updates might be a bit less during this time, and I hope everyone understands. I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for their love and support for this book, and I wish everyone an early happy new year. Wishing you a new year filled with happiness, good health, and family joy." Xingchen returned to his small villa lying on the bed and beginning to organize the thoughts in his mind. It was already the year 1508 of the ocean calendar, marking exactly 10 years since he had crossed over. He felt that he had done a lot, yet at the same time it seemed like he had accomplished nothing. In the past, while reading novels or watching anime, he had often fantasized that if one day he could traverse to another world, he would certainly be able to change the world, and so on. Changing the world, huh? It sounds easy, but it's not that simple. Even if one were to dominate the world with absolute power, what then? As long as he was not around, chaos would still ensue, for this vast ocean has never lacked for ambitious individuals. Even if he were to remain, practicing cultivation equates to eternal life. After 100 years, would his mindset change? Would he become indifferent to emotions? After 200 years, 500 years, 800 years, perhaps he would become the next time, but that would just be another cliched story of a dragon-slaying youth who ultimately becomes a dragon. Xingchen believed that when the world government was first established, they surely had noble aspirations striving towards justice. After all, no emperor would wish for his empire to crumble. However, as time passed and the essence of human nature was revealed, those in power transformed into what they are today. Let the trends of the world take their course. Oh, every era will have its own tide makers. He only needed to care for the few people he cherished. Of course, as Xingchen's cultivation grew stronger, he gradually began to comprehend the essence of cultivation. The so-called cultivation is not about those flashy things. Rather, it is the process of refining one's essence, chi, and spirit to achieve complete control over one's body, which becomes increasingly difficult as one advances. The human body is a vast treasure. For instance, regarding the brain, 99 of ordinary people only develop 5 of their brain capacity. This means that if your brain development reaches over 20, you will possess extraordinary abilities, at least in terms of mental and telekinetic powers. If you reach 100, you would be a godlike existence. However, this brings about another problem. If your body is too weak to bear such immense mental power, your flesh will crumble, and you will only survive through your consciousness. Now let's turn back to the body. How many billions of cells are in a human body? If you could fully exert their power, you would be Pangu reborn. But how powerful does your mental strength need to be to control such a vast number of cells? Thus, the wisdom left by our ancestors is truly profound. One must cultivate essence, chi, and spirit simultaneously, as well as harmonize life and death to attain the Tao. Focusing on just one will lead to major problems. For example, in the function bang that Xingchen used to love watching, why did no one want to go work in the heavenly court when it seemed so good? Because the lives and deaths of those on the list were controlled by others, and primarily because the true spirit was incomplete, leaving the subsequent path severed. Thus, as Xingchen's cultivation improved, the memories that he previously couldn't recall became clearer, reminding him of the general timeline of the world of One Piece. He had previously advised Dorag to pay attention to the Don Quixote family during his inspection in the North Sea, and to keep an eye out for news about the surgery fruit. He instructed him to notify him as soon as there was any news. Regarding Razanandi, if you go too early, people will most likely think you're crazy and curse him for no reason. If you go too late, then he would be dead, and how could you seek gratitude? But this matter also relies on fate. If it can be accomplished, that's great. If not, it doesn't matter. He still doesn't believe that after 12 more years, he won't be invincible. Then what's the point of practicing cultivation? He might as well find a piece of tofu and smash himself to death. It's simply embarrassing for the traversing community. He also reminded Dorag to keep an eye on Robin's whereabouts. That girl has been gone for so long without a word. Even if she causes a bit of trouble, getting a bounty would be good. As of now, he hasn't even received a single call. Next time he catches her, if he doesn't give her 2 little horns on her head, he won't be surnamed Mo. Early the next morning, Xingchen brought a set of skincare products he bought from William on Sabaody Archipelago and took Brook to the office of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sister Tsuru, you look beautiful again. Oh, little Mo is back. With that mouth of yours, I've aged, but you still say I'm beautiful. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked up at the visitor. Although she said this, women regardless of their age always appreciate being complimented on their beauty. The corners of her mouth lifted, indeed more difficult to suppress than an AK. Nonsense. Who's aging? This is simply the sediment of time, making your charm even more captivating. Sister Tsuru, this is a small gift I bought for you, wishing you eternal youth. Xingchen smiled as he handed over the gift box in his hands. This skincare set is quite expensive. I wouldn't even dare to buy it for myself. It seems that you came with a request. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the brand on the gift box and realized what Xingchen had given her. Indeed, it was a high-end product, regardless of its effectiveness. Its only characteristic was that it was particularly expensive. It could nearly equal a month's basic salary for a vice admiral. Vice Admiral Tsuru could afford it, but she hesitated. After all, she was no longer a young girl. However, she graciously accepted Xingchen's gift, as it was from her own younger brother. Why would she refuse? Xingchen firmly stated, as the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle, and a treasured sword is given to a hero. After all, I'm not very knowledgeable about cosmetics, but I believe Sister Tsuru certainly deserves a set, so I didn't think much about it, and just bought it when I saw it. He then quickly put on a flattering expression, raising one hand with his thumb pinching the tip of his pinky finger. However, there is indeed a tiny matter I would like to ask for your help with, sister. Oh, what is it? Vice Admiral Tsuru stood up from her desk, walked to the sofa to brew tea, and gestured for Xingchen to come sit down and chat. At this moment, Brook looked at the different side of Xingchen and quietly marveled. Xingchen truly is an impressive character. He could wear different faces for different people, appearing adept while also making others particularly happy. They were willing to help him with various tasks. Unlike himself, who could only say, "Beauty, could I see your panties?" Sigh, indeed, comparing goods leads to throwing away the inferior, and comparing people leads to death. Yo-ho-ho. I am now just a skeleton. I have already died. Xingchen pointed at Brook, who was daydreaming on the side, and explained to Vice Admiral Tsuru, Sister Tsuru, this skeleton is called Brook, the vice captain of the Rumbar Pirates. He was already dead, but after eating the superhuman yellow spring fruit, he transformed into this ghostly appearance. I value talent and think he is quite good, so I want to give him a chance to start anew and join the Navy. Thus I came to seek your advice on the procedure. General, he turned his head to scrutinize Brook, furrowing his brows in deep thought for a long while, yet he could not recall any information about the Rumbar Pirates, so he spoke to Xingchen. Rumbar Pirates. What era are we talking about? I have no recollection at all. General, he was puzzled as well. Although he did not possess an exceptional memory as the Chief of Staff of the Navy, his memory was certainly not lacking. For any pirate crew with a bit of notoriety, while he might not know them intimately, he should at least be able to remember their key members. If this skeleton could catch the eye of Xiao Mo, it must still possess some degree of strength. If it has strength, then the pirate crew it belongs to ought to be somewhat reputable. It's truly strange. How could I not have any impression at all? Oh, he is not a pirate from this era. He should be a figure from 40 years ago. No wonder. I thought I was just getting old, and my memory was failing me when I couldn't recall any information about the Rumbar Pirates. General, he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, women are quite sensitive about their age and condition regardless of whether they are in a high position. Then General, he called for her beautiful aide, instructing her to retrieve information about the Rumbar Pirates from the archives. While the beautiful aide went to fetch the documents, General, he began to explain to Xingchen. In cases like this, one having you vouch for him would make it quite easy for him to pass, as the world government typically only retains bounties on human pirates for 20 years. Why is that? Because once that time has passed without any trace, it is generally assumed that the pirate crew has either retired or perished. Otherwise, continuing to issue bounties would incur a significant expenditure of manpower and financial resources each year. Especially for the clerical personnel within the Navy, this severely impacts their work. After all, who can remember so many individuals, and some of them may even be deceased? Xingchen understood, stroking his smooth chin without any beard, nodding as he said, So you're saying that Brook's bounty has long since been ceased in the eyes of the Navy and the world government? He is essentially a dead pirate. As long as I vouch for him, he can transition from being a blacklisted individual to a Navy member without any difficulty. That's basically correct. If he were a currently active pirate, it might pose some challenges. First, we would have to examine the crimes committed during his pirate career and then assess his character among other factors. Only then can he pass the political review, otherwise it wouldn't sit well with the other soldiers. After all, who would want to work alongside a notoriously wicked pirate? Isn't that a desecration of one's sense of justice? Not long after, the beautiful aide returned with a yellow document and handed it to General He. General He lowered her head and examined the information regarding the Rumbar Pirates, and then looked up in surprise at Brook before returning to the document. Seeing General He's expression, Xingchen quickly asked, Sister He, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Rumbar Pirates? General, he said nothing, but hurriedly finished reading, furrowing her brows as she passed the document to Xingchen. However, when Xingchen looked at the information, he bore the same expression and glanced at Brook. This rendered Brook, who stood aside, instantly unsettled, cold sweat beginning to trickle down his smooth skull. As the saying goes, do not fear the doctor who smiles, but fear the doctor with furrowed brows. How could two people who were just laughing moments ago suddenly fall silent upon seeing documents about their pirate crew, continuously glancing at the documents, and then at him? It was akin to an old Chinese medicine practitioner feeling your pulse, laughing and boasting with you one moment, then furrowing his brows the next, pulling out a tattered book older than you, and flipping through it frantically while watching you. Who wouldn't be anxious in such a situation? One would likely wonder if they had come down with some untreatable illness, and one that had never been seen before. At this moment, Brook was in such a state of mind, feeling uneasy. Oh, what a joke. Where's this place? The Navy headquarters, Marineford. If anything were to happen, don't expect to resist, just hoping for a swift end. With trembling hands wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Brook cautiously said, Esteemed generals, if there is any issue, please just tell us directly. I can handle it. Please don't do this, but it's really quite frightening. Brook, the deputy captain of the Rumbar Pirates, bounty of 33 million. That should be me. Xingchen suddenly burst into laughter, and General, he beside her stifled a giggle. I say, you all are too pathetic. Just because you sang songs praising pirates in a member country of the government, you were issued a bounty. It seems that way. Brook scratched his head, replying with a silly expression, while Xingchen found it curious. Despite Brook being just a skull, without any features, one could still discern his expression. Clearly from the documents, the Rumbar Pirates were not a group known for violence and plunder. It was merely another case of government oppression against the people. Did they do anything wrong? Perhaps a little, but certainly not excessively. After all, in a place where freedom of speech is non-existent, one cannot sing songs detrimental to unity. Thus, being wanted cannot be blamed on anyone. Adults must take responsibility for their words and actions. In an era 40 years ago, before inflation, a bounty of 33 million for Brook would actually be considered quite a significant reputation for a pirate. Xingchen no longer teased Brook, having just been bemused by the dramatized reasons for their wanted status. Alright, this matter is settled. I will grant you the rank of lieutenant and appoint you as the leader of the arts division. Then turning to General, he asked, Sister, this should be alright, right? You keep an eye on your own soldiers. Go find a job application from my desk for him to fill out, and then stamp it so it can be filed in the archives. Xingchen then went directly to General He's desk, found a Navy job application, and began to write swiftly. He had filled one out before when he came to headquarters, and it was General He who taught him how to fill it out, so he was too lazy to let Brook do it himself. Otherwise he would just have to come back to ask him if he got stuck. Within minutes he was done. Sister, which stamp should I use? The second one on your right. Smack. Xingchen picked up the seal representing the staff department and stamped it, lifting the application and gently blowing on the red seal, saying, All done. Brook, you take this to the archives, then go to the supply department to pick up your new starter kit, and finally find William to teach you the rules of the Navy. Alright, Vice Admiral Amo. Brook took the application and turned to leave the office, his mind still replaying everything that had just happened. Xingchen watched Brook's departing figure and couldn't help but chuckle, no longer discussing his matters. After all, everyone has different thoughts. You have the freedom to sing whatever you like, but if you break the established rules, then if others want to hunt you down, you must bear it. It's like when you're working in a company, acting as if you can do whatever you want, not adhering to company regulations, pursuing so-called freedom. If the boss fires you, it's hard to argue. You can curse the boss as a fool, but others can also say your behavior is out of line and unruly. Thus, when Admiral he saw the information about the Rumbar Pirates, he had a speechless expression. You say you sing, but can't you sing privately? Or sing on territories of non-member countries? If you want to sing whatever you like, no one will care, right? Yet it's rather amusing that for this reason you are pursued as a pirate. Sister, has that little girl Robin contacted you recently? Not long ago, she sent me a postcard. Oh, let me show it to you. Admiral, he said as she stood up, walked to her desk, and took out a stack of photos, handing them to Xingchen. Why didn't that dead girl send me one? Too biased. Xingchen complained while flipping through the photos in hand. These photos were all taken by Robin during her travels, showcasing beautiful scenery or interesting things she encountered. However, her taste was quite hard to express. Xingchen truly couldn't understand whose aesthetic sense she inherited, why she would like such oddly cute things. However, looking at Robin's selfies, each one beamed with a sunny smile. It seemed she must be living quite happily. Admiral, he looked at the corners of Xingchen's mouth that couldn't help but rise, teasingly said, Isn't it because you as an older brother are always out gallivanting that Robin wants to send you something, but doesn't know where to send it? The last few postcards were indeed addressed to you. Xingchen quickly flipped to the last page, looking at the message on Robin's postcard. Dear brother, wishing you a new year, becoming even more handsome. I am doing well and very happy. Don't miss me. Sincerely, Robin. Xingchen laughed heartily. Ha, this girl was not raised in vain. Virtue. Just as Xingchen and Admiral he were chatting at Mary Geos in the World Government's office building in Panga City. The office of the five elders representing the pinnacle of power welcomed two members of the Knights of God. These were the two team members who had previously communicated with Fegaland Garen before his departure. One was a masked man, and the other was a woman wearing a large hat. Five elders. Something has happened to our captain. The legal martial god looked at the two anxious individuals and asked in surprise, Fegaland Garen, what could have happened to him? The captain mentioned he was going to capture the Revolutionary Army, so we didn't think much of it these past few days. Until today when we accidentally cleaned the captain's room we found that his life card had burned out. What? Upon hearing this news the five elders could not maintain their composure, standing up in unison. I said Fegaland Garen was too arrogant. If he had listened to me and found more people to cooperate, it wouldn't have turned out this way. The scientific defense martial god angrily criticized him. Alright, what's the use of saying this now? The most important thing is to clarify the whole situation and how it has evolved to this extent. The financial martial god stopped the scientific defense martial god's attempt to shift blame, proposing the most correct solution at the moment. Bring someone. Five elders, what is your command? Go and call the on-duty CP0. Yes. While his subordinate went to find CP0, the environmental martial god proposed his thoughts. Should we notify Lord M about this matter? After all, Fegaland Garen is the commander of the Holy Knights. Let's first see how serious the situation is. If we can resolve it, then there's no need to disturb the Lord's slumber. The agricultural martial god spoke up to stop, clearly indicating that the five elders were not of one mind. Although they could maintain consistency on major policy decisions, each had their own ulterior motives. Perhaps it was to gain favor, perhaps to obtain greater power, or perhaps to gain more benefits. Not long after, a person in a white suit wearing a blue scarf and a mask walked in, respectfully bowing and greeting five elders. Jernica, do you have any recent intelligence about the Revolutionary Army at sea? Replying to the five elders, there has been no special news from the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Jernica's response, the five elders looked at each other puzzled. They couldn't understand, not to mention whether Fegaland Garen died at the hands of Dragon, but he definitely had something to do with Dragon. Such a great opportunity to promote the Revolutionary Army's victories against the world government, yet there hasn't been a single movement. What does the Revolutionary Army want to do? What is Dragon thinking? As long as the news of Fegaland Garen's death is reported, it would create a huge uproar around the world, sending a signal to the world gods can be killed. At that time, ambitious people, pirates, civilians, and others around the world may no longer fear the celestial dragon's authority. The influence that has been built for 800 years will suffer a severe blow. Do you have any intelligence regarding Fegaland Garen? Fegaland Garen was last seen in Water City. It is suspected that he had a battle with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Judging from the traces at the scene, it should be that Dragon was defeated and fled, and Fegaland Garen went in pursuit. Furthermore, according to the CP personnel from the islands along the way, they have not seen the two, so they are likely heading towards the Devil's Triangle Sea. The subsequent intelligence is unknown. After hearing Jernica's intelligence analysis, the five elders pondered for a long time. After a silent exchange of glances among them, the legal martial god spoke up. Order all CP organization members, except for those executing SLEVEL confidential missions, to fully investigate the whereabouts of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The Knights of God must all prepare for battle. As soon as there is news of Dragon, you shall execute the arrest plan. Jernica, you lead CP0 members to investigate the matter of Fegaland Garen's assassination in the Devil's Triangle Sea. Yes. X3 Jernica and the two members of the Knights of God accepted the orders and left the office to prepare for their respective tasks. Leaving the five elders in the office deep in thought, after a while the financial martial god uncertainly said, should we notify the Navy? Let them also act and fully pursue the Revolutionary Army. The Navy. Do you expect Sengoku or Garp to capture Dragon? It seems we need to push the proposal for the 7 warlords of the sea quickly. Exactly. The Navy can only be the Navy of the world government. I hope Lord M can wake up soon. I have a feeling that the currents of this sea are already surging, and who knows what kind of storm will break out. The five elders discussed back and forth without reaching a consensus, and in the end it was still the legal martial god who made the decision. Then notify Sengoku to have the Navy pay attention to the news of the Revolutionary Army while capturing pirates. As for the situation of Fegaland Garen, there's no need to mention it. At the next World Conference, we can give some concessions to the Navy and also push for the proposal for the 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone, let's stay alert. I think none of you want to see a mess when the Lord wakes up. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy new year. I will take some time during the day to update another chapter as a gift for everyone. Xingchen strode out of Admiral Kaku's office clutching a large bag of senbei and kicked open the door to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office with a thunderous crash. The duty officer stationed at the threshold watched Xingchen's audacious entrance, eyes lowered, breath steady, as if nothing untoward had occurred, yet beads of cold sweat glistened on his brow, betraying the turmoil churning within. He stood rigidly upright at the doorway, silently waiting until Xingchen entered the office before gently closing the rickety door behind him. Meh. A goat assisting Fleet Admiral Sengoku with paperwork leapt in fright at the violent kick, nearly choking on a stack of documents. Xingchen dumped the bag of senbei onto Sengoku's desk and sprawled nonchalantly onto the sofa. Old man, is my ghost flame parked safely downstairs? Sengoku set down his den mushy, glared at the brazen intruder, clenched his teeth, and felt the telltale pulse of a throbbing vein across his temple, a sensation all too familiar like a recurring heart pang. If anyone claimed Xingchen was Garp's biological son, Sengoku would raise both hands in fervent agreement. Hesitation for even a single second would be an insult to his lifelong cultivation of composure. Just as Sengoku prepared to unleash his legendary River East roar, his gaze fell upon the dazzling array of senbei strewn across his desk, including several rare limited editions. This young rascal Xingchen was still infinitely more tolerable than that old rogue Garp. That old rogue only steals senbei from me. I'll kill him someday. Cough, cough. When did you return to headquarters? Last night. Came straight here this morning. To keep company with a lonely elder. Hearing this, Sengoku flushed crimson, snorted steam from his nostrils, and slammed his palm hard onto the desk. Nonsense. I dedicate my life to justice. What does a greenhorn like you know about anything? Robin sent me a postcard. Childish. My aspiration is world peace, for justice. Robin sent me a postcard. My Robin Westfield fights for justice. Robin sent me a postcard. Buddha impact. Die for me, old man. Boom, Berduang. Hearing the office erupt like a collapsing building, the duty officer trembled violently, knees knocking, eyes squeezed shut, as he whispered feverishly. May the Buddha protect me. I am unseen, 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 unseen. Then the door swung open. Spotting Xingchen, he jolted upright, snapped to attention, and rendered a crisp salute. Xingchen paused at the threshold, turned back, and arrogantly scraped his nose with his thumb. Old man, dinner tonight with Admiral Tsuru. Don't forget to come. With that he sauntered off. Watching his swaggering silhouette recede, the duty officer murmured inwardly, if Rear Admiral Mo could just wipe the blood beneath his nose, he'd look even more dashing. This maneuver earns a solid 95, 5 points deducted solely to keep his ego in check. Truly the paragon of manhood, the embodiment of courage against tyranny and idol without peer. Rear Admiral Mo is truly unmatched. A fleeting glance inside revealed devastation akin to a typhoon's aftermath. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, enraged beyond measure, had literally burst out of his uniform. Faint fractured mutterings drifted out, laden with grievance. Sooner or later, I'll slaughter those wretches. Terrified, the duty officer slammed the door shut and resumed his self-hypnosis. Unseen, unseen, unseen. As for the commotion in the Fleet Admiral's office, it drew no attention whatsoever. After all, this was a time-honored naval tradition ever since Fleet Admiral Kong replacing the desk every few days, or refurbishing the entire office monthly, was taken as proof the Admiral was diligently at work. Especially when Admiral Garp returned to headquarters, the logistics department routinely froze procurement requests for the Fleet Admiral's office and reprimanded applicants with stern words. Why buy anything now? Do we have too much military funding? Wait until Admiral Garp departs. Then you may order. Thus Admiral Garp, Rear Admiral Mo office explosion. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru desk annihilation. What if all 4 SS retire legends gathered together? Gasp, unthinkable. Utterly unthinkable. Banish this dreadful notion immediately. Xingchen once again pilfered 2 coconuts from the Navy mess hall, cradling them in his arms as he strolled lazily toward the training grounds. Hey, Instructor Zephyr, you're busy. Master Instructor Zephyr had been sternly observing cadets drilling on the field. Yet the moment he turned and saw Xingchen, his face lit up with unrestrained delight. Ha ha ha, little Mo's back. From the day he first met Xingchen, Zephyr had recognized him as the one destined to inherit his legacy. Though Xingchen upheld a philosophy of serendipitous justice, his unshakable inner convictions revealed to the veteran admiral the profound kindness buried deep within, the compassion for common folk, the mercy for the vulnerable. Recall his moniker, the unkillable admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Even had Xingchen never entered the training program, Zephyr still regarded him as his disciple and cherished him no less. And so Xingchen held deep respect for this earnest, simple-hearted elder. After all, who among mortals remains unmoved by genuine affection? Returned last night. Year-end's approaching. Thought I'd come back and keep you old-timers company. Ha 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 ha, still got heart, boy. Respect for elders, care for the young. But what happened to your face? Bruised and swollen. At those words, Xingchen instantly transformed, tears welling in his eyes, voice trembling with wounded innocence. Uncle Zephyr, you must stand up for me. I bought Sunbei to visit Fleet Admiral Sengoku, out of goodwill, and he struck me with his devil fruit power. Zephyr, quick-tempered and fiercely loyal, rolled up his sleeves and seized Xingchen's arm, striding purposefully toward the office building. Let's go. Uncle will settle this for you. Whoa, Uncle. No rush. We've invited Admiral Tsuru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku to dinner tonight. We'll drink him under the table. Ha ha ha. That puny little Sengoku. I don't need your help. I'll outdrink him tenfold. If he walks home upright tonight, I'll consider myself thoroughly cleansed. Xingchen laughed until his eyes crinkled into slits. Such was the charm of these venerable childlike souls. This indeed was the essence of life. Here, Uncle Zephyr, sip some coconut water to cool your temper. We'll deal with Fleet Admiral Sengoku tonight. Zephyr accepted the coconut, gazed down at it thoughtfully, and was suddenly swept back to their first meeting when Xingchen stood just as casually guzzling coconut water, equally unbothered by decorum. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. That impish youth was now a rear admiral, and his strength neared that of these aging veterans. Shaking his head, he teased with a grin. I've noticed you always show up at the training ground clutching a coconut. What's this peculiar habit? Xingchen was acting like a salesman, earnestly sharing his experiences with Zifa. Uncle, don't you think that while you watch them sweating profusely, you can leisurely enjoy sweet coconut juice, and the joy you gain is at least double that of theirs, eh? Zifa frowned, looking at the soldiers on the training ground who were gritting their teeth and training hard. With a hint of doubt, he took a sip, and instantly his eyes brightened a bit. Hey, you can't deny it, this coconut juice is exceptionally sweet, isn't it? Ha ha. The two of them, one old and one young, began to mentally torment the soldiers, completely disregarding the soldiers' murderous glares. This batch of the elite training camp still has many good seeds. Look, do you see anyone you fancy? Returning to the edge of the training ground, Zifa handed a stack of student files to Xingchen. The first one was the future smoke guy smoker, still a young lad in his early 20s. With a short, spiky hairstyle, this little guy was recommended by Kazan. He's another natural fruit user who has eaten the smoky fruit. With some good training, he might just be another candidate for a vice admiral. Xingchen thought about Smoker's terrible temper and smiled, shaking his head. He didn't have the time to tame a naval hothead. It was better to let Kazan handle him. Flipping to the next page, a burly man appeared sporting a small braid on his head. This guy is called Shiozuru, a member of the Long-Arm tribe with a steady personality. He has already mastered shaving, moonwalking, iron blocks, and finger guns recommended by the Flying Squirrel. Xingchen didn't say anything and just flipped to the next page, revealing a strangely dressed man who looked a bit like a ninja from Wano. His name is Ben's, a user of the superhuman type, flourishing fruit. But his physical skills are lacking. Xingchen still pouted and shook his head. These two were too ugly and completely mismatched with his handsome style. His adjutant William was a mature man with a rugged charm, and even Brook was a skeleton who could talk, move, play the piano, and sing. How cool is that? Zifa looked at Xingchen's expression of shaking his head and pouting, unable to hold back a loud shout. You brats, shake your head here and there. Don't set your standards too high. Not every batch can have monsters like Kazan. Ha ha ha, I don't have high standards, or I just feel. Never mind, let me see more. Xingchen still didn't explain his reasoning. It was simply fear of getting hit. Flipping to the next page, a mature-looking girl caught his eye with light pink hair parted in the middle and wearing purple sunglasses on her forehead. You can forget about her. Her name is Tina, a user of the superhuman-type barrier fruit, and she has already been reserved by your sister Crane. Xingchen pouted. Just when he finally found someone he liked, she was snatched away, and the worst part was that he couldn't even retaliate against the one who took her. Flipping to the next page, Xingchen's eyes brightened again. The photo showed a long-haired girl with sea blue bangs, big waves, a cute and youthful demeanor. Her name is Ina, user of the superhuman-type rewind fruit. Her ability is quite interesting. She can revert anything or anyone she touches to a state from years ago. If her fruit ability is developed well, it could be a formidable weapon. This one indeed looks good. Xingchen nodded eagerly, accidentally letting his thoughts slip out. Suddenly, Zifa, the chief instructor, snatched the student files away, his fists cracking loudly, his face darkening, and the veins on his forehead throbbing. Are you picking subordinates for yourself? Or are you choosing a wife? You little brat, get back to your senses. With a massive fist enveloped in Haki, it slammed into Xingchen's handsome face instantly, sending him flying like a tennis ball, spiraling across the entire training ground. Bam! Xingchen was struck and crashed into the wall of the training ground, creating a loud noise and sending dust flying everywhere. Clap, clap, clap. The elite training camp students all stopped their training looking at the spot where Xingchen had flown out and began to applaud. So you like to drink coconut juice while we train, huh? You like to mentally attack us, huh? Now you've been hit by Instructor Zifa. You deserve it. Peh. Xingchen brushed off the dust from his clothes, dispelling the golden light on his skin. Luckily, he reacted quickly and used the 6 Harmonies protective spell, or otherwise he would have been bleeding from his nose again. Walking elegantly toward Zifa while complaining, "Why do you old men all have such bad tempers? You say to throw hands, and you throw hands without any martial ethics." Luckily, I learned my lesson this time and reacted quickly. The group of students looked at Xingchen, who was unscathed with disappointment on their faces. Hee Uncle Zifa, cool off, let's just play a bit. Zifa turned his head away, ignoring Xingchen, merely squeezing a sound through his nose. Here I am kindly introducing reliable junior naval officers to you, and you ungrateful brat don't appreciate it, even choosing a wife at my training camp. Over the years I've been cultivating my temper. If it were a few years earlier, you'd see if I could smash your head. At least let you experience what black arm is like. Xingchen looked at the group of gloating recruits, an idea suddenly popping into his head. Uncle Zifa, how about this? If I give a lesson to the junior students, will you forgive me? Zifa knew exactly what Xingchen was thinking. Years ago, this little troublemaker liked to use training as an excuse to beat up Kazan and the Flying Squirrel. In the end, he provoked Drag and the others and was jointly suppressed by a team of 10, ending up in a miserable state. However, Zifa didn't oppose their mischief. He subtly enjoyed fanning the flames, for he and Garp and Sengoku had come up that way. Proper competition could deepen their bonds. In the military, there were no convoluted ways. The best way to warm up feelings was to have a fight. If you beat me, I'll submit to you, but I'll step up my training and strive to beat you next time. Cough, cough. Be gentle, don't break me now. Upon hearing Uncle Zifa say this, Xingchen also grinned and laughed freely. Indeed, the old generation of the Navy is a bunch of scoundrel officers, especially the group of old men led by Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa, who are quite bad. In the presence of enemies, they charge to the front. When there's no danger, the biggest threat is them. They show no mercy in tricking their own recruits, even deriving pleasure from it. Looking at the group of lost little lambs before him, Xingchen's facial expression gradually morphed into that of a villain laughing wildly. Little lambs, are you ready? Your demon king has returned. Xingchen and Zifa conversed without deliberately lowering their voices. Thus, the elite training camp students overheard their previous dialogue as this young lieutenant general intended to give them a lesson. Although everyone felt a bit dissatisfied, they did not show it. After all, what could they mere junior cadets do against a shameless lieutenant general bullying them? Especially seeing Xingchen's arrogant demeanor, they couldn't help but sigh at how teacher Zifa hadn't dealt with him. Xingchen stepped forward, looking at the group of new recruits who dared not voice their anger. With his hands in his pockets and clearing his throat, he began, "Let me introduce myself. I am Xingchen, a rather unremarkable lieutenant general of the headquarters. Seeing your expressions, you seem somewhat unconvinced, but don't think I'm bullying you. How about this? I'll allow you all to come at me together. As long as someone can touch me, I'll consider it a loss. What do you think?" At this moment, Smog, still a fearless rookie, stepped out of the line and boldly said, "Sir, let's not talk about the fluff. Let's discuss what benefits we would gain if you lose. If you let us come at you one at a time, we might fear you a bit. But you arrogantly demand us to come together. Who do you think you are? A naval admiral?" Upon seeing someone taking the bait, Xingchen waved his hand and unreservedly made a promise. "The first person to touch me, I will personally go to Admiral Sengoku to help them apply for a colonel rank. How about that? What do you think of this reward?" Upon hearing Xingchen's promise, the new recruits on the playground began to chatter. The highest rank for the top student in the training camp seems to be a major, right? Yeah, he said he could help us apply for colonel rank. He can't be just bluffing, right? It shouldn't be. He is a lieutenant general after all. If he were to lie to us, he would probably lose face at headquarters in the future. Besides, teacher Zifa is here. Hey, if that's the case, I'm getting excited. Right? For the colonel. Let's do this. Tina, with her flowing pink hair, pushed her sunglasses up her forehead. "Sir, there's a reward for the first place. What about the others if they manage to touch you?" Xingchen looked at this youthful and attractive woman and couldn't help but admire her intelligence. No wonder she was favored by Sister. Her mind is sharp. She is planning to maximize her benefits from me. But he was indifferent, still offering rewards. "I believe you all have admired some officers in your hearts. How about this? I can help you speak well of yourselves, and how about successfully transferring to their command?" The recruits became even more excited, as normally students would fill out an application form before graduation to apply for the units they wanted to join, but whether the commanding officer accepted them was uncertain. If the officer accepts them, that's good, but if not, they could only be assigned by the headquarters. To get assigned under their admired commander, the students were energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Zifa, holding a coconut, walked aside and cheerfully said, "Then I'll be the referee. 3. Start." "What about 2 and 1? Did you eat them, teacher Zifa?" The new recruits internally screamed as they fumbled. Xingchen placed his left hand on the sword hilt, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloped the entire field. Boom! A thunderclap echoed from the sky, and an invincible aura rolled out from Xingchen, stirring up dust everywhere. The boys and girls on the playground felt as if they were weighed down by a 1,000-pound burden, their feet trembling uncontrollably. Zifa adjusted his disheveled sunglasses with a finger staring at Xingchen's upright and straight back, murmuring, "Conqueror's Haki. When did this kid awaken?" Xingchen stood there, his posture unchanged, yet there was nothing physically binding them, yet they just couldn't move, or rather they dared not. Conqueror's Haki might just be a simple mental pressure, but Xingchen's spiritual pressure was different, could amplify your inner fear infinitely, even causing those with weak mental strength to hallucinate. At this moment, Xingchen appeared in the eyes of the students not as a person, but as a prehistoric ferocious beast looming over them, with its massive form opening its gaping maw while glaring at them. The stark contrast in size and power left them paralyzed with fear, as if any slight movement would provoke the monster before them, bringing about a deadly attack. It was akin to a regular person encountering a several hundred-kilogram striped tiger on a narrow path, gazing into its eyes, wondering whether to hope it was full and would let them go or to draw their sword and attack. Zifa watched as everyone displayed fear in their eyes, feeling both hopeful and worried, his entire old face contorted. Worried that they would drop their swords and choose to flee, thus losing their most crucial courage, leaving their future paths limited. Yet he also hoped they could break through their inner fears and bravely draw their swords. Just as Imo said, the strong strike against the stronger, he wished for his students to not be cowards. At that moment, with the sound of angry shouts, the armed students, though trembling, managed to grip their weapons, while those accustomed to fighting with fists and feet, though their legs trembled, took a determined step forward. Clap, clap, clap. Xingchen smiled and began clapping his hands. As the applause rang out, the heavy spiritual pressure instantly withdrew from his body like a receding tide. The pressure on the students suddenly vanished, causing many to stumble in confusion, with some even sitting down abruptly, as if they had just emerged from the sea, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. "Congratulations on overcoming your inner fears and taking a step towards becoming stronger. Sir, we haven't lost yet." Smog bent over, panting heavily, yet still stubbornly boasted. Tisk. This time, Xingchen unleashed his full force without reservation, directing all his spiritual pressure solely at Smog, who felt a gentle breeze pass by, only to roll his eyes back and collapse, slipping into a baby-like sleep. Xingchen glanced at his palm, then at the back of his hand, and surveyed the crowd with a kind smile, softly asking, "Is there anyone else who feels unconvinced and wants to give it a try?" A group of new recruits shook their heads in unison, like shaking a rattle, joking. They were not troublemakers like Smog, with no inclination to seek out punishment. Under the pressure of this lieutenant general, they could barely move, let alone fight. Clearly, he could have wiped them out several times over while displaying his aura. "We can't move." It's not that he can't move. Looking at the understanding expressions of the younger students, Xingchen shrugged, turning to Zifa and asking, "Has he always been this brave?" "Ha ha ha ha. Fresh recruits. Now you've truly felt the gulf between yourselves and the ocean's greatest warriors. This is the Conqueror's Haki, the third and rarest form of Haki, distinct from armament and observation Haki. After graduation, you may face pirates bearing Conqueror's Haki during high-stakes captures. Yet today you summon the courage to step forward, not fleeing, not yielding, and that fills me with profound pride. You are the Navy's future, so never let arrogance cloud your path. Strive relentlessly to grow stronger. Today's training ends here. Reflect deeply on what you've just experienced." Dismissed. With deep satisfaction, Zephyr addressed the cadets before departing side by side with Vice Admiral Xingchen. The elite trainees immediately grew intensely curious about Xingchen, this remarkably youthful vice admiral, and began probing veteran officers for details. What they learned left them stunned. He had overpowered numerous vice admirals, and even struck a naval fleet admiral. Throughout Navy history, only one other figure, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, now Fleet Commander-in-Chief, was known to possess Conqueror's Haki. Now there is a second. Many cadets eagerly envisioned joining Xingchen's unit upon graduation. Training under such a paragon would undoubtedly accelerate their growth beyond measure. En route to the restaurant, Zephyr asked curiously, "When did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki?" "I've always possessed it, though it was exceedingly weak in my youth, so I seldom bothered to use it." Seeing Xingchen's nonchalant expression, Zephyr groaned in anguish and roared, "Damn it. Why wasn't I the one who discovered you first?" That accursed Garp. He's ruined generations. Utterly incompetent. Next time I lay hands on him, I'll tear him limb from limb. Xingchen stood nearby grinning broadly as Zephyr raged like a child robbed of his favorite toy, then gleefully fanned the flames. Uncle Zephyr's pedagogical mastery has always ranked among the Navy's finest. Had I trained under him at the academy, I'd surely surpass my current self. Ha ha ha. Exactly. You see it too. That reckless Garp. Unreliable to the core. A brute who still copies battle reports from me and Sengoku. What could he possibly teach you? How to eat donuts. Xingchen's beautiful eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he grinned, masterfully stoking the fire. Meanwhile, far away in the latter half of the Grand Line inside the commander's office at Marine Base G3. Pop. Garp jolted awake on the sofa as his own nose bubble burst. Achoo. Achoo. He sneezed twice, rubbed his nose, then brightened with solemn conviction. My two beloved grandsons must be thinking of me. Time to request leave from Sengoku. Xingchen stroked his chin, musing whether to send Garp a din mushy call, claiming he'd sent him dozens of senbei stored safely with Fleet Commander Sengoku. Ha. No, absolutely not. Leaving such obvious evidence would be disastrous. If those three old men ever compare notes, the truth would unravel instantly. Then he'd truly dare not return to headquarters. As Xingchen drifted into reverie, the two arrived at the restaurant's entrance. Coincidentally, Fleet Commander Sengoku and Admiral Kureha had just arrived, though Sengoku's gaze toward Xingchen smoldered with quiet fury. Zephyr swiftly pulled Xingchen behind him, puffed out his chest, and stepped forward, colliding squarely with Sengoku. So, you old rogue dared bully our young Mo. Think your rank as Fleet Commander makes you untouchable. Come on, let's settle this man-to-man. You old devil. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on. Let me knock the very breath from your lungs today. Though baffled why Zephyr defended Xingchen, a mischievous upstart, Sengoku, Fleet Commander of the Marines, feared no one. Zephyr. He'd been thrashed before, no stranger to that. So the two venerable men squared off, chests thrust forward like rival bulls. Admiral Kureha, utterly exasperated, took Xingchen's hand and steered him inside, muttering, "You two together have surpassed 100 years, yet behave like unruly boys. One Fleet Commander, one Chief Instructor, brawling at a restaurant door. Have you no shame?" Humph. They exchanged disdainful snorts, turned away in unison, straightened their uniforms, and then at the threshold stubbornly refused to yield their broad shoulders, jamming the doorway with deafening creaks. Kureha pressed a palm to her forehead, sighing wearily. Exhausted. Just end it all, please. Glancing at Xingchen, who watched the spectacle with barely concealed delight, she jabbed a finger lightly at his forehead and chided, "You. Yes, you are quite the little scoundrel. You never learn the good, but master the bad with flawless precision." Xingchen flashed a winsome grin and, like a devoted retainer, gently guided Admiral Kureha into the private dining room. Kureha glanced back at Sengoku and Zephyr, still locked in silent contest at the entrance, and despite herself a soft smile tugged at her lips. It was as if she'd slipped back into their youth. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, three irrepressible rivals forever clashing, yet secretly measuring themselves against one another. Then her gaze fell upon Xingchen's ageless face, and in that fleeting moment, she realized time had passed. She too had grown old. As Kureha drifted into memory, the restaurant owner trembled before the two immovable giants wedged in his doorway, furious, yet too terrified to intervene. Who dared speak? How could anyone dare? In the end, the doorframe surrendered with a thunderous crack, shattered clean off its hinges. Door, let the record show, I didn't start this. I simply stood here quiet and blameless. Whose fault is this? Many thanks, I truly appreciate it. Sengoku, unfazed, calmly removed the splintered frame from his shoulders, pointed one finger at Xingchen, who was desperately stifling laughter, and declared, "Charge it to his tab. Settle everything together later." The owner stole a glance at Xingchen, whose silence implied consent, and exhaled in relief, bowing with a smile, "Yes, Fleet Commander Sengoku." Zephyr likewise detached his half of the frame, brushed dust from his uniform, and remarked coolly, "Your doorway was simply too narrow. Now's the perfect time to widen it." Chief Instructor Zephyr speaks wisely. Renovations begin tomorrow. Seizing the moment while Zephyr reassured the flustered owner, Sengoku strode into the private room, and once Zephyr followed, burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha. Victory is mine. Fine. You fight without honor, resorting to underhanded tricks." Incensed by Sengoku's brazen claim, Zephyr stomped onto a chair, slammed his fist on the table, and bellowed, "Owner, bring wine. I shall duel this wretch to the death. Only one of us walks out upright." "Humph. Childish." Sengoku scoffed, clearly refusing to rise to the challenge. Until then, Admiral Kureha, serene as ever, sipped her tea and spoke softly. "Zephyr, enough. Sengoku cannot hold his liquor, not against you or Garp. Spare him some dignity. He is after all fleet commander. Before Zephyr could retort, Sengoku flushed crimson and slammed the table, shouting nonsense. When have I ever lost to either of them? Owner, bring the wine. Tonight I shall prove the boundless magnanimity of a fleet commander. Xingchen watched Sengoku's sudden complete loss of composure, and lips tightly pressed to suppress laughter gave Kureha a subtle admiring thumbs up. Kureha lifted her teacup, smiled faintly, and arched one elegant eyebrow. Indeed, the old masters remain unmatched in subtlety and wisdom. Until the dinner party concluded, Sengoku and Zephyr were unable to determine a victor. In the midst of it all, the two simultaneously bumped their heads on the table and fell into a deep slumber. In the end, it was Xingchen who carried the two of them back home. In the following days, Xingchen spent his days either at the office of Crane Commander or in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, indulging in food and drink. After work, he would invite Kizaru to drink a bit and enjoy some spa time, and in the evenings he would meditate at home, living a life of utmost comfort. After the new year, Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched as his treasured supply of sunbae dwindled, and once again he could not hold back and kicked Xingchen out, telling him to go deal with pirates in the sea. Sengoku stood by the window of his office watching Xingchen's warship slowly depart from the naval port. He opened a pack of limited edition sunbae and happily ate one, exclaiming, "That little rascal has finally left. Now no one can steal my sunbae." He then called for his aide, waving his hand to take out a large stack of belly. "Go, fill the entire cabinet with sunbae for me." Little did he know that at that moment, there was an even more troublesome old rascal who had already set sail on a dog-headed warship, leaving the G3 base and heading towards Marine headquarters in Marineford. Xingchen was oblivious to this news, otherwise he would have shamelessly stayed a few more days. One can only imagine the joy that would erupt at Marine headquarters once Carp returned to Marineford. At this moment, Xingchen was lounging in his exclusive beach chair, sipping iced juice with a relaxed demeanor, tapping his knee with one hand and keeping rhythm for Brook. Blue-faced Do or Dun steals horses, red-faced Guangong battles, and Changsha yellow-faced, Jianwei white-faced Chao black-faced Zhang Fei calls out cha-cha. After the song concluded, Brook looked at Xingchen with eager anticipation, waiting for his feedback. That was decent. But the operatic part still lacks flavor. Come, let me teach you some more. During their time in Marineford, Xingchen also took the opportunity to teach Brook a few songs. Although Xingchen was not familiar with musical notation, Brook proved to be a prodigy destined to become the sole king of the world. After just one or two repetitions from Xingchen, Brook could write out the sheet music. He was even deeply impressed by the musicians from Xingchen's hometown, finding each song he learned to be extraordinary. Xingchen thought that it would be a waste not to have an artistic soldier on his ship in the future. However, he truly could not get used to the songs Brook was singing. He certainly could not have them singing Bink Sake all day on a naval warship. Since he had nothing better to do, he taught Brook some songs from his original world, at least to keep himself entertained. William, who was shaking his head and listening to Xingchen and Brook sing, could not help but interrupt. "Sir, this song is really nice, but who are Chao Jianwei and Zhang Fei?" The soldiers gathered around to listen to the song were filled with curiosity, their big eyes blinking at Xingchen as they began to clamor. "Yeah, sir, who are these people? I don't think I've heard these names in the Navy. Could they be pirates? But I haven't heard of these characters among pirates either." Xingchen pulled out a folding fan from somewhere and with a swift motion opened it, gently swaying it while stepping in a square stance, pointing ahead. "Hey, if you want to know about this, then I'm wide awake. Come, let me tell you a grand story." It was an era filled with heroes and turbulence. In the Far East, there was a great kingdom known as Han. The great trend of the world is that after prolonged division, there must be unity. After prolonged unity, there must be division. The 7 kingdoms contended for supremacy, but eventually all were united under Qin, and after Qin's demise, Chu and Han contended until they were merged into Han. This story is set in the late Han dynasty, where various lords and heroes rose up. As Xingchen became more engrossed in his storytelling, not only the soldiers in the control room, but even those in the cooking class set down their tasks and ran to the deck. Just when everyone was captivated by the tale, a cannonball landed in the sea on the left side of the warship, creating a water column that drenched the soldiers gathered to listen to the story, leaving them soaked. Everyone turned to look, and not far from the left side of the warship, a pirate ship, flying the skull flag, was firing cannons at the naval vessel. Damn, I was just getting into it. How dare these dogs disturb my enjoyment? Damn it, can my brothers endure this? They have already chosen their path to death. Let's get them. William was the first to leap into the air, shooting down several incoming cannonballs. At that moment, on the pirate ship across from them, "Captain, it seems this is a malfunctioning warship floating on the sea while awaiting rescue." "Captain, there is a colonel on the opposite side, and he shot down our cannonballs." The unknown pirate wearing a captain's hat laughed arrogantly. This little military ship looks like that colonel is their highest officer. You lot. Give them a good beating. Wipe them out. Then we'll make a name for ourselves on the seas and march into the new world. I want to become the emperor of the sea. Roar. A group of pirates was roused by their captain's words, raising their weapons and shouting loudly. Just as the words left his mouth, the soldiers on the warship saw a swarm of soldiers take to the air, swiftly heading towards their pirate ship. Upon getting closer, they realized some soldiers were even holding pots and pans, and a skeleton in a naval uniform was frantically running on the water. At this moment, the pirates seemed to realize something was amiss. They appeared to be in deep trouble. Ordinary soldiers on a military vessel couldn't possibly have so many capable of using the Marine 6 styles, let alone having never seen them before. They had never even heard of such skills. After all, those who could navigate the first half of the Grand Line as pirates should at least understand common knowledge. Of soldiers who could use the Marine 6 styles were at least lieutenants. Those who could master advanced techniques like moonwalk must at least be captains. Damn. Looking at the densely packed soldiers in the sky, did they just poke the hornet's nest of captains? Spear gun, storm leg, iron block. It seems something strange has infiltrated us. No song sanding, arrow tail slash. Spear gun, 10-finger barrage. Xingchen leaned against the railing of the warship, elegantly sipping his juice, while gazing at the pirate ship that was continuously exploding. Listening to the angry names of the skills being shouted, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seems my subordinates are quite fired up. Finally, looking at the pirate ship that had split in two and the pirates jumping into the sea like dumplings to escape, he remarked, "Tsk, they are really in for it. Thank you to the 5 generous patrons by Sir Tion Bing, Lemon Mushroom Dog, Blood Tear Demon, and Night Lead Flower for their gifts. Chong Air, under the pressure of matchmaking from 7 aunts and 8 uncles, has written another chapter. Thank you all for your love and support for this book." After a brief battle, William began to clear the battlefield with a small group of soldiers. After all, it was their duty to collect the spoils, especially to transform the ill-gotten gains of these pirates into something just. As the main force returned to the warship, the major of the combat unit saluted Xingchen, saying, "Report, Vice Admiral. The enemy has been completely annihilated, leaving no survivors." Good job. Vice Admiral, although we were interrupted by these little rascals just now, could you continue telling us the story, considering the brothers fought valiantly? Vice Admiral, please tell us more. Exactly. Xingchen smilingly scolded, "Get lost. You can't even keep the ship running while listening to stories. Get back to your posts." The raucous soldiers were furious at the lack of stories and cursed those damned pirates incessantly. "You say you have nothing to do, yet you come to interrupt our story time. Family, who understands?" Just when it was getting exciting, it abruptly ended. If only they could defeat their own Vice Admiral, they would at least confine him in a small dark room and not feed him until the story was finished. Xingchen looked at the frustrated crowd and smiled, shaking his head. "All right, don't all look so glum. We'll tell you more stories when we resupply next time. Long live the Vice Admiral. I really love you, Vice Admiral. Draw your swords. Young man, Vice Admiral Mo belongs to everyone." The noisy soldiers went back to their posts. Since the Vice Admiral had already promised them, there was no doubt he would keep his word. After all, they had come to understand his temperament over the years. Usually he appeared very easygoing, completely lacking the airs of a superior. Even when joking, he would smile and banter back. Moreover, he was extremely protective of his men. In Vice Admiral Mo's words, "My soldiers can only be educated by me who do others think they are." So even the cooks on the warship trained diligently, not wanting to embarrass their commander. After all, who wouldn't love such a commander? Even Brook, a veteran pirate of decades, greatly enjoyed the atmosphere aboard the ship. He used to think the Navy should have strict rules with severe punishments for mistakes, but unexpectedly, Xingchen's crew was surprisingly human. He quite liked his current life, free from worries of being hunted, receiving a handsome salary each month, singing songs, and spending time with Laboon. It was simply blissful. As long as he didn't commit any fundamental mistakes that went against Vice Admiral Mo's justified flexibility, he had nothing to fear from repercussions. It was indeed comfortable to follow a good captain. When William and the soldiers who cleared the battlefield returned to the warship with boxes of loot, they set sail once again, accompanied by Brook singing. Xingchen brought Laboon and Brook back to Twin Cape. When Koloko saw Laboon and Brook, he broke down in tears and tightly embraced Brook, causing the sea level to rise by a millimeter. After resting for a night at Twin Cape, they held a banquet during which Xingchen fulfilled his promise and continued telling tales of the 3 kingdoms. The next day, as they set off, it was uncertain whether Kolokos felt lonely without Laboon's company, as he requested to board the ship again, only to be firmly rejected by Xingchen, infuriating Kolokos, who declared he would duel Xingchen. However, he was firmly held back by Brook, who did not want to see his newly reunited friend perish, nor did he wish to see himself deliver a white-haired man to the grave. Just kidding, he had seen Xingchen unleash his formidable powers. He truly feared that within 3 seconds he would be begging Colocos not to die. As Colocos shed tears and waved his little handkerchief, the warship set sail once more. This time the route was chosen based on Xingchen's wicked humor, decided by William drawing lots. Meanwhile, as Xingchen embarked on his unknown journey in the underground black market of Sabaody archipelago, a new group of supernovas gathered to discuss him. Do you all remember that naval supernova from a few years ago? A burly man with a thick beard slammed a yellowed newspaper onto the table. It was the report following Xingchen's sweep of the pirates in Sabaody archipelago. This year's supernova, the captain of the slaughtering pirate crew, Shidao, with a bounty of 180 million. So what do you mean by bringing this up? Shidao looked at the speaker, a young man dressed elegantly, behaving like a noble. He knew that despite the gentlemanly appearance, this man was a ruthless devil who loved to deceive married women by posing as a noble, committing atrocities in front of their husbands and brutally slaughtering entire families. He was also one of this year's supernovas, the captain of the Aphrodite pirates, Asmodeus, with a bounty of 210 million. He killed my brother a few years ago in Sabaody archipelago. Seeking revenge is just one reason. As long as we can kill him, not only will we severely damage the Navy's prestige, but it will also make our pirate crew famous. Many pirates will surely come seeking us then. Don't you all want to enter the new world and compete for the title of Pirate Emperor? Asmodeus scoffed, swirling his wine glass, mocking Shidao. Are you thinking too naively? He is now a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Do you think he is just a chicken to be slaughtered at will? Shidao appeared confident, downing his rum and slamming the glass on the table. Since the day he killed my brother, I have been keeping an eye on him. His combat power is definitely not high, as the highest bounty among the pirates he captured was just over 100 million. Moreover, during his time in Sabaody archipelago, he captured so many pirates, yet only got promoted to colonel and spent 7 years under the protection of naval hero Carp before being promoted to vice admiral. I have every reason to believe this is just a show put on by the Navy aimed at establishing a new generation of naval standards. Perhaps those pirates with bounties over 100 million were not captured by him at all, but rather Carp's doing credited to him. As long as we supernovas form an alliance, we can definitely take down this naval supernova. You talk too much, let's do it. Let's get him. Yes. A showboating naval rear admiral, are we afraid of him at all? Ha 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 ha, I will take his head. The pirates, fueled by alcohol, echoed in agreement, as if Xingchen was already a lamb to be slaughtered. Asmodeus looked at the excited crowd, his lips curling up slightly. Surrounding and killing a naval vice admiral. That sounds interesting. At this moment, Xingchen was unaware of the group of pirate supernovas that had formed an alliance preparing to encircle him. Even if he had known, he probably wouldn't have cared, as they were just a bunch of small fry. If it were Whitebeard teaming up with Kaido and Big Mom to kill him, then he might have been a bit worried. Thus, Xingchen continued along his course, enjoying his mysterious journey. Meanwhile, the CP0 Captain Jernica had departed from the holy land of Mariawa, accompanied by his subordinates Maha and Joseph, wandering through the Devil's Triangle. After weeks of arduous searching, they finally discovered Moria's terrifying 3-masted sailboat. However, it seemed as if a spoon had scooped out a third of the gigantic island ship, making it look particularly strange. Based on years of accumulated intelligence experience, Jernica was certain he had found the place of the fallen Figureland Garling. Once the three of them boarded the ship, they found it seemingly devoid of any living beings, and their hopes of secretly gathering intelligence were dashed. Only after defeating a group of rather weak zombies did they meet the ship's owner, Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria bounty of 320 million was defeated by Kaido of the Beasts in Wano country. I need to gather some intelligence from you, and hope you can answer truthfully. Though Jernica was wearing a mask, making his expression hard to discern, his tone exuded an air of arrogance. Damn it, who do you think I am? A mere fish in the sea. A wave of not-so-strong Conqueror's Haki erupted from Moria's body. Shadow Blade. The shadow beneath Moria morphed into a spear, swiftly advancing towards Jernica. Seeing Moria act without provocation, Jernica snorted coldly. A pirate is a pirate. Then the two engaged in battle. Having regained his confidence after the incident with Xingchen, Moria had started training diligently during this time. Though the time was short, he still had a solid foundation to build upon, resulting in rapid progress. After all, picking up where one left off is far easier than starting from scratch. As Jernica began to fall behind, Maha and Joseph joined the fray. Absalom and Perona, unable to just watch their captain being besieged, also joined the battle. Thus a chaotic group battle unfolded. After about an hour or two, both sides realized they were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, Jernica withdrew from the battlefield and shouted loudly, "Everyone stop! Seeing everyone cease their attacks, they looked at him in confusion, and he continued, though his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Moria, continuing this battle is pointless. We are members of the CP organization under the world government directly affiliated with the Five Elders CP0. We are merely here to investigate some intelligence regarding the Revolutionary Army. I believe you wouldn't want us to notify the Navy to send a demon-slaying order to encircle you, right? Both Jernica and Moria understood that the world government and Navy did not regard this dark, desolate sea with any importance. After all, there were no legitimate merchant ships that would voluntarily venture into these waters. Most were either pirate ships driven to desperation by the Navy or foolish individuals who fancied themselves conquerors of the sea. Moria's purpose in starting the fight had already been achieved. Did he not know he was dealing with CP organization members? He wasn't foolish. Of course he knew, but any negotiation requires strength to back it up, and in this world strength equates to power. Without power, one would always be at a disadvantage at the negotiating table. He was a pirate who had nothing to fear from those who were well shod. All he needed to do was demonstrate his might to the CP organization. He had no real intention of overthrowing the world government, so since they had offered him a way out, he accepted it. Why didn't you say so sooner? You had to act all high and mighty. Who do you think I am? Afraid of this and that, and yet I still call myself a pirate. Lord Moria, please forgive my previous rudeness. May I ask if any strangers have recently boarded your ship? Jernica slightly bowed, expressing his apologies. For a qualified intelligence officer, being emotional is the most undesirable trait. The truth lies in doing whatever it takes to obtain the desired intelligence. Some time ago, two individuals did come by, and they engaged in a fierce battle. The aftermath of that battle left me feeling shaken. Jernica's mask concealed his joy, yet his voice couldn't hide the hint of delight. Did Lord Moria see who they were? Or what abilities did they use? Moria pretended to ponder for a moment, then feigned uncertainty as he spoke. After all, both of them were very powerful. I didn't dare observe them closely at the time. I only remember that the sky was filled with raging winds and flashes of lightning. Oh, moreover, a gigantic monster resembling a snake, but with a pair of wings, appeared later. In the end, that enormous creature was torn apart by the overwhelming hurricane, and the other one also disappeared. At that moment, Jernica immediately confirmed the identities of the two. The hurricane must have been the ability of Dorag, while the giant feathered serpent was their target, Figureland Garling. Joseph, hearing Moria's words, looked at his captain excitedly, exclaiming, "It's Lord Figureland." Moria's eyes darted as he angrily addressed Jernica. "One of them was your leader. Then let's have a proper discussion. Not only did I provide you with intelligence, but your people also fought on my ship and damaged nearly half of it. How do you plan to compensate me for this?" Hearing this, Jernica's face hidden beneath his mask twitched with anger as he replied, "Lord Moria, do you know the identity of the other person? That is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. I haven't even mentioned that you might have ties with the Revolutionary Army. Don't give me that. I'm a pirate. I'm not on the same side as the Revolutionary Army. Besides, aren't you clear about your own leader's strength? If I could defeat him, would I still be hiding out here? I would have long since taken Kaido down. Enough with the nonsense. Pay me my due." Moria had a defiant expression, making Jernica and his companions exchange glances. Jernica realized he could no longer extract any valuable information. Just as Moria said, if he had strength to participate, he wouldn't be holed up here as a king. "I am merely a worker. Any matter of compensation must await my report to the Five Elders before it can be decided by them. Of course I will speak favorably of you." Jernica said this, but in his heart he thought, "Who do you think you are? A piece of garbage on the sea, expecting the world government to compensate for your losses. If you were even slightly stronger, I might even suspect you were an ally of the Revolutionary Army and directly notify the Navy to annihilate you. However, with your middling strength, I could propose to the Five Elders to make you one of the 7 warlords of the sea to give the Navy a headache. I am truly a diligent and responsible employee. Having investigated the matter of Figureland Garling, I also conveniently found a candidate for a warlord." Leaving the Devil's Triangle, Jernica returned to the Holy Land of Mariawa with 2 subordinates to report the findings of this investigation to the Five Elders. After confirming that the fall of Figureland de Gallant Saint was indeed caused by the Revolutionary Army, the Five Elders ordered the CP organization to fully pursue the whereabouts of Dorag. They had reason to believe that Dorag could not have killed Figureland de Gallant Saint without injury, and at this moment, he should also be severely wounded, making it an opportune time to eliminate this significant threat. As long as Dorag was dead, the nascent Revolutionary Army would no longer be a cause for concern. Thus, the bounty on Dorag was raised to an astonishing 5 billion berries, making him the second highest after Pirate King Roger. At this time, the 3 pirate emperors in the New World, including the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, had a bounty of only 5,046 billion. It is evident that the world government's concern for the Revolutionary Army has now completely surpassed that of the pirates. What the hell? I can't believe I've been waiting here for over half a year. Exactly what kind of life have we been living during this time? We have to hide from the Navy like rats all day, and we can't even rob merchant ships. I'm running out of money for food. I'm done playing with you guys, follow me. The sand sculptor and his allies set up an ambush on an island near the Sabaody archipelago waiting for Xingchen's arrival. What they didn't expect was that this waiting would last for over half a year. Pirates don't engage in production and spend money extravagantly. What to do after such a long time without money for food? Of course, they would go out to rob merchant ships, but since they were near the Sabaody archipelago, they were not far from the Navy headquarters. Many pirate crews that went out to catch the wind simply disappeared, either captured by the Navy or forced into the New World. As the numbers of their main force dwindled, these pirates became restless and began to blame the sand sculptor, the initiator of this alliance. The sand sculptor felt exceptionally wronged at this moment and angrily shouted, "Damn it. How was I supposed to know that a naval vice admiral would rather spend his time sightseeing than capturing pirates? A route can take damn near half a year. I even spent a fortune buying his intel from Morgan's to determine his location. Since everyone has waited this long, just hold on for another month or two, and we will definitely be able to wait for him." However, these impatient pirates were not buying it and continued to curse the sand sculptor. "I'll wait for your mother. Damn it. Another month or two. Do you want me and my subordinates to drink seawater every day? I'm leaving. I shouldn't have listened to this fool from the beginning." Truly a fitting name, he is just as foolish as it sounds. In the blink of an eye, a large group of pirates cursed and boarded their ships, withdrawing from the group chat. The sand sculptor sighed helplessly at the departing crowd. He couldn't stop them. If he forcibly tried to retain them, a battle would surely break out. These pirates, with their anger at maximum, were like ticking time bombs ready to explode at any moment. Finally, seeing the remaining love god pirate crew, the sand sculptor asked in surprise, "Asmod, aren't you leaving? Since I have already waited this long, waiting a little longer is inconsequential. Moreover, the longer I wait, the more I want to take him down." Asmod, resembling a psychopath, extended his tongue and licked his lips, speaking in a twisted manner. Seeing his bizarre appearance, the sand sculptor shuddered and instinctively shifted a few steps away, thinking it was better to stay away from this madman. "Vice Admiral, we are about to arrive at Moore Island, and then it will be the Sabaody archipelago. Where shall we go next?" Seeing Xingchen just waking up from meditation, William took the initiative to report the voyage situation. This route is almost finished. Then let's stop at the island for supplies, and we won't go to the Sabaody archipelago. You can choose a route to head back towards Twin Cape." Xingchen stroked his chin, thought for a while, and decided on the subsequent route. After all, there's nothing much to see at the Sabaody archipelago. It would definitely take less than a month to return to headquarters, and Admiral Sengoku would soon be chasing people again, so he might as well not go back. An hour later, Xingchen stood at the boarding point of the warship, stretching, waiting for the soldiers to lower the gangway, and then led William and Brook ashore. Just as Xingchen and a group of soldiers exited the port, a group of fierce pirates armed with knives and guns jumped out from hidden corners instantly, surrounding Xingchen and the others. Xingchen surveyed the group of obvious premeditated robbers and couldn't help but smile slightly. This is interesting. At this moment, a path opened in the encirclement as two individuals, clearly the leaders of the pirates, stepped forward. One was a burly man about 2.5 meters tall with a full beard, and the other was an elegantly dressed nobleman exuding an air of nobility. They were the long-awaited sand sculptor and Asmod. "Xingchen, you've made me wait a long time." The burly man, gritting his teeth, bellowed at Xingchen with a fierce expression. Xingchen was bewildered by the shout. "Who is this person? Do I know him?" William, seeing his superior's perplexed expression, leaned in and whispered in explanation, "Vice Admiral, these two are this year's pirate supernovas. The burly man speaking is the captain of the slaughter pirate crew sand sculpture with a bounty of 180 million. The other one is Asmod, captain of the love god pirate crew with a bounty of 210 million. Hearing William's explanation, Xingchen became even more confused. Aside from this pirate named Sand Sculpture, whose name is quite stylish, he had no recollection of the others, so he scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Do we know each other? 10 years ago you killed my brother at the Sabaody archipelago." Who's your brother?" "Demon pirate crew's Captain Shakuin." Xingchen stroked his chin, tilted his head to ponder for a long time, but still couldn't recall, so he turned to look at William, who also shrugged with a puzzled expression. After all these years, the number of pirates Xingchen and his soldiers had captured and killed was countless. Who would remember what each pirate was called? "Unless you were named Edward Whitebeard, then we might never forget you." Xingchen imitated William's gesture, shrugging dismissively and saying, "Sorry, I've dealt with too much trash and really don't have time to remember the names of every scumbag." "Damn it." The sand sculpture looked at Xingchen and the officer beside him. The expression and words made him lose his composure. His longtime enemy, whom he had been harboring resentment towards for a decade, turned out to be completely indifferent. Wasn't this just showing off to a blind person? Wasn't his behavior just like that of a clown? After cursing, the sand sculpture blushed and charged straight at Xingchen with his wolf fang club. Ding! Just as the sand sculpture leaped up wielding the wolf teeth club fiercely towards Xingchen's head, ready to deliver a fatal blow. A thin sword with a hilt resembling a cane blocked the sand sculpture's wolf teeth club. It was none other than the artistic class leader and Captain Brook under Xingchen. Oh ho 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 ho, perhaps you won't be able to strike our commander. Xingchen remained motionless, his expression as calm as a gentle breeze. Even the surrounded soldiers looked on with curiosity, watching Brook engage with the opposing leader completely devoid of any tension. Some even cheered for Brook from the sidelines, making for quite a lively scene. At this moment, Xingchen glanced curiously at another pirate leader striking a pose and asked, "What about you? Did I also kill your brother?" There's no grudge or hatred. I merely find it amusing to hunt down a Navy Rear Admiral. Of course, I also wish to use your head, a rising star of the Navy, to pave my path to kingship. Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the pirate's ambition. Ha ha ha, just based on you. You think you can take our Rear Admiral's head? That's simply absurd. Go repent underground. William, upon hearing Asmode's words, could only laugh in anger. The sand sculpture cursed Xingchen, feeling it was reasonable since the latter had lost a brother. After all, it wasn't worth it to argue with a fool. Asmode's confident demeanor and words laced with disdain for Xingchen were the true reasons for his anger. How could such a lowly creature dare to provoke his Rear Admiral? Chafe! Just as he finished speaking, William vanished from beside Xingchen and appeared directly in front of Asmode, spinning to kick towards his neck. Bang! Using his arm to block the deadly attack, Asmode was sent flying back several meters by William's kick. His gaze shifted from Xingchen to William. Shaking his slightly numb arm, he revealed a sickly appearance, licking his lips as he spoke slowly. "Then he'll first take care of you, little colonel, before enjoying a delicious feast." Xingchen elegantly lit a cigar, exhaling a puff of smoke, and with his long fingers holding the cigar, he waved forward, "Take down these scum of the sea." "Yes, Rear Admiral." The once lazy soldiers who were merely watching suddenly erupted with an astonishing aura, standing straight, heads held high and shouting loudly. They then pounced upon the surrounding pirates like a descending tiger. The pirates were equally stunned by the formidable aura emitted by these soldiers. They couldn't understand. Clearly they had the numbers, and they were the ones surrounding, yet these soldiers appeared even more ferocious than them. As they engaged in battle, the pirates soon realized something was off. How could these soldiers be so powerful, unlike any navy they had faced before? Meanwhile, Xingchen stood quietly in the chaos of the battlefield, listening to the sounds of battle and the cries of the wounded, casually smoking his cigar. William, although currently just a colonel, had been with Xingchen for quite some time. He had certainly received special training. While he might not grasp the profound techniques of the ethereal methods, any set of martial arts he took from them could occupy him for a lifetime. It is no exaggeration to say that William absolutely possessed the strength of a Rear Admiral. Once he mastered the leg techniques taught by Xingchen, reaching the strength of a Rear Admiral would be well within his grasp. As for Brook, there was even less to say. He had already attained the level of a swordsman, and under the guidance of Xingchen, a fake sword saint, was steadily advancing towards the realm of a grand swordsman. If these two faced off against a supernova, and something went wrong, they might as well retire early. What was the point of being in the Navy? Of course, Xingchen wouldn't be indifferent watching his subordinates perish. For many years, an unwritten rule had formed on the warship. As long as Xingchen saved a soldier who was supposed to die on the battlefield, they would be reassigned out of the unit. Because in Xingchen's view, being saved by him was akin to having died once. Besides, he would eventually enter the new world where the pirates encountered would be even more formidable. If they couldn't adapt to battles in the four seas and paradise, they would surely meet their demise in the new world. It was better to leave for another unit than to lose their lives. Xingchen was merely their commander, not their babysitter. He could simplify and teach them martial arts to enhance their strength, and he might save their lives at crucial moments, but he couldn't shield them forever. Even his sister Robin was allowed to grow wild, letting her venture out into the sea. This led to soldiers striving to hone themselves so they couldn't be viewed through normal standards. Even ordinary soldiers could rival the officers of other units, let alone their leaders and squad leaders. After all, they were once soldiers under the legendary Navy hero Garp, and now they served under Xingchen, who could overpower Navy admirals. If they were kicked out of the unit, it would be utterly embarrassing. As time passed, the soldiers' battle concluded first, and they were well aware of their Rear Admiral. He would not spare any pirates who dared to attack the Navy or those with notorious reputations. After a battle, the soldiers under Xingchen suffered around 20 light injuries, 3 or 4 serious injuries, but no fatalities. Some of the soldiers who still had strength began to clean up the battlefield, though this was not without compensation. The rule aboard Xingchen's warship had always been that those who worked more earned more. Cleaning the battlefield would also count towards contributions, and thus the bonus would be higher. Meanwhile, the medics by Xingchen's side rushed onto the battlefield to treat the wounded. Initially, these medics worked hard to train, but were stopped by Xingchen, who advised them to focus on mastering medicine. Combat should be handled by the soldiers of the combat division. Not everyone could be like Robin, neglecting their duties. A good doctor, who didn't practice medicine, and instead went to fight against the four emperors. The soldiers in the field watched the four still in battle with relaxed expressions, with many starting to cheer for William. More gathered around Brook's side, making a ruckus. Brook, are you up to it? Yeah, we all finished fighting, you're still at it. That's way too lame. I bet 100 berries that Brook will finish the fight in half an hour. I bet 50 berries for 20 minutes. I bet. The crowd began to place their bets. They dared not challenge William directly. After all, he was the aide to the rear admiral and the second-in-command on the warship. Moreover, William was well aware of Xingchen's temperament, so he maintained a stern demeanor when facing the soldiers. Because Brook was easygoing with a lovely singing voice and often played pranks and told corny jokes, he quickly won everyone's affection. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the most popular person on the entire warship. His close relationship with everyone made joking around a common occurrence. Well, it seems my colleagues have grown impatient. Brook observed the pirate before him, now transformed into a crocodile head, evidently another user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. No song, no. 3 soul arrow tail slash. In the blink of an eye, Brook had already appeared behind the sand sculpture, slowly sheathing his sword while announcing the name of his technique. How anyone can boast. Let's see if I don't dismantle your skeleton. Just as the sand sculpture turned around, a tremendous impact exploded on his body. A deep gash extended from his right shoulder to his left thigh, gushing forth a torrent of blood. When was I hit? With that, he reverted from his halberdier form and collapsed to the ground, swaying unsteadily. Brook, that move was incredibly cool. Brook is amazing. Ha ha ha, I've won. Brook also cooperated by removing his hat and placing it over his chest, elegantly performing a standard bow as a gesture of gratitude. Almost simultaneously on the other side of the battlefield, William sensed that Brook was about to unleash a powerful move to conclude the fight. He steadied himself and slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, wind godleg. In an instant, Asmod saw William morph into countless phantoms surrounding him. The perception through Kinbunshiko Haki sent him into a state of terror, for each shadow seemed real, not mere illusions. Following that was a storm of attacks, violently striking all his joints. Pooh! Asmod spat out a mouthful of blood midair, landing right in front of Xingchen, indicating that William had indeed mastered his strength. At this moment, Brook arrived with a crowd of soldiers who had come to watch the excitement, pressing down on the sand sculpture beside Xingchen. Xingchen gazed at the two pirates. One was riddled with sword wounds all over his body, while a lethal injury on his chest could slice him open. The other person's limbs were grotesquely bent, and his chest was caved in significantly. If these two were not treated promptly, it would be hard for them to survive. The sand sculpture looked at the calm Xingchen, revealing a reluctant and defiant expression, shouting, "Xingchen, today, I've lost, I admit it. It's just that you were too lucky. If you had come a few months earlier, the one kneeling and begging today would have been you." "Oh, what? You thought you could ascend to the heavens a few months earlier?" Xingchen asked with a smile. He wasn't worried about these two doomed individuals causing any issues. Could they possibly have a divine hero descend to rescue them? "Pa, what are you pretending for? With a showboating marine rear admiral like you, if you hadn't spent all your time sightseeing, my pirate alliance wouldn't have scattered, and the one kneeling today would be you." The sand sculpture raised his head defiantly, openly expressing disdain toward Xingchen, as if he was not defeated by Xingchen, but rather by the injustice of fate. However, Xingchen finally understood. This person had initially gathered a large group of pirate crews, but had delayed due to his sightseeing, leading to their impatience and scattering. However, Xingchen remained puzzled and curiously asked the sand sculpture, "I'm quite curious. What led you to believe that I'm just a showy marine?" The sand sculpture grumbled as he elaborated on his analysis, looking as if he had seen through Xingchen's essence. That expression, that attitude, that proud little glint in his eyes brimming with vigor bore a resemblance to the legendary strategist advising the world from a humble abode. After hearing this, Xingchen feigned a look of alarm and patted his chest. "What luck? So fortunate. You piece of trash. One day you'll be exposed. I, the sand sculpture, have a lifetime of fame, yet I felt a destiny." "Ha ha ha. This is about to make me laugh to death. It turns out our rear admiral is just a rookie." "Exactly. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Brook, come and be my mentor. Look how funny this person is." Well, I truly admire you. This serious demeanor is something I simply cannot learn. The soldiers gathered around burst into laughter, some teasing, others rolling on the ground, creating a lively atmosphere. Seeing this, the sand sculpture was infuriated, his face flushed as he shouted at the surrounding soldiers. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? William, who had maintained his authority in front of his subordinates, couldn't help but smile at this adorable pirate, saying, Our rear admiral has defeated marine admirals before, and not just one. If your alliance's pirates aren't Whitebeard or Kaido, then no matter how many there are, they are merely here to send us military merit. Upon hearing William's words, the sand sculpture and Asmod exchanged incredulous glances at Xingchen, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. You. They stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence, clearly struck hard by the truth of the matter. Xingchen at this moment also dropped his fearful expression, pursed his lips, and looked at the sand sculpture, laughing as he said, What can I say? You lack brains. You who are so burly know how to give speeches and organize alliances. If I say you're clever, you're adorably foolish. I mean, just recently, why was Morgan's constantly sending me money, and not just a little, but for over half a year? I asked him the reason, and he kept it mysterious, saying there was a grand gift waiting for me to sign for. Turns out it was you guys. Upon hearing Xingchen's words, the sand sculpture's face turned as red as liver, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling his eyes as he fainted. The illegitimate child has misled me. Asmod looked at the sand sculpture lying on the ground and yelled in anger. This truly is a hidden jewel within 3 feet of a humble dragon. Xingchen shook his head with a smile, sighed, and instructed William, just take care of them and send these 2 brilliant minds on their way. After saying that, Xingchen turned around, humming the empty city stratagem, and strolled toward the town. Thank you for everything. I am immensely grateful. William did not make things difficult for Xiao and Asmod, and quickly granted them a swift end. He also took pictures of the pirates with bounties one by one and faxed them back to headquarters for record-keeping. Naturally, each soldier's military achievements were recorded by their squad leaders, then passed up to the platoon leader, and after layers of verification, ultimately submitted to William. When the bonuses from headquarters were distributed next month, they would be allocated according to their contributions. Afterward, William ordered people to search along the coastline for the ships of these 2 pirate crews, and then led a group of soldiers who seemed to be in relatively good spirits to the town to purchase supplies. Everyone started to leisurely do their work. After all, according to their general's nature, he would definitely not leave without exploring the beautiful scenery of this island. Having stayed on this island for about half a month, during which the naval branch of the Sabaody archipelago came to take away the intact pirate ships, as these could be sold for bounties. The Navy has a relatively complete mechanism regarding this. All seized materials are distributed by the troops themselves. For instance, if Xingchen's fleet was not in a hurry, they could sell the 2 pirate ships themselves. If there was no time to handle these, they could notify the nearby naval branch to take over and handle it. Of course, in the end, a portion of the benefits must be shared with the brother units that helped with the processing. One cannot let others help for free. Whether in real life or in the world of novels, it is all a relatively complete society. It is not to say that just because we are in an extraordinary world, problems can be solved solely by killing. You are a lieutenant general, a commander, but if you ask the branch people to take over, they can also find excuses to evade, saying they have heavy tasks and no extra manpower, leaving you to transport it to the branch yourself. After you leave, others might not even take it seriously, and when you ask how it was handled, they might tell you that it couldn't be processed, that no one wanted it, and the ship or goods are still here untouched, and you can come to take them. What can you do? Are you going to kill them? So the saying in Dream of the Red Chamber, understanding the affairs of the world is all knowledge, being adept in human emotions is the essence of literature. This encapsulates all the behavioral and procedural rules in the world. After all the trivial matters were dealt with, and after Xingchen had strolled around this Moor island, the warship set sail again. This journey lasted more than half a year, and time unknowingly reached the winter of the year 1509 of the sea calendar. At this point, there were still 11 years until our destined child of heaven, Monkey D. Luffy, set sail. This route was also nearing its end, without any heart-stirring stories occurring during the journey. It was just normal cultivation tourism, enjoying the scenery and cleaning up some trash along the shipping route. Of course, the deeds of the 2 fools, Xiao and Asmod, were still reported by Morgans and were mixed with various achievements since Xingchen joined the Navy. Naturally, there was no mention of him punching Kazan or kicking a canoe. It was just about his debut from the Sabaody archipelago, sweeping the seas and now beginning to clear the first half of the Grand Line. The Navy headquarters certainly played a role in amplifying this, as many of the photos in the newspaper were taken by William, showing Xingchen's warship after defeating pirates and cleaning up the battlefield. This not only brought Xingchen another wave of fame, but also made Sha Diao and Asmod one of the annual jokes of the sea. After the newspaper was published, the pirate crews that had previously joined this alliance secretly rejoiced, thankful that they had dodged a bullet due to lack of money. Another piece of hot news reported that Tom the shipwright, who was supposed to be executed by the world government upon the completion of the sea train, was rescued by the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. This enraged the world government, which offered a bounty of 1 billion berries for anyone who could provide information about Dragon's whereabouts. On the way near the Twin Cape, Xingchen's warship was speeding across the sea. Blue, 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 blue. Blue, 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 blue. This noise woke Xingchen from his meditative state. He looked up puzzled at William beside him and said irritably, "Why aren't you answering the snail?" "Lieutenant General, it seems like it's the one on you that's ringing." William pointed with a finger to the location of the black listening snail in Xingchen's coat pocket, feeling wronged. Xingchen was taken aback, took out the black listening snail that hadn't been used for hundreds of years, and sure enough, the snail was making a fuss. "Hello. This is Xingchen. Who is this?" "Bro, this is Dragon." "Oh, isn't this the famous 6.5 billion Mr. Dragon? What's up?" Xingchen crossed his legs and took a sip of juice from the table, teasingly said, "Bro, don't joke with me. You mentioned that surgery fruit. Is there news now?" Elaborate. Xingchen also put away his casual demeanor, set down his juice, and sat up a little straighter. "In the past 2 years, our Revolutionary Army has conducted field investigations in the South and North Seas, establishing a vast intelligence network. Today, the partner in charge of North Sea intelligence told me that the former Navy officer Diaz Barreras has obtained the surgery fruit and is preparing to trade it with the Navy on Xingchen Island in the North Sea. There is also another group of pirates, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is also on the way. Thanks. Be careful yourself and try not to attract too much attention. The world government is itching to skin you alive and eat you." "Bro, why are you so polite with me? I know the danger, so I'll hang up now." Click. Xingchen closed his eyes and began to sort through the memories in his mind. The character Edis Barreras didn't have much space in the original comic. He was merely a setup for the surgery fruit. However, his son became somewhat famous, holding the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters and serving as the captain of the Special Confidential Unit Swaro X. Drake. Alongside Monkey D. Luffy and the other 10, he was one of the supernovas of the worst generation. Due to consuming the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, he successfully infiltrated the Beast Pirates as an undercover. Eventually, he even rose to the position of Flying Six. Moreover, the members of the Swaro unit are also quite notable, including Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter Peacock and the infamous deserter Kobe. However, it seems that Razanani did not die on Xingchen Island during the transaction, but rather on Minion Island to the east. Xingchen at this moment sincerely felt fortunate that he practiced cultivation, otherwise he would have probably forgotten these memories long ago. Otherwise, if he had hurried to Xingchen Island to stake out for several days only to find that Razananti had already died on Minion Island, that would indeed be amusing. "William, go find me the pointer to Minion Island in the North Sea." "No more words, let's continue typing." The record pointer is not a rare item. Not every pirate crew is as stingy as Luffy's, only Nami possesses one. Even Crocus at Twin Cape could produce several to gift to Luffy and his crew, let alone the vast Navy. Within the Navy, these little gadgets are plentiful. Each island's record pointer has basically been replicated countless times. After all, with so many warships on missions, it's impractical to equip every ship with a top-notch navigator. Thus, in the rookie training camp, soldiers are systematically taught nautical knowledge and then simply follow the pointer's direction to navigate. Sometimes, as Xingchen gazed at the detailed map of the seas within the Navy, he couldn't help but wonder if he gave this navigation chart to Nami, would it shatter her Dao heart? Of course, Xingchen is no devil. He would never do something to crush a young person's dreams. When William brought the record pointer for Minion Island from the control room, he said, "I'm going to the North Sea for a while. You stay with the warship at Twin Cape and entertain yourself for no more than a month." "Understood, Major General." Xingchen took the record pointer and shouted towards the calm sea Laboon. Immediately, a whale song echoed from the depths of the sea, and then the surface of the water churned as a massive island whale breached nearby the warship. Xingchen stepped lightly onto Laboon's back, looking down at the direction of the record pointer, hands in pockets. With a flourish of his sword, destination, North Sea, set sail. A man and a whale swiftly departed towards the windless zone of the North Sea. Now Laboon measured a full 400 meters in length, a physique rivaling that of an average sea king, especially with a mighty overlord atop. "You really can swim through the windless zone, even in old age. There's no reason Xingchen can't. Brave and unafraid of difficulties. Charge." After sailing for a day, Xingchen awkwardly realized he had sailed too carelessly and forgotten to bring food. At this moment, Xingchen earnestly hoped that some blind sea king would come to trouble him and Laboon. After all, ever since he switched to a warship embedded with sea prism stone, it had been a long time since he had tasted Sea King meat during his travels. Yet often when you are filled with hope, fate loves to play tricks on you. The Sea King seemed to have mistaken Laboon for one of their own and did not come to harass or attack. Xingchen's desire to eat Sea King meat was dashed. He could only casually use his true chi to catch a flying fish, which ended up getting burned by his Sabaody true fire. Sabaody true fire is actually not as invincible as imagined. In the original text of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was not burned to death by the Sabaody true fire of the Red Boy. Even Zhang Zia, who trained for decades in investiture of the gods, yet was still a rookie, could kill the Peepa spirit with Sabaody true fire. Therefore, first we must understand what Sabaody true fire is commonly believed to be. The heart is the monarch's fire, also known as the divine fire, referred to as the upper Sabaody. The kidney is the minister's fire, also known as the essence fire, referred to as the middle Sabaody. The bladder, that is the chi sea below the navel, is the people's fire, referred to as the lower Sabaody. In traditional cultivation, chi refining and foundation establishment practitioners cultivate their primordial spirit, primordial essence, and primordial chi. Then using Sabaody true fire to continually refine the innate substances within their bodies, they cut off desires and thoughts, entering tranquility for cultivation, thus achieving the transformation of essence into chi, where essence refers to acquired chi and chi refers to innate chi. Next, they progress further to the transformation of chi into spirit, where spirit refers to the highly concentrated chi. Finally, achieving the transformation of spirit back to the void, which means the spirit fills the void. When everything turns to liquid and solidifies into the sacred fetus within the body, it truly fulfills that line upon swallowing a golden core, "I realize my fate is not controlled by heaven." P.S. Xingchen thought it best not to teach everyone to mess around. Oh, what if they made a mistake in their refining? After failing in his cooking attempts, Xingchen had another round of sashimi without any seasoning. He then decided that going hungry for a few days was perfectly fine. He was once again grateful that he was a cultivator, not needing to overly satisfy his appetite, and sat cross-legged on Laboon's back to enter meditation. Every other day, he would wake up to direct Laboon's course. Within less than a week, Minion Island was finally in sight. Wu, woken by the whale song, Xingchen gazed at Minion Island and murmured to himself, "I wonder if I made it in time. Rosinante, you've made me starve for so long, you better not be dead, or I'll haunt you just to give you a beating." As Xingchen was talking to himself, dense threads descended from the sky, enveloping the entire island. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo's signature technique, birdcage. Seeing this, Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived just in time. At this moment, Doflamingo must have just arrived, using the birdcage to prevent Rosinante from escaping. He immediately instructed Laboon to circle the island and start searching for Doflamingo's ship. Under Xingchen's divine sense scan, he soon spotted Doflamingo's ship, shaped like a flamingo with a pink hull, the epitome of flamboyance. Xingchen directly stepped onto the deserted ship, swaggering into the kitchen, enjoying delicacies while observing the situation in the town with his divine sense. At this moment, as the birdcage contracted, the town was thrown into chaos. Pirates began to turn on each other. This was merely a cruel game of humanity by Doflamingo, likely saying that either Rosinante must come out himself or he would use the birdcage to kill all the civilians in the town. As for Barrel's crew of pirates, he probably told them that only one of them could leave the birdcage alive, urging them to amuse him with their slaughter. In the end, Doflamingo would personally kill the last survivor. What a vile character. Indeed, Rosinante turned out to be a kind-hearted Navy officer. To protect the townspeople and the young Ro, he revealed himself voluntarily. Xingchen leisurely savored his exquisite steak and fine wine, enjoying this grand display of brotherly affection. Rosinante, dragging his exhausted body, stumbled to sit beside the treasure chest that Doflamingo had moved from the Barrel's pirate lair. He pulled out a cigarette to light, drawing his pistol at the approaching Doflamingo. Navy ID 01746, Rosinante Navy Headquarters, Lieutenant Commander. To stop the various tragedies you are about to unleash, I infiltrated your family, captain of the Don Quixote pirates, Don Quixote Doflamingo. I am a Navy. Doflamingo looked at Rosinante, whose hands trembled holding the gun, and coldly asked, boring, answer me 2 questions. Where is the op fruit? And where is Ro? The surgery fruit. Cough, cough. I have already made Luo consume it. I let him escape to this broken cage a long time ago. He should be on the surveillance ship sent by the Navy by now. Cough. Doflamingo, you can't touch a single hair on him now. After hearing Luo Sinan's words, Doflamingo immediately exploded with rage, turning to his subordinates and shouting, "Prepare to set sail immediately. If the news is true, even if I have to sink the surveillance ship, I will bring Luo back." "What do you want Luo back for? What can a child do for you? Why can't you just let him go?" Luo Sinan leaned against the treasure chest, struggling to straighten his body, aiming his gun at Doflamingo's arm, trembling violently with emotion. What do you think I want to do with him? Since he has consumed the surgery fruit, of course, I must educate him, while making him die for me. Doflamingo turned to look at Luo Sinan, ignoring the gun pointed at him, even elegantly adjusting his tie. Luo will no longer listen to you, Doflamingo. He has overcome the fate of dying in 3 years. He is no longer that lost child who thought only of destruction. He can no longer gain anything meaningful by being with you. Let him go. He is free now. Doflamingo. Doflamingo stared coldly at his younger brother, who was shouting at him, slowly pulling out the father-killing gun from his pocket, aiming it at Luo Sinan. You really resemble our father, Luo Sinan. I know you want to shoot me, but why are you willing to do everything to hinder me? Why must you force me to kill my own blood relative again? Bang. A gunshot rang out, and Luo Sinan fell. P.S. Of course it's fake. Huh. Just kidding, you idiot. Luo Sinan saw a pure white figure, a not very tall man with his back to him, and a justifying coat fluttering in the wind. In a critical moment, Xingchen used the Sabaody true fire to burn through Doflamingo's birdcage, appearing beside him, lifting the gun aimed at Luo Sinan towards the sky. I say, little chicken, are you vying for the throne, eh? Doflamingo looked down at the young man, who only reached his chest, his eyes behind the sunglasses narrowing. Although Xingchen was smiling at that moment, the aura around him was overwhelmingly oppressive. The new benchmark of the Navy, Xingchen. I recognize you, so are you here to stop me? Hearing Doflamingo's deep, devilish laughter, Xingchen looked up at his sunglasses and softly said, there is one thing in this life I detest most. What? Xingchen's right leg, infused with strong, true energy, transformed entirely into pure white, delivering a powerful kick to Doflamingo's stomach. Since Xingchen firmly grasped Doflamingo's wrist that held the gun, he was not kicked away by that forceful strike. However, Doflamingo's subordinates behind him were knocked over by that force. Wow. Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp, kneeling on one knee on the ground. At this moment, Xingchen leveled his gaze with Doflamingo's eyes and gently said the next sentence. I detest the scum of the sea looking down on me while talking. Impossible. Before Doflamingo could make any move, Toripole and the other executives gasped in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. Since Doflamingo debuted in the North Sea, with his astonishing talent, he had developed the abilities of the string fruit to perfection. It was utterly unacceptable for them that this young Navy officer could easily defeat him. They quickly drew their guns, aiming at Xingchen. Bang, 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 bang. Xingchen originally thought that Doflamingo had been incredibly lucky when he traveled through the North Sea, as he had never come close to him, so he didn't bother to seek trouble. Now that he had encountered him, eliminating the current Don Quixote family with his strength would be as easy as pie. As for Doflamingo's previous celestial dragon identity, Xingchen declared that he dared to eliminate even formal employees. Oh, why would he fear someone who had been expelled? Furthermore, it is only natural for the Navy to capture pirates. If the 5 Elder Stars come, I can just explain that I am just a little rear admiral. How would I know his identity? After all, ignorance is no crime. I originally intended to grant Doflamingo's group a swift end, but I didn't expect Torpal, that disgusting pirate, to dare organize his henchmen to shoot at the police. He being ugly is not your fault, but scaring little children is your wrongdoing. Xingchen's body radiated golden light. He did not look at the bullets suspended in the 6-6 geoprotective spell, but instead kindly leaned down to offer Doflamingo a small suggestion. Little chicken, how about we play a little human game? Doflamingo, being a clever person after that strike, had deeply understood the disparity in strength between him and Xingchen. As the saying goes, a great man does not fuss over trifles, and a man can bend and stretch. Doflamingo did not mind how embarrassing his current posture was, but instead smiled and said, Rear Admiral Mo, how do you want to play it? Since they dared to shoot at me, from now on I will kill your subordinates one by one until you come up with a reason to persuade me. If after I finish killing your subordinates, you still haven't thought of a satisfactory reason for me, then you will die too. You can't. Wrong answer. The next second, Xingchen vanished from Doflamingo's sight, his speed so swift that Doflamingo's subordinates did not react at all. Swish! A sound of a drawn sword echoed. Doflamingo hurriedly turned around in panic and shouted, You all run. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingchen reappeared in front of Doflamingo, gently placing Toripal's head in his hands, smiling as he said, Have you thought of a reason yet, little chicken? Thanks to Han Quan, who loves to eat oxtail soup, for the great sword, and to all the book fans for their small gifts. Originally, I wanted to write more yesterday, but I was dragged out by friends for a reunion. I, the clumsy one, got drunk. Today, to thank everyone for their gifts, I want go climbing, but will stay home to write. There should be another chapter shortly. Doflamingo stared blankly at the head of Torpal, still dripping with snot, recalling the fragments of the past, when his mother succumbed to illness due to that cowardly and incompetent father. Thus, he personally killed his utterly foolish father and brought his head to Mary Geos, hoping to regain the identity of a celestial dragon. Yet he was expelled like a dog and nearly perished in Mary Geos. In this moment of utter despair, Torpal, Psyche Diamante, and Virgo approached him, bringing with them the string fruit. They offered him the hope of revenge, revered him as their king, and established the Don Quixote family to dominate the North Sea. He had yet to pull down those arrogant pigs from their pedestal, and the Don Quixote family had not yet reached its peak. Doflamingo's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace, a flash of red light glinting off his sunglasses as he raised his arm and violently swung it towards Xingchen. "I want you dead." Suddenly a mass of white threads appeared around him, swiftly slicing toward Xingchen. The air seemed to be severed by these white threads, producing sharp sonic booms, and around them buildings and the ground began to show long, narrow cuts. Some structures that were grazed by the white threads collapsed with a thunderous crash along the smooth-cut surfaces. Xingchen remained unfazed, watching the threads approaching him. Unhurriedly, he formed a hand seal and unleashed a roaring blaze from his mouth. Sizzle! All the white threads began to ignite. What? The remaining members of the Don Quixote family snapped back to reality, staring with wide, incredulous eyes, rendered speechless. They had inexplicably lost a major general, and their young master possessed the ability to effortlessly slice through buildings, rocks, and ships. Yet he was so casually set ablaze by flames. What a joke! What kind of monster is this Navy officer? Doflamingo frowned uncertainly as he observed his attacks so easily thwarted by Xingchen and muttered, "Logia, flame fruit." Xingchen looked at Doflamingo's increasingly doubtful expression and chose not to answer. Instead, he smiled and continued, "Cow-eye, any little turkey, you almost killed me." However, that is also the wrong answer. Seeing Xingchen's playful grin, Doflamingo realized that if he did not provide a satisfactory answer soon, another family member would be killed. Damn it! Why is this monster here in the Four Seas? Go capture Whitebeard in the New World. Why do you have to trouble me, a small pirate? What to do, think of a plan, Doflamingo. Damn it, someone tell me what to do. At this moment, the usually calculating Doflamingo seemed to have his brain eaten by zombies, anxiously brainstorming in his mind, sweat pouring down his face. Just then, sensing Xingchen moving again, he saw the empty space before him and urgently shouted, "No." Hearing Doflamingo's shout, Diamante and the other family officers were startled, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, their scalps tingling. They hurriedly drew their swords and raised their guns, panicking as they pointed them around. Clang! The sound of swords being drawn rang out like the death knell in everyone's ears. Diamante and the others hurriedly touched their necks, ensuring their safety before turning to look around, searching for this time's victim. When they saw Rao Ji headless and lying on the ground, they were further tormented by the psychological pressure from Xingchen. The despair of being unable to fight back, unable to escape, and losing a companion in the blink of an eye, especially the possibility that it could be their own, loomed heavily over them. The youngest, baby 5, was so frightened that she began to wail uncontrollably. Xingchen once again stood before Doflamingo, smiling as he gently lifted his hand, placing Rao G's head upon it. "Little turkey, don't rush, think slowly." Doflamingo's pupils nearly shrank to a pinprick. His hand holding the head trembled uncontrollably as he bit his lip hard, forcing himself to calm down through the pain, repeatedly hypnotizing himself. "I must not get angry. I cannot make unnecessary movements. I cannot say pointless words. Otherwise, more family members will die. This person before me is a devil. A devil. Doflamingo, think of a way. Bastard. If this continues, the Don Quixote family is finished." Seeing Doflamingo on the brink of a mental breakdown from being toyed with by Xingchen, Rosinante finally spoke up out of compassion. "Admiral Mo, although Doflamingo is a complete bastard, could you please throw them in, impel down, and stop tormenting him?" Xingchen turned his head and shot Rosinante a glare, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. The current Xingchen exuded an overwhelming aura. If he weren't still wearing the coat of justice, one might mistake him for the ultimate villain, the final Dark Lord, and no one would contest that. What kind of perverse person is this, smiling while killing, not only beheading, but also placing the head of a subordinate into the hands of his leader? He just tried to kill you, and you are still speaking up for him. Xingchen retorted harshly to Rosinante. "After all, he is my biological brother. If you truly don't want to spare him, at least give him a quick death. Playing with him like that is truly frightening." Rosinante shrugged helplessly. Just as Xingchen pondered whether to continue the game, Baby 5's cries caught Doflamingo's attention. Following the sound, he noticed the snail at her feet and recalled Rosinante's earlier words. A spark of inspiration struck him. He was saved. He hurriedly dashed to baby 5's side, snatched the snail, and began dialing. Xingchen watched Doflamingo's actions, too confident in his own strength to bother stopping him. I want to see what kind of tricks you can pull. Heck, calling for help. Away is already dead. Even if you summon Jesus today, you would still be doomed. I said it. Brew, 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 brew. Who is this? The snail's head morphed into the likeness of an old man with a birthmark resembling a world map on his forehead. 5 elders, I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. My stomach feels terrible, I feel nauseous, and I gritted my teeth to write a chapter. Seeing the author work so hard, let's give a wave of support to save the child. Oh, the little rascal from the Don Quixote family, what brings you here? Topman Vulturely Saint. There was rare silence on the other end of the line, who presumably the Gorosei were contemplating whether to assist this pirate stripped of his celestial dragon status. If I remember correctly, the one who captured you is Crane from the Navy. She is a reasonable person and wouldn't take your life. You should just reflect on your actions and impel down. No, it's not her, it's Xingchen from the Navy. Are you going to allow a Navy officer to kill someone with celestial dragon blood? Once this rule is established, the lives of celestial dragons will no longer hold any value in the eyes of the Navy. Doflamingo was frantic inside, but maintained a facade of calm. He could not show weakness in front of the Gorosei. He was well aware of their vile nature. If he revealed even a hint of vulnerability, they would undoubtedly refrain from helping him and allow Xingchen to kill him standing over his corpse to mock his incompetence, having lived like a dog for decades after losing his celestial dragon status. Xingchen, why would he come after you? Isn't he supposed to be in the first half of the Grand Line? The Gorosei naturally knew of Xingchen, the rising star heavily promoted by the Navy. As Carp's disciple, he was highly regarded by the top brass of the Navy, such as Steelbone Kong Sengoku and Zephyr. To put it bluntly, he is the next pillar of the Navy after the 3 admirals. Doflamingo was infuriated by the Gorosei's words, his eyebrows twitching as he shouted into the transponder, "Snail, you're asking me. How the hell should I know? All I know is that this Navy officer wants to kill me. Little brat, watch your tone. To hell with your tone. I just want to ask, are you going to do something about this or not? If not, then get ready to see the headline tomorrow: Navy's rising star kills former celestial dragon." Click. After shouting, Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail. The nerves that had been frayed by Xingchen were slightly eased by this outburst. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of leather shoes walking on snow came, and Doflamingo looked up. Xingchen, with a sword in one hand and a lit cigar in the other, approached them with a chilling smile. Members of the Don Quixote family stepped back in fear. Baby 5, sitting on the ground, covered her mouth with both hands, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at Xingchen. Fearing that her cries would irritate this devil, bringing his wrath and resulting in her head being severed by the sharp blade. Doflamingo's nerves, which had just calmed, tightened once again as he stared at the transponder snail on the ground, praying frantically in his heart, "Gorosei, for the love of God, hurry and call. It's only a matter of time before someone dies. Bastards, ring already." A black leather shoe appeared next to the transponder snail, and Doflamingo's pupils shook in terror, yet the transponder snail remained silent. "Little turkey, it seems your backup isn't very reliable. So are you ready to say goodbye to this world?" Doflamingo closed his eyes in despair. This sinful and painful life of mine is about to end. So be it. If there is a next life, I don't want to come back to this damned world. It's just that I haven't toppled those arrogant pigs yet, which leaves me a little unsatisfied. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Just as Xingchen's sword was about to strike Doflamingo's neck at this critical moment. Brew, 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 brew. Doflamingo opened his eyes in surprise, completely ignoring the wound on his neck caused by the sword's aura, grabbing the ringing transponder snail and quickly saying to Xingchen, "Major, how about you take a call?" After Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail, the Gorosei must have discussed the matter thoroughly. Perhaps it wouldn't matter if an ordinary Navy officer killed Doflamingo, but Xingchen was different. His status in the Navy was not trivial. If they allowed him to kill Doflamingo, the message it would send to the outside world would be a significant issue and could even affect the entire Navy's attitude towards the celestial dragons. If in 20 or 30 years the old generation retires and Xingchen takes command of the Navy, the massive entity of the Navy might just break away from the control of the world government. Thus, the Gorosei ultimately decided to lend a hand to this little rascal from the Don Quixote family, at least ensuring he doesn't die at the hands of the Navy and certainly not at the hands of Xingchen. After a long pause with no response, a voice finally came from the other end of the line. "Xingchen, I am the legal marshal, God Topman Vulturely Saint. I order you to release Doflamingo immediately." Hearing the voice from the transponder snail, Doflamingo finally let out a long breath. The wind here is too strong. The signal isn't good. I can't hear you clearly. I'm currently busy exterminating pirates. Have my superior relay the message. With that, he hung up, saying he was busy. Xingchen casually scratched his ear and prepared to hang up the transponder snail, a move that caused Doflamingo and his subordinates' hearts to leap to their throats. They never expected Xingchen would be so disrespectful to the Gorosei. Those are the Gorosei, the 5 most powerful individuals in the world. How dare he? Is he still a Navy officer? Wait. At this moment the transponder snail changed its appearance, turning into a balding man wearing glasses. Xingchen, I am the financial martial god I Zambalong V. Nasu Lang Saint. I believe we can have a conversation. Hearing the voice from the transponder snail, which was authoritative yet not overbearing, Xingchen paused his hand that was about to hang up the transponder snail. Taking a puff of his cigar, he slowly said, "So not all of you Gorosei act all high and mighty, huh? Isn't this a good way to communicate? So what does this esteemed gentleman intend to discuss with me, a mere Navy major?